Chapter 1. Qin. In the present day, the most formidable entities on the Xuanwu continent are the 7 great empires, followed closely by the 36 prominent clans. Each of the 7 empires boasts vast territories and populations numbering in the hundreds of millions, while the 36 clans also occupy significant lands, dominating the continent. However, both the 7 empires and the 36 clans operate under a feudal system, granting each ruler absolute sovereignty over their domain. Among these, Guo stands as the most powerful nation of the 7 empires. The king of Guo is known for his brutality and mercilessness, reveling in bloodshed. He has enclosed 100,000 miles of land as his prison, harboring orphans left by war, slaves, and various criminal offenders to conduct numerous rituals, sacrifices, and games, indulging in decadent pleasures. This serves to entertain the nobility of the realm, thereby consolidating wealth and establishing long-term intimidation over his subjects. The various nations and clans across the continent eagerly emulate this practice. Yunmeng City, one of the 36 prominent clans, is home to a medium-sized city within the territory of the Yun clan. With a population of millions, it thrives in prosperity, bustling commerce, and a multitude of powerful families. On a summer night, beneath the radiant full moon, casting its silvery glow upon the land, a young man strides briskly along the mountain path outside Yunmeng City. He is youthful, around 16 or 17 years of age, tall and graceful, with a strikingly handsome visage as if carved by the finest artisans. As he runs, an enigmatic flow of energy seems to circulate within him, splitting the air with a faint rumble. At this moment, a look of satisfaction and ambition glimmers in the corners of his eyes, and he feels an exhilarating sense of boundless freedom, as if the vastness of heaven and earth were his playground. Alas, the Qin family is but a minor clan in Yunmeng City, lacking the profound heritage of those illustrious families. Yet here I stand, Qin He, having devoted myself to martial cultivation without the aid of celestial treasures, high-level manuals, or esteemed mentors. I have nonetheless firmly entered the 4th layer of the inner Qi realm. Compared to the offspring of those noble families, I dare say I hold my own, he muses. I, Qin He, am regarded as a rising talent in Yunmeng City. In my lifetime, I shall not be unable to reach the 10th layer of the inner Qi realm and revive my family. It is no wonder that Ming Xue chose me over that wastrel Lei Yiming. Perhaps she has recognized my potential. On this continent, where martial prowess reigns supreme, what are wealth and fame when faced with true strength? That fellow Lei Yiming, born into a prestigious family, has been afforded ample resources, yet remains stuck in the 3rd layer of the inner Qi realm for 2 long years, repeatedly failing to break through. Clearly, his martial potential has been exhausted. How could Ming Xue be so blind as to choose him? The mere thought of Su Ming Xue brings a gentle smile to Qin He's lips, conjuring the image of a breathtakingly beautiful maiden in his mind. Qin He hails from a modest family in Yunmeng City, the sole heir to the current clan leader. A year ago, he fortuitously encountered the stunningly beautiful Su Ming Xue. Captivated by her charm, he found himself deeply infatuated and embarked on a fervent pursuit. However, he was not the only one vying for Su Ming Xue's affection. A distant relative from the prominent Lei family, Lei Yiming, also sought her hand. In terms of lineage, the Qin family could scarcely compete with the Lei family. Yet just 3 days ago, Su Ming Xue finally expressed her hidden affections for Qin He through a handwritten letter, imbued with deep emotion, inviting him to meet tonight at Fengming Mountain outside Yunmeng City to exchange tokens of love and pledge their lives to one another. The line in her letter, "I am but a silk vine, willing to lean upon a sturdy tree," ignited a fervor within the young Qin He, leaving him breathless with anticipation. Before long, Qin He found himself at the foot of a lush and vibrant mountain, overflowing with spiritual energy. Fengming Mountain, it is said, is named for a legendary phoenix that once soared to the heavens, reborn in flames and crying out in triumph. Moreover, this mountain is revered as a holy site by the people of Yunmeng City, crowned with a significant temple at its summit, where incense burns fervently. Each year, the great families of Yunmeng City ascend to offer prayers for peace. The Qin family, too, partakes in this annual pilgrimage. Thus, Qin He is no stranger to Fengming Mountain. He took a concealed shortcut, easily making his way to the agreed rendezvous point. At this moment, the moonlight cascaded down, and a gentle breeze swept through the mountaintop, where the faint chirping of insects created an unusually tranquil ambience, presenting a breathtaking vista that revitalized the spirit. Ming Xue is truly thoughtful and refined, selecting such a beautiful location for our declaration of love. Qin mused with a subtle smile. He began to anxiously await the moment of reunion with the maiden of his dreams. Yet, as time passed, he found himself waiting for an entire hour without a glimpse of Su Mingxue. Just then, from the main path leading up the mountain, he heard the sound of swift movements slicing through the air. Qin was momentarily startled, his senses sharpening as he focused on his surroundings. Soon, he detected two formidable auras racing towards the mountaintop with incredible speed. What is happening? Who approaches? They must be at least 8th or even 9th layer inner Qi realm experts. This cannot be Su Mingxue. An inexplicable sense of foreboding surged within him. In a flash, Qin sprang into action, moving like a nimble cat, swiftly concealing himself within a dense thicket, holding his breath. Moments later, two figures appeared atop the mountain. They were two middle-aged men, exuding a chilling air, their powerful presence palpable, their gazes flickering like bolts of lightning. These are Fan Wuji and Li Jun, the two esteemed guest elders of the Lord's Mansion, masters of the 9th layer of the inner Qi realm, capable of slaughtering 1,000 soldiers as if they were mere fodder, tearing apart 100 men with their bare hands. Panic surged within Qin. In the blink of an eye, he experienced an uncanny sensation, feeling as if he were being targeted by two extremely venomous snakes, ready to devour him at the slightest movement. Little pests, cease your hiding and come forth. Fan Wuji drawled lazily, his voice carrying the weight of latent menace. Qin realized he had been discovered. In the face of a 9th layer inner Qi realm expert, no matter how well he concealed himself, he would be seen through, with no escape. It is I, gentlemen. Qin forced himself to suppress the rising dread within him, stepping forward. Guided by instinct, he refrained from attempting to flee, knowing it could lead to his immediate demise. Oh, so it is the young master of the Qin family, Qin He, who barely qualifies as a talented individual among the youth of Yunmeng City. Li Jun recognized him with a glance. Yet, the next moment, a sinister grin spread across his face. Very well, you can either end your own life, or we shall take it upon ourselves to end it for you. Choose one of the two. Hearing this, Qin felt a surge of both shock and rage, exclaiming, Gentlemen, what crime have I committed? Why do you seek to kill me upon our first meeting? Ha ha ha! Fan Wuji and Li Jun erupted in maniacal laughter. And you still dare to argue? What crime? Qin, you have committed an unforgivable sin. Your death is imminent. Li Jun's face twisted with malice. The young lady is conducting a ritual at Fengming Mountain tonight, purifying herself in Tianhu Lake. You dared to hide here, intending to spy and violate her. Tell me, do you not deserve death? What? At this revelation, Qin felt a chill grip his heart, his face turning pale. Anger, disappointment, and fear churned within him, leaving him utterly bewildered. Su Mingxue, you have set me up. In that moment, even Qin, no matter how naive, understood he had fallen into a trap, ensnared by a conspiracy. Su Mingxue had invited him to meet by the Tianhu Lake tonight, yet she had not arrived, while the Lord's daughter was indeed bathing there. Such a coincidence was beyond belief. This is all a misunderstanding. Please allow me to explain. Qin hastily pleaded. No need, Fan Wuji replied with a lazy smile. You are merely an insignificant insect. What is there to explain? Allow me to personally send you on your way. It must be noted that the Lord's Mansion holds dominion over life and death in Yunmeng City, wielding immense power. The Qin family's influence pales in comparison, akin to a small rabbit facing a lion. The fact that Fan Wuji and Li Jun declared their intent to kill Qin, he truly meant they could act without consequence, treating him as one would crush an ant. Yet, Qin was not one to accept his fate passively. Summoning all his inner Qi, he crouched slightly, channeling his strength into his legs, akin to a coiled leopard preparing to pounce. Whoosh! Qin pivoted and retreated, leaping several times towards the path he had ascended. If you obediently present your neck for slaughter, you could spare yourself the torturous ordeal of struggle. Why choose to flee? Fan Wuji sighed lightly, and in an instant, he vanished from sight, covering 100 paces in the blink of an eye, as if defying the laws of distance. In that moment, Fan Wuji had already positioned himself before Qin He. He struck out with his palm. The strike was silent, yet as his palm approached, it suddenly expanded to the size of a fan, becoming pitch black. Fumo palm technique. As the colossal palm loomed in Qin He's vision, he found himself unable to evade, his entire body paralyzed under the might of the strike. In a heartbeat, the massive palm pressed gently against Qin He's lower abdomen, unleashing its power. Suddenly, Qin He was sent hurtling backward, landing beside the heavenly lake. Puff! Qin He distinctly heard a sound akin to air escaping from a deflated balloon emanating from his Danshan's Qi Si. The entirety of his strength, the inner energy he had painstakingly cultivated over the years, burst forth like a punctured ball, scattering in all directions. Fan Wuji's strike had shattered Qin He's Dantian Qi Si, rendering the inner energy he had diligently amassed over countless seasons into naught. With the Dantian Qi Si destroyed, he would be unable to cultivate again for the rest of his life. Even if he survived, he would be but a shell of a man. In the realm of the Xuanwu continent, without the ability to cultivate, one would become prey to the whims of others. Even if one belonged to a family, in the eyes of others, they would be no different from a worthless being. In that instant, despair flooded Qin He's mind, a bleak hopelessness enveloping him. You have truly crippled my cultivation. As soon as the words left his lips, he coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood, which scattered into a crimson mist, mingling with the azure waters of the heavenly lake. The striking contrast of the cerulean water and the scarlet blood was a shocking sight. Kid, if you were to obediently accept your fate, why endure these futile torments? The sinister voice of Li Jun echoed as he stepped towards Qin He with a mocking smile. At that moment, a cold, indifferent voice pierced through the air. Elders, spare him for now. Under the moonlight, a young woman of noble bearing appeared atop the mountain, surrounded by a throng of maidservants. Her eyes resembled wisps of smoke. Her skin was as smooth as jade, and she glided towards them like a celestial being descended from the moon palace. Yet, her demeanor was strikingly aloof, radiating an air of cold detachment. Mississippi. Both Fan Wuji and Li Jun immediately bowed in respect to the young woman. Miss, this little thief from the Qin family has been lurking here with ulterior motives, Fan Wuji remarked. No need to elaborate. The young woman's tone was flat, imbued with an unmistakable authority. Killing him on the spot would incite the Qin family's wrath. Though this petty family holds little significance, if we are too excessive, the other small families within Yunmeng City will inevitably feel threatened, which would be detrimental to our control over the city. Upon hearing this, Li Jun hesitated. However, miss, if we do not punish this thief severely, it may undermine the prestige of the Lord's manor. The young woman pondered for a few breaths before calmly stating, send him to the prison in Baiyun City along with those slaves and prisoners, and let him perish there. With a mere breath, she decreed the fate of lives, her nonchalance chilling. Throughout her speech, she did not even cast a glance at Qin He, as if such a trivial figure was unworthy of her attention. Oh, the prison in Baiyun City? Fan Wuji and Li Jun exchanged a glance, their expressions peculiar. Let it be done, the young woman concluded, turning away. The matters of fasting and bathing can be set aside. A fortnight ago, I observed celestial phenomena indicating an anomaly near Yunmeng City, prompting my whim to ascend Fengming Mountain for a sacrifice tonight. However, celestial anomalies are often enigmatic and elusive, perhaps merely a fleeting natural spectacle, not the appearance of a rare treasure. Yet, as the young woman conversed with Fan Wuji and Li Jun, a subtle disturbance rippled through the heavenly lake. The spot where Qin He had spat blood began to swirl, and in the next moment, whoosh! A beam of glass-like light shot forth from the whirlpool, instantly embedding itself into Qin He's brow. In a daze, Qin He experienced a dazzling explosion of consciousness, plunging him into unconsciousness. Chapter 2. The Divine Tiger Embryo Technique. In the stillness of midnight, all was silent. In Yunmeng City, within the Qin household, a pall of sorrow enveloped the estate. In the courtyard, numerous servants moved about in a state of panic, their faces etched with fear. Some maidservants and old matrons huddled in corners, whispering furtively. In the conference hall, what is happening? My son dared to offend Miss Shun of the Lord's manor? This is an absurd accusation, unjustly thrust upon my son. A robust, middle-aged man stood in the center of the hall, his face twisted with rage, emanating a tempestuous aura on the brink of eruption. Miss Shun possesses an extraordinary martial talent, having reached the 8th layer of inner chi by the age of 20. My son, even if emboldened by audacity, would never dare to provoke her. This is a grave injustice. There must be some misunderstanding. This middle-aged man was none other than Qin Zhongyuan, the current head of the Qin family and Qin He's biological father. Upon learning of his son's misfortune in the dead of night, Qin Zhongyuan roared like a wounded beast, his voice reverberating through the hall, causing the other senior members of the Qin family to tremble in fear. They have even crippled my son's Dantian Qi Si. How outrageous! This is utterly intolerable. I must confront the Lord's manor and demand justice. To bring my son back. Qin Zhongyuan gritted his teeth. Head, please wait. At that moment, a middle-aged man in scholarly attire, appearing well-read, interjected, Head, this matter may have to end here. The Lord's manor has already promised not to pursue our family's responsibility. If we do not accept this concession, disaster will befall us in an instant. In Yunmeng City, no one can defy the Lord's will. The Lord's wrath could lead to bloodshed. Even if we are wronged, we must swallow our grievances. If we push back, our family could face annihilation. What? My son has been crippled, soon to be sent to Baiyun City's prison, and you tell me to accept it? Qin Zhongyuan was beside himself with fury. Zhongyuan, calm down. An elderly voice resonated from outside, and soon an old man, frail and with white hair, entered the hall. Man is but a fish on the butcher's block, a deer in the pot. Zhongyuan, in this world, those with the strongest fists dictate the rules. Perhaps here has suffered an injustice, but our Qin family is no match for the Lord's manor. Thus we must relent. Zhongyuan, within the family, you possess the highest cultivation, yet with your 7th layer inner chi, recklessly storming into the Lord's manor would be akin to a moth to the flame. Zhongyuan, we must prioritize the greater good. Our Qin family must survive amidst the powerful families of Yunmeng City, and it is no easy task. Do not act impulsively and invite calamity upon our clan. Under someone else's roof, one must bow their head. Upon hearing this, Qin Zhongyuan sighed deeply, collapsing into a chair, suddenly appearing a decade older. The old man continued, moreover, Miss Shun did not kill here on the spot. Instead, she sent him to Baiyun City's prison, which shows some leniency. Perhaps, one day, here may escape his shackles and return to the family. As he spoke, the old man seemed to doubt his own words. Qin Zhongyuan managed a bitter smile, his eyes filled with despair. Third uncle, Baiyun City mimics the imperial capital of Degua, turning the land into a prison, housing countless inmates, subjecting them to brutal games, where they are pitted against each other or forced to battle savage beasts. Even we, if thrown into that prison, would face certain death, let alone here, whose cultivation has been entirely obliterated. The hall fell into a profound silence following his words. Meanwhile, in another part of Yunmeng City, hundreds of miles away from the Qin household, stood a grand and imposing estate. This estate sprawled over thousands of acres, dwarfing the Qin residence in magnitude. This was the residence of the Lei family, a prominent clan in Yunmeng City with true influence and power, far beyond that of the insignificant Qin family. At this moment, in a courtyard at the southeastern corner of the Lei estate, the sounds of laughter and revelry filled the air. In the hall sat a young man clad in a dark robe, of similar age to Qin He. He was tall and slender, with sharp brows and tiger-like eyes, his face exuding an air of arrogance as he drank and laughed heartily. In the embrace of this youth was a stunningly beautiful girl with fair skin. That brat Qin He thinks he can compete with me for women. He truly does not know his place. This time, with just a little maneuvering, I have sent him to a point of no return. The dark-robed youth chuckled, raising his eyebrows. He playfully caressed the girl's bosom. Ming Xue, the plan to deal with Qin, he was also thanks to your efforts. I have long found that little brat displeasing. I could not find peace until he was gone. Su Ming Xue let out a soft giggle, her smile radiant. Ming, you must cherish me well in the future. However, it was unexpected that Qin He was not executed on the spot. That was beyond our calculations. That is of little consequence, the dark-robed youth scoffed. That little brat has had his dantian shattered. Entering Baiyun City's prison is tantamount to a death sentence. The prison, there is a place that devours men whole perhaps. Imprisonment is far worse than death. Su Mingxiu sighed in relief, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at the dark-robed youth, sweetly saying, Yiming, you truly are brilliant. That foolish Qin, he cannot compare to you in the slightest. The night was cool and serene. In Yunming City, within the Lord's Manor, the dungeon descends 5 zhang into the depths, measuring approximately 1 zhang square, resembling a desolate well. The mouth of the well is sealed with iron railings. The walls are constructed from hard, coarse rock, and the ground is covered with a thick layer of straw. A faint light from the cold moon seeps in, casting the dungeon into an atmosphere of darkness and dampness. In one corner lies a chamber pot, and the air is permeated with an unpleasant stench and the mustiness of decay. Qin He lies prone on the ground, utterly motionless. Gradually, his consciousness begins to return. However, he refrains from unleashing a torrent of rage or lamentation to express his grievances. At this moment, an overwhelming expanse of characters and images materializes in Qin He's mind, accompanied by a series of roars reminiscent of mythical creatures, echoing with an epic resonance. What is this? Qin He is struck with awe and terror. As he strains to recall and ponder, it seems when the 2 esteemed elders from the Lord's Manor shattered my Dantian, leaving me in agonizing despair and unconscious by the Tian Lake. Something must have invaded my body. Cautiously, Qin He begins to probe the characters and images within his sea of consciousness. In the next instant, a mixture of astonishment, joy, and confusion washes over him. He flips over and struggles to rise, his face shifting between shadows and light under the dim moonlight, yet his eyes gradually brighten. The characters and images conveyed to my mind are astonishingly a martial arts technique, the White Tiger Divine Embryo Technique. The White Tiger, an ancient divine beast, subdues all demons and monsters, wards off evil, averts calamities, prays for abundance, punishes the wicked and promotes virtue with boundless divine power. It is the god of war and the deity of slaughter, symbolizing authority, strength, and nobility. The ancient giant tiger, possessing a trace of the divine bloodline of the white tiger, is the king of beasts, roaring through the mountains and forests, causing sandstorms with a single roar, eclipsing the sun and moon. The human body is a vessel of infinite potential and boundless mysteries. It contains countless acupoints, akin to the stars in the sky, hidden within, indistinguishable and minute. The White Tiger Divine Embryo Technique regards the human body as composed of 80,000 acupoints, each harboring an ancient giant tiger embryo. Every time one of these ancient giant tiger embryos is awakened, the power of an ancient giant tiger is unleashed. When the divine skill reaches its zenith, all 80,000 acupoints will open, awakening 18,000 ancient giant tigers' might, uniting to summon the divine beast White Tiger. In a single thought, it will connect heaven and earth, consolidating the power of myriad deities, tearing the earth asunder with a mere gesture, capturing dragons and tossing elephants, shaking mountains and rivers, subduing demons and gods, devouring the sun and moon, sweeping across the 8 wastelands and 6 harmonies, shattering the void, and entering a mythical realm. What kind of technique is this? It is truly extraordinary, dominant beyond compare. When perfected, it grants the power of the ancient divine beast White Tiger. A divine beast. No one has ever witnessed a divine beast. They exist solely in the realm of myth, overlooking the world and transcending all living beings. At this moment, Qin He is enraptured, feeling a sense of honor and shame become irrelevant. In the world of martial arts on the continent, skills are categorized by rank: lower grade, middle grade, upper grade, king level, emperor level, saint level, and divine level. Within Yunming City, ordinary small families practice lower-grade martial arts. For instance, Qin He, whose family heritage includes a basic inner chi technique and a shattering stone fist, both classified as lower grade. Wealthy families typically possess at least one middle-grade martial art, sufficient to maintain their dominion for a century, elevating them above the common populace. Upper-grade martial arts are immensely powerful, generally exclusive to the city lord. As for king-level techniques, Qin He has only heard his father mention them, stating that only the 36 great clans possess such formidable skills, capable of parting mountains and crossing seas, their might unfathomable to ordinary folk. Regarding emperor level, saint level, and divine level, Qin He has never even heard of them. Though Qin He hails from a humble family in Yunming City, he has been well-read since childhood, and his knowledge is not trivial. I wonder what rank this White Tiger Divine embryo technique belongs to? Qin He's thoughts whirl. It must be at least a king-level technique, given its remarkable nature. Excellent. This time, I, Qin He, have turned misfortune into fortune. With this technique, the grievances of today may yet be avenged. Lei Yiming, Su Mingxue, Miss Shun, Fan Wuji, Li Zhen. However, soon after, Qin He suppresses the anger that wells up within him. After the events of this night, his temperament has unknowingly matured and steadied. Qin He was never a reckless scion. Now, he deeply realizes how ludicrous and naive his infatuation with Su Mingxue had been. Furthermore, he reflects on his previous youth and arrogance, feeling an undeniable sense of shame. With his mind settled, Qin He eagerly begins to cultivate this ancient and extraordinary technique, the White Tiger Divine Embryo Technique. Chapter 3. I will definitely return alive. In the dimly lit dungeon, Qin He sat cross-legged, his eyes appearing both vacant and contemplative, as if lost in thought. His left hand rested on his dantian, with his thumb and middle finger forming a small circle, while his right hand, positioned beneath the left, had its index finger raised and piercing through the circle. This was a special hand seal, a technique he employed while practicing the White Tiger Divine Embryo Technique. Upon forming the seal, a profound tranquility enveloped Qin He, allowing him to subdue his inner demons and banish distracting thoughts. Soon, his spirit became remarkably clear, enabling him to introspect deeply, observing the state of his bones, internal organs, meridians, and life force as if they were vividly displayed before him. He noticed the damaged meridians near his dantian and the entire gas sea that had twisted and shriveled. However, within his dantian, there floated a jade pendant, exuding an aura of antiquity, primal power, and ominous majesty, as if a divine spirit resided within it. The pendant was intricately carved with the image of a white tiger, its lifelike eyes reflecting an ever-changing spectrum of emotions, from brilliance to desolation, from light to void, from flourishing to decay. Evoking the sense of an entire world in perpetual evolution, it appeared that this white tiger jade pendant had entered Qin He's body along with the technique. Remarkably, it was capable of condensing the slightest disturbance from outside the dungeon into a mere speck of dust, unnoticed by anyone. Moreover, under Qin He's focused mental illumination, he perceived within his body countless luminous points, densely clustered like stars, resembling cocoons. These represented the embryos of the ancient giant tigers. Totaling 180,000, practicing the White Tiger Divine Embryo Technique involved continuously awakening these ancient giant tiger embryos. At that moment, the white tiger jade pendant in Qin He's dantian began to dissolve slightly, releasing a misty vapor filled with immense vitality, akin to the essence of life itself. This vapor rolled around his dantian, and astonishingly, it began to repair the shattered meridians and reinvigorate the once shriveled gas sea, making it even more robust and expansive than before. He was in the process of reconstructing his gas sea. Qin He's heart surged with elation at this revelation. Ordinarily, once the gas sea was shattered, one would be rendered a cripple for life, with no known elixirs or divine remedies capable of restoration. Yet at this moment, not only was Qin He's gas sea being restored, but it was rejuvenating as if shedding its skin like a dragon or snake. Subsequently, the vapor began to circulate throughout Qin He's limbs and body, imparting an indescribable warmth and comfort, akin to indulging in fine wine that intoxicates the senses. His muscles pressed against each other, producing a series of crackling sounds, while his bones echoed like firecrackers. And the tendons stretched with the sound of bowstrings being plucked, invigorating his blood circulation and creating a slight tremor in his marrow, refining the physical form. After a brief period, this vapor traversed through Qin He's body, purifying his skin, flesh, tendons, bones, internal organs, blood, and marrow to it then converged into a surge of energy, rushing towards the first ancient giant tiger embryo. With a whoosh, the energy penetrated the embryo, causing it to tremble slightly, revealing faint cracks on its surface. I understand now. I completely comprehend. Qin He experienced a moment of enlightenment, nodding in realization. The white tiger jade pendant in his dantian was the source energy for practicing the White Tiger Divine Embryo Technique. continuously dissolving to produce vapor that impacted the embryos. Moreover, the vapor could also transform his physical form, enhancing his very essence. In the stillness of the dungeon, Qin He remained as immovable as a mountain, feeling invigorated and refreshed, as if his body was being cleansed of impurities, which expelled through his pores, emanating a foul stench. Sweet saliva perpetually pooled in his mouth, and the air was filled with a fragrant aroma with every breath he took. The vapor acted as a precious elixir, not only unblocking his meridians, regulating his organs, clearing stagnant blood, and invigorating his spirit, but also nurturing Qin He's mind, gradually awakening his latent life potential. An hour later, as dawn broke, the white tiger jade pendant in Qin He's dantian naturally dissolved once more, forming a misty vapor that first circulated within him and then transformed into a torrent of energy, continuing to assault the first ancient giant tiger embryo. This cycle persisted throughout the day. Thus, Qin He could devote himself entirely to refining the white tiger divine embryo technique in the dungeon, becoming increasingly powerful day by day, his entire being imbued with vitality akin to consuming celestial nectar. Meanwhile, at the Lord's residence, Miss Shin and the others ceased their inquiries into Qin He, as daily provisions of coarse food, such as steamed buns, were thrown into the dungeon. This allowed Qin He to focus on his cultivation without distractions. 7 days later, Qin He stood in the center of the dungeon, his stature as upright as a spear, his expression grave as he suddenly inhaled deeply. Bang! He unleashed a punch, the force creating a biting wind and a resounding crack that echoed against the nearby wall, leaving behind fine fissures. This was the sheer power of his physical form, not the explosive force of internal energy. Currently, his raw physical strength was comparable to that of a first-layer internal energy practitioner. However, his resilience, agility, and mastery over his body far surpassed that of any first-layer internal energy practitioner. Qin He assessed his own condition, noting that after 7 days of transformation, every movement produced the sound of metal clashing. Throughout these 7 days, the source energy released from the white tiger jade pendant continuously impacted the first ancient giant tiger embryo. But only superficial cracks had formed on its surface, far from awakening it completely. Meanwhile, his recultivation of internal energy progressed at an excruciatingly slow pace that was to be expected, although his gas sea had been restored. It took Qin He over a decade to reach the 4th layer of internal energy, and it would not be feasible to regain that level in a mere few days. Tomorrow, I will be sent to the White Cloud City prison alongside those enslaved prisoners. Qin He slowly leaned against the wall, contemplating that White Cloud City, Yunming City, and Chaoyang City formed an alliance of 13 cities, with White Cloud City being the most powerful among them. Although he had never visited White Cloud City, he had read that its territory was over 10 times larger than that of Yunming City, and its population was likewise tenfold, making it a grand metropolis. The Lord of White Cloud City emulated the imperial practices of the Great Gua, enclosing land as prison, annually absorbing a multitude of slaves and prisoners from allied cities to subject them to various tortures and brutal combats for amusement. The White Cloud City prison was notorious for its barbarity. He had heard of skilled martial artists from Yunming City being thrown into the prison, only to be mercilessly slaughtered by other inmates within days. However, I, Qin He, shall not perish within that prison. I will return alive to Yunming City. I will ensure that all who have wronged me face justice and strive to revitalize my family. Qin He clenched his fists, the sound of cracking knuckles echoing. For the days of cultivation had not only honed his physical form, but also fortified his resolve. The next day, under the blazing sun, Qin He was dragged from the dungeon by the guards and loaded into a prisoner transport. He observed his surroundings with an impassive demeanor, noting that in addition to himself, there were at least several thousand others being loaded into the carriage. Among them were slaves adorned with tattoos, cunning and ruthless bandit prisoners, murderers and thieves, lecherous brigands, and some desperate outlaws with considerable internal energy prowess. In the eyes of these individuals, Qin He discerned a myriad of emotions: frailty, fear, despair, ferocity, disdain, arrogance, numbness, and provocation. The transport was pulled by Jiao horses, creatures twice the size of ordinary war horses, with robust limbs and covered in hard black scales, each worth a fortune and capable of traveling great distances effortlessly. The transport was escorted by a contingent of private soldiers raised by the Lord's residence, 800 of them, mounted on Jiao horses, clad in armor. each soldier exuding a vigorous aura, their internal energy surging like mighty rivers, wielding long spears and bows. The air was thick with the scent of battle. The leading general was particularly ruthless. With every slight movement, the internal currents within him roared, and his imposing presence was captivating that he was at least a master of the eighth layer of internal energy. The strength of the Lord's residence was evident in this display. Brothers, we set off immediately for White Cloud City. The general commanded that in half a month's journey, we shall deliver these criminals to the prison, selling them for profit, and we can share in the spoils. At that moment, a loud clatter of hooves interrupted that a burly middle-aged man riding a tall steed charged forward. Chini turned towards the sound, his heart suddenly tightening. The newcomer was none other than his father. Qin Zheng. The leading general cast a glance at Qin Zhongyun, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Qin Zhongyun galloped to the side of the general, engaging in hushed negotiations. His demeanor subservient. Ultimately, he presented a stack of banknotes. Qin felt a pang of sorrow. His father, known for his unwavering integrity, was now forced to bow his head and submit. The Qin family was too feeble in Yunmeng City, devoid of any dignity. Qin vowed that if he were to survive the White Cloud City prison, upon his return to Yunmeng City, he would surely restore the glory of the Qin family. At that moment, the general accepted the banknotes and waved his hand. Qin Zhongyuan immediately rode his horse towards the prisoner transport where Qin was detained. Dismounting, Qin Zhongyuan reached the prisoner carriage first. His gaze locking on Qin his throat constricted, momentarily lost for words. Qin hastily spoke, "Father, this time I have been unfilial, embroiling our family in calamity. I am deeply sorry for the family and have let down your teachings." Son Qin Zhongyuan trembled as he replied, "The family has not been implicated. It is merely my own inadequacy that prevents me from rescuing you." Qin reassured, "I understand your hardships. Father, please do not worry. I will surely return alive to Yunmeng City and to our family." His eyes gleamed with determination. Qin Zhongyuan was taken aback that he had expected Qin having lost his cultivation and reduced to a prisoner, would be disheartened and despondent. However, to his astonishment upon their reunion, Qin displayed a calmness and vigor that was utterly unexpected. Filling Qin Zhongyuan with both shock and joy, he exclaimed, "Yes, my son, never succumb to despair. I have learned that there have been those who have escaped the White Cloud City prison and returned to their families, that I will do everything in my power to help you restore your cultivation. You must come back." Qin nodded solemnly. Soon after, Qin Zhongyuan was escorted away by private soldiers that the next moment. Each prisoner carriage was draped with a heavy black cloth, shrouded in darkness, the general's command. The procession set forth from Yunmeng City, heading towards the White Cloud City prison. Chapter 4. The White Cloud City prison. The Lord's residence dispatched 800 elite private soldiers to escort thousands of prisoner carriages. Leaving Yunmeng City and proceeding directly towards the Grand White Cloud City. Inside the prison carriage, it was pitch black. Qin sat cross-legged, oblivious to the outside world, practicing the White Tiger Divine Embryo technique. A trickle of primordial mist swirled within him, continuously cleansing his limbs and bones. The journey to the White Cloud City prison was fraught with peril, and though Qin possessed unwavering confidence, he did not dare to be negligent. Instead, he seized every moment to cultivate. The stronger he became, the greater his chances of survival. The convoy traveled day and night, traversing mountains and rivers that on the 13th day. The road widened and smoothed, and the horses whinnied joyously, galloping freely. With just 2 days left, we shall reach the White Cloud City prison. Men, put in your best effort to conclude this task, the general shouted, his voice resounding like a mighty bell. Within the prisoner carriage, the atmosphere was foul and chaotic. The interior was stained with dark, putrid blood and filth, a thick layer of disgusting excrement. This was the vile byproduct expelled from Qin's body. After 13 days of cultivation, Qin's flesh had grown remarkably resilient, and beneath his skin, a layer of membrane had formed, rendering him impervious to ordinary blades. Qin marveled at his physical state. He knew that even those at the 4th or 5th level of inner energy would struggle to contend with his physique, but he gradually discerned that the White Tiger Divine Embryo technique was not merely a technique for cultivating inner energy, but rather a profound method for refining the body. The text suggested that body-refining martial arts were relatively rare on the continent, with each exceptional technique being a closely guarded secret at this moment. Qin He's latent potential surged. Enhancing his senses several-fold, he focused his gaze, piercing through the black cloth that enveloped the carriage, faintly perceiving the outside world, as for the first ancient giant tiger embryo. 1/3 had been awakened, drawing ever closer to full revival. Qin He was filled with curiosity. Once the ancient giant tiger embryo awakened, would he possess the strength to rival martial artists at several levels of inner energy? On the 15th day, the convoy finally came to a halt. That a wave of overwhelming bloodlust surged towards the prisoner carriages, causing the inmates within to feel their blood congeal, instinctively gripped by a primal fear. They had finally arrived at the White Cloud City prison. Qin He's heart raced as he concentrated, peering through the black cloth outside. Before him rose an immense, majestic fortress, constructed from rough black stone. The towering structure soared dozens of feet high, exuding an imposing presence. Outside lay a moat fed by river waters, its emerald waves rippling, while hundreds of soldiers clad in armor, adorned with horned helmets, patrolled with unwavering gazes. Brandishing spears that on the battlements stood a throng of formidable soldiers armed with bows and crossbows, alert and vigilant, scrutinizing the skies and the ground, even observing the passing birds. 10 battalions of troops were stationed outside, their encampments sprawling, their banners billowing, evoking a sense of overwhelming intimidation that a thick, suffocating stench of blood wafted from the direction of the fortress, inducing a wave of nausea. Above the fortress loomed a dense mass of dark red clouds, ominously gathering, blocking out the sun. This was a terrifying manifestation formed by the accumulation of malevolent energy over the years, indicative of the countless prisoners who had perished within. Qin He felt a shiver run down his spine. He knew that had he not cultivated the white tiger divine embryo technique and possessed a robust physique, merely lingering outside this prison for a moment would have shattered his spirit with fear. How terrifying! No wonder people say the White Cloud City prison is a place that devours men without leaving a trace. Qin He licked his lips. The lady of the Shun family did not execute him, but instead sent him to this prison, ostensibly showing mercy. Yet in reality, it was far more cruel. However, she could never have anticipated that fortune had smiled upon him, and within this prison, he would not simply wait for death. Soon, soldiers stationed at the prison rode forth to greet the general leading the Yunmeng City contingent, facilitating a handover. The prison guards then took charge of the thousands of prisoner carriages, while the Yunmeng City forces completed their task and turned back towards home. With a swish, the black cloth covering the prisoner carriages was lifted, and the blazing sunlight poured in. Qin He squinted slightly to adjust before reopening his eyes. This moment, the other prisoners in the carriages beheld the foreboding prison ahead, resembling a colossal beast of the wilderness, poised to devour them, and they were all struck pale with fear, trembling uncontrollably, some even losing control of their bowels. Out of the corner of his eye, Qin He noticed a fellow prisoner in a nearby carriage, a martial artist at the 5th level of inner energy, who now appeared utterly devastated, weeping profusely, the fire in his eyes extinguished, replaced by profound despair. Even the most hardened bandits, who were accustomed to bloodshed, looked horrified. Yet, Qin He remained relatively calm. Though anxiety stirred within him, his resolve did not falter. "Ha! This lot seems utterly pathetic. I wager none of them will survive 10 days in this prison." 10 days? You overestimate them. At most, they'll last 8 days. All dead. The prison guards laughed heartily, driving the prisoner carriages towards the prison. Finally, the convoy crossed the suspension bridge and entered the prison. The internal environment of the prison was entirely unlike what Qin He had envisioned. He observed keenly. Within the prison, buildings sprawled continuously, and there were numerous elegant courtyards. The roads were wide, and various shops lined the streets. Silk emporiums, taverns, pawn shops, weapon shops, and elixir shops were all present to his astonishment. Qin He even spotted several brothels, where a multitude of flamboyant women, adorned in heavy makeup, waved their handkerchiefs, energetically enticing customers. That seemed as though this was not a prison, but rather a bustling city of pleasure and opulence. Qin He was taken aback that on the streets, besides the patrolling soldiers, he also noticed a considerable number of individuals clad in black burlap, their expressions bloodthirsty and vicious. The backs of their black garments bore the character for prisoner, suggesting they were indeed inmates. These individuals moved freely, unrestrained, entering and exiting the taverns and brothels. Some stood by the roadside, arms crossed, watching the procession of prisoner carriages with a curious yet mocking smile. Cheney noted that these inmates shared a common trait, an aura of lethal intent. They exuded an innate bloodlust, cold, cruel, and devoid of any semblance of humanity. It seems that even the spectrum of emotions, joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness, has been extinguished, leaving behind nothing but a savage bloodlust. Among the crowd, there are individuals clad in prison garb, their murderous intent palpable enough to coalesce into a tangible force, their eyes resembling vast seas of blood. Others possess an extraordinary mastery of internal energy. When some cast their gaze toward the prison cart, the prisoners within experience a sharp pang in their meridians, as if their blood were igniting in flames. Some, upon observing the newcomers like Chin He, regard them as lifeless objects. This place is indeed bizarre and uncanny. Chin He averted his gaze and closed his eyes, turning inward. It appears that the inmates in this prison have amassed a wealth of experience in killing, embodying unparalleled skills as instruments of slaughter. Their martial prowess and cultivation may not rival the core disciples of the prominent families within Yunmeng City, yet their combat capability undoubtedly exceeds it. I must seize every moment to cultivate, striving to awaken the first ancient giant tiger embryo as swiftly as possible. Otherwise, I will surely be unable to contend with these wolves and beasts. Soon, the convoy of prison carts was herded into a rudimentary area of low, dilapidated houses. Dozens of shabby, squat buildings formed a circle, leaving a space of several acres in the center, resembling a miniature plaza. In the midst of this expanse stood a woman, aged around 22 or 23. Her almond-shaped eyes and delicate features were striking, her figure both lithe and curvaceous, rendering her breathtakingly beautiful. However, her gaze was exceedingly sharp, as if a curved blade aimed to sever one's throat with a mere glance, that a palpable aura of lethal intent radiated from her brows, instilling a terrifying sense of mercilessness in her demeanor. Her entire presence exuded an air of seamless perfection, concealing the depths of her strength. This woman was formidable, surely surpassing Miss Shun of the city Lord's residence in Yunmeng, and even eclipsing the two esteemed guest elders, Fan Wuji and Li Jun. Chin He was astonished. Considering her youth, how could she possess such might? What kind of training could have led to this? Chapter 5. Rules of Survival. Deacon Murong. The new prisoners sent from Yunmeng City have arrived, totaling 4,867 individuals that a general who had escorted the prison carts bowed deeply to the woman. Indeed, the woman, Deacon Murong, nodded slightly, then turned her gaze toward the prison carts. Welcome, new inmates, to the special prison of Baiyun City. I am the deacon responsible for your reception. You may refer to me as Deacon Murong, that I will elucidate the survival rules of this prison to you. With that, Deacon Murong waved her hand, prompting the soldiers beside the cart to swiftly unlock and open it. Everyone stepped down immediately. The prisoners, eyes wide with terror, complied without hesitation, huddling together with bowed heads, too frightened to meet Deacon Murong's gaze. Cheney found himself among the throng, discreetly keeping his head down. Now, I shall call the names and announce the sentences. Those whose names I call, step forward. Deacon Murong picked up a thick stack of documents. Bei Mingfan, notorious bandit, responsible for multiple murders in Yunmeng City, claiming 23 lives and stealing various properties. Sentenced to 100 years. As she spoke, a burly man with a face full of scars slowly stepped out. Bowing his head in the designated area, Deacon Murong continued. T. Long, a flower thief guilty of defiling countless maidens, sentenced to 80 years. A gaunt, sullen man emerged next, standing in the specified spot. Chiu San, a slave, convicted of stealing his master's wealth, sentenced to 20 years. Rue Xin, a maid from a wealthy family, convicted of committing adultery with the chef, sentenced to 10 years. With each name she pronounced, a prisoner stepped forward. Chin He, for offending the young lady of the city Lord's residence in Yunmeng, sentenced to 150 years. At last, Deacon Murong announced Chin He's name and sentence. What? My sentence is 150 years. It is even longer than that of the bloodthirsty bandit. Chin He seethed with fury, but quickly suppressed his rage and stepped forward silently. Deacon Murong observed Qin He with rare interest, remarking, "Your physique is quite impressive. Showing some achievement that I wonder if you can endure here." Deacon Murong calmly announced the sentences of thousands of prisoners without a hint of fatigue, her demeanor exuding an air of composure and confidence. Her tone unwavering and authoritative. "Very well," she stated, handing the stack of documents to a soldier. "Today, I shall patiently and thoroughly explain the survival rules of this prison to you. That it is my duty. And also a mark of respect to the deceased, for over 90% of those present will undoubtedly perish swiftly within these walls. That my words may be harsh, but they reflect the brutal truth." At this pronouncement, the new prisoners fell silent, their hearts trembling in fear. Qin He focused his mind, banishing negative thoughts, his ears attuned to absorb every word Deacon Murong spoke, that he understood that to survive in this prison, he must grasp the rules of existence with utmost clarity, leaving no detail overlooked. "Naturally, what concerns you most is whether there is a chance to leave this prison alive," Deacon Murong said with a slight smile. "There are two paths to freedom. Two paths." Qin He's heart stirred with intrigue. The first path is for a prisoner to cultivate within the prison, breaking through to the 10th level of internal energy and shattering the shackles to reach the explosive Qi realm. As she spoke, a gleam of yearning and aspiration flickered in her eyes. The explosive Qi realm represents a state where a cultivator's internal energy exceeds the limits of their meridians, enabling them to unleash devastating attacks upon their foes, devastating stone and annihilating trees within 100 paces, unparalleled in ferocity. Achieving the explosive Qi realm is akin to ascending to the heavens. Not only would you escape the prison, but outside, whether in Baiyun City, Jiayang City, Yunmeng City, or any other territory, you would be treated as an honored guest, with wealth, beauty, and power at your fingertips. Qin He absorbed Deacon Murong's words. A thought flashed through his mind. The explosive Qi realm. After reaching the 10th level of internal energy, one could attain the explosive Qi realm, a level he had never dared to contemplate before. Throughout Yunmeng City, he wondered if anyone had reached the explosive Qi realm. If so, they must be exceedingly rare. The explosive Qi realm. Those who can transform internal energy into combat energy and break through their limits are undeniably exceptional talents. Although the distance between the 10th level of internal energy and the explosive Qi realm may seem short, for most warriors, it is a chasm of insurmountable difficulty. Once one enters the explosive Qi realm, wealth and beauty would be at their beck and call, and no force on the continent would refuse the loyalty of a master of the explosive Qi realm. A scarred middle-aged man standing beside Qin, he murmured, revealing his own cultivation at the 6th level of internal energy, that in the 1,000-year history of Baiyun City's prison, only 7 prisoners have ever attained the explosive Qi realm and left without a hitch. Deacon Murong continued. 7 out of countless prisoners over a millennium. The odds are exceedingly low. The second path to freedom is to serve out one's sentence, Deacon Murong stated that as soon as she finished. Some new prisoners could not help but exclaim in disbelief. Serve out one's sentence. Some of us have sentences of several decades, even over a century. How could that be possible? The average lifespan of an ordinary person is merely a few decades. Even if a practitioner of internal energy enjoys an extended lifespan, it does not equate to reversing the aging process that a peak master of the 10th level of internal energy would not exceed 200 years of life. My sentence is 150 years. Even if I experience no disasters, illnesses, or tribulations in this prison, I would still be nothing but a pile of bones after a century, Qin He thought, feeling a chill within. At that moment, Deacon Murong raised her hand, commanding an immense aura that quelled the rising clamor among the new prisoners. That in fact, the rules of Baiyun City's prison exceed your imagination, she continued. Currency circulates within the prison. As long as you possess sufficient currency, you can purchase any items you can conceive of, as well as those you cannot even imagine. Residences, delicacies, servants, weapons, martial arts manuals, elixirs with currency. You can indulge in pleasures at will. Even in this prison, which is said to be a hell, you can enjoy a life of opulence and extravagance. The only unchanging aspect is your identity as a prisoner. Currency can even be used to buy down sentences. What? You can buy down your sentence? Qin He blurted out in astonishment. All the new prisoners' eyes lit up with fervor. However, the surrounding soldiers crossed their arms, their expressions revealing scornful mockery. The currency in the prison is akin to that outside. Deacon Murong produced a silver ingot and a gleaming gold ingot. That it seems your primary concern is how to purchase a reduction in your sentence. It is quite simple. 10,000 taels of gold can buy 1 year off your sentence. 10,000 taels of gold for 1 year. My sentence is 150 years, meaning I would need a total of 1.5 million taels of gold to leave alive. Qin He's brow furrowed deeply. 1.5 million taels. My family, though possessing some assets in Yunming City, nets only a few thousand taels of gold each year. The prominent families in Yunming City, such as the Lei family, have thrived for generations, controlling at least 20% of the trade within the city, dispatching hundreds of servants to collect rents in surrounding counties each year. However, the annual net profit will not exceed 100,000 taels of gold. It can be said that 1,500,000 taels of gold is an unfathomable figure for Qin He. The new prisoners were all left speechless. Nevertheless, despite its exorbitance, the possibility of purchasing a reduced sentence ignites a glimmer of hope for liberation. In truth, what is 10,000 taels of gold compared to a year of freedom? Qin He quickly regained his composure and, almost involuntarily, posed a question. Elder Murong, may I inquire how one might earn silver or gold within the prison? Oh. Elder Murong's gaze fell upon Qin He, who was indistinguishable among the thousands of new prisoners. A faint glimmer of admiration crossing her eyes. Rarely did new inmates dare to address me directly under my imposing presence. Very well, young man, you possess a commendable audacity. Your courage to shatter the shackles of your mind is somewhat admirable. As their eyes met, Qin He felt as though all his secrets lay bare before Elder Murong. His heartbeat, vitality, and even mental acuity were laid open for her scrutiny. However, the white tiger jade pendant within his dantian and the primordial giant tiger embryo within his body had long since condensed into imperceptible dust, eluding Elder Murong's detection. Finally, Elder Murong shifted her gaze away, and Qin He felt a wave of relief wash over him, only to realize that his back was drenched in cold sweat. This woman is exceptionally formidable. A peerless master. With just a glance, I found myself utterly defenseless that if she wished to take my life, a mere thought would suffice that I am still far too weak. I, Qin He, must grow stronger. A yearning for power surged within Qin He, reaching an unprecedented height. There are 2 ways to earn currency, Elder Murong stated leisurely. The significance of this information had all the new prisoners straining to listen intently. First, participate in the performances organized by the prison. Various games. These performances come in 2 forms. Mandatory regular shows designated by the prison and optional crazy shows that prisoners may enroll in voluntarily, regardless of whether they are regular or crazy shows. They are games where one risks their life, with a notably high mortality rate. However, those who survive the performances can earn varying amounts of currency based on the difficulty of the show. Second, there are life and death challenges where one may challenge other prisoners or accept challenges. The prison will assess each inmate's worth. For instance, you newcomers have yet to participate in any performances, thus your worth is merely 1 tael of gold. As you complete more shows, your worth will gradually increase to life and death challenges. The stakes are life and worth. The victor will gain a portion of the loser's worth after the prison takes its cut, significantly boosting their own worth. Chapter 6. Breaking through 3 barriers. Upon hearing this, Qin He finally grasped some of the rules of Baiyan City Prison. In simple terms, every prisoner within the prison has a worth. New prisoners have an insignificant worth of 1 tael of gold. Their subsequent worth will be reassessed by the prison based on the various difficulties of the performances they complete. For example, as long as a prisoner survives and completes more performances, their worth will rise correspondingly. The life and death challenge is akin to a battle arena. In such challenges, the losing party not only loses their life but also has their worth reset to 0, which is then added to the victor's total. Participating in performances and life and death challenges are the avenues for earning currency within the prison. Qin He must survive, earn enough currency, purchase a reduced sentence, and return to Yunming City. Qin He clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles cracking, his heart filled with unwavering conviction and a resolute determination to face death unflinchingly. Remember this. In prison, the strong survive while the weak perish. It is a paradise for the powerful and a grave for the feeble. The law of the jungle reigns supreme. without the resolve to gamble your life. Even if you manage to scrape by for a moment, you will eventually meet a dead end, Elder Murong stated solemnly. You are prisoners, and your lives belong to the prison. Therefore, dueling is strictly prohibited. Any grievances between prisoners may be settled in the life and death challenges. Regular performances occur once a month. The prison will only provide you with the most rudimentary living conditions and the coarsest food. If you wish for more, you must earn currency to purchase it. There is no other way. Tomorrow, you will participate in your first regular performance alongside new prisoners from other cities. Elder Murong smiled slightly. I sincerely hope you all manage to survive until tomorrow. Night fell, and Qin He, along with other new prisoners from Yunmeng City, received their black burlap prison garments that in a low, cramped room of mere dozens of square meters. 100 new prisoners were crammed together. The floor was covered with moldy straw mats, and the uneven ground was soaked with water, allowing insects to roam freely. The air was thick with the rancid stench of decay. Qin He sat cross-legged on his straw mat, the white tiger jade pendant within him gradually dissolving, secreting primordial mist that refined his physique, transforming his body and strengthening his organs that he sought to break through the first ancient giant tiger embryo. Qin He practiced quietly. Around him, some new prisoners gathered, whispering among themselves that I wonder what tomorrow's regular performance will entail. I hope I can survive, that my wish is simply to earn a substantial amount of gold and silver. Enough to live safely within the prison that I do not wish to leave. There are many enemies pursuing me outside that I am a slave. My desire is to live and leave the prison, to earn enough wealth to buy land. Build a grand estate with high walls and lush willows. Marry a beautiful woman from a wealthy family, and raise a family, thus leading a prosperous life to that moment. A middle-aged man glanced casually at Qin He and grinned. Brother, what is your wish, me? I wish to return to Yunmeng City as soon as possible. There are some grievances that I must settle. Qin He opened his eyes and replied calmly. For the new prisoners entering Baiyun City Prison, the first night was both chilling and fraught with anxiety. A sleepless, torturous night. Dong. The bell tolled, echoing above the prison, lingering in the air. The sound was desolate and mournful, symbolizing not hope but rather destruction, like a death knell. With the first light of dawn, Qin He, along with the new prisoners in the dormitory, changed into their prison uniforms and stepped outside. The new prisoners surged from their cramped quarters, gathering in the open space. Elder Murong and a group of soldiers appeared to have been waiting for them. Well then, esteemed new prisoners, today you will face your first performance, Elder Murong stated without much expression, her tone flat and indifferent. Now, I shall lead you to the venue for the first performance. Upon arrival, the officiating steward will announce the game rules. With that, Elder Murong took the lead. Her strides were not large, yet she moved with an air of leisurely confidence, covering several steps in mere breaths. The new prisoners followed closely behind, while the soldiers watched with stern expressions. Most of the new prisoners' faces were filled with trepidation at the uncertainty of their fate. However, a rare few wore twisted expressions, their eyes gleaming with a near-maniacal excitement. Meanwhile, Qin He maintained a serene demeanor, infused with a strong, indomitable spirit. Had he not acquired the White Tiger Divine Embryo technique, Qin He would have surely succumbed to despair, but now, amidst adversity, there shimmered a glimmer of life. His robust and vigorous constitution continuously fed confidence in a Qin He. It must be noted that the White Tiger Divine Embryo technique not only enhanced Qin He's essence of life, but also tempered his will, refining him through trials, purging impurities, and allowing his body and mind to undergo a profound transformation, rendering him a different person altogether. Indeed, Baiyun City Prison was a colossal establishment, likely sprawling over vast expanses. Under Elder Murong's guidance, thousands of new prisoners wound their way through for over 10 miles until they finally arrived at an expansive valley. In the valley, thousands of new prisoners from other cities had already gathered. A sea of black. However, given the vastness of the valley, accommodating tens of thousands posed no issue, and thus these thousands did not appear crowded. Those are the new prisoners from Xianhuang City. You will stand over there and line up with them. Do not make a ruckus, Elder Murong instructed with a wave of her hand. The steward officiating this regular performance will soon announce the rules. So, these are the prisoners sent from Xianhuang City. Qin He mused, nodding slightly. Xianhuang City is adjacent to Yunmeng City and is also one of the 13 allied cities under Baiyun City's influence, At Elder Moron's behest, the thousands of new prisoners from Yunming City obediently entered the valley. Standing alongside the new prisoners from Xianhuang City at this moment, an elderly man approached. This man bore no signs of old age, his skin smooth and radiant, exuding a peculiar glow as he moved. A clear indication of his prowess. Moron, I appreciate your effort in bringing the new prisoners from Yunming City. The elder greeted Elder Moron warmly. Steward Mo, it is my duty. Elder Moron replied courteously that I wonder if there are any dark horses worth noting among this batch of new prisoners. Deacon Mo gazed at Deacon Moron with a gentle smile. Upon hearing his words, Deacon Moron cast a fleeting glance over the crowd, his eyes landing on Qin He, before turning back to Deacon Mo and shaking his head. At present, I cannot discern much. However, once this performance concludes, there should be some clues. Discovering a dark horse is tantamount to striking it rich, but for now, I shall refrain from idle chatter and take charge of this performance. With that, Deacon Mo turned his attention to the new prisoners, clearing his throat before speaking in a resonant voice. Welcome, esteemed new prisoners from Xianhuang City and Yunming City, to the first sub-venue of this performance. This is the inaugural regular performance showcase of the 13 Alliance City. With a total of 6 sub-venues established, I am honored to preside over the first sub-venue. Though his voice was not loud. It was mellifluous, each word ringing with clarity, echoing throughout the valley as if animated, resonating in the ears of every new prisoner. Without further ado, I shall now announce the rules of this regular performance. Deacon Mo stated directly, this performance consists of 3 trials. The first trial is the 100-mile pass. The second trial is the Scorpion's Basin. The third trial is the Ghost Gate. Successfully passing through all 3 trials constitutes the completion of this regular performance. The reward is 500 taels of gold, and your value will correspondingly increase by 500 taels. Deacon Mo observed the new prisoners with a smile, adding, moreover, in each sub-venue, a champion will emerge from the 3 trials. This champion, who is the first to reach the final destination after overcoming all 3 trials, will receive an additional substantial reward of 5,000 taels of gold, on top of the basic reward of 500 taels. As soon as these words were uttered, the eyes of nearly 10,000 new prisoners gleamed with fervor, their fists clenched tightly, breaths quickening. Overcoming the 3 trials would secure 500 taels of gold, while claiming the first position would yield an impressive additional reward of 5,000 taels. In essence, the first place could net a total of 5,500 taels of gold. This amount was nearly equivalent to the entire net profit of the Qin family in Yunming City for a whole year. Furthermore, 5,500 taels could reduce one's prison term by 6 months. Qin He licked his lips, surveying the surroundings. With nearly 10,000 participants vying for the first place, the competition would undoubtedly be fierce. However, he was determined to contend for victory. Deacon Mo raised his hand. Calming the restless crowd, he continued, I shall now elucidate the specific rules for the first trial. The 100-mile pass at IT is quite simple. This is the starting point, and you must reach the endpoint of the first trial within the span of 1 hour. The 100-mile pass, in truth, extends beyond a mere 100 miles. To be precise, the distance from the starting point to the endpoint of the first trial is 748 miles, covering 748 miles within 1 hour. Qin He understood. After passing the 100-mile pass, other deacons would inform them of the specific rules for the second trial, the Scorpion's Basin, which he would not elaborate upon here. Now, please proceed to collect your tokens and register your information. Upon completion of his announcement, Deacon Mo's hundreds of soldiers distributed tokens to all the new prisoners within the valley and recorded the corresponding names and details. Qin He received token number 4869. Subsequently, he lined up in an orderly fashion according to the token numbers. At the end of the valley stood a steep rock face towering several dozen feet high, with a fissure approximately 10 feet wide, dividing the rock wall. This marked the starting point. The nearly 10,000 new prisoners were all on high alert, ready to exert their utmost effort. Some prisoners, possessing considerable inner strength, activated their energy, producing a sound reminiscent of surging rivers. Chapter 7. The Scorpion's Basin. As the bell tolled, the first chime resonated, igniting incense at both the starting and ending points of the 100-mile pass. This incense would burn for precisely 1 hour. Neither a moment more nor less. The second toll. The competition commenced. Remember, during the trials, fighting and killing are strictly prohibited. Those who violate this edict shall face severe punishment. Deacon Mo proclaimed loudly, as his voice faded. A thunderous sound erupted from above the valley. In an instant, a soldier under Deacon Mo ignited a special incense on the podium. Boom! The second bell rang out, shaking the surroundings as the sound echoed. Nearly 10,000 new prisoners surged forth like wild horses released from their restraints, charging ahead with reckless abandon. Cheney felt his muscles tense, akin to a great bow drawn to its limit. Before he launched himself forward with tremendous force, in the blink of an eye, all the new prisoners rushed into the fissure of the rock wall, marking the official commencement of the competition for the first trial. The 100-mile pass. Deacon Morong glanced towards the fissure, contemplated for a brief moment, then turned back to a podium in the valley, retrieving a document to fill out. Deacon Mo approached with a cheerful demeanor. Morong, are you participating this time? The rules and odds of this regular performance are utterly outrageous. Point 1 can only place bets on any single subvenue for the ultimate champion of the 3 trials. With odds of merely 1,000 to 1, how could one feasibly predict the outcome? Deacon Mo, I'm merely indulging in a bit of fun. Deacon Morong replied with a smile as he completed the document. I have long coveted a superior technique for internal energy cultivation, but funds are tight, and I still need nearly 1,000,000 taels to acquire it, and I'm just trying my luck without venturing into dubious methods. I could never afford it on my meager salary, a superior technique for internal energy cultivation. Indeed, with your talent and aptitude, obtaining such a technique could very well propel you into the realm of explosive energy, allowing you to soar to new heights. Deacon Mo remarked as he took a glance at the document in Deacon Morong's hands that you've placed a bet on prisoner number 4869 to win the ultimate championship in the first subvenue of the 3 trials, wagering 100 taels of gold. What makes you so optimistic about this 4869? Just a feeling. Deacon Morong shrugged. As I said, I'm merely trying my luck. Are you not going to place a bet yourself? Deacon Mo asked that I shall refrain from betting. He returned the document to Deacon Morong, internally scoffing at the notion that if you actually win this bet, it would be nothing short of miraculous. It's akin to throwing gold into the water. Meanwhile, Cheney was sprinting with all his might. Upon passing through the fissure in the cliff, he found himself in an open expanse, a mountain path about 10 feet wide, extending straight ahead, flanked by ancient trees casting shade. Cheney unleashed the full power of his physique, lightly tapping his toes against the ground, and with immense force, he shattered the earth beneath him, propelling himself over great distances. 1 by 1. New prisoners fell behind him. Easily surpassed, I must claim the first place in the 3 trials. Cheney's resolve solidified with each passing moment. Just then, a sound sliced through the air above him, casting a shadow over him. A lean, middle-aged man, filled with surging inner energy, spread his arms wide like a great rock in flight, soaring over Cheney, creating a gust of wind. This individual glided gracefully through the air, reminiscent of a white crane in flight, disappearing from Cheney's sight after a few elegant swoops, leaving behind a cacophony of arrogant laughter. Haha, I thought this was a competition of skills. Turns out it's just a race. I, Yingong He, have perfected the art of lightness in my martial practice. This first place in the 3 trials is mine without a doubt. Haha, you fools. Eat my dust. Not necessarily. A cold snort rang out from beside Cheney. He did a stern-faced young prisoner, within 8 steps, surged in energy, escalating to a new level of explosive force. Overtaking Cheney, he from behind, cloud-treading technique. Leopard pounce skill, cat-like style. As such, several prisoners adept in lightness skills activated their inner energy with fervor, gradually surpassing Cheney and speeding ahead. Among the nearly 10,000 new prisoners, many were skilled in martial arts, with several possessing high levels of inner energy. Among them, those proficient in lightness techniques indeed moved as swiftly as shadows, their speed ghostly. Observing each figure that overtook him, Cheney remained unperturbed. In fact, a faint smile graced his lips. To be briefly surpassed holds little significance. What truly matters is who shall emerge victorious in the end. Once a young prodigy at the 4th level of inner energy, Cheney understood that all lightness skills relied on inner energy for support, especially with advanced techniques like the cloud treading and white crane methods. The consumption of inner energy was substantial. Once one's inner energy was depleted, their speed would inevitably diminish. For instance, if someone utilized the white crane technique to glide swiftly through the air but failed to recover their inner energy, They could very well plummet to the ground and meet a fatal end. If the distance from the starting point to the end point of the 100-mile pass were merely 100 or 200 miles, I would naturally concede defeat to those adept in lightness skills. However, given the distance of 748 miles, I am eager to see if your inner energy can sustain you over such a long journey. As Qin He sprinted at full speed, he reached the pinnacle of velocity, trailing a straight line of air waves behind him, producing a faint roar from the rapid impact. However, despite such intense running, Qin He astonishingly maintained an air of calm, his breath steady and unhurried, with not a single bead of sweat adorning his forehead or face. It is noteworthy that after Qin, he was refined by the life essence mist released from the White Tiger Jade Pendant. Many impurities within his internal organs had been purged, rendering his 5 viscera and 6 bowels immensely powerful, and his endurance far superior to that of an ordinary person, that if Qin He were to compete in a test of stamina against a magnificent stallion, the horse would undoubtedly succumb to exhaustion before him. After traversing over 200 miles, the path gradually became rugged and uneven, with some inclined slopes emerging. Before long, a long slope appeared ahead, stretching over 10 miles. Steep and treacherous, several prisoners, who had previously showcased their lightness of foot and easily surpassed Qin He, were now seated in meditation, their breaths labored, clearly struggling with the turmoil within their bodies, as they sought to regain their energy through sitting. With a sudden surge, Qin He dashed past these individuals, effortlessly ascending the steep slope without the slightest reduction in his speed, as though traversing flat ground. Who is this person? The seated prisoners stared in disbelief at Qin He's rapidly disappearing figure, as if unable to trust their own eyes. How could this individual still exhibit such formidable strength and velocity at this moment? Is his body forged of iron? Qin He was brimming with vigor, his resilience unparalleled, akin to an ancient giant, perpetually tireless. Along the way, he overtook numerous prisoners, all exhausted from their exertions, leaving them far behind. At last, another expansive valley unfolded before Qin He. Within the valley, a group of soldiers watched with keen interest. On a table, a special incense candle had only burned halfway. What? Completing the 100-mile test in just half an hour? A middle-aged man, exuding an aura of authority, widened his eyes in astonishment as he beheld Qin He racing towards him, exclaiming, "If I'm not mistaken, this should be the best result ever achieved since I began overseeing the trials. Half an hour. Is this a joke?" Furthermore, this individual appears to be far from reaching the first level of inner energy. What kind of freak is this? The first checkpoint has been reached. Qin He felt a flicker of joy in his heart as he confidently entered the valley. The middle-aged man quickly approached, scrutinizing Qin He. Noticing his unflushed face and steady breath, he was even more astonished and could not help but inquire, "I am the steward of the Chai Pen checkpoint, that it is said that among the new prisoners participating in the 100-mile test, there are many skilled in lightness of foot, yet they are all behind you. How did you manage that?" "Oh." Qin He paused momentarily before responding, "It's nothing much that my speed is considerably slower than theirs. But my endurance is quite good. That if the distance of the 100-mile test were halved, I definitely would not be in the lead." "Endurance?" The middle-aged man scrutinized Qin He repeatedly, then smacked his forehead in realization. "I was momentarily confused. You are indeed a body-refining warrior. Body-refining warriors possess superior endurance and resilience compared to ordinary inner energy practitioners. Young man, you have trained your body quite well. Now, let me explain the specific rules of the Chai Pen checkpoint." Qin He had no objections to being labeled a body-refining warrior. The second trial, Chai Pen, had simple rules. Listen carefully. Along a 10-mile stretch, there are 10 pits filled with venomous creatures that as long as you leap over these 10 pits, you will have passed the trial. The term Chai Pen simply refers to pits brimming with toxic creatures such as the Crimson Serpent, 7-step soul-breaking snake, 5-poison spider, roaring frog, man-eating scorpion, and the Sabak blood crystal millipede, each a lethal threat. A single bite from these creatures, without timely antidote, could spell doom even for masters at the 9th or 10th levels of inner energy. Chapter 8. The earth quakes and the mountains collapse. Leap over 10 venomous pits? I understand. Qin He nodded slightly. Good to know. Now, young man, I won't waste your time any longer. Quickly proceed to the Chai Pen checkpoint, urged the middle-aged steward, who then added, "Beware, young man, that I see you possess great talent. But do not underestimate the Chai Pin checkpoint. To leap over the pits. You must employ exceptional lightness of foot techniques. Relying solely on physical strength will be nearly impossible. This trial does not test endurance and resilience alone. It is not merely about physical prowess. Thank you for the guidance, steward. Cheney inhaled deeply and then strode toward the crevice of the cliff at the end of the valley. Entering the crevice revealed a long passageway. After estimating a walk of several miles, the passage gradually widened. Suddenly, Cheney sensed the pervasive presence of toxic gas in the air. While this gas was not deadly, it could induce dizziness and irritability. At last, a 10-mile-long pathway came into view, strewn with decaying branches and leaves, the toxic miasma obscuring the sky, and the stench of decay mingling with the odor of corpses was overwhelmingly pungent. An ordinary person, untrained in martial arts, would immediately succumb to paralysis upon entering this place, perhaps even foaming at the mouth and losing consciousness. Focusing his gaze, Cheney confirmed what he suspected along the 10-mile path. Deep ravines obstructed the way at intervals. Within these ravines crawled a multitude of venomous creatures, their colors vibrant and varied. Snakes, scorpions, spiders, poisonous frogs, and centipedes were all present, eliciting a visceral reaction of terror and dread. The writhing poisonous creatures emitted a terrifying hissing sound, instilling a sense of despair. Some snakes even raised their heads, flicking their tongues and releasing toxic fumes, their demonic, bloodthirsty gazes fixed on Cheney as if issuing a challenge. Cheney also noticed numerous human bones, bloodied and mangled, strewn throughout the ravines. Femurs, skulls, rib cages, and more. The towering cliffs on either side reached dozens of feet high, making it impossible for birds to cross. Thus, the only way forward was to leap over these ravines, with no alternative. The inescapable toxic gas had already permeated Cheney's skin and pores, entering his body through his mouth and nose. This is bad. Cheney furrowed his brow. Given the strength of my physical constitution, inhaling the toxic gas should not pose a significant threat. However, I cannot afford to linger here for long. Assessing his condition, Cheney concluded, as long as I can pass this trial within an hour, the toxins accumulating within me will not cause harm, as my body can naturally refine and develop immunity to the toxins. However, if I exceed an hour, the excess toxins could corrode my organs and taint my blood and marrow, resulting in severe consequences, if not death. This means I must conquer the Chai Pin checkpoint within an hour. Cheney also observed that the widths of the 10 venomous pits varied significantly. The first ravine was merely half a wide. The second was a full. The third measured 1.5. The fourth 2, and so forth. This meant that the final ravine spanned an astonishing 5. The difficulty escalated with each step that if I were on level ground, I could summon my physical strength to its utmost. Dashing like a whirlwind, effortlessly leaping several with each bound. However, the situation now was entirely different. I must leap without touching the ground, soaring through the air. Falling into a ravine teeming with venomous creatures would spell certain doom. I cannot possibly leap 5 in a single bound. Cheney knew his own limits, and oh wonder the steward mentioned that to pass the Chai Pin checkpoint, one must utilize lightness of foot techniques. This is troublesome. Indeed, no matter how formidable my physical strength, leaping nearly 20 meters into the air is exceedingly difficult. Standing still, Cheney remained in contemplation for several breaths that I cannot afford to waste any more time. I am already in a precarious position. The longer I stay here, the more toxic gas will infiltrate my body, working against me. Very well, it is time to act decisively. As the steward said, every performance is a gamble with one's life. Now, I finally comprehend the meaning of those words. With this thought in mind, Cheney steeled his resolve, dispelling the worries and fears clouding his mind, and boldly approached the first venomous pit. Hiss, 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 within the half-wide ravine. Venomous creatures writhed in a horrifying mass, snake heads and centipede heads protruding, as if poised to strike. Some poisonous frogs hopped about restlessly. Cheney dared not draw too close to the ravine. Stopping several paces away, with a swift bend of his legs, Cheney propelled himself into the air, soaring effortlessly over the first venomous pit. However, he felt no sense of pride. The subsequent pits were merely the warm-up. The true challenge lay ahead. Even if he successfully leaped over 9 pits, failing to clear the final 5 leap would ultimately lead to a dead end. With determination, Qin He pressed on, leaping over 6 pits in quick succession. Encountering no danger at last, he found himself before the 7th pit, standing still, a flicker of hesitation crossing his face. The 7th pit spanned a width of 3.5. My maximum leaping distance is approximately 3. I have a 50% chance of clearing this 7th pit. The other 50% could lead to a fatal fall. At this moment, several new prisoners, having successfully passed through the 100 miles pass, officially breached the Scorpion Pit Pass. Qin He turned his head to observe these newcomers, who possessed formidable internal energy cultivation, each approximately at the 4th level of internal energy, with one man bearing a scarred face, whose cultivation even reached the 5th level. These individuals had previously been surpassed by Qin He at the 100 miles pass. The noxious gas here is suffocating. We must swiftly leap across these scorpion pits. Fortunately, our forte lies in lightness skill. This challenge shall not deter us, the scar-faced man stated hastily. He then raised his gaze towards Qin He, clearly recognizing him. The scar-faced man sneered, "Oh kid, you topped the charts at the 100 miles pass, managing to outpace us. However, the title of champion for breaching the 3 passes is not meant for you. What good is your stamina? If you cannot leap across, it's a dead end for you." As soon as he finished speaking, dozens of new prisoners, exuding the aura of seasoned wanderers, surged forth from the crevices of the cliffs in a flash. These newcomers, with swift and decisive movements, harnessed their internal energy and soared like eagles in the sky and swallows skimming over water, effortlessly traversing the scorpion pits, showcasing their expertise in lightness skills. Moreover, an increasing number of new prisoners appeared at the starting point of the Scorpion Pit Pass. With a flurry of sounds piercing the air, the new prisoners began to ascend collectively, tackling the challenge. Among them, 7 individuals agilely leaped to Qin He's side, then effortlessly flickered like wisps of smoke, surpassing the 7th Scorpion Pit. However, some, lacking in lightness skill, were suffering from severe exhaustion of internal energy from their passage through the 100 miles pass, unfortunately fell into the abyss while attempting to cross the first 6 scorpion pits, meeting a grim fate. Qin He witnessed a young female prisoner, at the 3rd level of internal energy, falter while attempting to leap over the 5th scorpion pit. Her internal energy failed to activate, and she plummeted into the pit as if a stone sinking into the sea. A terrifying scream rent the air in an instant. She was engulfed by a swarm of venomous creatures, and within mere breaths her essence was extinguished, leaving behind a bloody skeleton in the pit. A tragic sight indeed. The harrowing cries echoed in succession as more and more prisoners met their demise, devoured by the toxic onslaught. The stench of blood permeated the in front of Qin He. The scar-faced man, after leaping over the 9th scorpion pit, stood proudly before the 10th, laughing exuberantly. "Haha, this is simply too easy. Unremarkable. I can leap 8 zhang in a single breath. In Xianhuang City, my lightness skill is renowned. It appears that the title of champion for breaching the 3 passes is rightfully mine, along with the reward of 5,500 taels of gold." No sooner had he spoken than the scar-faced man propelled himself forward, poised to leap over the final scorpion pit. That moment, a red-spotted frog, the size of a rabbit, unexpectedly sprang forth from the pit. The frog opened its mouth to inhale, and in an instant, its belly swelled like a balloon. The next moment, with a resounding croak, it unleashed a thunderous call, reverberating through the air. The powerful sound waves rippled outward. The scar-faced man's form faltered midair, his mind rattled by the sudden roar, as if struck by a mighty hammer, causing his internal energy to turn murky, that he plummeted downwards, exclaiming in desperation, "No! Help! Save me!" His cries quickly faded into silence. Meanwhile, at the start of the Scorpion Pit Pass, in the valley, a middle-aged steward was announcing the rules of the Scorpion Pit Pass to the over 100 prisoners who had successfully navigated the 100 miles pass. Suddenly, the steward's voice faltered. His gaze fixed peculiarly on the incense candles on the podium. The flames flickered out. "Hey, Steward Ma, the 100 miles pass has concluded," an exuberant soldier proclaimed. And no sooner had he spoken than a deafening roar erupted from the path between the start and end of the 100 miles pass. The earth trembled as if trampled by a stampede of beasts, akin to a tsunami crashing down. That a colossal mushroom cloud ascended into the sky, unleashing waves of scorching heat and swirling air. As countless fragments of stone and severed branches were swept up, along with innumerable dismembered limbs. Subsequently, everything was reduced to nothingness by the searing heat of the explosion. The prisoners in the valley trembled in terror, their legs giving way, collapsing to the ground. Within the hour that the incense candles burned out, all the new prisoners who had failed to pass the 100 miles pass were annihilated in the explosion, leaving no survivors. "Very well. You may continue your challenge," the middle-aged steward remarked nonchalantly. "Death is inevitable. It is a commonplace occurrence in every spectacle. You will soon grow accustomed to it, provided you manage to survive." Chapter 9. Life and death on the line at this moment. Qin He and the other prisoners vying for the Scorpion Pit Pass felt the earth-shattering tremors beneath their feet. They looked skyward to witness a mushroom cloud, more dazzling than sunlight, gradually expanding and exuding an overwhelming aura of death. This scene was nothing short of astonishing. The sheer horror rendered the prisoners' thoughts stagnant, instilling a deep realization that within the confines of the prison, their lives held no more value than those of ants or vermin. "Damn it. This cannot go on any longer." A surge of determination welled up within Qin He as he sensed death drawing ever closer. He had to cross the Scorpion Pit Pass swiftly. It was now or never. If he leaped across, everything would be fine. If he failed, it would be his end, but he could not afford to remain idle. He had to jump. A fleeting thought ignited within Qin He, and he resolved to take a leap of faith, risking everything for his life. That he inhaled deeply, his muscles coiling like drawn bows, joints cracking as they rubbed against one another. With a powerful push, he shattered the dry wood and fallen leaves beneath his feet, roaring as he launched himself like an arrow, akin to a fierce tiger leaping across a gorge, towards the 3 zhang and 5-foot-wide scorpion pit. This was a desperate gamble, a leap that wagered his very existence. However, as he soared past approximately 3 zhang, he found his physical strength depleted, akin to a spent crossbow, his entire being sinking downwards. His heart plummeted alongside him. This was bad. This leap ultimately fell short. The chilling sounds of venomous creatures echoed ominously in Qin He's ears, their bloodthirsty whispers sending icy tendrils of fear through him. This was the sensation of death that a wave of fierce unwillingness surged within him. "I promised my father I would survive and leave the White Cloud City prison to return to my family. I must find Lei Yiming, Su Mingxue, and Miss Shun to avenge my grievances. I, Qin He, cannot perish here." Yet at that moment, on the brink of life and death, the white tiger jade pendant in his dantian suddenly emitted a vast surge of primal mist. In a flash, this essence coursed through Qin He's limbs, bones, and blood, invigorating every fiber of his being. Normally, the white tiger jade pendant released primal mist slowly and gradually. But now, as Qin He stood on the precipice of demise, it appeared to have been triggered, releasing tenfold the usual amount of primal mist. This abundant life essence surged into Qin He's body, rapidly enhancing his physical quality and explosive power to an unprecedented level. His blood boiled, his will solidified, and his physique strengthened, awakening his latent potential. The icy despair in Qin He's heart dissipated entirely, replaced by a surge of vigor, as immense vitality and strength blossomed within him. With a flash, Qin He harnessed this newfound energy, his body breaking through the air as he effortlessly leaped over the 7th scorpion pit. As his feet touched the ground, the primal mist within him transformed into a torrent, fiercely washing over the first ancient giant tiger embryo. With a crack, the ancient giant tiger embryo trembled, its surface cracking and showing signs of loosening, as if a creature stirred from its slumber within the earth. Although the first ancient giant tiger embryo ultimately did not awaken completely, Qin He felt an undeniable closeness to that awakening, as if he were but a hair's breadth away. Simultaneously, the sound of the tidal cycle resonated within Qin He's blood. Strong and vigorous, expelling impurities and vast amounts of toxins from his body, leaving him feeling invigorated. That moment, Qin He's physical condition resembled that of one who had imbibed celestial nectar. Indescribably sublime. Upon introspection, Qin He discovered that after being refined by the recent surge of primal mist, his bones had become denser, and his internal organs moved with greater strength and rhythm, akin to a resounding drum echoing through his marrow. Instinctively, Qin He unleashed a punch, producing a resounding boom. the air swirling around him, but he murmured, "Now, my pure physical strength can rival that of a martial artist at the third level of internal energy." Retracting his fist, an epiphany dawned upon Qin He's mind that I understand now. Normally, when the White Tiger Jade pendant releases primal mist, it does so at a slow pace, extracting it layer by layer. However, when I am in danger, the White Tiger Jade pendant unleashes its potential, releasing a massive amount of primal mist. The greater the pressure, the greater the potential unleashed. This divine skill cannot be judged by ordinary logic. In the midst of life and death, potential is boundless. Indeed, my father once said that true masters are forged in the crucible of life and death, emerging stronger in adversity. The path of martial cultivation is indeed not a leisurely stroll. There is no one who becomes a powerful being without facing trials and tribulations. That a true strongman must possess a formidable state of mind, unafraid of death, and even courageous in the face of it. Martial arts is akin to rowing upstream, a path that contends with fate for one's life. At the moment when the tumultuous currents of the Qin River surged, several prisoners cautiously displayed their lightness of body, leaping over the 10th pitfall and racing towards the finish line of the second trial. Qin quickly gathered his focus, mobilizing his physical form as he dashed towards the end of the second challenge. After further fortifying his body, Qin effortlessly soared through the 8th, 9th, and 10th pitfalls with a few agile leaps. This stage was traversed with more astonishment than peril. Upon crossing this 10-mile stretch, Qin, alongside a dozen other prisoners, entered the third valley. Within the valley, a short, stout, middle-aged man awaited them, leading a group of soldiers. Indeed, having passed the 100-mile pass and the pitfall pass to arrive here signifies that you possess exceptional survival capabilities among this batch of new prisoners. The stout man greeted with a beaming smile, his piercing gaze captivating. "That I am the steward overseeing the final challenge of the 3 trials, the Ghost Gate. That I am here to announce the rules for traversing the Ghost Gate. Pay close attention and do not be careless, lest your efforts be in vain, leaving you to regret in death." At these words, Qin and the other prisoners held their breath. The 3 trials consisted of the first trial, the 100-mile pass, measuring 748 miles, the second trial, the Pitfall Pass, measuring 10 miles, while the third trial, the Ghost Gate, spanned a mere 1 mile. The stout steward pointed towards a cliff at the rear of the valley, where a cave was visible. Qin focused on the site, observing that the cave's opening was several zhang wide, deep and foreboding like the maw of a monstrous beast, exuding a chilling aura with a strong scent of blood wafting forth. It was evident that a significant threat lurked within. To be succinct, the Ghost Gate is a 1-mile-long passageway, rigged with a multitude of guillotines that as you traverse this corridor, the guillotines will be triggered by mechanisms descending from above to cleave both the living and the dead. That if you can evade the erratic onslaught of these blades and successfully navigate this 1-mile passage, you will have completed the challenge. Now, hasten to undertake the trial. The rewards for being the first to conquer the 3 trials are substantial. Hearing this, Qin and the group of prisoners rushed eagerly into the cave's entrance. Behind the Ghost Gate lay another valley, at the end of which a tiered viewing platform had been constructed. On the opposite cliff face, 6 cave openings were aligned, representing the exits for this regular performance show's 6 subvenues. At that moment, a sparse gathering of individuals occupied the viewing platform, including soldiers and stewards from Baiyun City Prison, as well as some noble families from within Baiyun City. Even a few seasoned prisoners clad in prison garb were present. Some among them clutched documents, anxiously watching the various cave openings on the cliff, while others, with hands empty, exhibited a carefree demeanor, casually discussing the unfolding spectacle. Steward Murong, garbed in white, exuded an ethereal grace as he sat in a secluded corner of the platform, clutching a document, occasionally glancing towards the first cave opening on the opposite cliff. At that moment, a handsome young man adorned with a purple gold crown and a brocade sash approached, exuding an air of confidence. "Murong, I've heard that you've placed a bet on the first subvenue for the ultimate champion of the 3 trials, a wager of 100 taels of gold. Forgive my candor, but such hopes seem exceedingly remote. A 1 in 10,000 chance, unlikely to succeed." Murong's steward regarded him coldly, responding with indifference. "Lu Feng, this matter does not concern you." "Haha, Murong, you remain as stubborn and unyielding as ever," the handsome young man chuckled, his demeanor open and relaxed. "How about this, Murong? I propose a private wager with you. I am aware you are gathering gold to purchase a superior inner energy technique to break into the explosive energy realm. Should you indeed win, I, Lu Feng, will concede 50,000 taels of gold to you. However, if you lose, Lu Feng paused, his gaze lingering on Murong Steward's enchanting figure, a flicker of desire igniting in his eyes. If you lose, you must honor me with your company for dinner at Baiyun Tower. What say you? I have no interest in gambling with you, Murong Steward replied directly. It is said that Miss Murong possesses exceptional courage. A woman of mettle, yet today, it seems her reputation does not hold true. She lacks even the courage to wager with my young master. Truly amusing, a senior servant behind Lu Feng sneered. Murong Steward's expression shifted, revealing her growing impatience as she retorted, "Do not provoke me, Lu Feng, that if you wish to wager 50,000 taels of gold will not suffice. Let it be 100,000 taels of gold. I, Murong Qiushui, accept the bet. Young master, 100,000 taels of gold is rather excessive." Two elderly servants standing behind Lu Feng exclaimed in unison. Lu Feng waved his hand dismissively, a confident smile gracing his face. "Very well. Murong, 100,000 taels of gold is acceptable. You will certainly lose." On the opposite side of the viewing platform, two men clad in prison garb, exuding an air of aloofness and coldness, stood with their hands clasped behind their backs, mockingly gazing at the cave openings on the cliff. Cousin Ling Fei, who would have thought we would reunite here in Baiyun City Prison? Truly, the whims of fate are unpredictable, one of the men, appearing to be in his early 20s, remarked with a smile. However, despite his smile, his eyes betrayed an utter lack of emotion, cold and terrifying. "Cousin Ling Fei, rest assured while in prison, I will guide you in every matter," the other, a tall and exceptionally handsome youth, replied with an air of pride. Ling Mo, the elder cousin, paused momentarily before continuing. "Cousin Ling Fei, having just entered prison, you've participated in a regular performance show, a wild exhibition. However, you have yet to take a life. That I suggest you seek a target and apply for a death match to experience the thrill of killing." His tone was casual, as though discussing the slaughter of chickens or dogs, yet a hint of bloodlust sparkled within the depths of his eyes. "Killing? Cousin Ling, I have already taken many lives outside. Killing is nothing extraordinary," Ling Fei replied, slightly dismissive. "Cousin Ling Fei, the killings you committed outside were for show and cruelty, while in Baiyun City Prison, killing is a matter of survival. The two should not be conflated." Ling Mo's expression grew more severe, his eyes gleaming like meteors slicing through the night sky. "Allow me to arrange your first death match within this prison. Witness the bloodshed and discover the feeling. There are advantages and no disadvantages." "Very well." Ling Fei seemed hesitant to oppose further. Ling Mo nodded in satisfaction. "Cousin Ling Fei, you possess considerable talent. Having reached the 5th level of inner energy at under 20, your combat experience in the martial world is substantial. Mastering the Vajra Pestle Fist to its peak, your strength can shatter the ribs of those weaker than you with ease. However, in your inaugural killing within Baiyun City Prison, prioritize steadiness to build confidence. Thus, I shall select a target among the champions of the 6 sub-venues in this 3 trials event for you." Chini rushed into the cave, moving with the swiftness of a pangolin. And after traversing several miles, he landed on a platform several acres in size. Dozens of prisoners followed closely. Before the platform lay a square passageway, 1 mile in length, 3 zhang in width, and 3 zhang in height. The passage's walls were adorned with rugged natural rock, while the ceiling was polished to a mirror-like sheen, riddled with irregular grooves. Each groove shimmered with a metallic luster, exuding a sharpness that was palpable, clearly embedded with blades capable of severing hair. The floor of the passage bore a deep crimson hue, stained by years of accumulated blood. Notably, at the far end of the passage, a circular exit radiated a light that symbolized vitality and hope. This was the Ghost Gate. As long as one could traverse this 1-mile passage and exit through that opening, the regular performance show would be deemed complete and the 3 trials successfully conquered. A robust, square-faced middle-aged man licked his lips, then commanded in a stern voice, "Charge through." No sooner had he spoken than whoosh, 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 the sound of piercing air erupted as if a dozen archers were loosing arrows. Led by the square-faced man, the prisoners propelled themselves into motion, their lightness of body reaching its zenith as they surged forward towards the exit. Their speed was astonishing, generating a whirlwind of air, unyielding and relentless. However, just then, from the grooves atop the passage, a series of guillotines, each 3 zhang wide and spanning the width of the passage, were triggered and came crashing down. The guillotines, with their thick backs and sharp edges, sliced through the air effortlessly, producing a howling wind that echoed ominously, descending with a force that could obliterate anything in its path. Moreover, the descent of the guillotines was utterly random, rendering any defense futile. Puff, 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 puff. The middle-aged man with a square face was the first to bear the brunt. Sliced cleanly in half, the cut precise and smooth, blood mingling with entrails splattering in all directions that a female inmate. The most agile and adept in martial arts, narrowly evaded 2 descending blades. Yet the third severed her legs, eliciting a heart-wrenching scream as she rolled forward, just in time to be bisected by the 4th blade. At that moment, Qin comprehended the true meaning of butchering like vegetables. The dozen or so escaping prisoners were all gruesomely dispatched, some cleaved in half, others decapitated, all meeting their demise. The acrid scent of blood enveloped the area. Following this wave of carnage, the blades clanged back into place, retracting into the grooves above the passageway. Those remaining inmates beside Qin He, who had failed to make a timely escape, stood frozen in shock, trembling uncontrollably. Qin He glanced at the exit at the end of the passage, mentally calculating the odds, and softly addressed the trembling prisoners beside him. "Gentlemen, I shall take my leave first, and I hope you all manage to pass through this gate of hell." No sooner had he spoken than Qin He moved, like lightning tearing through the sky, a fleeting shadow rushing toward the exit. Clang, 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 clang. The blades fell in chaotic succession, after enduring the purifying mist of a white tiger jade pendant. Qin He had reached a level of bodily control that was exquisite and effortless that in no time. He covered a distance of a mile, the blades never grazing even a hair on his body, successfully navigating the 3 trials of the Gate of Hell. Qin He exhaled a breath of relief. Feeling slightly drained, he had pushed his body to the utmost limit during that mile that if those blades had been a fraction faster, I might not have managed. Enough of this. I am the champion of the first venue. Qin He strode toward the passage leading to the light that in the valley behind the Gate of Hell. The tiered stands were filled with spectators who could not help but rise, eagerly peering at the 6 exits on the opposite cliff. Based on previous experiences, it was evident that the 3 trials in each venue were reaching their climactic conclusion, and the 6 champions would soon be revealed. That a middle-aged man, radiating an aura of wealth and nobility, held a large stack of papers in his hand, and said with a smile, "It appears, Chief Luo, that you have placed quite a few bets this time." Immediately, a thin man leaned in, flattering, "Chief Luo, it seems your luck is as strong as ever. You're bound to strike it rich." The affluent man chuckled heartily. "This regular performance, I merely place some casual wagers, haphazardly betting a few at each venue. In truth, my primary aim today was to identify a few dark horses among these new inmates. Indeed, only a discerning eye can recognize a steed of 1,000 miles, came the reply. "Chief Luo, your keen insight will surely lead you to your dark horse." Meanwhile, Elder Murong's anxiety intensified as he fixated on the exit of the first venue, his attention unwavering. The stakes he had placed were inconsequential compared to the crucial wager with Lu Feng. The thought of having to accompany this self-proclaimed dandy for a night out and dinner sent chills down his spine. Yet, he was acutely aware that the odds of his success were slim to none. Lu Feng, with his arms crossed and a radiant expression, exuded confidence. "Murong, you must be aware of my intentions, despite being rejected by you countless times. This time, I shall have my wish and finally enjoy your company." Lu Feng, "The outcome remains uncertain." Murong retorted coldly, his disdain evident. "Ha, Murong, I relish your defiant spirit. I assume you are betting based on the prisoner's cultivation. However, passing the trials does not solely depend on their internal energy. Luck, courage, decisiveness, intelligence, and myriad uncertainties all play a role. Your chances of winning are exceedingly low." At that moment, a voice erupted from the crowd. "The first champion of the 3 trials has emerged." Suddenly, someone shouted, "The first champion hails from the first venue." "The first venue?" Murong's usually composed demeanor flushed with disbelief. Lu Feng, unperturbed, shifted his gaze to the exit of the first venue. The prosperous Chief Luo smiled slightly. Perhaps we have found the first dark horse. Ling Mo, tapping his nails, sneered. Ling Fei, the first champion from the 6 venues, has finally emerged, and he could very well be the overall champion of this regular performance. Slaying such a figure is hardly dull, is it? Please, Brother Ling Mo, arrange it all. I have no objections, Ling Fei responded nonchalantly. The sun shone brightly as Qin, he stepped briskly from the exit of the first venue. Marking the conclusion of the first regular performance, that he exhaled softly, raising his gaze to behold a grand tiered stand where many eyes were fixed upon him. Behold, the champion of the first venue has been unveiled. An elder with hair resembling crane feathers, flushed countenance, and a commanding presence approached, exclaiming, "Congratulations! Congratulations!" Remarkably, it is a youthful inmate. Truly commendable. As the elder spoke, he squinted to scrutinize Qin He, then gasped, "What a formidable physique, robust in vitality and strength. Your training has reached an impressive level. Excellent, truly excellent. Young man, hand over your badge and come forth to register and claim your reward." "Yes, sir." Qin He submitted his badge to the elder and followed closely behind him to a massive Zeton wood table. On the tiered stand, Murong was struck with disbelief, her eyes wide in shock, as if unable to comprehend the scene before her. Her mind felt as though it had been struck. She crumpled the papers in her hand, unable to fathom that it was indeed him. Astonishing. Had she not placed the bet, Murong would not have reacted so. After all, the odds were infinitesimal, far more likely to fail than succeed. Yet, the unexpected had occurred. In an instant, an uncontrollable jubilation surged within her, mingled with a deep sense of regret. How unfortunate! At 1,000-fold payout, my gamble of 100 taels of gold means I have won 100,000 taels. Cursed be it! Had I known, I would have wagered 1,000 or even 10,000 taels, risking my entire fortune. Her expression of regret and distress was unabashedly evident on her face, that Liu Feng, with a triumphant smile. Observed Murong and remarked, "Murong, it seems you did not win your bet, did you? I always said that if you had, it would be quite the spectacle." On the other hand, Chief Luo gazed at Qin He from afar, a flicker of disappointment crossing his features. The thin man beside him chimed in, "Chief Luo, a dark horse has appeared. The youthful inmate is the first to complete the 3 trials." Chief Luo shook his head slightly. "Just a body cultivator. Human strength has its limits, that as one delves deeper into martial arts. Mere physical prowess cannot dictate victory. This young cultivator is but a fleeting phenomenon. He will soon perish in prison." Meanwhile, Ling Mo remarked coolly, "Ling Fei, this body cultivator is your opponent for the first life and death showcase. Surely you jest, brother. Such a contender is hardly worthy of my effort. I could eliminate hundreds with a mere finger." "This is absurd." Ling Fei exclaimed in disbelief that in no matter. The first kill in prison should be swift and decisive, as it will instill formidable confidence, greatly benefiting you, my brother, Ling Mo replied nonchalantly. Qin He handed over his badge to the elder for registration. Soon, a soldier under the elder's command presented Qin He with a stack of gold notes and several hefty gold ingots, saying, "Young man, you have secured the championship of the 3 trials in the first venue, accumulating a reward of 5,500 taels of gold. Here are 5 notes of 1,000 taels and 5 ingots of 100 taels each. These notes can be exchanged for gold at any bank within the prison. Additionally, your worth has risen to 5,501 taels of gold. Your next regular performance will take place in a month. Should you wish to continue amassing wealth, you may participate in the Wild Show and the Life and Death Show. In the Life and Death Show, you may choose an opponent whose worth is 5 times greater or lesser than your own. Otherwise, you cannot apply, that I understand," Qin He replied, accepting the gold notes and ingots that moment. The elder completed the registration, turned to the tiered stand, and announced loudly, "The champion of the 3 trials in the first venue is inmate number 4869. On the tiered stands, Liu Feng commanded his loyal servant, "Go to Baiyun Tower and reserve a private room for me tonight, that I intend to spend a delightful evening with Murong." The elderly servant responded cheerfully, "Yes, young master." "Wait," Murong, who had just regained his composure, interjected, "Oh, Murong, are you having second thoughts?" Liu Feng raised an eyebrow. "Within 3 days, deliver 100,000 taels of gold to me." Murong smirked, raising a document in his hand. "Number 4869. I've already placed my bet with that. He turned and strode away from the stands. Lu Feng wore a bewildered expression, and in the next moment, he exclaimed, "How is this possible? Damn it." Lu Feng's previously composed demeanor twisted into a mask of rage, his aura surging as his eyes gleamed with intensity. He directed his fierce gaze toward Qin. Two beams of light erupting from his eyes as if they could melt the very space around him. In Baiyun City Prison, inmates were not restricted in their movements and could roam freely within the prison area. After receiving a reward of 5,500 taels of gold, Qin did not linger and quickly exited the valley. Taking a long detour, he arrived at an area reminiscent of a marketplace. The interior of Baiyun City Prison was equipped with various facilities, boasting numerous bustling commercial zones, including alchemy shops, weapon stores, taverns, bookstores, and brothels. All in abundance. After overcoming several challenges, Qin felt ravenous and sought a tavern to indulge his appetite and reward his weary body. The marketplace was bustling with a vast flow of people. A chaotic mix of unruly inmates and imposing prison guards. It was said that within the prison, one could also purchase martial arts secrets. As Qin walked, his mind raced with thoughts. Although the White Tiger Divine Fetus technique was unparalleled, it was primarily a body refinement method. If possible, he desired to acquire some techniques for cultivating internal energy to elevate his internal energy realm, which would significantly enhance his survival odds within the prison. Ideally, he hoped to find intermediate internal energy methods and martial arts secrets. As for superior martial arts, they were unlikely to be found in the prison. After a brief walk, Qin indeed spotted a bookstore by the roadside selling various martial arts secrets. His heart leaped with joy, and disregarding his gnawing hunger, he stepped inside with keen interest. The bookstore was modest in size, about several dozen square meters. That a young girl, delicate and charming, languidly leaned against the counter. Qin glanced around and noticed a dozen inmates standing in the middle of the room, fixated on a white sheet of paper pinned to the opposite wall, filled with tiny scribbled characters. Curious, Qin leaned closer. It turned out to be a list of basic introductions and prices for various martial arts secrets. The Four Seasons Sword Technique, a superior martial art, commanded a price of 100,000 taels of gold for the first two moves, harnessing the natural forces of spring rain, summer thunder, autumn frost, and winter snow within its practice. The Raging Fire Palm Technique, also a superior martial art, was priced at 200,000 taels of gold for the first three moves, capable of igniting a fire that could consume all. The 10,000 Blade Fury, another superior martial art, could unleash a rapid flurry of blade strikes that would reduce an opponent to mere pulp. Priced at 50,000 taels of gold for its initial stance, the 7 Layers of Fiery Heaven, an intermediate internal energy method, cost 300,000 taels of gold for its first layer, allowing its practitioner to wield internal energy like molten lava. The 5 Extremities Heart Sutra, another intermediate internal energy method, was priced at 500,000 taels of gold for its first layer, enabling the transformation of internal energy into 5 natural phenomena that could exert overwhelming pressure. The Fiery Wrath Technique, a superior internal energy method, escalated anger to its utmost limit, priced at 500,000 taels of gold for its first layer. The Fiery Leg, an intermediate martial art, could unleash flames to char opponents. With the first two moves priced at 100,000 taels of gold, the 5 Steps to Soul Chase, an intermediate martial art, could deliver a fatal strike within 5 steps, with the first 3 moves priced at 100,000 taels of gold. The Withered Tree Fist, an intermediate martial art, could take a life silently, with the first 3 moves priced at 50,000 taels of gold. The Great Shark Fist, an intermediate martial art, was fierce and unyielding, capable of shattering an opponent, with the first 4 moves priced at 30,000 taels of gold. The Rock Solid Technique, an intermediate internal energy method, once mastered, would fortify 1's defenses, with the first 3 layers priced at 300,000 taels of gold. After perusing for a brief moment, Qin noted that the bookstore offered a wide array of secrets, encompassing both internal energy methods and various martial arts, even including a surprising number of superior techniques. However, to his dismay, he found that all the internal energy methods and martial arts were incomplete. Each was merely a fragment, a half-formed technique. Moreover, even these partial secrets were exorbitantly priced, often demanding tens of thousands of taels of gold, with internal energy methods commanding prices in the hundreds of thousands. Incomplete secrets lacked coherence in their practice and required a high level of comprehension from the practitioner. Furthermore, even the most powerful techniques would lose their effectiveness without their subsequent forms. The dangers of practicing flawed internal energy methods could even lead to the risk of falling into madness. Disheartened, Qin He shook his head, lamenting the absence of a complete secret. Unable to restrain himself, he blurted out, "What a pity there are no complete manuals," as soon as these words escaped his lips. Several inmates standing nearby turned their heads, casting disdainful glances in Qin He's direction. Such a novice. It's only natural that Baiyun City Prison wouldn't sell complete manuals. Kid, even though these martial arts techniques are incomplete. If you grasp even a fragment, it can enhance your lethality, which is beneficial for survival. Did you think this prison was a place for profound martial arts study? If you don't understand, Dante make foolish remarks. Besides, even outside, complete superior martial arts manuals are rare to find. The inmate scoffed at Qin. He refrained from retorting, realizing he could not afford to waste his fortune on incomplete martial arts fragments, and thus left the bookstore in disappointment. Was there truly not a single complete martial arts manual in the entire Baiyun City prison? Disheartened, Qin quickened his pace, deciding to fill his stomach first. Just then, an elderly voice called out from the side, "Young brother, come here, young brother, quickly." Qin paused slightly. Turning toward the sound, he saw a bald old man peering out from a low-roofed house, waving a withered hand as he beckoned him over. This old man had dark, wrinkled skin, a blind left eye covered by a black patch, and a frail, gaunt frame that seemed to contain little flesh. The old man exuded no signs of internal energy. Appearing as an ordinary person utterly unfamiliar with martial arts, clearly an elderly soul. Moreover, he wore a yellow long robe instead of prison garb, indicating he was not an inmate. Qin halted, somewhat puzzled. "Sir, are you calling me?" "Indeed." "Young brother, come over. The old man has something to discuss with you," the elder insisted, his remaining eye glinting with a subtle cunning. Qin felt a surge of caution, hesitating. "Young brother, what are you afraid of? Come here. In this prison, the rules are strict." "Do you think the old man would harm you?" The elder feigned sincerity. After all, he was just a frail old man, and with one eye blind. His skeletal frame evoked sympathy. Qin decided against further hesitation and approached the old man, asking nonchalantly, "What is it that you wish to discuss, sir?" "Young brother, I noticed you looking around. You must have just arrived, right?" The old man inquired with a smile. "Yes," Qin admitted. That's good. That's good." The old man beamed increasingly, lowering his voice. "Have you participated in the regular performance show?" "Yes." Qin sensed something odd about the old man. Chapter 12. Roulette. The old man nodded repeatedly, muttering to himself. "Participated in the performance show and survived, which means you completed the show and received a reward." "Excellent, very excellent." After a pause, the old man placed a hand on Qin's shoulder. "Young brother, come inside, let us talk further." "Wait." Qin hesitated. "Come in, just to spare a lonely old man some company," the elder urged. "Look, there is nothing suspicious in the room, is there? Besides, you are young and strong. If you get upset, a punch or two, and the old man would be left reeling." Qin instinctively glanced around the old man's modest dwelling, which appeared quite simple and devoid of any hidden mysteries. Eventually, Qin succumbed to the old man's persistent entreaties and stepped inside. That moment, several passing inmates watched the scene unfold, their faces alight with schadenfreude, smirking as they whispered, "That old fool is scamming another novice. I fell for his tricks too, losing 500 taels of gold to him. Damn it." Inside the humble abode, Qin settled onto a rickety wooden chair while the old man stood opposite him, chattering animatedly. "Young brother, to be frank, I particularly enjoy engaging with newcomers like you in prison." The old man has spent a considerable number of years within the confines of the Baiyun City prison. He is well acquainted with the myriad rules of survival that govern this place. More than anyone else, he understands the intricacies of prison life. The old man licked his lips and remarked that, if nothing else, a casual conversation with him would undoubtedly provide significant insights for you. "Young brother, though?" Qin felt a flicker of interest. This old man, though he appeared to be no younger than 70, might not have practiced martial arts, yet his extensive time in prison surely endowed him with a wealth of experience that do not be skeptical. "Young brother," the old man proclaimed with an air of confidence. "Let me pose a question to you. What is the most essential thing within the Baiyun City prison?" Without a moment's hesitation, Qin replied, "Gold." Naturally, gold is of utmost importance here, as it can buy one's freedom and shorten one's sentence. Wrong, the old man asserted with conviction. Wealth may be regained, but in this prison, strength is paramount. Only those endowed with formidable power can endure here without facing death. Besides, with strength at your disposal, who would worry about obtaining gold? This place is a paradise for the strong and a graveyard for the weak. Gold is but a fleeting illusion. His words struck Qin like a thunderclap, and he nodded repeatedly, realizing, indeed, elder strength is the foundation. It is the most vital element. I have been somewhat dull-witted. Thus, Qin found himself more inclined to trust the old man's assertions. The elder continued, every prisoner in this facility strives tirelessly to enhance their strength for survival. This enhancement primarily involves the cultivation of martial arts. Consequently, martial arts manuals, weapons, and elixirs are exceedingly precious commodities here, in high demand but short supply. However, these means of augmenting martial prowess are prohibitively expensive. For a newcomer like you, where would you find sufficient gold to make such purchases? At this juncture, the old man's voice rose an octave, imbued with a sense of righteous fervor, that I empathize with newcomers like you and therefore wish to offer you a chance to gain much from a little investment. A chance to gain much from a little investment? Qin looked perplexed. Precisely. For the slightest cost, you can reap the greatest benefits. The old man's eyes sparkled with intensity. Look, he gestured towards a wooden roulette wheel mounted on the opposite wall. It was divided into 100 compartments, each inscribed with various prizes. 1 qi gathering pill, 1 whole roasted lamb, 1 cold iron saber, 1 blue steel sword, 1 chestnut horse, 1 mountaintop estate, 1 serving of deep-sea oysters, 1 night with a red-card girl from a brothel. What is this? Qin pondered, and in a flash, he grasped the concept. Roulette, the old man declared solemnly. This wheel, controlled by a mechanism, offers a total of 100 prizes. Now look at this. He pointed to the largest compartment, where the prize was inscribed in bold red letters. Nameless Saber Manual, Supreme Martial Art. Young brother, this Nameless Saber Manual is a hidden treasure from the Lu Kingdom, situated in the western regions among the 7 great empires. It is a secret technique from a prominent city within the great Lu Kingdom. The old man expounded passionately to as a martial artist. You should comprehend the value of a supreme martial arts manual. It is no exaggeration to say that such a manual could establish a family of enduring prestige in any city across the continent. Indeed, in our Chun clan's territory, most city lord residences boast treasures that are merely superior martial arts. This Nameless Saber Manual is the grand prize among the 100 offerings of the roulette. Are you interested now, young brother? And I must emphasize, this manual is complete, not a fragment. The old man's single eye gleamed with temptation and intrigue that an entire supreme martial arts manual. Qin's heart raced with fervor. While fragments of superior martial arts manuals were not uncommon in Baiyun City Prison, a complete one was an entirely different matter. In Yunming City, the city lord's residence, the Shin family had established its dominance through a supreme inner energy technique and several exemplary martial skills. Commanding absolute authority over life and death within the city, that I in contrast. My Qin family is merely a small clan, with our inherited martial skills being of an inferior level, hardly worth mentioning. Qin fully understood the significance of a supreme martial skill. He realized that such a manual could potentially elevate his martial prowess exponentially. Elder, how does one play this roulette? He inquired, suppressing his excitement. Quite simply, the old man smiled broadly. It costs 100 taels of gold to play once. But you must play at least 5 times, as the roulette's mechanism ensures fairness and honesty. Upon hearing this, it felt as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over Qin, and he exclaimed, 100 taels of gold for a single play, and I must play at least 5 times, totaling 500 taels. Elder, you are asking for a king's ransom. The wheel offers 100 prizes, most of which are trivial, while only 3 or 5 hold real value. The Nameless Saber Manual, while indeed priceless, has a mere 1% chance of being won. Moreover, who knows if the mechanism is rigged? Qin thought to himself. You see, young brother, this is the essence of gaining much from little. The old man countered quickly. How can you know it won't work if you don't try? Young people should possess a spirit of adventure. Remember, in this prison, gold is but a fleeting illusion, and strength is of utmost importance. Though he spoke wisely, Cheney was acutely aware that his gold had been earned through perilous toil and was not easily come by. If it were merely 10 or 20 taels of gold per play, I might consider it. He stood up, feeling he had likely encountered a con artist. The authenticity of the nameless saber manual was still in question. Wait, young brother, do not be hasty. The old man urged that if you play the roulette 5 times, I will offer you invaluable insights about martial arts. Really? Cheney looked at the old man with skepticism. But elder, it seems you have not practiced martial arts yourself. You misunderstand, the old man retorted. Though I may not have engaged in martial practices, I have not lived under a rock either, while I may be physically weak. My theoretical knowledge of martial arts is profound and extensive. Do not underestimate the importance of theoretical knowledge in martial arts, that a practitioner may achieve a certain level of skill without it. But to ascend to greatness and become a master, one must possess a wealth of theoretical understanding. Only then can one grasp the nuances and discover new paths. After an elaborate exposition, the old man posed a question to Cheney. What comes after the 10th level of inner energy? Explosive energy realm. Cheney answered promptly. Indeed, but do you know the difference between the inner energy realm and the explosive energy realm? The old man inquired with a smile. This question left Cheney momentarily speechless. Being merely a disciple from a small family in Yunming City, his understanding of martial arts was limited to him. Reaching the 10th level of inner energy seemed a monumental achievement, while the explosive energy realm was merely a distant concept. You are unaware, aren't you? The old man chuckled, his face wrinkled with delight. Let me enlighten you. In the realm of martial cultivation, there is a saying, until one reaches the explosive energy realm, they are but an ant among countless beings. Even a 10th level inner energy practitioner is merely a slightly stronger ant. The inner energy realm is merely the refinement and strengthening of the energy within the Dantian, while the explosive energy realm involves harnessing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to surpass one's physical limits, striving for immortality. Even the weakest explosive energy realm practitioner can effortlessly defeat a 10th level inner energy practitioner. Listening intently, Cheney couldn't help but nod in agreement, captivated by the old man's words that to transition from the inner energy realm to the explosive energy realm, one requires talent, fortune, enlightenment, rare materials, and martial arts manuals, none of which can be neglected. The old man continued, shaking his head, but let us not dwell on the rest. Do you understand the significance of martial arts manuals for advancing to the explosive energy realm? Oh, what connection does a martial arts manual have with breaking through to the explosive energy realm? Cheney asked, curiosity piqued. Well, let us just say this information is a little gift from me to you. The old man chuckled to himself, pleased to have ignited Cheney's curiosity. The martial arts secret manual is sufficient to enable one to comprehend the laws that govern the universe. With such insights, one could indeed stand further than others. Do you think this would benefit a breakthrough into the explosive realm? Is it truly so? Cheney inquired with curiosity. Do tell me, are you interested in trying your luck at this roulette game? Since you are a newcomer today, I'll offer you a discount. If you play 3 rounds, I will grant you 2 additional plays for free. How does that sound? Gazing at the alluring prizes displayed on the roulette, Cheney felt a tantalizing itch within. As for whether this was a scam, the indifference of the bustling crowd around him suggested otherwise. Cheney could hardly believe that if this game were indeed a deception, the old man would still be able to keep his establishment running. Thus, he had no doubts about the situation. After a brief moment of hesitation, Cheney feigned uncertainty and remarked, I only have 200 taels of gold, so perhaps I should pass. With this amount, I could enjoy a splendid meal, and what use would a roasted whole lamb be if I were to win it? Therefore, I think it's best to forego this. Upon hearing this, the old man grew anxious. It was well known that although there were no tricks involved in his roulette, the odds of winning were exceedingly low. Many were aware of this and refrained from squandering their money here. Now, having encountered someone as naive as Cheney, the old man could not let this golden opportunity slip away. All right, since you are new here, let us consider it a stroke of fate. How about playing 5 times for just 200 taels of gold? This is a rare opportunity indeed. Oh, you truly mean 200 taels of gold for 2 rounds? Cheney asked. The old man gritted his teeth, realizing that he too was gambling in this moment. Should Cheney indeed draw the legendary unnamed sword technique, it would be a considerable loss. Yet, recalling the almost minuscule chance of drawing that technique, he sighed in resignation. Very well, Today I shall accept a loss. Go ahead and play. At this moment, Cheney felt a surge of delight. Though he masked it on his face, sigh fine, here is the 200 taels of gold that I suppose I shall have to subsist on coarse grains for a while. He feigned extreme reluctance as he retrieved the gold and handed it to the old man. The old man chuckled gleefully at the sight of the gold. Rest assured, young brother, this is a risk worth taking. As long as fortune favors you, it is guaranteed to be a profitable venture. Come, come, let us see how luck treats you. Reluctantly, Cheney approached the roulette that it bore a striking resemblance to the games he had played on the streets before. A long pointer sat at the center. All that was needed was a gentle push to set it spinning until it slowly came to a halt. Whatever position the pointer landed on would determine his prize. The mechanics of the game were rather straightforward that moment. Cheney blew gently on his hand, wishing for good fortune that he lightly nudged the pointer, which miraculously began to spin on its own. It was crafted from a peculiar material that caused it to move upon contact with human warmth. The number of rotations and the duration were beyond human control, a precaution against cheating. After all, many martial arts experts frequented this place, possessing mastery over their strength, that if they were allowed to manipulate the pointer, it would be childish play to land on any desired outcome, leaving the old man at a loss. Thus, the pointer spun with a magical quality, rotating automatically upon contact with skin. Watching the pointer whirl before him, Cheney felt a knot of anxiety in his chest as it gradually approached the spot marked for the vitality pill. The pointer slowed down, and he hoped it would halt there. After all, the alternative was a staggering 1,000 taels of gold. While 1,000 taels could indeed restore his losses and even multiply them fivefold, the allure of the vitality pill was far more tangible. Such items were rarely available for purchase. One could only acquire them through participation in perilous life-and-death battles. The vitality pill was a treasure that could not be bought. Even with wealth, of course, there existed another pathway to obtaining a vitality pill, becoming an alchemist oneself. But achieving that status was no simple feat, as true alchemists were rare individuals endowed with extraordinary talents and profound insights into the soul. Their standing was thus quite elevated. Yet if one truly became an alchemist, they would hardly fret over a single vitality pill. At that moment, as Cheney saw the pointer glide past the vitality pill, disappointment washed over him. However, the prospect of winning 1,000 taels of gold made him reconsider. It was quite fortunate for a first-time player to break even. But wait, Cheney's heart sank in astonishment. Between the 1,000 taels of gold and the vitality pill, there appeared a strand of fine text, almost imperceptible. Yet, to his keen eyes, the words were unmistakable. Unnamed sword technique. How could this be? You actually drew the unnamed sword technique. Do you have any idea what the odds are? 1 in 10,000? How could this be? 1 in 10,000 odds, and yet I have drawn it. Is the unnamed sword technique truly as formidable as you claim? More than formidable. It is nothing short of a stroke of extraordinary luck. Do you realize how many people outside have fought tooth and nail for this? Who would have thought you would simply spin it out? The old man was utterly astonished. Given that so many sought after this technique, how could it possibly remain safeguarded? He was left perplexed. The old man chuckled, avoiding a direct answer to Cheney's query. Chapter 14. A place to call home, seeing the old man's reticence. Cheney understood that this seemingly unremarkable elder was likely not an ordinary person. He suppressed his earlier dismissiveness. Kid, you have struck true fortune this time, that I need not elaborate on the prowess of the unnamed sword technique. Take it home and practice diligently. You will soon grasp its significance. The old man found himself at a loss for words that he had merely wished to prey upon a newcomer after days of no business. But unexpectedly, this seemingly ordinary lad had struck such unprecedented luck. It is said that luck is a part of strength, and that sentiment is not merely a platitude. Some individuals are born under a lucky star, often referred to as favored by destiny, and they invariably encounter extraordinary opportunities. Long ago, there was a master alchemist at the divine level who bore such luck. Every time he concocted potions, he achieved perfection without fail. Even when venturing outside, he would stumble upon rare herbs that others could only dream of. Those who carry such fortune often yield two possible outcomes for those around them. Either their companions meet untimely ends, leaving only the fortunate one alive, or they all ascend together, breaking through the confines of martial arts and reaching higher realms. Naturally, Cheney, at his current level, was oblivious to such hidden truths. However, the old man, contemplating the consequences of being near someone so fortunate, could not help but shudder. Now, he simply wished to expedite the departure of this extraordinary individual. Quickly, continue spinning. Once you finish, take your prize and leave swiftly, the old man urged anxiously. Though puzzled by the old man's urgency for him to leave, Chini dismissed the thought, attributing it to the old man's distress over losing such a significant prize. Very well, I shall continue spinning. With that, Chini gave the pointer another gentle nudge, and it began to whirl rapidly once more. Suddenly, to his shock, the pointer, which had been spinning swiftly, came to an abrupt halt. It landed precisely between the roasted whole lamb and the roasted duck. A faint glimmer flickered, a flash so subtle that even the old man did not perceive it. The light emanated from the direction the pointer had landed, shooting into Chin-He's mind in an instant. Suddenly, a method for cultivating inner energy appeared in Chin-He's mind, a method that bore no name, that it seemed as if it had always existed within his consciousness. Frowning in confusion, Chin-He could not comprehend why this inner cultivation technique had manifested so abruptly that it resembled the Baihu divine fetus technique, as if he had acquired it in an instant. Observing Chin-He's furrowed brow, the old man assumed that Chin-He was dissatisfied with the pointer landing in the center, that in an attempt to expedite Chin-He's departure, he remarked, "Let it be. The old man has suffered losses more than once or twice. Since this is a malfunction of the roulette, I shall be generous and offer you a roasted whole lamb." Upon hearing this, Chin-He was momentarily taken aback that he had anticipated that landing in the center would yield nothing, yet the old man had actually bestowed upon him a roasted whole lamb. Chin-He chuckled and nodded, choosing not to speak further, but rather intending to continue playing the roulette. That moment, the old man, seeing Chin-He's eagerness to persist, felt a twinge of anxiety. How could this fellow not recognize when to stop? However, it seemed the old man had forgotten that he had initially declared a 5-spin limit. Moreover, given the favorable price Chin-He was playing at, it was only logical for him to continue. Chin-He spun the pointer again, and it whirled several times before coming to a halt at a house atop a mountain. Instantly, Chin-He was left dumbfounded. A house on the mountaintop, what did this signify? In the heart of the prison stood a mountain, where most of the residents were the prison's administrators and a select group of influential individuals. The prices escalated from the foot of the mountain to the peak, with the better houses at the summit fetching as much as 80,000 taels of gold. What did 80,000 taels of gold represent? It was sufficient for Chin-He to purchase 8 years of imprisonment. Of course, compared to the nameless sword technique that was priceless and marketless, this was still far less. However, in contrast to the fact that most individuals would only win a roasted whole lamb, Chin-He's fortune was undoubtedly extraordinary. The old man was utterly astonished. Even if one were truly a person of great fortune, there would be no need for such incredible luck. If others were to learn of this, wouldn't they be consumed by jealousy? Quickly draw again. Quickly. The old man was left speechless, merely urging Chin-He to complete the final 2 spins and leave. This draw had truly left Chin-He in awe and elation. After all, he had not practiced the nameless sword technique and had no idea of its true power, nor did he understand the origin of the inexplicable nameless inner cultivation method in his mind. Thus, a tangible house atop the mountain had an undeniable impact on him. After a moment's daze, Chin-He, spurred by the old man, realized he still had 2 opportunities remaining. With a flicker of excitement in his heart, he placed his hand back on the pointer and resumed the roulette. It spun again and astonishingly landed on a vitality pill. A vitality pill. Chin-He felt a surge of disappointment. Had he drawn a vitality pill earlier, he would have been overjoyed. After winning a house on the mountaintop, he could not help but feel somewhat let down by this draw. If other martial artists were to hear Chin-He's thoughts, they would undoubtedly be infuriated. For what was a vitality pill? It could accelerate a martial artist's cultivation speed and reduce training time. After stowing away the vitality pill, Chin-He continued to play once more, drawing another roasted whole lamb. With a sigh, he picked up his prizes and followed the old man toward his newly acquired house on the mountaintop. To his surprise, he had secured a place to reside. Chapter 15. The might of the nameless. As he walked along the tranquil mountain path, Chin-He could not help but marvel at how these powerful individuals truly knew how to indulge in life. From the foot of the mountain to the peak, free carriages were available to transport guests. The horses alone could be worth a fortune. Following the old man, They arrived at a rather luxurious building at the summit. "Here it is, your house. Sign here, and you may move in. It is fully furnished and decorated," the old man informed Qin He. After signing the contract with the old man, Qin He became the true owner of the house. Gazing at the dwelling before him, emotions surged within him that he vowed to escape this prison, for it could not bind his spirit. He thought of his loved ones outside, believing they would meet again. Upon entering his home, he immediately noticed a spacious courtyard adorned with various flowers and plants. The entire courtyard was enchanted with a formation, maintaining a stable temperature throughout the seasons. It appeared that the courtyard had not been inhabited for quite some time, lending it a somewhat desolate air. This was not due to uncleanliness. The courtyard and rooms were protected by dust-repelling formations, ensuring minimal dust accumulation. As he stepped into the room, Qin He discovered a training chamber, which filled him with excitement. Behind the house lay a vast training ground, equipped with 18 different weapons displayed on racks, creating an impressive sight. This little courtyard left Qin He thoroughly satisfied. After consuming half of the roasted whole lamb, he had won. Qin He proceeded to the training chamber. He was determined to comprehend the true power of the nameless inner cultivation method and the nameless sword technique. Entering the chamber, he began to observe intently. Although the chamber was not particularly large, merely a dozen square meters or so, it was constructed with meticulous care. The walls were uniformly made of dark iron, ample enough for a secret chamber. At that moment, Qin He sat cross-legged upon a cushion, likely left by the previous occupant. Calming his mind, he could distinctly sense the mist emitted from the jade pendant within him, continuously cleansing his body. His flesh, muscles, and bones grew increasingly resilient, and his meridians expanded, their inner walls thickening. Although his dantian had been rendered useless through the practice of the Baihu divine fetus technique, it had completely recovered and even expanded beyond its previous capacity. Qin He was confident that even with only a rudimentary inner cultivation method at his disposal, his prowess would surpass that of others at the same level. After all, practicing the Baihu divine fetus technique was akin to transforming his very physique for cultivating inner energy. Thus, at this moment, Qin He need not worry that the nameless inner cultivation method was inferior. Following the route of the technique in his mind, the first step was to sense the external world's vital energy, a fundamental requirement for any inner cultivation method. This process posed no significant challenge for Qin He, who had prior experience that in the next step he would guide the sensed vital energy into his body. However, as soon as he attempted to channel the energy, Qin He became akin to a colossal vacuum, instantly drawing in the vital energy from the surrounding environment. After merely completing a full circulation, he felt his dantian brimming with pure, vital energy. Although Qin He sensed a painful pressure in his dantian, he could not bring himself to stop. While he cursed the old man for tricking him, he suddenly discovered that the Baihu divine fetus technique was incorporating the vital energy absorbed from the nameless inner cultivation method into every cell of his body. How many cells existed within the human body? In that moment, Qin He's cells absorbed the vital energy like sponges soaking up water. The impurities within his cells, which had been expelled slowly under the Baihu divine fetus technique, found no refuge as the influx of vital energy surged in, rapidly purging them from his body. Before long, a thick layer of black impurities coated Qin He, emanating a foul odor. After completing another full circuit, there were no longer any impurities within his cells. At this moment, Qin He's body was as clean and clear as that of a newborn infant. Slowly opening his eyes, he became aware of the repugnant stench emanating from his own body and wrinkled his nose in disgust. Hastily, he made his way to the courtyard's pool, stripped off his clothes, and leaped in. The water in the pool was fresh and flowing, so he need not worry about polluting it. After washing for 3 full hours, until his skin was flushed, Qin He emerged from the water, donned a fresh outfit, and marveled at the immense power coursing through him that he had not anticipated that cultivating the nameless technique alongside the Baihu divine fetus technique would yield such complementary effects. The nameless technique was certainly not trivial. After all, he had never heard of any method capable of absorbing the external vital energy with such veracity, checking the inner energy within his dantian. Qin He was astonished to find that he had reached the 7th level of the inner energy realm. Although Qin He possessed a certain foundation in cultivation, starting afresh would undoubtedly not be an easy endeavor. This only served to indicate the formidable nature of that nameless mental technique. Given its remarkable prowess, one could not help but wonder what kind of power the nameless sword technique might wield. Always a man of action, Qin made his way to the training ground in the backyard, but he casually selected a Tang straight sword from the weapon rack. This sword, while lightweight, was adept at cleaving. As he grasped the sword, he weighed it in his hand and practiced a few flourishes to familiarize himself with its balance. Drawing upon the nameless sword technique, he channeled his inner force into the blade. At that moment, Qin discovered yet another advantage of storing the essence of the world within his cells: the swiftness of his movements. Every part of his body could serve as meridians to circulate his inner power, allowing him to execute martial techniques with an alacrity that surpassed others. The nameless sword technique was divided into 9 levels, each capable of doubling its power, so that when mastered to perfection, each strike would be more formidable than the last. At that moment, Qin practiced the nameless sword technique repeatedly in the training arena, which was constructed of fine iron, alleviating his concerns about damaging the space with his practice. The initial 2 levels of the nameless sword technique posed no challenge, and he had fully mastered them within 3 days. However, he found himself stuck at the 3rd level. Yet a piece of good news brought him joy. Thanks to the White Tiger Divine Fetus technique and the nameless mental technique working in tandem, his cells were now able to draw upon the essence of the world, enabling him to sustain his energy without the need for food that, of course, should he wish to eat, he could certainly do so. For the cravings of the palate must still be satisfied. However, after each meal, he found himself expelling impurities during his cultivation, which proved to be somewhat bothersome. If others were to learn that Qin was troubled by the expulsion of impurities from his body after eating, they would undoubtedly be exasperated. While others struggled to reduce impurities, Qin was perturbed by the need to expel them due to his meals. Such is the nature of comparison. How infuriating! At this juncture, Qin realized that he could not continue indefinitely with his current sword, for it was merely a common blade forged from fine iron. Its capacity for channeling inner energy paled in comparison to weapons crafted by true blacksmiths. Thus, he resolved to venture out and acquire a more suitable weapon. Nevertheless, he chose to carry the Tang sword on his back, for the world outside the mountain was far from tranquil. After boarding a horse-drawn carriage, Qin descended the mountain. Upon reaching the trading market, he found himself at a weapons shop, reputed to be the largest in the vicinity, with a skilled blacksmith in residence, ensuring a thriving business. When the shop staff beheld Qin enter, clad in plain azure robes, they bore no disdain. After all, while the shop possessed a certain standing, it operated within a prison, a place frequented by all manner of offenders, some of whom might be playing the fool to deceive others. Thus, the staff regarded Qin without any air of superiority that a rather attractive shop attendant approached him and inquired, "How may I assist you?" "Sir," seeing the attendant's inquiry, Qin smiled slightly, replying, "I wish to purchase a weapon forged by a blacksmith, a Tang sword." Upon hearing Qin request a blacksmith-forged weapon, the attendant's eyes sparkled with recognition. Realizing that this could be a significant transaction, she quickly donned a beaming smile and said, "Please, follow me." She led Qin to the 2nd floor, where the selection of weapons was notably more limited, yet seemingly more expensive. The weapons on this floor were all crafted by the blacksmith. The attendant guided Qin to the section showcasing sword weapons that at that moment, Qin's gaze fell upon a particular Tang sword. Its dark hue exuded an air of mystery, its streamlined design suited for cleaving, and the blade shimmered with flashes of light. "Please take this one out for me to examine." Qin pointed at the sword that had captured his attention. The attendant retrieved the sword and presented it before him. The more Qin looked at it, the more he felt that this Tang sword was perfectly suited for him. He hastily inquired about its price. 5,000 taels of gold, the attendant replied. After a moment of contemplation, Qin resolved to purchase the sword. "Very well, 5,000 taels it shall be. I will take it." He then produced his status card, which served to verify his identity and functioned as a means of payment within the prison. As 5,000 taels of gold were deducted from his card, Qin felt a pang of heartache. This expenditure nearly depleted all his savings. At that moment, a loud voice bellowed at Qin, "You there, hand over the sword you just bought. If you please me, I might spare your life." Upon hearing this voice, Qin felt a mix of surprise and delight, thinking to himself that finally, someone was delivering money to him. Spotting a burly figure shouting at him, Qin retorted, "I refuse to give it to you." If you have the courage, challenge me to a duel. Should you triumph, everything I possess will naturally belong to you." Onlookers around them sighed at Qin He's audacity. Was this youth truly a fool? That man, Zhou Li, was worth over 9,000 and had reached the peak of the 9th level of inner energy. Hearing the crowd's murmurs only fueled Qin He's exhilaration. Zhou Li, clearly enraged by Qin He's defiance, bristled with indignation and declared, "Very well. If you seek death, I shall oblige." With that, he strode toward the duel arena, glancing back at Qin He as though concerned he might flee. Arriving at the duel platform, both participants signed a life and death contract in the presence of a prison administrator. Zhou Li, 9th level of inner energy, worth 9,700 taels of gold. Qin He, 7th level of inner energy, worth 5,501 taels of gold. With a command from the prison administrator, the duel commenced. Zhou Li eyed the slender figure before him, raising his hefty blade and sneering. "Boy, kneel and beg for mercy, and perhaps I shall grant you a swift death." Qin He chuckled in response, mimicking Zhou Li's tone, which only served to further infuriate him. With a mighty swing, Zhou Li brought his blade crashing down toward Qin He's head. The sound of the blade slicing through the air resonated like a thunderclap, ringing painfully in the ears. Yet Qin He remained unperturbed, waiting until the moment the blade descended that in that instant, as Zhou Li's mighty blade struck down. Qin He sprang into action. The Tang sword he had just purchased was suddenly in his grasp. With a gentle lift of the sword, he effortlessly deflected Zhou Li's seemingly powerful strike. The force of Zhou Li's blade could advance no further. How is this possible? Zhou Li could hardly believe his eyes. His strike had been thwarted by this youth, who was merely at the 7th level of inner energy, before Zhou Li could fully comprehend the situation. Qin He's sword was already in motion. That it is difficult to say whether it was Qin He who moved or the sword itself, but in Zhou Li's vision, a gleam of blade light flashed past. Swish! Zhou Li's head flew from his shoulders, his face frozen in disbelief. In the aftermath of Zhou Li's demise, the onlookers were left in stunned silence. Who is this person, so formidable that he, at the 7th level of inner energy, could slay Zhou Li, who was at the peak of the 9th level? I've seen him before. He appears to be a newcomer who recently claimed victory in a regular performance showcase, exhibiting impressive strength. This spells trouble for him. Zhou Li was a member of the Martial Arts Alliance. Having slain a member of the Alliance, he is surely in grave peril. Not necessarily. The Martial Arts Alliance and the War Heaven Society are currently vying for resources within the prison. Talent is the most valuable resource in this chaotic environment, and both factions may extend an olive branch to him following this encounter. At this moment, Qin He, with his enhanced abilities, could hear the whispers of the crowd. The Martial Arts Alliance and the War Heaven Society. They sound like two organizations within this prison. I wonder who possesses the audacity to establish their own power amidst such turmoil. As Qin He pondered, he was interrupted by the prison administrator, who announced with a booming voice, "In this life and death duel, Qin He emerges victorious. He has killed Zhou Li despite the level difference, earning a reward of 3,000 taels of gold. His worth has now risen to 8,501 taels. Upon hearing this, Qin He could not help but feel elated. Indeed, killing brings wealth swiftly. No wonder many skilled fighters descend into a life of banditry. With that thought in mind, Qin He hastily presented his status card to the prison administrator. The administrator infused 3,000 taels of gold into the account and subsequently returned it to Qin He. With this newfound wealth, Qin He felt an overwhelming sense of joy as he prepared to return and continue honing his swordsmanship, but he understood that only by enhancing his own strength could he gain a greater voice within this prison. Otherwise, he might end up like some of the others around him, languishing away and eventually perishing within these walls. Such a fate was not what Qin He desired. After all, he had many loved ones outside the prison. Moreover, with the acquisition of the Baihu Divine Fetus Technique and the Nameless Internal Arts, he was confident that before his time came, he could amass enough gold to secure his release. Reflecting upon this, Qin He couldn't help but marvel at his fortune. While others would consider it an immense stroke of luck to obtain even a single volume of the Nameless Internal Arts or Baihu Divine Fetus Technique, he had acquired both simultaneously. Furthermore, these two techniques complemented each other, one internal and one external, creating a harmonious synergy that could only be described as fortuitous. Just as Qin He reached the foothill, He was unexpectedly intercepted by a figure clad in a black robe, whose face was marred by numerous scars of varying sizes, exuding an aura of terror. At that moment, Qin sensed a palpable danger emanating from the man before him. Instinctively, he drew the Tang Dao from his back, his expression tense as he fixed his gaze on the black-robed figure. The man in black remained silent, momentarily taken aback by Qin's readiness. Then, a faint smile crept across his face. "You think that by drawing your blade, you can harm me? Feel free to try." Unmoved by the man's taunts, Qin placed his trust solely in the weapon he wielded. However, the pressure exerted by this enigmatic figure was overwhelming, a sensation he had never experienced even in the presence of his own father, who was at the peak of the explosive realm. Regardless of the man's origins, Qin felt compelled to test his mettle. He detested the notion of his fate being dictated by another, and thus he unsheathed his blade that in an instant his internal energy surged forth. Pouring into the Tang Dao with a mighty force, he stomped his foot down, leaving an impressively deep footprint in the ground, and propelled himself forward like a cannonball towards the man in black. The black-robed figure looked on in astonishment. Although he had just entered the explosive realm, his unique cultivation method allowed him to convert his internal energy into battle chi, granting him an advantage over others of the same level. Despite the apparent disparity, he had not anticipated that Qin's strength would be so formidable that as the blade's radiance bore down upon him, the man felt an ominous sense of impending death. How can this be possible? He thought, struggling to accept the reality before him. While Qin had effortlessly slain Zhou Li, who was 2 levels above him, the black-robed figure was still a full tier superior. Realizing the threat posed by Qin, the black-robed man was compelled to draw his sword, wielding it with his left hand. That it was worth noting that most practiced with their right hand, as it is typically more dexterous. However, the power of a left-handed swordsman can be significantly greater, as their techniques often counter those of right-handers. The black-robed man had invested considerable effort into mastering his left-handed technique, even dislocating his right arm during practice to eliminate any interference from his dominant hand. Those who are ruthless with themselves tend to be equally merciless towards others. That as Qin charged towards him, the black-robed figure executed a simple yet effective strike, devoid of any embellishments. That a resounding clash echoed as both men were forced to retreat. Qin stumbled back 6 or 7 steps, while the black-robed man barely moved, shifting back only half a step, an almost negligible distance, suppressing the turmoil within him. Qin felt a thrill of victory at the sight of the black-robed man retreating even slightly as long as he could avoid sustaining serious injury. He believed that with the synergy of the nameless internal arts and Baihu divine fetus technique, he could continuously replenish his internal energy, ultimately wearing down his opponent. "Who are you? Why do you wish to kill me?" Qin demanded. "Why kill you?" The black-robed man burst into laughter. "You killed Zhou Li of our martial alliance. Do you truly wonder why we seek your demise? Are you perhaps a member of the Battle Heaven Society?" Realization dawned upon Qin. It was his slaying of Zhou Li that had drawn this trouble upon him. Life within the prison was indeed complex, where taking a single life could incite the wrath of those at a higher level. Yet, it seemed this pursuer had considerable confidence in his own strength. With a wry smile, Qin regarded the black-robed man. "That if you wish to kill me, be prepared for the consequences." Chapter 18. Becoming a student? Upon hearing Qin's audacious proclamation, the black-robed man scoffed in derision. "Do you truly believe that having slain Zhou Li, you are now invincible? Today, I shall teach you the lesson that there are always greater powers beyond your comprehension." With that, the black-robed man sprang into action. Though Qin could barely discern the man's movements, he was relieved to see the trajectory of his attack. That a sense of calm washed over him. As long as he could perceive the black-robed man's assault, he had little to fear. Assuming Qin was oblivious to his attack, the black-robed man smirked, reveling in the anticipated moment of Qin's downfall. With his right hand gripping the sword, he executed a technique known as the Divine Crane Ascends. Launching an assault towards Qin, he had that moment. It seemed the black-robed man envisioned his sword piercing Qin's body, picturing the struggle etched across the young man's face. Suddenly, just as the sword was about to make contact, Qin infused his internal energy into the Tang Dao. With every cell in his body capable of harnessing energy, he unleashed the nameless blade technique in an instant. Clang! The sound of clashing weapons reverberated through the air as their blades met, sending sparks flying. In quick succession, Qin followed up with a second strike, an even more ferocious arc of light aimed at the black-robed man. Taken aback, the black-robed figure found himself caught off guard, as Qin He's attack came at the very moment his own sword technique was waning. In a flurry of panic, he raised his sword to block. But due to his haste and the staggering force of Qin He's second strike, he could only partially deflect the blow. Although the sword shielded him from a lethal injury, the impact from the Nameless Blade's second tier left the black-robed man reeling. Stumbling back several paces, he collapsed onto the ground, a faint trickle of blood escaping his lips. He was utterly stunned. This is impossible. How can a mere level 7 internal energy practitioner, whom I deemed insignificant, actually force me back? The pain radiating from his chest confirmed the reality of his predicament. This was no mere dream. Observing the dazed black-robed figure, Qin He couldn't help but chuckle. What happened? Weren't you here to kill me? Why are you sitting on the ground? It must be cold down there. Get up quickly, or you might end up with an upset stomach. The black-robed man, incensed by Qin He's mockery, spat out a mouthful of blood. Witnessing this display, Qin He felt a surge of disdain. This supposed expert, with such a fragile temperament, made Qin He question how he had attained his current level of skill. With a smirk, Qin He prepared to launch another attack. Just then, a flash of sword light pierced through the black-robed man's body, and an elderly figure appeared before Qin He. The old man exuded no discernible aura, appearing as an ordinary elder. Yet, Qin He did not dare underestimate him. For this man floated effortlessly above the ground. From his encounters with the elder during the Celestial Wheel of Fortune, Qin He learned that the explosive realm was followed by the return to Origin Realm. And beyond that lay the Dan Condensing Realm. However, the elder had not disclosed what lay beyond that. Qin He understood that to achieve flight, one must at least reach the Dan Condensing Realm. If not something even greater, the elderly man, having dispatched the figure in the black cloak, paid no heed to the lifeless body on the ground. Instead, he began to circle around Qin He, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon him. At that moment, Qin He felt an unsettling chill as he was scrutinized by the old man, and he mused to himself, could this peculiar old fellow harbor some unusual predilection? After all, within this prison, one encounters all manner of individuals. What if this formidable elder has taken a liking to me? Given my slight stature, I fear I may not withstand his whims. With such thoughts swirling in his mind, Qin He could no longer contain himself and blurted out, "Excuse me, dear sir. Is there something you wish to discuss? If not, I shall take my leave, for I have matters to attend to at home. Do not be deceived by my robust physique. In truth, I possess little strength, am not particularly handsome, and most importantly, I have a rather dark complexion that hardly aligns with the aesthetic of a pretty boy." With that, he prepared to make his escape. Upon hearing Qin He's words, the elder was momentarily taken aback, unable to grasp the implications of what had been said by the time he comprehended Qin He's intent. The latter had already put some distance between them. The elder, reflecting on his own status, found it curious that someone would dare to speak to him in such a manner that a hint of amusement flickered in his eyes as Qin He dashed away, the elder trailing leisurely behind him. In a hurry, Qin He leapt into a carriage waiting at the foot of the mountain and urged the horses onward towards the summit. That moment, he finally felt a semblance of relief. After all, no human could outrun a horse. Could they? Moreover, it seemed that flying through the air demanded an enormous amount of energy, which meant that powerful beings capable of flight would not remain airborne indefinitely. With his mind at ease, Qin He reclined in the carriage as the horses galloped towards his modest abode. Before long, he could faintly discern the outline of his courtyard, which filled him with a sense of tranquility. He promptly disembarked from the carriage and opened the door to his dwelling. The courtyard, he mused, was quite impressive and likely required a considerable sum of gold to acquire. It was surprising that he appeared less affluent than he truly was. Suddenly, a voice from behind startled Qin He. Turning around, he found it was the very elder who had slain the man in the black cloak. "Why do you persist in following me? I have already told you. I am not the kind of person you seek. My complexion is far from fair, and I do not fit the profile you might desire." At that moment, despair washed over Qin He as he wondered how he could possibly rid himself of this persistent old man. The elder, amused by Qin He's protests, chuckled heartily. "What are you thinking? Congratulations, you have been accepted as a Class A student at the Martial God Academy." Chapter 19. A Chance for Redemption. Qin He was momentarily stunned by the elder's proclamation. "Wait, what? How did I become a Class A student at the Martial God Academy? Is it because you have taken a fancy to my physique? He regarded the elder with skepticism. The elder, whose name was Lu Ming, sighed inwardly, his forehead creased with annoyance. That I am the headmaster of the Martial God Academy here in this prison. Surely you have heard of it. The most prestigious academy on the continent. The Martial God Academy? Qin he was well aware of it. The academy had established numerous branches across the continent, all dedicated to nurturing various talents for the main campus. Each branch was a colossal institution, with countless nobles eager to enroll their children. However, the academy was indifferent to one's status. If a candidate exhibited talent, they would be admitted, regardless of their background. Students at the Martial God Academy were categorized into 4 tiers: Class A, Class B, Class C, and Class D, with Class A representing the highest talent. Upon hearing Lu Ming's claim of being the headmaster, Qin remained skeptical. How could this seemingly unserious old man be the head of a branch of the Martial God Academy? Moreover, he had never heard of an academy being established within a prison. Are you certain you are the headmaster of the Martial God Academy in this prison? Do not attempt to deceive me. How could there possibly be an academy here? Qin questioned, his disbelief evident. Lu Ming, perturbed by Qin's skepticism, glared at him, his beard bristling, and tossed an object towards him. Qin hastily caught it. And upon closer inspection, he discovered it was a plaque that felt remarkably comfortable to the touch. Indeed, the token that signified Lu Ming's position as headmaster. Upon recognizing the token, Qin's doubts regarding Lu Ming's identity were swiftly dispelled. You claim to be the headmaster of the Martial God Academy in this prison. I believe you. However, why establish an academy here? Are you truly recruiting inmates as students? Lu Ming cleared his throat. Do you know of any means to escape this prison? He countered, that of course. I have been sentenced to 150 years, and I would require 150,000 taels of gold to secure my release. Everyone in this prison is aware of that. Why do you ask? Qin replied, a hint of curiosity creeping into his voice. Upon hearing Qin's response, Lu Ming smiled. Did you know there is another way to leave? Qin's heart leaped at the prospect that he yearned to escape the prison, for he had many loved ones waiting outside. However, accumulating 150,000 taels was no simple task, and it would likely be some time before he could achieve that goal. Stop keeping me in suspense. Please tell me, he urged Lu Ming, who seemed to relish the anticipation. Lu Ming, with a hint of dissatisfaction, huffed and said, the heavens are merciful. The Martial God Academy aims to provide individuals like you a chance for redemption. If you join the academy and prove your strength and talent, you may be sent to the main campus, and with the academy's influence, you shall be granted your freedom from this prison. Qin felt a surge of excitement at Lu Ming's words. With the White Tiger Divine Embryo Technique and the Nameless Heart Method, he was confident in his ability to gain admission to the Martial God Academy's main campus. Moreover, he had previously lacked the connections and resources to even become a Class D student. Yet here he was, being personally invited by the headmaster of the academy, seeing Lu Ming standing before him. Qin declared, I am indeed the type who wishes to reform and start anew. I am grateful for this opportunity you have bestowed upon me. Lu Ming, however, felt a sense of incredulity, having just emerged from a lengthy period of confinement. He had hoped to explore the world outside, only to stumble upon Qin, a promising talent. Naturally, it was evident that Qin possessed remarkable aptitude granted by the White Tiger Divine Embryo Technique, which had honed his capabilities to an extraordinary level. Yet, Lu Ming remained skeptical of Qin's claims of wanting to change, that he had witnessed how Qin had cunningly lured Zhou Li into a life-or-death duel, demonstrating a keen intellect and ruthless disposition that were precisely to Lu Ming's liking. Initially, Lu Ming had considered intervening when he saw the cloaked man obstructing Qin's path. But upon observing Qin's calm demeanor, he decided to watch and see what strategies the young man might employ. The ensuing events left Lu Ming thoroughly impressed. Qin had deliberately provoked his adversary, causing them to lose their composure before feigning weakness and launching a devastating counterattack that felled an opponent of a higher rank than that moment. Lu Ming became resolute in his desire to recruit Qin. He is a Class A student. Now, witnessing Qin's fervent declarations of wanting to reform, Lu Ming couldn't help but smile slightly. This young man still possessed a trace of innocence. Lu Ming then produced a ring and handed it to Qin. This is a storage ring. Although it is not particularly large, it is sufficient for your needs. Inside, you will find your identity token. Qin's heart soared with joy upon realizing that the seemingly ordinary ring was indeed a storage ring. He eagerly took it and found himself in possession of a cubic space measuring 10 square meters, currently empty save for the identity token within. With this storage ring in hand, Qin felt a burgeoning sense of anticipation for his future at the Martial God Academy. Chapter 20. The demon-slaying platform. Gazing at the storage ring in his hand, Qin was filled with exhilaration. "Where is the Martial God Academy? When shall we depart?" he inquired eagerly. "Any time you wish to go." "Of course. However, be prepared. Without formidable strength and talent, life at the Martial God Academy may prove challenging." Lu Ming observed Qin's eagerness to attend the Martial God Academy, and naturally he felt a swell of joy within. For the more capable the students emerging from the Martial God Academy, the greater the honor reflected upon him. Many of the Academy's directors were loath to remain confined to a mere branch, aspiring instead to ascend to the main campus of the Martial God Academy. Such aspirations necessitated not only formidable strength, but also the merit of one's credentials. Cultivating exceptional students would undoubtedly enhance Lu Ming's own standing significantly. When Lu Ming remarked that the situation at the Martial God Academy was rather intricate, Qin felt no trepidation. Given his temperament, he would not let anyone who dared to bully him off the hook, regardless of their identity. For instance, the woman who had deceived him into this prison, and that young master of the Lei family. This monumental debt of gratitude was something Qin had long held in his heart. He resolved that once he managed to escape this prison, he would surely seek retribution against those two scoundrels. "It's all right. I have nothing to prepare. This house atop the mountain was won through gambling. And I possess little else that I can accompany you to the Martial God Academy right away," Qin said to Lu Ming. Seeing that Qin had little to gather, Lu Ming wasted no words and swiftly took hold of Qin's collar. Lifting off into the air, their speed of flight was nothing short of remarkable. The fierce winds battered Qin's face like blades that in contrast, Lu Ming was enveloped in a radiant aura, akin to a celestial being descending from the heavens. This old man could at least provide me with a protective barrier. My entire body aches. Qin inwardly cursed the old man's lack of consideration. He then directed his internal energy throughout his body, feeling somewhat alleviated at that moment. Yet, it was not entirely Lu Ming's fault. In such circumstances, it was common knowledge that one must channel their internal energy to withstand the oncoming gale. Time passed, and soon Qin beheld a vast expanse of desert before him. How could there be a desert within this prison? Suddenly, a thought struck Qin, and he urgently called out to Lu Ming beside him. "Stop. We must halt. We cannot enter that desert ahead." Lu Ming inquired, "Why can't we enter this desert?" This desert, known within the prison as the Desolate Abyss, seldom allowed anyone to emerge once they entered. Even those few fortunate enough to escape had taken over a decade, and some who entered in their youth returned as old men with gray hair. Qin gazed at the desert, a flicker of panic in his eyes. You worry too much, my young friend. This place you refer to as the Desolate Abyss is merely the site of our Martial God Academy. What you see outside is merely an illusion created by a formation. This formation is primarily illusory, causing many to enter and never find their way out. Lu Ming explained with a smile that, I see. No wonder so many within the prison are unaware that there exists a Martial God Academy here. Those who have seen it must surely have perished, for if they knew, even if they amassed enough gold, they would choose to come here as mere grade D students instead of leaving the prison. At that moment, Lu Ming produced his identification token, pressed it into the air, and a wave of energy surged around them. Before long, a passageway accommodating several individuals appeared. "Come, step inside. This is the Martial God Academy." Lu Ming beckoned to Qin, stepping into the passageway ahead. Upon realizing what was happening, Qin closely followed Lu Ming, stepping through the passage in succession. Before him stood a magnificent cluster of buildings. The Academy's vast expanse was incomparable. Unlike the desert that lay outside, the Martial God Academy was a realm brimming with the vitality of spring. Lush green peaks adorned the backdrop of the Academy, with crystal-clear springs cascading down the mountains, providing the entire Academy with a source of water. At the entrance of the Martial God Academy hung a plaque, gilded with the 4 characters, Martial God Academy. The origin of these words was unknown, yet upon seeing them, Qin He felt an overwhelming sense of reverence wash over him. Observing Qin He, who was momentarily stunned by the sight before him, Lu Ming wore a satisfied expression. This was precisely the effect he desired. The lad should now grasp the immense weight of his position as the director of the Martial God Academy. Shouldn't he? Do you know what the very first task is for every newcomer to the Martial God Academy? Lu Ming inquired, watching Qin He, still in awe of the surroundings. Roused from his astonishment by Lu Ming's question, Qin He pondered aloud. The first task? Could it be to report, to register one's identity, or perhaps to head straight to the cafeteria for a meal, followed by a refreshing sleep in the allocated quarters? Hearing Qin He's guesses, Lu Ming was at a loss for words. Must you always think of food and slumber? You are my personally brought-in grade A student, after all. Could you not aspire for more? Casting a glance at Qin He, Lu Ming decided against further inquiry and explained instead, every student arriving at the Martial God Academy must visit the demon-slaying platform. They must slay demonic beasts to earn rankings, which will determine the resources allocated to them by the Academy. Initially bewildered, Qin He's understanding deepened upon Lu Ming's explanation. The Martial God Academy, being an institution of learning, possessed countless cultivation resources. Yet it could not squander these on the inept. Thus, each branch of the Academy maintained two leaderboards, the Rising Star list and the Full Moon list. The former comprised students at the Energy Realm, while the latter included those at the Explosive Energy Realm. Every month, students were required to participate in evaluations at the demon-slaying platform, which sequentially determined how resources were distributed to them. Naturally, those ranked higher were favored with more resources, while those ranked lower faced disadvantages. Consequently, every student placed considerable emphasis on their performance at the demon-slaying platform. Some who excelled on either leaderboard could even capture the attention of the Academy's higher-ups, propelling them to great heights. Upon learning that the rankings at the demon-slaying platform would directly affect his future cultivation resources, Qin He immediately recognized its importance that he desired more resources to expedite his departure from this wretched prison. He understood that Lu Ming's kindness was predicated on his potential, and if he failed to deliver satisfactory results, this old man would likely sever ties without hesitation. Thus, whether to safeguard himself or to acquire more cultivation resources for a swift exit, it was imperative that he showcased remarkable prowess at the demon-slaying platform. Very well. Where is the demon-slaying platform? Lead me there without delay. Qin He was eager to waste no further time. Lu Ming smiled slightly, evidently pleased by Qin He's competitive spirit, that he then began to lead the way towards the demon-slaying platform, sharing further details about it along the journey. Qin He gradually gained a clearer understanding of the platform. In every Martial God Academy, there existed a demon-slaying platform, which could be regarded as a wondrous artifact. The headquarters platform served as the main one, while the platforms at various branches could be viewed as conduits leading to the main Academy's platform. Within the confines of the demon-slaying platform, one would continuously face assaults from demonic beasts of equivalent strength, and of course, these beasts were not corporeal, but rather constructs of the elemental energies of heaven and earth. Thus, the more beasts slain, the greater the benefits garnered. Upon hearing that he would be battling beasts of equal cultivation level, Qin He felt a surge of excitement. With the combined prowess of the White Tiger Divine Embryo Technique and the Nameless Heart Method, he was virtually fearless against adversaries of the same realm. Admittedly, many students faced no pressure against equally matched foes, yet they often grappled with issues of insufficient internal energy, as they could not simultaneously fight and absorb the surrounding elemental energies to replenish their own. Therefore, to slay numerous beasts, they needed to meticulously manage their internal energy, striving to ensure that no energy was wasted with each beast defeated. Thus, achieving a high rank on either the Rising Star or Full Moon list was of great significance. However, Qin He appeared unconcerned about such matters. With the White Tiger Divine Embryo Technique and the Nameless Heart Method, he could fight without worrying about energy depletion, unless someone could decisively kill him in one blow. They would inevitably succumb to his relentless attrition before long. Under Lu Ming's guidance, Qin He arrived at a grandiose platform that loomed before them. This is the demon-slaying platform. Once you ascend, insert your identification token into the designated slot, and a black energy shield will envelop you to that point. You will feel as though you have entered an entirely different world. Lu Ming meticulously cautioned Qin He. Fearing that this would be his first time participating in the Demon Slayer platform assessment, and that he might falter, that he glanced up at a sign beside the platform, where numbers appeared to be continuously fluctuating. These two signs must be the Rising Star List and the Bright Moon List, he thought. Observing the signs, Qin inquired of Lu Ming, "Is that the top position on the Rising Star List held by a prodigy from our academy? It seems he has caught the attention of someone from the main academy who wishes to take him on as a personal disciple. Once this fellow breaks through to the condensed dance stage, he will likely be whisked away by those above." Qin noted the name at the pinnacle of the Rising Star List, Lin Xinji. It was indeed a remarkably elegant name. However, he wondered what this person was truly like. Observing the score, he saw it had already reached 1,726. This was already beyond many on the Bright Moon List. Qin nodded, contemplating that if he could eliminate 1,730 foes, it might suffice. After all, exceeding too greatly could complicate future assessments and obscure his own progress, that if others were to discover that Qin, before even stepping onto the Demon Slayer platform, was already plotting to surpass the top contender of the Rising Star List, they would surely find it laughable. Yet at this moment his thoughts remained his own secret. Before him stood the platform, now occupied by 100 individuals. The Demon Slayer platform could accommodate no more than this number. Leaving Qin to patiently await the next wave. Many recognized Lu Ming and approached him, greeting him warmly, to which he responded with a smile. That it dawned on Qin that Lu Ming, the principal, wielded considerable influence within the academy. Once the greetings concluded, the onlookers finally took note of Qin, who was accompanying Lu Ming to the assessment. Who was this individual, they wondered, to warrant the personal attention of the esteemed Dean Lu? Although Lu Ming appeared approachable, he was, in truth, a figure of high stature. The sight of him accompanying Qin to the Demon Slayer assessment was unprecedented, leaving the students in a state of astonishment as they scrutinized Qin. Despite Qin's usual fortitude, he found himself somewhat overwhelmed by the attention of dozens surrounding him. Among them were several remarkably beautiful women, which made him, a youth not accustomed to such company, feel rather bashful. Lu Ming noticed Qin's reddening face under the scrutiny and was momentarily taken aback. Who would have thought this audacious young man could exhibit such a shy demeanor? Truly, every being has its counterbalance. At that moment, the curiosity of the female students only intensified as they gazed inquisitively at Qin. Lu Ming, relishing the rare sight of Qin in a fluster, had no intention of dispersing the crowd, resulting in an unusual scene before the Demon Slayer platform. Amidst the gathering, a pair of eyes glinted with jealousy directed at Qin. This individual was Han Feng, also here for the assessment. With his rank of 94 on the Rising Star List, his presence was already noteworthy, and he was incensed that this newcomer, Qin, had stolen the limelight. Moreover, it was Lu Ming himself who had brought him. Han Feng's ire swelled. He surmised that Qin must be the offspring of some powerful figure, which explained Lu Ming's personal accompaniment. Such a privileged entry into the assessment likely indicates a lack of true talent. When I step onto the platform, I shall aim for the 90th rank, Han Feng silently vowed, determined to humiliate the newcomer. Before long, the dark aura enveloping the participants dissipated, and a group began to descend from the platform. The expressions on their faces varied. Some were disappointed by their inability to control their internal energy, resulting in stagnant rankings, while others had even been overtaken. Such scenarios were commonplace. After all, the path of cultivation was arduous, and progress was like rowing upstream. Failure to advance meant regression. Thus, it was inevitable that many would be surpassed, and those who did surpass others often grew increasingly resolute in their martial aspirations. Observing the complex emotions of those around him, Qin felt little. This was his first encounter with the Demon Slayer assessment. Once the participants had cleared the platform, Lu Ming urged Qin, "Quickly ascend and unleash your utmost potential." Qin nodded and stepped onto the platform. As he did, Han Feng sneered and followed closely behind. Upon arriving on the platform, Qin began to survey his surroundings. The Demon Slayer platform was indeed spacious, accommodating 100 individuals without any sense of crowding. Not far from him, Han Feng watched Qin with disdain, internally mocking him as a country bumpkin. Unbeknownst to Qin, Han Feng's thoughts held little weight. Even if he were aware, he would likely disregard them. Some individuals, with aspirations loftier than their capabilities, often perceived those who excelled as mere rivals, oblivious to the fact that their competitors hardly regarded them. Qin He retrieved his identification token from his storage ring, placing it into a slot as Lu Ming had instructed. Suddenly, he felt enveloped in a dark mist. And moments later, he found himself in a desolate expanse surrounded by a swarm of demon beasts. These beasts were of the same realm as Qin He, all at the 7th layer of internal energy. Upon his arrival, the horde of demon beasts lunged at him in unison, jolting Qin He from his momentary distraction. With a swift motion, he drew the Tang Dao from his back. Fortunately, it was still there. Although Qin He possessed a storage ring, he preferred to carry his blade on his person. Despite being able to summon it with a mere thought, the action of drawing the sword was essential. True masters of the blade all hone the act of drawing their weapon to perfection, for only with a well-executed draw could a complete technique unfold seamlessly, unleashing several times the power compared to one lacking this fundamental motion. In an instant, Qin He drew the Tang Dao and, positioning himself, struck down a demon beast with a single blow. Was this truly so simple? Curiosity piqued. Qin He wondered why Lin Xinji had ceased after slaying a mere 1,700 beasts. To him, it seemed a matter of dispatching one foe after another. As time passed, the number of foes Qin He felled surged. Outside the platform, on the Rising Star list, his name continually fluctuated upward. Initially, onlookers paid little heed, reasoning that, as the individual personally escorted by Dean Liu, he must possess extraordinary abilities. However, as time progressed, astonishment took hold of the crowd. How could Qin He be so formidable, climbing into the top 200 ranks? Who was he truly? The situation was far from what it seemed. A closer examination of Qin He's slaying frequency revealed a consistent rhythm in his attacks. The spectators were utterly astounded by Qin He's prowess. Whispers spread throughout the Martial God Academy, drawing more individuals to the Demon Slayer platform to witness this marvel. Indeed, it was a miracle. In a single day, Qin He had ascended from over 10,000 to within the top 100, and his rank continued to rise. Seeing Qin He's remarkable achievements, Lu Ming couldn't help but smile with delight that it appeared he had stumbled upon a treasure. With Qin He now within the top 100, the onlookers could only watch in disbelief as his rank on the Rising Star list continued to leap. Before long, Qin He surpassed Han Feng. The crowd grew numb to the rapid ascension of his rank. Eventually, they glanced up to find Qin He had claimed the first position, with a staggering count of 1,730 demon beasts slain, leaving Lin Xinji trailing beneath him, in the span of a single day. He had surged from the last rank to the very top. The crowd was left in a state of shock. At this moment, Lu Ming was naturally engulfed in a wave of ecstasy. However, as the dean, he was well aware of how to rein in his emotions. Yet the constant stroking of his beard revealed his profound joy. The dark energy barrier over the demon-slaying platform gradually dissipated, and the crowd descended from it. Han Feng, at this juncture, was oblivious to the throng of people below. His gaze was fixed directly on the new star rankings, upon seeing his position at 91st. He frowned slightly. Given his number of slayings, he should have undoubtedly ranked at the 90th. His eyes traveled upward, and to his astonishment, the first position was occupied by none other than Qin He. At that moment, Han Feng was utterly stunned. Qin He, wasn't he the one personally brought in by Dean Lu Ming? How could he possibly have reached the first position? It was his first time participating in the demon-slaying platform assessment today. Only then did he notice the crowd below, chanting, "Qin He! Qin He! Qin He!" As the onlookers saw Qin He descend, they erupted in fervent cheers, startling him at this moment. Lu Ming stepped forward to shield him from the chaos, exclaiming, "Good lad, I truly did not misjudge you. From now on, you will firmly establish your place in the Martial God Academy." Chapter 23. Emerging from seclusion, the Dean is merely jesting that I have risked my life striving for superior cultivation resources. Qin He retorted with a wry smile. Yet, Lu Ming's expression held a deeper significance as he patted Qin He on the shoulder. But what you do not yet realize, young man, is that Lin Xinji is also an exceptionally rare talent. The Dean referred to the previous New Star Rankings top contender. Qin He discerned a glimmer of expectation and playful mockery in Lu Ming's eyes that he inquired, "May I ask why the Dean has brought up Lin Xinji?" Lu Ming seemingly ignored Qin He's question and continued, "Lin Xinji is one of the 3 prodigies meticulously nurtured by the Lin family. Originally, the Lin family had 2 prodigies, both exceptionally gifted. But it is said that Lin Xianji possesses the strongest talent among the younger generation of the Lin family. Initially, Lin Xianji claimed the top spot on the new star rankings for better resources. And thereafter, she has consistently utilized the Academy's resources to strive for higher realms. She is likely now attempting to break through to the explosive Qi realm. Moreover, having been raised in luxury, her demeanor and temperament are rather difficult. Lu Ming, with a half-smile, regarded Qin He. I wonder what kind of sparks will ignite when Lin Xianji emerges and sees her top position has been usurped. Qin He observed the dean's theatrical demeanor and felt a wave of frustration wash over him. It seemed Lu Ming had brought him here with the intent of enjoying a spectacle. Lu Ming noticed Qin He's clenched teeth and furious expression and burst into hearty laughter as he strode away. Martial God Academy, Linglong Tower served as a training ground for the students of the Martial God Academy, consisting of 8 levels. Generally, those on the new star rankings trained on the first 3 levels, while those on the Haoyue rankings occupied the middle 3, that the latter 2 levels were typically reserved for the Academy's elders and seasoned instructors. Upon enrollment, each student underwent testing to obtain training qualifications. Once qualified, the Academy would issue temporary tokens granting access to the Linglong Tower. 2 days later, on the 4th level of Linglong Tower, I have finally broken through. A lithe young woman rose, stretching languidly and yawning. I wonder how things stand outside. That IT has been half a month already. Those fellows outside haven't forgotten about me, have they? I wonder how the seniors on the Haoyue rankings will react upon my return. With her eyes narrowed and a smile playing on her lips, she mused, outside of Linglong Tower, I can only imagine how many young hearts I will captivate. Martial God Academy, Trial Qin He, you have acquired the temporary token for the 3rd level training tower. Why do you hesitate to cultivate there, and instead wait for the trial of the 4th level training tower to commence? The questioner was none other than Dean Lu Ming himself. Recognizing Qin He's extraordinary aptitude and determination, Lu Ming frequently came to look after him, sharing insights about the Academy's resources, much to the envy of other students who were guided through their arrangements and training by their mentors. Speculation about Qin He's identity spread among the students. However, there was no Qin clan among the 36 great families, nor was there a Qin empire among the 7 great nations. Why was this lad so favored by the dean? Various theories abounded, with some even suggesting that Qin He was the dean's illegitimate son. In response to the dean's inquiry, Qin He displayed a hint of disdain. Since the training tower is tiered, it stands to reason that the higher, the better. If I have not reached my limits during the trial, wouldn't it be a waste of resources to train there? Your academy is rather stingy. It costs 50 Qi points to train on the 1st level, 100 on the 2nd, and 200 on the 3rd. The 4th level requires 400. I, having secured 1st place, receive only 1,500 Qi points each month. It is truly miserly. If I passed the trial of the 4th level training, there would be a far better utilization of resources. Wouldn't it? Dean Lu Ming was amused by Qin He's words. Chuckling, you, my boy, seem to possess considerable ambition. You are only at the 7th level of the inner Qi realm, yet you wish to challenge the 4th level. Aren't you afraid of being overwhelmed by the spiritual energy within? Qin He maintained a stoic expression, staring at the dean. That is not for you to worry about. Dean, that my resilience is my own concern. Whether I can endure it is likewise my own affair. The dean regarded the young man's earnest demeanor with a flicker of appreciation in his heart. Good lad, I truly did not misjudge you to go forth and give it your all. I look forward to the unexpected surprises you will bring me. Martial God Academy, outside Linglong Tower, as the sun blazed high in the sky, shadows flitted outside Linglong Tower. Suddenly, a burst of mystical light erupted from within the tower, signaling that someone had achieved a breakthrough. It seems another contender from the new star rankings has ascended to the explosive Qi realm. I wonder who it could be. Perhaps it's Xianyin. He reached the 10th level of the inner Qi realm 6 months ago and has been in seclusion for a month. Determined to break through? Not necessarily. I've heard that Lin Xianji has also been in seclusion, preparing for a breakthrough. Surely not. That little girl is indeed extraordinarily gifted, but she entered with only the 9th level of the inner Qi realm. It is hard to believe she could be so monstrous. The onlookers gazed intently at the exit of Linglong Tower, engaged in murmurs about who had achieved a breakthrough, when a figure emerged from the exit. Their discussions were abruptly halted. It was confirmed. It was Lin Xianji as her enchanting form came into view. The crowd was left in shock. 15 days from the 9th level of the inner Qi realm to the 1st level of the explosive Qi realm. Though the realm fluctuations were notable, her extraordinary talent left everyone in awe. Alas, these people, instead of wasting time gossiping here, should return to their quarters and intensify their training. Do they not understand the principle that the early bird catches the worm? What a bunch of fools. The speakers showed no restraint in their disdain for others. And what of Xianyin? He has yet to emerge from seclusion, but should be on the verge of a breakthrough. Given that it has been a month. What fools! When I seized his top position, he arrogantly declared he would challenge me after his breakthrough. Yet now, it seems that gap is widening. Xianyin was the former top contender on the new star rankings, renowned for his exceptional strength, a rare talent. Unfortunately, he lost his top position to Lin Xinji, who ridiculed him, prompting him to enter Linglong Tower in pursuit of the explosive Qi realm. Now, Xianyin is ranked 3rd on the new star rankings. One bystander remarked that, "Oh, is that so? It seems while I was in seclusion, some remarkable individuals have emerged from the academy." Who currently holds the 2nd position? Lin Xinji inquired with interest, a smile still gracing her face. The 2nd position? It currently belongs to our young lady Lin. The bystander replied with a grin, their gaze fixated on Lin Xinji, anticipating her wrath. However, the bystander's expectations were unmet. Although Lin Xinji's smile faded, her expression darkened. She did not explode in anger. "Oh, it seems indeed a remarkable individual has emerged, that I wonder which clan this genius belongs to and what their disposition is. This lad's name is Qin He, and his origins are unclear," the bystander stammered, noting the sudden chill in Lin Xinji's demeanor as they hurriedly made their exit. Chapter 24. Xianyin's small confrontation with Lin Xinji on yet another clear and sunny morning. Sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the young man seated in meditation. Beads of sweat glistened on his determined face as he bit his lip, his body radiating with vibrant energy. With a soft thud, the young man exhaled, a satisfied smile emerging on his face. This 4th level trial is truly daunting. If it weren't for my training in the White Tiger Divine Feudal Technique, I would not have passed it. He wiped the beads of sweat from his brow with his sleeve and muttered to himself, "Such a freak. This lad has been undergoing the 4th level trial since last night, and against all odds, he succeeded, breaking through to the 8th level of the inner Qi realm. Indeed, truly a freak. No one has ever achieved a successful breakthrough in the 4th level trial from the 7th level of the inner Qi realm before. The strongest was at the 8th level, and that was thousands of years ago. Recently, someone at the 9th level achieved a breakthrough in the 4th level trial, causing quite a stir in the academy that I wonder what kind of upheaval will ensue now." In the realm of trials, 2 venerable elders, guardians of the sacred grounds, engaged in conversation. The one who has transcended to the 4th level of the trial at the 9th layer of inner energy is none other than Lin Xinji, renowned as the foremost prodigy on the new star rankings of the Martial God Academy. Behold, the Linglong Tower. A flash of mysterious light heralds yet another breakthrough. This time, it is undoubtedly Xianyin. We are in for quite a spectacle. Just yesterday, he ascended to 2nd place on the new star rankings, and now he has advanced to 3rd. Our number 1 on the rankings will surely feel immense pressure. Haha! Indeed, it is Xianyin. Apart from him, there have been no signs of breakthroughs from anyone else recently. Setting aside the question of who holds the top position, a clash between the 2nd and 3rd ranks is inevitable. They can no longer be regarded merely as contenders on the new star rankings. They now belong to the ranks of the Haoyuel list masters. Outside the Linglong Tower, a bustling crowd engaged in animated discussions about recent happenings. At that moment, Xianyin emerged, embodying his name. A gaunt visage, eyebrows like willow and sword, delicate features imbued with an ethereal grace. His long hair swayed, and one might easily mistake him for an exquisite beauty if not observed closely. "Where is Lin Xinji?" he mused, realizing a confrontation was imminent, as the first person he sought after emerging from seclusion was none other than her. Lin Xinji had indeed exited her cultivation retreat yesterday, and was now likely on her way to elevate her trial tokeness rank within the trial grounds. The spectators chattered excitedly among themselves, piecing together the recent events. "Qin He, is it? An intriguing lad," Xianyin remarked, narrowing his eyes in contemplation, but he glanced around before striding towards the trial grounds, a chilling aura trailing behind him. Yet a throng of people followed. eager to witness the unfolding drama between Xian Yin and Lin Xinji. As many relish such disputes at the Martial God Academy's trial grounds, the elder presiding over the fifth layer announced. There are but 2 hours remaining before participation in the fifth layer's trials commences. Those wishing to partake, please await your turn. The elder exuded an innate authority, a commanding presence emanating from within. Lin Xinji, Xian Yin's voice rang out with sudden ferocity as he stepped into the open arena designated for student duels, a space where combat was strictly confined, while other areas forbade conflict. Lin Xinji observed Xian Yin standing there, his finger pointing towards the ground, chin slightly raised in a posture of defiance, a cold smirk gracing his lips. "Filthy trash," she declared disdainfully. "You were already defeated by me when you were at a higher level. Now, standing at the same height, you dare to provoke me. To me, you appear no more threatening than an insignificant insect." With her hands clasped behind her back, Lin Xinji spoke haughtily, her expression filled with contempt. "Times have changed. The insults you have hurled at me will be repaid tenfold. As for who is the true insect, only through battle shall we discern." Gritting his teeth, Xian Yin retorted, "Then let us fight." With that, he gestured for her to proceed, positioning himself at one corner of the arena. Lin Xinji, unfazed, leaped into the center of the trial grounds, declaring, "Come forth." She waved her hand, summoning an ornate circular ring. Its edges sharp and resembling a disc intricately engraved with delicate floral patterns, a true masterpiece that I was defeated by you largely due to this Tianhua ring. Now that I have ascended to the explosive energy realm, I can finally wield my weapon, the Jiangling sword. You shall gain no advantage over me in terms of weaponry. Let us see who ultimately prevails. With that, she thrust her sword forward, targeting Xian Yin's neck. In response, Xian Yin struck with his sword, but their weapons clashed, forcing both to stagger back several paces. Lin Xinji assessed the Jiangling sword in Xian Yin's hand, astonished that it could force her, wielding the Tianhua ring, to retreat. Xian Yin, too, was taken aback by the recoil. Despite his possession of the formidable weapon, that a fine sword indeed, they exchanged glances, neither willing to make the first move, aware that doing so could expose vulnerabilities. They remained locked in this stalemate for an extended period until Lin Xinji finally broke the silence. "Are you planning to stand there indefinitely? The trials are about to begin, that if you do not wish to remain idle, then strike first. I await your attack," Xian Yin replied, his patience wearing thin. "Such a lack of composure. Let us conclude this battle for now. In 6 months, the Haoyue list rankings will be finalized, and then we shall duel once more. With the trials imminent, I have no desire to engage in conflict with you." Lin Xinji pouted, her tone dismissive. "Very well. I too shall participate in this trial. Let us agree on a rematch in 6 months at the Haoyue list rankings, where I shall reclaim my honor," she declared, turning with grace, the Jiangling sword resting upon her shoulder as she ventured deeper into the trial grounds. 3 days later, on the 4th layer of Linglong Tower, a young man sat cross-legged, radiant energy swirling around him. With a deep breath, he slowly opened his eyes. Alas, energy points are truly undervalued, that in just 3 days, I have exhausted 1,200 points, unable to sustain myself for even the 4th day. "Ha ha," he chuckled wryly, "that I wonder if there are ways to earn energy points. Although I have spent them, this Linglong Tower is indeed a sanctuary for cultivation, far superior to the outside world." In front of a mansion belonging to the Martial God Academy, this residence stood in stark contrast to the quarters of other students. Not only was it considerably larger, but the materials used for its construction were of a much higher quality, adding an air of mystery under the dim night sky. This was the dwelling of the Academy's director, Lu Ming. Outside the director's residence, Qini strolled in leisurely, hands clasped behind his back. "What brings you here, my boy?" the director inquired with a knowing smile, his gaze fixed on Qinhe, filled with unspoken meaning. Qinhe hastily waved his hands, urging, "Please, do not regard me with such eyes. I harbor no ill intentions." Chuckling awkwardly, Lu Ming realized he had been scrutinizing the young lad too closely, his demeanor quickly shifting to one of seriousness. "The director lives in such opulence. No wonder you always seem to be a spectator in life. You truly are wealthy, that I envy those of your status," Qinhe remarked with a teasing tone. Seeing Qinhe's playful demeanor, Lu Ming turned, adopting an air of superiority. "It seems you have come seeking something. Come now, you've been pestering me daily, only to vanish these past few days." Surely you know why I am here. Cheney replied, his expression one of disdain as he scrutinized the director's lavish abode. The Qin family's council chamber was the most prestigious venue, reserved for significant guests or events, yet this director's residence surpassed even that in grandeur. Internally, Cheney grumbled, if this director's quarters were converted into cultivation resources. I wonder how long one could cultivate here. Alas, such a place is wasted on this old man. Despite his inner complaints, he refrained from voicing them, knowing they would cross paths in the future. Had Lu Ming been privy to Cheney's thoughts, he would have laughed in disbelief. As the director of the Martial God Academy, albeit only a branch, he was not a small family like the Qin's could compare to. And certainly, the director's residence could not be subpar. Returning to the matter at hand, Cheney awkwardly scratched his head, suddenly dropping all pretenses that it appears you are running low on energy points that I knew from the moment you attempted the fourth layer that your points would deplete rapidly. Apart from me, who else could you turn to in this unfamiliar place? Director Lu, since you are aware of my plight, please enlighten me, Cheney said, finding a seat with an air of familiarity. Lu Ming, noticing that Cheney had seated himself before he had even taken a seat, felt no irritation at the young man's lack of respect, merely smiling as he began to explain. In the outside world, transactions are conducted with gold and silver. How mundane. Here in our academy, energy points serve as currency for cultivation and trade. Seeing Cheney's attentive expression, Lu Ming continued, there are numerous avenues to earn energy points. The academy provides a monthly allocation, but you can also sell weapons, skills, or engage in gambling or dueling. After elaborating on the various means of acquiring energy points, Cheney retorted, isn't that akin to the gold and silver outside? So pedestrian. Energy points can be used to purchase time for cultivation within the Linglong Tower. Can those gold and silver coins do the same? Weapons and skills hold considerable value in energy points. But you might not have encountered them. Given your humble origins, Lu Ming countered, leaving Cheney feeling somewhat embarrassed. It dawned on Cheney that he needed to quickly accumulate energy points, for he was presently in dire straits. If I, the foremost on the new star rankings, am so impoverished, how much worse must others be? He mused, perplexed. Others are not like you. Upon entering the academy, you rush to the Linglong Tower, attempting to cultivate on the fourth layer. While most take the time to acclimate before advancing, Lu Ming explained, having inadvertently offended Lin Xianji and finding oneself in dire straits, one cannot help but feel a sense of exasperation as the director. With no other recourse available, the only options left are to engage in a work duel or to gamble. The Martial God Academy, like many places, has a black market, and it is no different here. Within the black market, there exist hidden corners and gambling establishments. Although the Academy prohibits the establishment of casinos, the black market's gambling houses have persisted, with the Academy turning a blind eye, for such venues inevitably foster competition and, consequently, conflict, which serves to hone the student's mettle. After conducting various inquiries, Cheney, peering cautiously, entered the casino, attracting numerous curious glances. Being a novice, it appears that Old Li has found yet another opportunity. Shall we have another go? Haha, seeing a newcomer, one must surely take a look to see how much value they possess. The speaker is none other than Old Li and Old Chun, both seasoned veterans who frequent the black market casino and specialize in deceiving newcomers. Observing Cheney's naive exploration, Old Chun approached him with a congenial smile, recognizing that this must be his first foray into gambling. Young man, I take it this is your first visit to such a place? What may I call you? Ami? I am Cheney. Indeed, this is my first time here, and I am quite unfamiliar with the ways of this realm. Since you are a friend who has approached me, I would appreciate it if you could enlighten me about the intricacies involved. Seeing that Cheney did not become wary at his inquiries, Old Chun felt a slight irritation, but masked it well. Instead, admiring Cheney's composed demeanor. Typically, newcomers would be on guard and hesitant to speak, yet Cheney's willingness to seek understanding set him apart from the ordinary. Very well. Since you've asked, I wouldn't want to appear narrow-minded by withholding information. Old Chun maintained his cheerful facade, though a hint of admiration crept into his smile. The casino, for newcomers like you, is not a favorable place that if you are here to gamble, I can certainly offer you guidance. But the deeper insights must be discovered through your own experience. That is only natural, but whether it is a good place or not can only be determined through personal experience. Cheney observed the mixed emotions of excitement and despair on the faces of the patrons. his gaze fixated on the value being exchanged in transactions. Old Chun, watching him, could only shake his head. "You young lad, it seems I must take you under my wing." Qin Hai clasped his hands in a gesture of respect, as if seeking wisdom from a senior. "Very well, let us proceed." Old Chin felt a surge of goodwill towards Qin Hai's boldness, yet he was also bound by the agreement with Old Li and could not forego the opportunity to swindle him this time. Old Chun was no ordinary individual. He recognized Qin Hai's extraordinary potential. The radiant energy emanating from him was something even many formidable warriors lacked, despite only being at the 8th level of inner Qi. He had heard rumors of Qin Hai's prowess in securing the top spot on the New Stars list while being merely at the 7th level, indicating immense potential worth cultivating. As they journeyed deeper into the casino, whispers of sympathy arose from the crowd, directed towards Qin Hai. In disbelief, he pondered their words, feeling out of place. Another novice? Jumping into gambling right after joining the academy, without gathering any information first. "It seems Old Li has caught another fish," they murmured, bemused by the situation. Old Li and Old Chun, renowned figures on the Haoyue list, spent their days ensnaring naive newcomers, leaving many to wonder about their motives. "They're envious of you," Old Chun said with a grin. "Others would find it impossible to have me lead them to gamble. Your fortune seems to have favored you, so cherish it, huh?" With that, Old Chin guided Qin Hai further into the depths of the casino, where a gambling table awaited. At the table sat Old Li, a partner of Old Chin Da. This game is devoid of any underhanded dealings. It's merely the academy's elite enjoying their leisure time. They are not in need of trifling values. Old Chin declared, though internally, he was deceiving himself. "Seems like you brought a friend, but I wonder if he can keep up with our stakes," Old Li teased, prompting Old Chin to respond. "Let us see if they can handle the pressure. Wouldn't he want them to lose their trousers to my friend here?" Old Li turned to Qin Hai. "Are you familiar with the rules of this game?" With a gambling dealer seated at the table, a young woman awaited the proceedings to commence. "That I am unaware of them. I would appreciate your explanation," Qin Hai requested. "The rules are simple. A minimum wager of 300 values. What do you say? Are you willing to participate?" Upon hearing this, Qin Hai felt a slight stir in his heart. The stakes were indeed high. He checked his pocket, discovering he had exactly 301 values left. To wager everything was a daunting decision, and he found himself wavering. Old Li, noticing his hesitation, pointedly remarked to Old Chun, "Seems your friend isn't up for the challenge." He is hesitant at the mere mention of 300. 300 values is but a trifle. If I lose, so be it. If I win, then fortune shall favor me. Let us commence. With that, he placed his entire stake on the table. "Since my friend wishes to gamble, I shall accompany him. Let the games begin." As the dealer prepared to commence the game, Qin Hai suddenly halted her. "Wait." The dealer, possessing striking beauty, blushed at the sudden grasp of her hand and exclaimed, "How dare you be so brazen, seizing my hand upon arrival? Do you not recognize the distinction between genders?" Qin Hai, taken aback by her anger, realized only then that she was exceptionally beautiful, even more so than Lin Xianji, leaving him momentarily speechless. "What are you doing? You are being rather disrespectful. How could you treat someone so lightly? I didn't expect you to be this kind of person." Old Chin interjected, his irritation palpable, while Old Li merely observed the unfolding drama with amusement. Realizing his mistake, Qin Hai quickly retracted his hand and averted his gaze, acknowledging, "I apologize, it was my error." He then bowed to the dealer and continued, "I noticed Brother Li was toying with the stakes. Now that we are beginning, it may not be appropriate to proceed with the game." "Oh, are you concerned that we might manipulate the game?" Old Li asked, narrowing his eyes at Qin Hai. "Not so much fear as caution. You possess great strength and do not require the 300 values, but I am wagering my entire fortune. So I must be vigilant." Qin Hai replied, his gaze unwavering as he met Old Li's scrutiny. "Very well. If that is your stance, I shall not press further. What do you propose? I see a finely crafted deck of cards on the table. Might we use that for our game?" The dealer shot him a glance, coldly remarking, "Of course, but it is a treasure. I fear you may not withstand the stakes. That need not concern you. Whether I can withstand it or not is something I must experience firsthand. So let us not rush to conclusions." With that, the dealer began to shuffle the cards, and the game commenced. "How astute!" Old Li praised, genuinely impressed by Qin Hai's composure. Old Chun, 2. Shifted his earlier annoyance into admiration. Realizing the caliber of the person the Academy's director had brought back. Please proceed and let us unveil the outcome of this game, that in the end, Old Qin emerged victorious. Old Li gained 90, while Qin Hai lost everything, retaining merely a flicker of value. So, my friend, do you wish to continue gambling? To my astonishment, that rascal Lao Qin actually emerged victorious. It is truly disheartening. What pains me most is the fact that I have lost everything, while you all have profited, and yet you still dare to complain. So, my friend, shall we continue? If you wish to keep playing, let us proceed with the stakes. Lao Li jested that I would be inclined to keep playing. But alas, that was all my fortune at stake. I have no more vitality points to wager. Qin He replied with a bitter smile. Brother Qin He, I invited you here, and it pains me to see you lose everything. How about I lend you 300 vitality points for another round? Lao Qin suggested, wearing a woeful expression, while their colleagues cautiously observed Qin He's reaction. That seems inappropriate. I would prefer not to owe anyone anything, especially since we have only just met today. That is not an issue. Today, I have led you into this predicament, and besides, I won 180 vitality points in the previous game, which is, in essence, your own. Lending you 300 means I am only borrowing you 120 vitality points. The deal not be so formal. No, Qin He, will not easily borrow from others. It is not as if I must gamble. Hearing their exchange, Lao Li chuckled. It seems, Lao Chun, that your friend has become too frightened to continue gambling. You need not pressure him any further. One of the colleagues scoffed at Qin He. How about this, my friend? Since I have brought you here and you have lost all your possessions, I shall lend you 300 vitality points. Regardless of whether you win or lose, you need not repay me. Consider it a small favor, to be returned within a year, after which the debt will be forgotten. What say you? Lao Li, upon hearing this, gazed at Lao Chun in astonishment and remarked, You certainly have a keen mind for calculations. Ha! If that is the case, let us have another round. Observing Lao Chen's insistence, Qin He decided against hesitating and agreed to gamble once more. The ultimate outcome was, of course, a hearty laugh from Lao Li. Ha! It appears, Lao Chun, that even after lending him 300, you cannot reverse this situation, can you? Shall we continue, my friend? Upon hearing Lao Li's words, Lao Chen's face darkened. Qin He rose and made his way out, stating, I believe we shall end this here for today. It seems my luck has been rather poor. Not only have I lost my possessions, but I have also caused you, Lao Chun, to lose significantly. Ha! As he laughed heartily while exiting, Lao Li and Lao Chun exchanged glances, their expressions devoid of any joy. Although they had managed to deceive this young man into financial ruin, there lingered a sense of dissatisfaction within them. This fellow, despite losing everything, owed me a favor, yet exhibited not a hint of despondency. Such resilience is rare indeed that I cannot compare to him. Feeling remorse is only natural. Lao Li, do you recall how arrogant you were when the director brought you back a year and a half ago? Now you concede that you are not as capable as others? Lao Chen was taken aback. It seemed this young man was indeed extraordinary, possibly a second Lao Li. Lao Chun, you are playing a clever game. If this young man were to discover the full story, your favor might just be repaid. It appears I may become a thorn in his side. That Lao Li, your talent is formidable. You need not concern yourself with such trifles. However, I cannot measure up to you. It would be prudent for me to cultivate more friendships that I in the black market of the Martial God Academy. Just as Qin He was about to exit, a pallid young man approached him, inquiring, Have you lost everything? How do you know? Who are you? Qin He asked, astonishment etched on his face. The gambling room they had occupied was entirely sealed off. It was implausible for outsiders to know what transpired within. You need not be surprised. In my year of self-indulgence, I have witnessed many such occurrences. You are not the first. The young man, seemingly aware of Qin He's surprise, replied with an impassive demeanor. Is there some hidden truth behind this? Qin He questioned, intrigued by the young man's composure. Indeed, one is named Li, the other Qin. I am aware of that. They refer to each other as old acquaintances. After a brief chuckle, the pale young man began to drop hints. Do you know what positions these two hold within the academy? Oh, are they quite formidable? Qin He inquired, as he was new to the academy and wished to learn more. One is called Qin Jianyan. The other Li Meng. They rank first and second on the Haoyue list. For reasons unknown, they relish deceiving newcomers like you in this black market. Upon absorbing this information, Qin felt a wave of realization wash over him. He had indeed been duped. This was his own fault for not familiarizing himself with the Academy's dynamics upon his arrival, that in his eagerness to return home, he had focused solely on enhancing his skills. Now, it was evident that he must first acclimate himself to the Academy's environment. Noticing Qin, he lost in thought. The young man remarked, "Your name is Qin, correct?" Startled by the sudden interruption, Qin replied, "Yes, that's me. How do you know, senior? Am I that famous? While I am rather handsome, I have hardly sought attention since coming to the Academy, that oh dear, it is my fault for being too handsome." Qin's narcissism rendered the young man visibly uncomfortable, and he looked at Qin with disdain. "That I saw you following the director on the day you entered the Academy. Later, I heard that Qin was brought in by the director. When I heard that, I figured it must be you. Indeed, I am Qin. Was it my charm that captured your attention when the director brought me in? By the way, you have yet to tell me your name." The young man, feeling awkward, scratched his head. Previously, Qin had asked for his name, but he had neglected to respond to me. "I am Huang Wanin, ranked 11th on the Haoyue list." Hearing this, Qin was slightly taken aback. The Haoyue list was not the same as the New Stars list, ranks that were determined solely by strength. Qin scrutinized Huang Wanin, who became bashful under Qin's gaze and lowered his head. "Do not stare. I assure you, there is no need for deceit," that he then turned to leave. Suddenly, his tone shifted to one of cold indifference, startling Qin. The jovial Huang Wanin from moments ago now seemed an entirely different person. Watching Huang Wanin depart, Qin pondered which version of him was the true Huang Wanin, feeling rather unsettled. The Haoyue list, it appears, is fraught with complexities, that in the evening, shortly after returning to his residence, Qin heard someone calling his name, which startled him. It seemed he did not recognize anyone. Upon stepping outside, he was met by a striking young woman, undeniably alluring, yet somewhat lacking compared to the allure of the gambling den. "May I inquire what business you have with me?" Qin asked, recognizing that a stranger approaching him, especially a woman, likely had a purpose. "Do you not know why I am seeking you?" Feigning contemplation, Qin soon adopted a look of epiphany. "Oh, I understand now. You must be like that fellow, having seen me enter the Academy with the director, captivated by my charm, right? How delightful that everything makes sense now." The girl's expression hardened in annoyance at Qin's smug demeanor, yet he continued, "Might I ask your name, and how old are you? Although you have come here seeking me, I must know more to assess our compatibility." Chapter 28. The initial battle. Clearly, you are truly unaware to arrive here and make such a name for yourself is indeed the bravado of a newcomer. My name is Lin Xianji. Are you familiar with it? Upon hearing this, Qin pondered for a moment. "Oh, so you are not here out of admiration. How unfortunate for me to have been so pleased for no reason." Lin Xianji, that name rings a bell. After further contemplation, Qin realized, I remember now. Weren't you the one who held the top spot on the New Stars list during this exchange? Lin Xianji's forehead twitched with suppressed anger, having been relegated to second place. It infuriated her that this newcomer did not even recall her name. Have you finally remembered? To audaciously surpass the previous top rank while failing to recall their name is indeed brazen. Qin, unfazed, shrugged nonchalantly that if one is deemed the best, it is naturally due to their prowess. If I possess such capability, why should I not aspire to claim the top rank for myself? Lin Xianji, incensed by Qin's words, retorted, "Very well, well said. However, do you comprehend why the scores of the top 20 are often closely matched? It is due to fear of surpassing those who are formidable. Do you understand?" Realizing she was trying to provoke him, Qin noted her lack of composure. "I see. I have no desire to provoke those I cannot contend with. Is there anything else you need? If not, I shall take my leave." With that, he turned to head back inside. Seeing this, Lin Xianji became even angrier and inquired, "What do you mean by that?" Upon witnessing Lin Xianji's face flush with anger, I found myself perplexed. I had not uttered anything amiss. Despite my restrained demeanor, aimed at preserving her dignity, she clung to me tenaciously. That I turned to her and articulated my sentiment. "Those whom I cannot provoke, I shall certainly avoid. Yet, you seem to lack the qualifications to be included in that esteemed category. Is my meaning sufficiently clear?" With that, I resolved to depart. Observing this, Lin Xianji hurriedly pursued me, exclaiming, to my astonishment, "After a mere half-month of seclusion, The Academy has produced such an extraordinary individual. It seems today you have no intention of making a choice. Thus, I shall present you with a third option, a sparring match. The emphasis she placed on the term sparring suggested both a challenge and a warning, pushing Qin He toward the first two choices. However, with his prideful nature, how could he acquiesce to such alternatives? "Are we to battle?" he queried. The dean had previously mentioned that sparring could yield energy points, and now Lin Xinji had sought him out. Uncertain of her capabilities, he braced himself for the encounter. Lin Xinji, incensed by Qin He's willingness to engage in combat, thought, such audacity, but does he possess the strength to match it? Witnessing her disdainful expression and the mocking, pitying gazes of those around him, Qin He remained unfazed. "Although I am no longer on the Rising Star list, the loss of my rank still tarnishes my reputation. Thus, this confrontation is unavoidable. However, to prevent the narrative of you bullying me, let us agree upon a 5-strike challenge. If you withstand 5 of my strikes, you emerge victorious." Upon hearing that Lin Xinji was no longer on the Rising Star list and observing the onlookers' expressions, Qin He's confidence faltered, but retreat was not an option. "I've heard that sparring can earn energy points. Is this true?" he inquired. "You wish to earn energy points through our sparring," Lin Xinji responded, a hint of admiration creeping into her tone. "What amount do you seek?" Qin He raised 5 fingers, glancing at her point. 5,000. "Quite the appetite you have, but I can oblige." "Wait, did I say 5,000? I meant 50,000 do you dare?" Upon seeing Lin Xinji momentarily stunned, Qin He mused that the first place only earned a mere 1,500 a month. Could she truly afford 50,000? Regaining her composure, Lin Xinji surmised he was attempting to scare her off by inflating the stakes. Yet she could not back down. 50,000. "Yet you must at least wager 25,000 as collateral. Can you afford that?" Qin He, taken aback by this unexpected proposition, realized the implications. If he did not wager, but merely raised the stakes for the challenger, it could lead to significant gains if he triumphed. Chuckling awkwardly, he scratched his head. "I cannot muster 25,000, but I possess a Tang Dao. I wonder how much energy points it might be worth." He produced the sword, its silver blade appearing ordinary, yet well-crafted. Unmarred by nicks, its smooth spine immaculate. The materials are nothing exceptional, but the craftsmanship is exquisite. "I would value it at 15,000. I will wager 30,000. "What say you?" Gasping, Qin He exclaimed, 30,000. How did you acquire such a sum?" Lin Xinji, regarding him with disdain, explained, "Of course, I earned it through a series of challenges. Unlike you, I didn't cheat my way onto the Rising Star list. Are you not aware that one can challenge for the list?" Listening intently, Qin He lamented that Lu Ming had not informed him of this. What a fool he felt that I ascended from 20th to 1st place. With every victory, I replaced the defeated, gaining 10 points over them. Naturally, one must wager energy points as collateral. Otherwise, what significance does the challenge hold? After absorbing this information, Qin He reflected on his own oversight, regretting the opportunities he had missed. However, there was no turning back. He resolved to focus on the present. "Very well, let us proceed. I am prepared for our 5-strike challenge. Though I am uncertain of the true strength of an energy burst practitioner, today I shall finally engage in combat." While the Academy prohibited fighting among students, if both parties consented, there would be no interference, allowing for a modicum of conflict. Standing at the edge of the crowd, surrounded by fellow Academy students, Qin He and Lin Xinji divided the space between them. Energy coursed through Qin He, his skin radiant and his every pore opened, ready for the confrontation. Lin Xinji, determined to impart a lesson, advanced with her combat energy enveloping her hands, swiftly aiming a palm strike at Qin He's chest. As she approached, Qin He felt a chill. Was this the power of an energy burst? Transforming internal energy into combat energy was indeed formidable. He quickly crossed his arms to shield his chest. But Lin Xinji's strike landed with force upon his forearms, forcing him to stagger back 4 paces. Remarkable, he thought, as he braced for the second strike, which would surely be more challenging to endure. With that, Lin Xinji leapt high, executing a graceful somersault, her heel aimed squarely at his shoulder. Unwilling to be complacent, Qin He activated the White Tiger Divine Spirit technique, a white aura enveloping him, significantly enhancing his defenses. Just as her heel was about to connect with his shoulder, Qin He raised his arm, attempting to deflect her attack. Despite utilizing the White Tiger technique, the ferocity of her strike proved overwhelming. As her heel connected, he felt his left leg buckle, and he fell to one knee, cracking the ground beneath him like a spider's web, his arm tingling with pain. Chapter 29. Points acquired for the third strike. Lin Xinji watched in disbelief, as Qin He withstood her initial 2 attacks, a feat no practitioner beneath the 8th layer of internal energy had accomplished before her breakthrough. Though I did not exert my full strength. You have every reason to take pride in your performance, Dada. Is that so? I consider it quite an honor. Might you hasten your next strike? My time is valuable, that if you are unwilling to strike, I shall take the initiative. Qin He thought, channeling the White Tiger's spirit of aggression. He could not remain passive. Coating his palms with the power of the White Tiger, he advanced 2 steps and launched an attack against Lin Xinji, who instinctively prepared to counter. The impact of their palms meeting created a thunderous echo, and both were forced back 3 steps, their hearts racing with tumult. Even with the White Tiger's strength, he could only match her strike without gaining the upper hand. Allow me to take the lead for the 4th strike. It appears your patience has waned. I shall expedite this pointless contest. Lin Xinji clenched her fist, enveloping it in combat energy, clearly preparing a powerful technique. As her fist surged forward, Qin He felt as though the very air had solidified around him. Influenced by her overwhelming presence, he instinctively raised his leg to block her attack. With a sharp crack, he was sent flying, skidding across the ground until he finally came to a halt. Trembling, he managed to rise, but his left leg wavered unsteadily. That punch had fractured his calf, and even the White Tiger's protection could not withstand it. Pain coursed through him, his eyes bloodshot, yet he remained silent. Quickly, unleash your 5th strike. Qin He urged, his eyelids fluttering with strain. Lin Xinji had intended to conclude the match swiftly, but to her surprise, this Qin He had not yet been defeated. Initially reserving this technique for a spar with Xianyin, she now felt compelled to test it on him first. Wind shock palm. Lin Xinji's palm began to swirl with energy, forming a small cyclone at its center. With agile steps, she advanced, unleashing her palm toward Qin He's chest, realizing that this strike, if it connected, would leave him either dead or gravely injured. Qin He summoned all his strength, activating the White Tiger Divine Spirit technique. As the white light intensified around him, just as her palm was about to make contact, a piercing howl erupted from within him, clashing against Lin Xinji's cyclone. The 2 forces locked in a stalemate for a moment before exploding with a resounding crash. Qin He was sent sprawling to the ground, blood pouring from his mouth, while Lin Xinji was also thrown back by the force. As dust enveloped Qin He's figure, Lin Xinji rubbed her numb arm, contemplating the unexpected results of her technique, that I did not anticipate mastering a defensive technique before achieving a breakthrough into the energy burst realm. However, it appears he shall not rise again today. Just as Lin Xinji finished speaking, she heard Qin He's shaky voice. It seems today, those 30,000 energy points shall rightfully belong to me. Listening to the sound of impending demise, Lin Xinji wore a look of astonishment. Never expecting that after revealing one of his trump cards, Qin He could still muster the strength to speak. This revelation caught him off guard. However, with so many witnesses present, he could not backtrack. His gaze flickered, and his complexion turned ashen. It was quite embarrassing that he had failed to subdue even a mere 8th-level practitioner like Qin He today. Furthermore, Qin He's assertion that he was not among those Lin Xinji could provoke only intensified his ire. Retrieving a card from his possession, he hurled it at Qin He before storming off in a fit of rage. Qin He, caressing the card that had been tossed upon him, murmured, "Lin Xinji, I shall remember you." With that, he tucked the card into his pocket and succumbed to unconsciousness. The following day, at Qin He's residence, he gradually regained consciousness, though he remained in a haze, beset by a throbbing headache and a complete lack of sensation in his limbs. It appeared that his battle with Lin Xinji had inflicted unimaginable trauma upon him. How foolish he had been to consider himself invincible among peers. Reality had rendered that notion laughable. As time passed, Qin He remained unresponsive, yet he began to feel a gentle warmth enveloping him, that a soft luminescence shone from his skin, and his limbs ached with a peculiar sensation, as if something was coursing through the very gaps of his bones, a feeling both itchy and indescribable. In the darkness, Qin He managed to crack open his eyes, but all around him was chaos. Devoid of any light, he sensed no injuries on his body. Have I succumbed to death? My wounds, though severe, should not have been fatal. Where am I, and why can I see nothing? Upon examining his injuries, he felt no pain, yet he discovered he could move. This was the realm of Qin He's spirit. His physical wounds remained, but in this state of spiritual existence, he was unaware of his true condition. The surroundings remained shrouded in darkness as he remained still, searching for a glimmer of light. Suddenly, amidst the void, a flicker of illumination emerged, astonishing Qin He as if he had stumbled upon a new world. What is this? I feared I would be trapped in this darkness forever, he pondered. He noticed the light gradually coalescing into a character, followed by a series of glyphs that seemed to convey a message. The luminous dots intensified. The inscriptions became increasingly discernible, beginning with the White Tiger Spirit Technique. The White Tiger Spirit Technique, derived from the White Tiger Technique, belonged to an ancient beast known for its prowess in combat and its ability to dominate other ferocious creatures like the vermilion bird, black tortoise, and azure dragon, forming its own methodology, a legacy of ancient beasts. Chapter 30. The Technique of Body Cultivation. This technique is a secondary method of the White Tiger Technique, if one is fortunate. They may inherit the White Tiger Technique, which is a royal-level technique. When perfected, it can unleash cataclysmic power, instilling fear in adversaries, albeit with a slight deficiency in defense that if a body cultivator acquires this technique, their physique will strengthen, compensating for this defensive shortcoming. The white tiger, a savage creature of antiquity, is decisive in battle, bloodthirsty, and ruthless. Practicing this technique may alter the practitioner's character, in the dimness. Qin He focused intently on each emerging word, committing them to memory. To his astonishment, the White Tiger Spirit Technique also contained martial skills, and the lowest rank was that of a middle-grade skill. It seemed he owed a debt of gratitude to the Shun family for this fortuitous opportunity. With excitement coursing through him, Qin He spoke joyfully, yet the luminous points had already coalesced, leaving him still ensnared in darkness. To avoid wasting time, he settled into a meditative posture, commencing his cultivation. The next day, at the Martial God Academy, at Qin He's residence, the Academy's dean, Lu Ming, reflected on how quickly this young man had clashed with Lin Xinji, pondering the lack of restraint in his actions. He had come to investigate after hearing of their confrontation and had stood vigil throughout the night. Just then, a pale young man rushed in. "Greetings, Dean." Upon entering, he noticed Lu Ming standing there, seemingly at a loss for words, though he appeared to harbor a deep respect for the dean. "Who are you, and what brings you here?" This Qin He seems to have only recently joined the academy. "Who do you know here?" "I am Huang Wanin, Qin He's friend, his first acquaintance at the academy." Initially anxious under Lu Ming's scrutiny, the young man gradually became more assertive. "My friend is injured, and I came to see what has transpired." He approached the unconscious Qin He, taken aback by his dire condition. Has he reached this extent? Lu Ming observed Huang Wanin's lack of hostility towards Qin He and allowed him to approach without interference. "Are you the Huang Wanin who ranks 11th on the Haoyue list? I hadn't noticed before, but you strike me as someone quite exceptional." Upon hearing Lu Ming's words, Huang Wanin's wariness heightened, his gaze unwavering as he scrutinized Lu Ming. The dean gives off a rather unique aura, not typical of a mere branch dean of the Martial God Academy. That's so. A mere branch dean. Yet I find it quite satisfactory, Lu Ming replied, turning to leave but stopping to address Huang Wanin. "Since you are a friend of Qin He, do keep him company. It is only fitting for a friend to be present during such grievous injuries. However, some matters are best kept unspoken. Of course, I shall heed the dean's advice and maintain discretion," Huang Wanin acknowledged. Lu Ming merely chuckled, unfazed, and departed. Once Lu Ming had left, Huang Wanin turned his attention back to Qin He. Noticing the flickering light on his body, he reached out to touch it, feeling the gentle luminescence flow through his fingers, bringing a wave of warmth. Startled by the sensation, Huang Wanin rushed outside and soon returned, laden with various supplies, sheets, blankets, and other necessities. "Those fellows outside stared at me as if I were some kind of spectacle. Had they never seen someone carrying things before?" He set the items down and began to lament his appearance during the errand. In the midst of darkness, Qin He sat in meditation, gradually coming to understand that his body was a spiritual entity. Thus he commenced cultivating his spirit. Feeling his spiritual essence strengthen day by day brought a subtle sense of satisfaction. As time slipped by in the obscurity, Qin He reflected on the series of events from his birth to the present. contemplating his flaws and striving to evolve into a more seasoned and profound individual. At the Martial God Academy, in Qin He's residence, Huang Wanyin sat cross-legged beside the still unconscious Qin He, observing the increasingly radiant silver glow emanating from Qin He's body. He marveled at the burgeoning strength. Huang Wanyin placed his hand on Qin He's bare shoulder, meditating to absorb the surrounding spiritual energy. The warm light radiating from Qin He enveloped him in comfort. For reasons unknown, whenever Huang Wanyin attempted to absorb the spiritual energy, it turned cold, as if something within him resisted this influx. Now, with the warm energy flowing into him, a smile broke across his face. Huang Wanyin sat beside Qin He, gazing out the window into the distance. Lost in thought, as if reminiscing. 10 days later, at the Martial God Academy, in Qin He's residence, Huang Wanyin noticed the luminous glow surrounding Qin He fading, causing him alarm. Fearing that something might have happened to Qin He, he hastily roused him. Huang Wanyin lifted Qin He, forming hand seals and pressing his palms against Qin He's back, attempting to channel spiritual energy into him. However, it seemed as if something within Qin He was resisting his efforts, preventing any energy from entering. How peculiar, Huang Wanyin mused, observing the diminishing aura. Though it seems weaker, the resistance is remarkably potent. Truly strange. Shaking his head, he watched as the silver glow around Qin He ultimately vanished. Despite his disappointment at not being able to cultivate, he felt a sense of relief knowing Qin He was still breathing. Though the light had faded, within Qin He's body, an intricate network of luminous strands, resembling serpents, coursed through him, weaving through every part of his being. Huang Wanyin observed as Qin He's external injuries gradually healed, albeit at a slow pace, which he deemed a positive sign. Not wanting to disturb him, he moved aside to meditate, occasionally glancing back at Qin He's condition. Unbeknownst to them, Qin He's body was steadily improving, his spiritual strength slowly augmenting. Aside from his cultivation level remaining unchanged, all else seemed to be progressing favorably. Chapter 31. Awakening. As time advanced, Qin He's condition showed gradual improvement, leaving Huang Wanyin astounded at the miraculous recovery of such severe injuries within a month. Huang Wanyin wiped the sweat from his brow and remarked that Qin He's spiritual entity was still meditating cross-legged. Since the last time he had closed his eyes in deep contemplation, he had yet to awaken, entirely oblivious to how much time had elapsed outside. Gradually, Qin He's spiritual form began to diminish, ultimately vanishing without a trace. In a state of bewilderment, Qin He discovered that he was lying down. Had he not been meditating? Why was he now prone, and why could he not move, open his eyes, or speak? Though he could sense his body, his spiritual essence had only just returned, and he was still unfamiliar with this new corporeal vessel. After the passage of an hour, he began to cough. Huang Wanyin, engaged in his own practice, was startled by the discordant sound, momentarily taken aback. This fellow has been asleep for a month. Is he finally awakening? Huang Wanyin felt a surge of joy and anticipation. Once Qin He's spiritual essence was fully integrated, he slowly opened his eyes, though he seemed unaccustomed to the sudden brightness, squinting and shielding his eyes from the light streaming in through the window. After considerable effort, he managed to open his eyes slightly, surveying his surroundings and savoring the sensation of his intact body, his heart swelling with excitement. But his gaze wandered to another corner of the room. He noticed a young man staring at him in astonishment, momentarily rendered speechless. "Cough, while I am indeed handsome, there is no need for such a gaze," he said, waving his hand dismissively, his self-absorbed nature unchanged. Upon hearing Qin He speak, Huang Wanyin's expression darkened, and he clenched his fist, delivering a punch to Qin He, devoid of any spiritual energy, merely a physical strike. Perhaps concerned for Qin He's well-being, he did not strike too forcefully. After all, Qin He was still quite weak. "What are you doing in my quarters?" Qin He finally noticed the unexpected guest, regaining his composure to inquire. Realizing that his earlier astonishment had been rather impolite, Huang Wanyin scratched his head and chuckled awkwardly. "You wish to know why I am here? Then let me ask you, are you afraid of me?" "Afraid of you? Why would I be? You are no specter. Even if I were to encounter a ghost, I might not flinch. You, my friend, appear quite innocent and unthreatening. How could I fear you?" Qin He replied, sensing that Huang Wanyin bore some hidden concerns. Attempting to offer him comfort, Upon hearing Qin He's words, Huang Wanyin realized that Qin He had not grasped the gravity of his statement and continued, "That day in the black market, my temperament changed drastically. Are you not concerned that I might revert to such a state again? Should conflict arise, you would likely be at a disadvantage." Huang Wanyin said this while furtively observing Qin He's expression. But Qin He's demeanor seemed unaffected. "Brother Huang, let me be clear. Even if you were to transform again, I would not be intimidated that I pledge to live a life devoid of fear. If I allow myself to be afraid of you, how could I ever attain greater strength?" "Haha," he laughed heartily, offering reassurance. "Your temperament shift cannot be innate, can it? Might it be that Brother Huang suffers from a congenital personality disorder? That is certainly not a favorable condition." Witnessing Qin He's light-hearted jest, which contained an underlying inquiry into his background and experiences, Huang Wanyin felt a sense of kinship and chose not to conceal his past. "Since Brother Qin is unafraid of me, I will share some of my story, but I ask that you keep it confidential." Seeing Huang Wanyin opening up about his experiences, Qin He was eager to listen. After all, understanding one's friends was vital. "Brother Huang, you flatter me. It is my fortune to count you as a friend, and I would never dream of betraying a friend's trust." That he then sat across from Huang Wanyin. "Pray tell, Brother Huang, share the tale of your family and your experiences." As Huang Wanyin noticed Qin He's willingness to lower his guard and engage in conversation, he felt a sense of relief. Due to his nature, many would shy away after a single interaction, but Qin He was different. Not only did he claim friendship, but he also spoke openly. Thus, Huang Wanyin began to unveil the burdens he had long carried. "Qin He, do you know that our Xuanwu continent is not the only land that exists?" Upon hearing Huang Wanyin's revelation, Qin He was momentarily taken aback. "Oh, are you suggesting that aside from our Xuanwu continent, there are other lands?" Noticing the glimmer of curiosity in Qin He's eyes, Huang Wanyin continued, "Indeed, beyond our Xuanwu continent, there exist multiple other continents, and I hail from one such land." Qin He gazed at Huang Wanyin in astonishment, his mind swirling with emotions that words could not convey. "Since Brother Huang has chosen to confide in me, please continue. I am all ears." "Very well, then listen closely, Brother Qin, as I unfold my tale." After taking a sip of tea, he pressed on, as though he had much to share. "That I originate from the Mingxin continent, which comprises 4 lands with complete continental cores. That I was born into the Huang family of Mingxin. Our surname once ruled over this continent, though it has since waned in prominence. Our family boasts numerous factions. While we may no longer rival our former glory, we remain a superpower in Mingxin. There are other factions of comparable strength, yet none have emerged that could threaten our lineage. My father serves as the head of the Huang family, and I was destined to be a candidate for the next family leader. However, misfortune often strikes unexpectedly. One fateful day, my uncle convened with several high-ranking elders to discuss a significant matter with my father. That day, I was meditating in the adjoining room, and I witnessed everything. Initially, the discussion was amicable, but then my father took a sip from his cup and began to choke. That moment, the expressions of all present changed drastically. My uncle and his accompanying elders had eyes that glimmered with a golden hue, while my father remained vigilant, observing everyone in the room. I could not hear their words. Perhaps a barrier had been set in the room, rendering their voices inaudible. I continued to watch as my uncle approached and seized my father's shoulder. In that instant, my father began to cough violently, blood spilling forth. I could not discern their conversation, but I saw my father pointing at them and shouting, likely cursing them. As Huang Wanyin recounted his tale, his voice quivered, for the image of his father suffering at the hands of his uncle was unfathomable to anyone. Chapter 32. Huang Wanyin's ordeal. Though his voice faltered, Huang Wanyin showed no signs of stopping. Tears glimmered in his eyes. Qin He felt a pang of sympathy, realizing that this was Huang Wanyin's experience, and perhaps sharing it would bring him some solace. That he cast a comforting glance toward Huang Wanyin, hoping to offer some measure of consolation. Huang Wanyin continued, "The louder my father yelled, the more blood he lost." That moment, I understood. Just the day before, my father had given me a small artifact for cultivation, claiming it would hasten my growth. I eagerly took it to a separate room to practice. Little did I know that small object contained a confinement spell, a prison of sorts, though only 2 days had passed. I realized my father had anticipated my uncle's treachery all along, yet he still ventured forth to spare me from being embroiled in this conflict. He had sent me away. Later, my father was ambushed by my uncle and the elders, who struck him down in his position as family head. The following afternoon, the confinement spell was lifted, and by then, my father's grave had been prepared and I emerged from my room to find bustling activity outside. They were making arrangements for my father's funeral, that I learned that my father had perished due to the consequences of practicing forbidden arts, which had led to a hidden danger within him that erupted unexpectedly, resulting in his demise. Many came to offer their condolences, yet I knew the truth. My father had been murdered by my uncle and the elders. Huang Wanyin's words grew increasingly feeble. Yet as the conversation progressed, his expression, marked by clenched teeth, revealed the gravity of the situation he described. With tears glistening at the corners of his eyes, he continued, choking back his sorrow that I in due course. The funeral for his father was held with great pomp and circumstance, but this fleeting joy was soon overshadowed. Not long after, his uncle proposed, "Our family is currently in a state of disarray. Lacking a leader, we must elect a head to steer our course. Although my elder brother has passed away, we cannot succumb to despair, especially with so many forces watching us." Thus began the power struggle. The elders within the clan sought to choose between my uncle and myself for the position of leader. Despite being hailed as the most extraordinary talent within the clan, my uncle was a well-established expert. Renowned for years, this long-standing rivalry led my uncle to harbor ill intentions towards me. One fateful day, the clan arranged for the younger generation to embark on a journey of training. What should have been a smooth expedition took a perilous turn when a Xian Shui serpent appeared out of nowhere. Though not yet fully grown, this serpent posed a significant threat to us, as the appointed leader of the younger generation. I witnessed the terror in my companion's eyes directed at the serpent and declared, "I will distract the Xian Shui serpent. You all must retreat quickly." With that, I launched an attack on the creature. The serpent, enraged, pursued me relentlessly, that I fled in the opposite direction, acutely aware that I was no match for it, and that this might well be my end. The Xian Shui serpent chased me for what felt like an eternity until I found refuge in a canyon. There, I spotted a small crevice, just large enough for me to squeeze through, but too narrow for the serpent to enter. As I fled into the hole, the serpent, unable to follow, began to wreak havoc at the entrance. However, for reasons unknown, the terrain here was remarkably sturdy, significantly hampering the serpent's speed. The cave was unfathomably deep, and the further I ventured inside, the more frigid it became. After a while, silence enveloped the outside world, leading me to believe the serpent had given up. However, what followed was the voice of my uncle. "You wretched child. You may flee swiftly, but if you think this will absolve you, you are gravely mistaken." Suddenly, a beam of light shot into the cave. The light was not particularly swift, yet I exerted every ounce of strength to delve deeper into the cave. But it was still slightly faster than in the end, it penetrated my body, wreaking havoc within. Enduring the agony, I pressed onward through the cold, eventually reaching a bottomless abyss. Despair washed over me as I felt the light within me continue its destructive rampage. After obliterating most of my meridians, the light began to coalesce. This process was excruciating beyond measure, and ultimately, I felt compelled to leap into the abyss. Eager to end my life, as I plummeted, I distinctly sensed the light converging at my dantian, culminating in a cataclysmic explosion. The pain was unbearable. Yet in that moment, an icy force surged from the depths of the abyss, enveloping my meridians and dantian, rendering me unable to perceive my own dantian. In a haze of agony, I lost consciousness, having been in free fall for what felt like an eternity. When I finally awoke, I found myself in a desolate expanse before arriving at this martial god academy. Upon finishing his tale, Huang Wanyin's earlier sorrow dissipated, replaced by a profound weariness, his expression steeped in despondency, as if the world had dealt him an unfair hand. Qin He, having absorbed Huang Wanyin's story, felt a stirring in his heart. The heir of a prestigious family, a future clan leader, the foremost prodigy, how could one come to such a dire state in a single day? Huang Wanyin, since I consider you a friend, there are some words I must share to uplift you. Noticing Huang Wanyin's lingering despondency, Qin He could not help but engage him in conversation. You must understand that your current mission is to grow stronger. Your father has been wronged, and everything has been stripped away from you. Can you truly resign yourself to such desolation? Upon hearing Qin He's words, Huang Wanyin trembled slightly, that I know that strength is paramount. Yet the chill within me remains a mystery, that my Dantian is enveloped by it, and I cannot ascertain whether it still exists. Perhaps I am merely a person with a physically resilient body now. He chuckled bitterly to oh, you know why I possess a dual personality. Qin He, sensing Huang Wanyin's newfound seriousness, felt compelled to inquire further, that I do not know. Please enlighten me. This is all due to this chilling force. Ever since I awoke, I have felt its influence over me. Others shy away from associating with me, fearing my temperament may shift unexpectedly. After finishing his explanation, Huang Wanyin fixed his gaze on Qin He and remarked, "However, you seem to possess a remarkable technique. Whenever that silvery light emanates from your body, I am able to channel it within myself, and the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth becomes gentler, slightly suppressing the cold within me." Qin He was taken aback. Huang Wanyin had discerned the technique he wielded, that if this technique could aid you, I would gladly teach it to you, no need for that. Even if you bestowed this technique upon me, I cannot even sense my own Dantian. How could I possibly cultivate it? Huang Wanyin replied with a rueful smile. Allow me to remain by your side to cultivate. When that silvery light envelopes you, I shall attempt to channel it into my own body to dissolve this chill, that in exchange, I shall grant you a body-refining technique. Qin He's interest was piqued at the mention of a body-refining technique. But since they were now friends, he brushed aside thoughts of reciprocity. Huang Wanyin, stay here with me for cultivation. Since you consider me a friend, there is no need to speak of exchanges or debts, he said, settling into a meditative position. That the Bai Hu Shun Piju began to circulate. A radiant light enveloped Qin He. Previously, Qin He had passively allowed this silvery glow to enhance his physique. But now he took the initiative, directing the light's flow, that he enveloped part of the luminescence around his body, allowing Huang Wanyin to utilize it to dispel the chill, while simultaneously nourishing his own exterior. The remaining light was guided throughout every inch of his being, permeating every organ and cell. Gradually, the cells absorbed the radiance, growing stronger and more robust. Qin He smiled in satisfaction. It was imperative that he too grow stronger. Meanwhile, Huang Wanyin observed Qin He's cultivation with profound gratitude. Without pretense, he placed a hand on Qin He's shoulder and began to guide the ethereal light into his body upon its entrance. Huang Wanyin felt a warmth spread within him, and he focused on dissolving the chill enveloping his Dantian. Otherwise, he feared he would be unable to cultivate that he sensed the glow flowing through him. He noticed that while it was weak, it still had an impact. Each time the light entered, it dissolved a fraction of the chilling force, which was a tremendous boon for Huang Wanyin, who had long suffered from its presence. However, for every fraction of chill dispelled, a portion of the light diminished at this rate. Even if Qin He exhausted himself, it would be insufficient to eradicate the chill entirely. It seemed that the complete dissolution of this long-standing affliction would require patience. Qin He felt a shift within himself, sensing that a breakthrough was imminent. After a month of dormancy, without any active cultivation, merely allowing the Bai Hu Shun Piju to operate autonomously and improve his physique, he was now poised for a seamless advancement. Reaching the 9th layer of inner Qi realm, he mused. It seems I must prepare to cultivate some techniques. The breakthrough to the explosive Qi realm should not be far off. Stretching his limbs, he reveled in his newfound strength. If I were to face Lin Xianji again, I would no longer be on the receiving end of her attacks. That I wonder how I will feel when next we meet. Meanwhile, in the Martial God Academy's Linglong Tower, Lin Xianji opened her eyes after meditating. Rising to stretch her limbs, that I have broken through to the 2nd layer of the explosive Qi realm. Has it really taken over a month? The pace of my cultivation seems to slow as I progress. Unbeknownst to her, others would likely react quite differently upon hearing her statement. Some might take an entire year to achieve a single layer. Yet Lin Xianji had swiftly advanced again after recently entering the explosive Qi realm. A testament to her extraordinary talent. Back at Qin He's residence, he proposed, Huang Wanyin, shall we head to the Linglong Tower for training? Staying in our rooms simply cannot match the efficiency of training there. Huang Wanyin, seeing Qin He awaken from his meditation and scrutinize himself with a hint of satisfaction, replied, Yes, it is indeed time to cultivate that I have yet to train in the Linglong Tower. But if I am to accompany you, we should also consider undergoing trials at the testing grounds. Qin He was astonished to learn that Huang Wanyin had never trained in the Linglong Tower. The 11th on the Haoyue ranking had never set foot there. It was an eye-opening revelation that, oh, Huang brother, you have never been to the Linglong Tower. Do you possess sufficient energy points for training? Upon hearing this, Huang Wanyin couldn't help but chuckle, teasingly inquiring, do you possess chi points? I happen to have quite a few here that I wonder how long 40,000 chi points can sustain our cultivation. Haha. Observing Huang Wanyin's jest, Qin He felt a twinge of embarrassment. Although he had never set foot in the Linglong Tower, Huang Wanyin was still a formidable expert, ranked 11th on the Haoyue list. Did he truly lack chi points? When Qin He heard that Huang Wanyin had 40,000 points, he was momentarily astonished. He had toiled immensely to earn a mere 30,000, while Huang Wanyin possessed a staggering 40,000. Truly a wealthy individual. With an awkward smile, Qin He scratched his head. In that case, let us venture to the testing grounds and procure a temporary permit for Brother Huang to cultivate in the Linglong Tower. Thus, they proceeded outward, the Martial God Academy. The testing ground stood as one of the institution's most pivotal locations, bustling with an incessant flow of people that as Qin He and Huang Wanyin approached the testing room. They noticed an elder observing them, casting a knowing smile in their direction. Well done, young one. Have you swiftly broken through to the 9th level of the inner chi realm? Why do you seem to return for testing so soon after reaching this pinnacle? Are you aiming for the 5th level this time? Faced with the elder's playful inquiry, Qin He managed a sheepish smile. I am not here to challenge the 5th level. I am well aware of my own capabilities. Today, I accompany a friend for the trials that, oh, a friend, you say? Is it this young lad? The elder pointed at Huang Wanyin, scrutinizing him from head to toe. This fellow, I wonder what hidden strength he possesses. Does he bear some protective charm? What is your name, young man? Huang Wanyin, apprehensive under the elder's gaze, replied respectfully, I am Huang Wanyin, here to participate in the 4th level trials, ranked 11th on the Haoyue list. Impressive, proceed with your trials. With that, the elder arranged for Huang Wanyin to begin his testing, while Qin He remained outside, awaiting his friend's return. Elder, is Huang Wanyin quite renowned? You and the dean seem to regard him with a certain respect. Upon hearing Qin He's question, the elder stroked his beard and began to elucidate, to defeat the 11th ranked contender based solely on physical prowess, without any spiritual energy, and to maintain his position on the Haoyue list for so long. Who wouldn't take notice? Yet this young man is also quite resilient. He ascended to the 11th rank primarily because others sought him for sparring. The top 10 did not provoke him much, but many from the lower ranks attempted to challenge him, all of whom he vanquished, ultimately defeating the 11th. The elder then turned his attention to Qin He. Let us set aside Huang Wanyin for now and discuss you. Are you aware of the impending battle of rankings in 5 months? The sudden shift in topic jolted Qin He from his astonishment, and he looked at the elder with curiosity. The battle of rankings? What is that? I have not heard of it, the elder, noticing Qin He's bewildered expression, continued. Originally, this battle had no bearing on you, as it pertains to the Haoyue list and does not involve the New Star list. However, I sense you are on the verge of entering the explosive chi realm. By then, you may also count yourself among the Haoyue list, though. It seems we are in for quite the spectacle then. Understanding the elder's insight into his potential, Qin He felt a surge of anticipation. Shortly thereafter, the testing chamber opened, and Huang Wanyin emerged. Qin He and the elder stared in astonishment, their mouths agape. Qin He recalled the arduous night he had spent to conquer the 4th level trials, while Huang Wanyin had accomplished it in mere minutes. Truly, comparison was disheartening. Why are you both staring at me? Let us go. Did you not wish to cultivate in the Linglong Tower? I hastened to complete the trial to avoid keeping you waiting. Observing their astonished expressions, he then produced a small token, the temporary permit for the 4th level of the Linglong Tower. Come on. What are you waiting for? Do you not wish to cultivate with that? He pulled Qin He toward the Linglong Tower. You only acted for your own benefit, yet you claim it was to spare me time. Does your conscience not ache? Do you dare assert it was not for your own sake? Qin He pouted at Huang Wanyin. Feeling somewhat sheepish, Huang Wanyin shrugged and rubbed his nose. Well, there is nothing else to do, so let us hasten to the Linglong Tower. Thus, the two chatted as they made their way toward their destination. Upon arriving at the Martial God Academy's Linglong Tower, Qin He was struck by its majestic design. The tower, a harmonious blend of purple and red, soared to 8 stories. This time, both he and Huang Wanyin aimed to cultivate on the 4th level. The tower's structure tapered as it rose, intensifying the pressure and the density of spiritual energy within. Let us ascend and witness firsthand what the fourth level of the Linglong Tower has to offer. Qin He suggested, as Huang Wanyin appeared eager to enter. Then let us proceed, Huang Wanyin replied, and together they stepped into the Linglong Tower. Immediately, they sensed a distinct change in the atmosphere. The pressure had intensified significantly. The spiritual energy was far more concentrated than outside, and with a combined total of 43 chi points, they were indeed well off. Qin He reflected on his past struggles. How impoverished he had once been in terms of cultivation resources. Upon reaching the fourth level, Qin He found a secluded spot and sat cross-legged to begin his meditation that a radiant glow enveloped him. As Huang Wanyin prepared to use this light to purge the cold energy within him. Before long, both were immersed in their cultivation, and Qin He, since awakening, began to truly appreciate the wonders of the White Tiger Soul technique. The white light continuously cleansed his body, allowing him to grow stronger incrementally. Although the White Tiger Soul technique was not primarily focused on physical cultivation, its brilliance surpassed many ordinary body refining techniques. Meanwhile, Huang Wanyin diligently worked to dispel the cold energy within himself, which diminished gradually, albeit at an imperceptible pace. For Huang Wanyin, this progress was nothing short of miraculous. Unbeknownst to them, a month slipped by as they sat in meditation. Qin He experienced significant transformations. His meridians had expanded considerably, at least 50% stronger than before. During his cultivation, he sensed that he had reached the threshold of the inner Qi realm, that a further breakthrough would likely usher him into the explosive Qi realm, allowing him to practice formidable techniques, one of which was contained within the White Tiger Soul technique. Such advanced techniques were indeed rare treasures in the outside world, and the thought thrilled Qin He. Lin Xianji, I shall avenge that strike during the battle of rankings. Upon concluding his words, he once again entered a state of cultivation to end this regard. Huang Wanyin remained oblivious, quietly utilizing the radiant surface of Qin He's body to continue dissolving the cold energy within himself. After a month of diligent effort, a small aperture had emerged in the cold energy residing in Huang Wanyin's dantian, allowing him to faintly sense its presence. Qin He had resolved to enter seclusion and push toward the explosive energy realm, determined to strengthen himself before returning home to seek vengeance and earn the respect of others. Time passed imperceptibly. The spiritual energy within Qin He grew increasingly dense in the blink of an eye. More than 10 days had elapsed, and the spiritual energy in his body reached a state of saturation. The explosive energy realm, also known as the battle energy realm, signifies the transformation of internal spiritual energy into battle energy for combat. Spiritual energy serves merely as a foundation for practitioners. Only by converting it into battle energy can one truly claim the title of a warrior. Qin He endeavored to convert the spiritual energy within him, but lacking guidance, he could only rely on his own gradual evolution and contemplation. The spiritual energy surged violently within him, impacting his limbs and bones, stimulating his nerves to creak as the spiritual energy intensified. It began to undergo a transformation, becoming more refined and volatile. Although this volatility was formidable for Qin He, it manifested only when needed. If it remained in such a state, he might sustain severe injuries before even engaging in battle. This volatility stemmed from his cultivation of the White Tiger Spirit technique. Known for its aggressive nature and sharp momentum, the No Wonder practitioners were advised to cultivate other body-refining techniques. Without a sufficiently robust physique, one might suffer injuries even before confronting an opponent. Chapter 35. A fist of renown. With his eyes closed, Qin He sensed a powerful force burgeoning within him. This strength was extraordinarily formidable, far beyond what a mere youth at the 10th level of internal energy should possess. It resembled more the composure and depth of a seasoned master. The concentration of spiritual energy within him continued to escalate, undergoing a transformation into battle energy, with every 5 portions of spiritual energy condensing into 1 portion of battle energy. Despite the continuous influx of spiritual energy in a Qin He's body, the concurrent transformation made him feel somewhat overwhelmed. He increased his rate of absorption of the spiritual energy from the heavens and earth, creating a miniature vortex around him as the energy converged toward his center. As the spiritual energy within him continued to metamorphose, it gradually became sharp and fierce. The energy surrounding his dantian battered against its barriers, causing it to expand and allowing for greater absorption of spiritual energy. Slowly, Qin entered a state of oblivion in his cultivation, and after another 10 days, he suddenly felt that his Dantian was enveloped by battle energy. Any spiritual energy entering it would be immediately converted. With a deep exhale, Qin released a low growl as the surrounding cyclone gradually dissipated, his body drenched in sweat, as though he had just emerged from a nightmare. Had he broken through? Was this the explosive energy realm? No wonder he had struggled so much against Lin Xinji's single strike. It turned out this power was beyond what the internal energy realm could contend with. Having mastered the White Tiger Spirit technique, Qin was now confident that he could stand against Lin Xinji. Even 10 masters at the 10th level of internal energy would not be his match. Now that you've assessed yourself, are you feeling proud of your breakthrough into the explosive energy realm? While it may be impressive within this academy, in the wider continent, it doesn't even amount to cannon fodder. TSK, I wonder what you're so smug about. Absorbed in the sensation of newfound strength, Qin overlooked Huang Wanin's presence, who regarded him with disdain. Huang Wanin's words struck Qin like a bucket of cold water. Indeed, it was merely a breakthrough into the explosive energy realm. How could he allow himself to feel pride? If he were to face the Shin family, one of the 36 great clans, he would undoubtedly encounter formidable opponents. Oh, by the way, how did you wake up earlier than me? Qin met Huang Wanin's gaze, pondering how the latter could have awakened sooner, given that he had been using his spiritual energy to pierce through the cold energy. Me? I owe my thanks to your assistance. Over these 50 days, I successfully pierced a small hole through the surface cold energy of my Dantian. Hearing that Huang Wanin had not merely cleansed but had directly pierced through, Qin was taken aback, realizing the boldness of his companion. Rather than aimlessly cleansing the cold energy, it was far more effective to carve out a hole to ascertain whether his Dantian still existed. Strangely, his Dantian not only remained intact but had become even more robust than before. Recalling Huang Wanin's earlier account of his experiences, Qin wondered how Huang Wanin could still possess an intact Dantian. Given that it should have shattered, you need not be astonished that I discovered that the cold energy has been protecting my Dantian and meridians all along, even repairing them. After the restoration, much of it remained. Clinging to the surface, Huang Wanin observed Qin's shocked expression. He continued, moreover, I have found that I can now absorb spiritual energy and resume my cultivation, although my strength has regressed to the second level of the explosive energy realm. Huang Wanin shrugged helplessly, glancing at Qin with a mixture of disdain and envy. Internally, he felt a sense of satisfaction. Upon hearing that Huang Wanin had regressed, yet still remained at the explosive energy realm, Qin was left speechless, but he nonetheless inquired, what was your previous realm if you have regressed, yet remain higher than me? Me? I'm 18 this year, and last year I was only 17. At the 5th level of the unification realm, haha. Huang Wanin boasted proudly to Qin. Qin was astonished upon hearing this, but felt a sense of exasperation at Huang Wanin's display of arrogance, especially after having just admonished him against pride. Since you have already broken through, shall we continue our cultivation or return? Huang Wanin then asked Qin upon hearing Huang Wanin's query. Qin realized that remaining here for further cultivation was no longer his limit. His goal was to cultivate at the edge of his capabilities. Thus, it was time to venture out for more advanced trials. Let us go out. We have been cultivating here for nearly 2 months, that it is time to explore the outside world. With that, he led Huang Wanin out of the Linglong Tower, upon returning to his residence at the Martial God Academy. As soon as they entered the house, they heard someone shouting from outside. Qin, come out. At this fierce call, Qin's expression darkened immediately. Since entering the academy, he had prided himself on not having wronged anyone. Yet trouble seemed to come knocking at his door, and he stepped outside, surveying his surroundings, where a clear-eyed youth stood at the entrance, appearing to be around 21 or 22. Did you call for me? Is there another person here who knows my name? Seeing that the other party responded directly to his words, he continued to inquire, might I ask what business you have with me? Qin questioned. Though a small crowd had gathered around, murmuring amongst themselves, ISNT this youth a master of the Haoyue list, here to trouble someone from the New Star list. It seems Qin is in for some misfortune again. First Lin Xinji, now one of her suitors. It turned out this youth was the 312th on the Haoyue list and one of Lin Xinji's admirers. Upon realizing this was Lin Xinji's pursuer seeking trouble, Qin He understood that disaster had finally caught up to him on the Haoyue list. However, the current Qin He was no ordinary fish that could be easily dealt with. Qin He stood opposed to the youth, their gazes locking. The youth then spoke. 3 months ago, you defrauded Lin Xianji of 30,000 energy points that I have come to collect. I had an agreement with Lin Xianji. How could there be any talk of fraud? Fraud is fraud. There is no need for so much nonsense. Just hand it over obediently. Or do you want me to take it by force? Upon hearing this, Qin He realized the other party was clearly here to cause trouble. Fabricating reasons, his aura erupted, revealing his explosive energy realm. Well then, let us see if you can take it. Since you're intent on fighting, let's discuss the stakes, Dedo. Not bad. You've entered the explosive energy realm in just 3 months? But you, a novice in the explosive energy realm, wish to spar with me. As for stakes, I wager all my energy points. Do you dare to match? He mocked Qin He with a sneer, as if everything was well within his control. Provided their realms were not vastly different, of course I dare. How much do you have? Seeing that Qin He dared to respond, the youth was momentarily taken aback. Fine, I have 50,000 energy points. Can you match that? Here are 50,000. If you win, I will give you the 30,000 as well. With a casual toss, he flung away 50,000 energy points, and with a flick of his wrist, he struck a pose of invitation. The literary youth, witnessing such audacity from the opponent, let out a roar, unleashing his own momentum, entering the second layer of the explosive energy realm that he then charged forward to attack Qin He with a powerful punch. As their fists clashed, a cloud of dust enveloped the air, and silence followed. Moments later, a figure emerged from the haze. It was Qin He. Instantly, the surroundings erupted with excitement. Chapter 36. Advancing to the bright moon, Qin He stepped out from the dust. Holding 100,000 energy points and casually tossed 50,000 to Huang Wanyin. Pocketing the remaining 50,000 up previously, he had possessed only a meager amount of energy points, so this wager was borrowed from Huang Wanyin. And now he effortlessly returned it to in the Martial God Academy. At Qin He's residence, Huang Wanyin, deep in thought while seated, remarked, "You've become a master of the explosive energy realm now. Although we are friends, I must bestow upon you this body refinement technique as a reward." Upon hearing Huang Wanyin's insistence, Qin He sensed that he had perhaps discovered something about his battle energy that he immediately responded without pretense. "Since you wish to gift it to me, I shall gladly accept." With that, Huang Wanyin approached Qin He, aligning his index and middle fingers, and pointing them towards Qin He's brow, "that I shall impart it to you now. This body refinement technique is on par with the one I cultivate, though it may not be exceptionally advanced, it is nonetheless commendable. Devote yourself to its practice." As he spoke, he transmitted the body refinement technique to Qin He. With his eyes closed, Qin He absorbed the essence of what Huang Wanyin shared, feeling a surge of excitement at this first encounter with a body refinement technique. "Yushanju," Huang Wanyin explained after imparting the technique. "The technique I practice is called Jinshinju. These 2 body refinement techniques were inherited from my clan, discovered by me in the scripture chamber. They're rather unique methods of body refinement. You should contemplate and practice them diligently." Receiving this technique from Huang Wanyin, Qin He sensed its profundity that if he mastered this technique, it would likely compensate for the sole flaw of the Baihu Shinpaju, allowing him to achieve a balanced offense and defense, elevating his capabilities significantly. Lost in thought, Qin He couldn't help but grin wickedly. Noticing Huang Wanyin's gaze, he awkwardly scratched his head and added, "However, I cannot begin practicing immediately. Now that I have broken through to the explosive energy realm, I must seek out suitable techniques. Otherwise, I will be at a disadvantage in combat, without even a basic skill." With that, he exchanged a knowing glance with Huang Wanyin, and they made their way toward the Dean's office, the Martial God Academy. In the Dean's office, Qin He and Huang Wanyin arrived to find the Dean in meditation. They chose not to interrupt, sitting quietly in the waiting area until the Dean completed his meditation. Before long, the Dean awakened, likely sensing their presence. "Greetings, Dean," Qin He said, rising alongside Huang Wanyin to bow respectfully to Lu Ming. "Oh, excellent. You have broken through to the explosive energy realm. It seems this time has not been wasted," Lu Ming remarked, sizing up Qin He while overlooking Huang Wanyin. However, Huang Wanyin was unfazed by the oversight, appreciating the relaxed atmosphere. "Now, you didn't come here without purpose. What is it that you seek?" Lu Ming inquired. Qin He, with a serious expression, replied, you know very well that upon entering the academy, I had no guide. You brought me in directly, and now I only know you and that elder from the trial grounds that if I have matters to discuss. Who else could I turn to? Lu Ming, realizing his oversight, cleared his throat awkwardly. Well, that is indeed a lapse in my consideration. Speak then. What troubles you? I shall assist you in finding clarity. Cheney continued, given my recent breakthrough to the explosive energy realm. I should begin practicing some techniques. However, I am unsure where to find them. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes slightly, hands clasped behind his back, and said, techniques have always been acquired through fate, but you could also spend a significant amount of energy points at the black market. If students seek techniques, they typically try their luck there. The black market. You claim to be an academy, yet you do not teach students techniques. Everything relies on the individual. What is the point of calling it an academy? Qin, he retorted. Lu Ming acknowledged the validity of Qin, he's words, realizing that unlike other branches of the Martial God Academy, which provided training and instruction, their academy relied on students to fend for themselves after being introduced to the academy. We are different from other academies. A true expert cannot grow under the constant protection of others to cultivate better students. The academy must also provide resources for training, Lu Ming defended. Qin, he did not dispute Lu Ming's reasoning. You make a fair point, but since you mentioned resources, where might I obtain them? With a cheerful demeanor, Lu Ming replied, the academy will certainly not shortchange its students in addition to the monthly allocation of energy points. Each master of the explosive energy realm can enter the academy's library to choose a technique for cultivation. The library, a place where the Martial God Academy stores ancient tomes and techniques. Qin, he exclaimed upon hearing this. What are we waiting for? Let us go quickly. Time is precious, and we must not waste a moment. With that, he urged the dean to follow him as they headed toward the library. On their way to the library, Lu Ming shared some recent developments with Qin. By the way, Qin, do you know, you are now on the Bright Moon rankings. Qin was taken aback by Lu Ming's sudden mention of him. Unsure of what the dean intended to convey, I merely wish to inform you of the current situation. Every student who enters the explosive energy realm is listed on the Bright Moon rankings. When you broke through, a beam of light emerged from the Linglong Tower, and upon your exit, you were recorded, Lu Ming explained as they walked toward the library. Currently, you have garnered some fame. You rank 312 on the Bright Moon rankings. The tale of you defeating that literary youth with a single punch has spread among the students like wildfire. Noticing Qin's attentive demeanor, Lu Ming continued, in 3 months, the ranking battle among the students will occur. Now that you have entered the explosive energy realm, you are eligible to participate. Some have even regarded you as a dark horse for this upcoming battle, despite your brief time in the academy. Your rate of progress is truly remarkable. Listening to Lu Ming's words, Qin felt a sense of determination. It was clear that he was making strides on the Bright Moon rankings, that I must arm myself quickly. That Lin Xinji girl has likely made quite a name for herself on the rankings, that if any of her admirers come seeking trouble, I fear I may struggle to contend with them. Hearing Qin's half-serious remark, Lu Ming chuckled knowingly. Chapter 37. Selecting techniques at the library. Lu Ming brought Qin, and Huang Wanyin to its entrance, which resembled an ordinary courtyard, that an old man reclined comfortably on a wooden chair, soaking up the sun. Upon seeing Lu Ming approach with the 2 young men, the old man's eyes brightened. Lu Ming, what brings you to personally escort these 2 youngsters today? This is quite a rare occurrence. Lu Ming, unfazed by the old man's teasing, responded with a hint of respect. Ha, old Yun, you jest. This lad insisted on my company. After all, he entered the academy without a guide, so he must rely on me. With a playful glance at Qin, the old man continued. A young one brought by the dean himself must be extraordinary to go on in and select the techniques that suit you. As he spoke, he opened the door to the library, allowing Qin and Huang Wanyin to enter and choose their techniques. Lu Ming remained outside, waiting for them to finish their selection. Come on, Huang Wanyin, let us find some techniques. You might not need them, but you can accompany me to see if we come across anything extraordinary that you could also utilize. Upon witnessing the elderly figure inviting both himself and Huang Wanyin to enter, Qin seized Huang Wanyin's hand and led her inside. Upon entering the library, a dazzling array of scrolls lay before them, meticulously arranged in neat rows. The library boasted 3 levels, each brimming with various techniques, the selection of which would depend solely on one's fortune. Qin, guiding Huang Wanyin, traversed from the first to the third floor and back again, his senses overwhelmed by the abundance of choices. How splendid it would be if one could select multiple techniques. In the Qin family, he had never encountered such a plethora of books. How wonderful it would be if they had a library of this magnitude. Observing Qin He's dazed expression filled with fanciful thoughts, Huang Wanyin felt a twinge of exasperation, inadvertently rousing him from his reverie. This library, while impressive, paled in comparison to the Huang family's scripture pavilion, which was said to be far grander, encompassing 7 levels, each housing more texts than this entire establishment combined. Qin He gazed at Huang Wanyin in astonishment, to which she disdainfully replied, seemingly unfazed by his surprise. Moreover, the techniques are categorized into various tiers, and I lack the qualifications to even select from the 7th level. The tomes here hardly pique my interest, seeing Huang Wanyin boast without pause. Qin He decided to temper his enthusiasm. What of it? Even if it were 10 times larger, you still wouldn't have access. What is the point of your grandstanding? It's better to focus on the present. Huang Wanyin, noting Qin He's dismissive attitude and his apparent disinterest, sighed internally but chose to remain silent, trailing behind as he clumsily selected techniques. After several rounds from the first to the third floor, Qin He finally halted before a tattered scroll on the third floor. Huang Wanyin, come quickly. This technique seems to call out to me. Do you sense anything? Noting Qin He's earnest demeanor, Huang Wanyin refrained from mocking him and replied seriously, not at all. It merely appears to be an ancient and dusty scroll. Is this technique truly captivating to you? If you find no merit in the others, then perhaps you should choose this one. Surprised by Huang Wanyin's indifference towards the scroll, Qin He felt a flicker of hope. Perhaps this technique was destined for him. Nonetheless, he expressed, I'm not particularly attached to it. There are others like Saint Demon Embrace, Cloud and 10,000 Buddha Cauldron on the first floor, both immensely powerful. Yet this one continuously draws me in. It seems I share a bond with it. Thus, I have made my choice. He gestured toward a corner on the third floor, animatedly elaborating. The technique was named Black Devour. Its simplicity belied its allure, and as Qin He picked it up, an odd sensation washed over him that he made his way outside, where Lu Ming conversed with the elder. Neither Qin He nor Huang Wanyin is a mere product of Baiyan City. They are bound to become exceptional talents in the grand scheme of the universe. Lu Ming proclaimed, referring not merely to this continent, but to the vast expanse of existence, offering high praise. Seeing Lu Ming extol these 2 youngsters, the elder felt a slight shift in his perception. If the dean holds such an opinion, it stands to reason that these 2 are destined for greatness, far beyond the confines of our martial god academy. He mused, chuckling as he settled back into his chair to bask in the sun. Upon their emergence, the dean and the elder turned their attention to the duo. Lu Ming instructed, show us the techniques you have acquired, and then return to copy them. They are to be returned in 3 days. With that, he beckoned Qin He to present his selection, to which he offered only the tattered scroll inscribed with Black Devour. The elder's gaze sharpened as he beheld the scroll, yet his surprise deepened upon noticing that Huang Wanyin had brought nothing. What of your technique? Did you not select one? He inquired. Huang Wanyin shrugged, replying, though I may be less astute, none of the techniques in this library suit my cultivation. If I require a technique, I shall leave it to fate. Hearing Huang Wanyin's calm demeanor and his veiled criticism of the library's offerings left the elder momentarily speechless. If that is your stance, then so be it. As for you, that technique has been previously selected by others, yet they fell into madness during their cultivation, prompting the academy to erase them. I suggest you consider exchanging it. Both Qin He and Huang Wanyin were taken aback by the elder's words, while Lu Ming merely smiled at the mention of Black Devour. However, Qin He was resolute in his desire to cultivate this technique. Bowing respectfully to the elder, he stated, there is no need for concern. I feel a connection to this technique, and I believe it will not lead me astray during my cultivation. Recognizing Qin He's determination, the elder chose not to dissuade him further, allowing him to pursue his chosen path. Chapter 38. Black Devour. With his technique in hand, Qin He joyfully led Huang Wanyin back to their abode. Now that you have acquired a technique, you should practice it. While you train, I shall retreat to the Linglong Tower. My Dantian has developed a small opening, allowing me to absorb spiritual energy and commence my cultivation in earnest, Huang Wanyin suggested. With the aid of Qin He's silvery light, The chill enveloping Huang Wan's dantian had begun to dissipate, revealing a small opening. Although both were astonished by the revelation of the dantian, it was indeed a positive development, enabling Huang Wan to cultivate normally. Once you have completed your training, meet me on the 5th floor of the Linglong Tower. You shouldn't have difficulty obtaining a temporary pass that if you wish to practice the body refinement technique. Come to me for guidance. I can help you refine your approach. Understanding that he would be of no assistance during Huang Wan's training, Qin He nodded in agreement, ready to delve into the intricacies of his newfound technique. Go ahead. I will study this technique and join you once I have grasped it. Having spoken, he parted ways with Huang Wan and began his meditation. Qin He settled down, retrieving the ancient technique known as Heiji, which he began to study with utmost seriousness. Heiji is a formidable skill renowned since antiquity, attributed to the infamous Black Sky Demon. This technique, while immensely powerful, is heavily reliant on the practitioner's cultivation level. The higher the cultivation, the greater the effectiveness. However, it is notoriously ruthless, inflicting considerable harm upon its user, as each application shortens their lifespan. Prolonged use can lead to an untimely demise. The Black Sky Demon, often referred to as the Black Devil by the masses, was known for his bloodthirsty nature and countless acts of slaughter. Yet, unbeknownst to the world, he dedicated his life to quelling evil, targeting only the wicked and those who oppress the common folk. In the eyes of society, the Black Sky Demon remains a villain of unparalleled malevolence, a title he neither refuted nor clarified, allowing public opinion to shape his narrative. This Heiji has also been classified among demonic techniques, and its resurgence serves as a grim warning against its reckless practice. Soon after, a coalition of skilled fighters was assembled to hunt down the Black Sky Demon in an effort to avoid collateral damage. He lured them into desolate mountains where a bloodbath ensued, resulting in mutual annihilation. The names of those skilled fighters would echo through the ages, while the Black Sky Demon would forever be branded a fiend. Upon perusing these accounts, Qin He recognized that he had acquired an extraordinary skill. He delved deeper into its intricacies, pondering its principles. Although it cautioned against hasty cultivation, there was an undeniable affinity between the technique and himself. Given the immense power it offered, and his pressing need for such an ability, he resolved to master it, and if its lethality could be controlled, then let it be Qin He who reigns supreme in this world once more. Qin He continued his practice, gradually becoming more adept. The Martial God Academy, Linglong Tower. After parting ways with Qin He, Huang Wan swiftly proceeded to the trial grounds, where she effortlessly acquired a 5th-level trial token in mere minutes. Following this, she entered the Linglong Tower to commence her cultivation. With her dantian in a state of closure, her progress appeared stunted. Upon entering the Linglong Tower, she began to voraciously absorb spiritual energy. As she drew in this energy, the chilling aura surrounding her dantian slowly expanded. Had Qin He been present to assist her, her progress could have been even swifter. It wouldn't be long before her dantian was entirely unsealed. Huang Wan felt the surging spiritual energy and mused inwardly. The Martial God Academy, Lin Xinji's residence. Having just returned from the cultivation tower, Lin Xinji had risen to the 120th position on the Bright Moon ranking. With her recent breakthrough, her strength had become even more formidable. She now stood as a 3rd-level expert in the explosive Qi realm, having ascended 2 levels in 3 months, a feat not seen in the academy for quite some time. Gazing at the sky, Lin Xinji appeared lost in thought. If I were to break through 2 more levels, I would undoubtedly secure a spot in the top 10 for the upcoming ranking battle. At that point, I would be recognized as a rising star of the academy, and no one would dare to dismiss me as merely a pretty face. Speaking to herself, she exuded confidence in her abilities. Achieving a top 10 position in the Bright Moon ranking at the 5th level of explosive Qi was unprecedented. Should her skills prove formidable, it was not entirely impossible, though it remained uncertain whether Lin Xinji possessed such capabilities. At the Martial God Academy, Qin He's residence, Lu Ming visited Qin He shortly after his return, but upon seeing him deep in meditation, he refrained from interrupting. Now, Qin He had nearly mastered the intricacies of Heiji. While its efficacy was indeed linked to one's strength, it was far from useless. Compared to ordinary techniques, it was exceptionally powerful. After contemplating for some time, Qin He began to operate the White Tiger Spirit Decision. Eager to test the might of Heiji, he unleashed the newly learned technique, A wave of spiritual energy emanated from his dantian, gradually darkening as it converged in his palm. Adopting a half-squat position, he struck his solitary wooden chair with a forceful blow. With a resounding crash, the chair shattered, slowly drying up as if its moisture had been siphoned away. The ground beneath also became parched, the surrounding area affected by the residual energy. He hastily ceased his actions, realizing that his control over the technique needed refinement. Once fully mastered, he could absorb an opponent's spiritual energy without impacting the environment. Moreover, he would possess the capability to restrain his technique, unleashing devastating power without collateral damage. Chapter 39. The Power of the White Tiger. After concluding his practice, Qin prepared to seek out Huang Wanyin in the Linglong Tower. He had dedicated 3 days to studying the technique and was eager to discover how Huang Wanyin fared. After all, she was his first friend, and he held genuine concern for her well-being. However, lacking a 5th-level trial token, he could not access that level of the tower, and thus made his way to the trial grounds to participate in the trials at the Martial God Academy. Trial grounds, standing before the trials. Qin reflected on his initial visit, recalling his arrogance and naivety, which had led him to attempt to push his limits, resulting in considerable hardship. Now, returning to the same place, he remained steadfast in his desire to transcend his limitations. Should he conquer the 5th-level trials, he would strive to attempt the 6th level. Before the entrance to the trial grounds stood the same elder as before. Upon seeing Qin, the elder approached him and inquired, so you intend to tackle the 5th-level trials this time. However, given that you are only at the 1st level of the explosive Qi realm, it may be more prudent to practice at the 4th level. His words seemed to urge Qin towards the 4th level, but Qin's nature compelled him to seek challenges that would truly test his mettle. There is no need for concern on your part, Elder. I shall proceed to the 5th level for my training, and if I possess the capability, I may even attempt the 6th level. The 6th level? That place is home to the top 50 of the Bright Moon ranking. You'll surely be regarded as a curiosity there. The elder chuckled at Qin's boldness. Then, Elder, please prepare the 5th-level trial for me. Qin stated, unwilling to linger on unnecessary conversation and thrusting straight to the point. The elder, upon hearing Qin's determination, ceased his jesting and proceeded to arrange the 5th-level trial. Very well. You may enter and undertake your trial now. The trial grounds were designed to exert far greater pressure than the outside world, ensuring that students would not inadvertently harm themselves during their training. Each level of trials imposed significantly more pressure than that found within the Linglong Tower, though the spiritual energy remained consistent with the outside environment, preventing it from becoming a sanctuary for cultivation. Upon entering the designated trial room, Qin immediately sensed an overwhelming pressure bearing down upon him. It was substantial, yet not beyond his capacity to endure. However, prolonged exposure could prove challenging. After approximately 2 hours of persistence, he began to break through the pressure, which signified the completion of his trial. Qin did not disappoint, emerging victorious from the trial room shortly thereafter. Elder, does this signify the completion of my trial? The elder regarded Qin as he exited, showing no signs of surprise. After all, achieving a 4th-level trial token at the 8th level of the internal Qi realm was hardly extraordinary, and similarly, obtaining a 4th-level token upon reaching the explosive Qi realm was unremarkable. Here is your 5th-level token, though I would advise against attempting the 6th-level trial. It would be a futile endeavor. The pressure within is beyond what your current realm can withstand. Qin studied the elder. He sensed no deception in the elder's demeanor. The previous mockery had vanished from his expression. I wish to attempt the 6th-level trial. Qin spoke with earnest determination, prompting the elder to acquiesce. Very well. I shall prepare the 6th-level trial for you. If it becomes unbearable, do not hesitate to exit. Hearing the elder's subtly concerned words warmed Qin's heart. I will be cautious. I am not foolish enough to gamble with my life. I still wish to return home, for I have heard that entering the top 20 of the Bright Moon ranking will grant me that opportunity, while other students are free to leave at their discretion. Lu Ming stated that Qin is an exception. He cannot depart until he has reached a certain level. The elder has prepared the 6th layer of trials and is instructing Qin to prepare for the challenge. Upon seeing the open door, Qin stepped inside and closed it behind him. As the door shut, he felt a tremendous pressure bearing down upon him. This oppressive force flushed his face with color, nearly causing him to spit blood. Qin summoned all his strength to operate the White Tiger Spirit technique, yet its effects were not particularly pronounced. Realizing he could not persist any longer, he began to contemplate leaving. However, at that moment, the White Tiger Spirit technique began to circulate through his meridians, emanating strands of mysterious power, a unique force bestowed by the technique itself. With this newfound energy, Qin immediately felt a significant alleviation from the pressure, though it was still far from bearable. Empowered by the strength granted by the White Tiger Spirit technique, he chose to remain within the 6th layer of trials. As the pressure intensified, threatening to suffocate him, Qin sensed that the spiritual energy within him had become much purer, a sign of impending breakthrough that he gritted his teeth against the mounting pressure, seeking to leverage it for his advancement. Gradually, he regained his composure, yet the stars before his eyes multiplied exponentially. Time seemed to stretch, and he felt as though he had aged considerably. Suddenly, the spiritual energy within him ceased its tumult, gathering within his dantian. The energies of heaven and earth converged upon this trial ground, and Qin's dantian gradually reached saturation before abruptly releasing the energy. With a deep exhalation, Qin broke through. Ascending to the 2nd level of power, unsteadily, he exited the room, his complexion pale, and spoke to the elder. "It appears you were correct. Elder, it seems I was a tad premature in attempting the 6th layer of trials. Allow me to consolidate my strength and return." Upon seeing Qin emerge, the elder halted the trial. "That I told you it was too early, but you wouldn't listen. Have you tasted the consequences now?" Noting the elder's lecturing demeanor, Qin hastily made his escape. "That elder, I have an appointment with someone else, and the hour is getting late, that I must take my leave." With that, he dashed away. This lad has immense potential. To have endured the 6th layer for so long and even achieved a breakthrough. The elder mused as he watched Qin depart, before retreating into a room where silence enveloped him once more. At the Martial God Academy, before the Linglong Tower, Qin stood once again, gazing up at the structure, eager to continue his training. Reflecting on his first visit when he was but a destitute individual, he now found the prospect of training to the point of exhaustion somewhat daunting. "Linglong Tower, I have returned." With those words, Qin entered the tower, seeking out Huang Wanning. He ascended layer by layer until he reached the 5th level, where he felt the pressure within intensifying, accompanied by a spiritual energy that was several times denser than the outside world. Taking a deep breath, he scanned the room, observing various students meditating in a cross-legged position. Chapter 40. Body Refinement. After surveying the multitude of practitioners, Qin finally spotted Huang Wanning, who was deeply engrossed in his cultivation in a corner. "Brother Huang, I now share the same realm as you." "Ha!" Qin boasted, though he could sense the formidable energy within Huang Wanning, which was robust beyond measure. He could only speculate how much stronger it was than his OWNINA confrontation. He would likely be no match for Huang Wanning. After all, Huang Wanning had practiced the body refinement technique and had maintained his position at the 11th rank without the aid of spiritual energy. A testament to his physical prowess. "Have you achieved a breakthrough?" "Not bad, young man. Are you here at the Linglong Tower to train or to seek my guidance on the body refinement technique?" Huang Wanning directly addressed the topic, prompting Qin to respond without hesitation that my strength has now grown considerably, and this method of training feels too slow. It is time to focus on refining my body. With that, he led Huang Wanning out of the training tower. As they exited the Linglong Tower, Qin inquired, "Brother Huang, where shall we refine our bodies?" "Surely not at my residence." It was evident that body refinement required a suitable environment. And Qin was aware that his own abode was unsuitable. Not only was it small, but it lacked the necessary resources. "Let us first return to my previous residence. I have something good to show you, and I assure you, you will be pleased." Huang Wanning responded as if he had anticipated Qin's question. Qin regarded Huang Wanning, realizing that finding him in his own body refinement was imminent. So he no longer felt anxious. "It seems Brother Huang possesses some valuable resources for body refinement, that I wonder what fortune I shall derive from him this time." Upon hearing this, Huang Wanning was unfazed. "You will see when we arrive. I guarantee your satisfaction, but do not complain if it proves arduous." Huang Wanning's tone carried a hint of playful sarcasm, but Qin chose not to respond. Huang Wanning guided Qin toward his residence, and soon they arrived at a secluded courtyard. "Is this your former residence, Brother Huang?" "Though spacious, it seems rather isolated. Don't you feel lonely living here?" upon seeing the courtyard. Qin He noted its size compared to his own dwelling and asked, but Huang Wanyin appeared unfazed, replying coolly, "Is it isolated? This is a place I painstakingly found. It is ideal for body refinement." Free from disturbances, with arms crossed, Huang Wanyin seemed to reminisce. "When I first arrived at the academy, I inadvertently crossed paths with a formidable opponent ranked 32nd on the Haoyue list at the time. I was still recuperating from injuries and could not utilize spiritual energy. I barely managed to defeat him. However, thereafter, I faced a relentless barrage of challenges. Because I lacked spiritual energy, I held on to the 32nd rank, which prompted me to seek out a secluded residence away from the fray." Qin He chuckled at the revelation. It was clear that Huang Wanyin sought to minimize the number of challengers drawn to him. Indeed, to a cultivator devoid of spiritual energy, he would appear no different from an insect. Yet, those who sought to challenge him soon learned that while he lacked spiritual energy, his physical resilience was far from ordinary. "Now that we have arrived, let us find a suitable place to refine our bodies," Huang Wanyin suggested, breaking Qin He's reverie as he stood at the entrance, lost in thought. Following Huang Wanyin inside, Qin He was eager to begin refining his body, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Huang Wanyin led him to a room furnished with a large wooden basin resembling a bathtub, surrounded by tables laden with various herbs and spiritual water. Having little knowledge of these items, Qin He did not inquire further. Huang Wanyin gestured towards the items in the room, saying, "Here, these are for you that I use them for healing, but they can also be utilized for body refinement. I no longer require them. You may use this place for your training." Upon hearing that Huang Wanyin was lending him this space, Qin He's eyes gleamed as he surveyed the surroundings, barely able to contain his excitement. Seeing Qin He's reaction, Huang Wanyin sighed, understanding that someone from a humble background might not have encountered such resources before. Thus, he chose not to comment further. Huang Wanyin proceeded to prepare the herbs and spiritual water, mixing them in the large basin before adding regular water. Once everything was ready, he prepared to exit the room. As he walked out, Huang Wanyin instructed Qin He, "Did you pay close attention to the process? I will be in the room next door for training. If you encounter any issues, feel free to come and ask me. Now, remove your clothing and enter the basin. You can begin practicing the Jade Body technique." After Huang Wanyin departed, only Qin He remained in the room. He surveyed the basin filled with water, approached it and touched the surface, yet felt nothing unusual. It was just like any ordinary water. Not wanting to waste time, Qin He swiftly removed his garments and turned to leap into the large wooden tub. Settling cross-legged within, the water reached precisely to the level of his chest upon sitting down. Although it felt no different from regular water, the fact that Huang Wanyin had prepared it for him indicated it was anything but ordinary. As Qin He sat in the tub, he immersed himself in the profound intricacies of the Jade Body technique etched in his mind. The initial stage of body refinement techniques typically involve harnessing the spiritual energies of heaven and earth to cleanse the meridians and physique, thereby enhancing physical strength. As Qin He began to execute the prescribed methods of the Jade Body technique, something within the water seemed to awaken after a short while. The temperature of the water gradually increased. Initially mild, but soon it became somewhat scorching against his flesh. The medicinal properties of the water began to manifest, releasing a fragrant aroma that permeated the room. Even the spiritual energy entering his body was imbued with this delightful scent. The cleansing effect of this fragrant spiritual energy appeared markedly more pronounced than before, as it coursed through his meridians and flesh. Qin He could feel a subtle enhancement in his physicality and meridians. While the improvement was not overwhelmingly apparent, it was nevertheless a significant advancement compared to prior states. Continuing on this path, Qin He was assured that by the time of the upcoming competition, his physical prowess would at least double, thus truly augmenting his strength. As he sensed his body gradually growing stronger, a satisfied smile graced his face. Indeed, the Jade Body technique was extraordinary. Chapter 41. Releasing the Dantian as time elapsed. Qin He distinctly perceived that the water in the wooden tub had transformed to resemble ordinary water, albeit now it was a murky black. He gazed at the basin, offering an awkward chuckle before rising to don his clothes. After standing, he stretched his limbs, relishing in the rejuvenation of his body, nodding in satisfaction. Subsequently, he disposed of the murky water from the tub. He was certain that should Huang Wanyin see it, he would undoubtedly mock him. Once everything was in order, Qin contemplated visiting Huang Wanyin next door. He wondered how her cultivation was progressing. Upon witnessing his current physique, she would surely be astonished. Grinning mischievously, Qin made his way towards Huang Wanyin. She was still seated in meditation, an aura of coldness enveloping her, as if she were practicing some mysterious technique. However, as her beloved, Qin understood that the lingering chill emanating from her body was simply a byproduct of her training. Moreover, having assisted her in opening a small aperture in her dantian, the previous erratic shifts in her demeanor were unlikely to resurface that it seemed Huang Wanyin sensed Qin's presence. As she awoke from her meditation, her eyes fluttering open. "Have you completed your training?" she inquired, rising to her feet and gazing at him. Qin, feeling a bit sheepish, scratched his head that I intended to return. "But I forgot what you had provided me that day. However, the jade body technique is indeed remarkable." Upon hearing this, Huang Wanyin was left speechless. She had observed him with utmost seriousness back then. Yet now he claimed to have forgotten. She was at a loss for words. "Huang, how's your training been progressing?" Qin asked tentatively, noting her somewhat troubled expression. "Training? Speaking of which, I was hoping you could assist me. My dantian has only opened a small hole, and the absorption of spiritual energy is far from sufficient for my cultivation. Therefore, I kindly request that you accompany me to the Linglong Tower for training." Upon hearing this, Qin felt a pang of guilt for having focused solely on himself these past few days, awkwardly rubbing his nose. "Huang, you speak too lightly that I consider you a friend, and thus your issues are my own. Let us go now and fully release your dantian." Seeing Qin's agreement, Huang Wanyin felt a rush of excitement, slowly allowing a smile to grace her face. "Since you regard me as a friend, there is no need to keep calling me Huang. It sounds rather awkward. Just call me by my name." Noticing her slight embarrassment, Qin chuckled heartily. "All right, from now on, I'll call you by your name. Let us proceed. Huang Wanyin, we are off to the Linglong Tower." With that, the two of them linked arms, sharing laughter and banter as they made their way to the Linglong Tower, drawing many curious gazes along the way. At the Martial God Academy, before the Linglong Tower, Qin and Huang Wanyin exchanged glances. "This time, let us enter and engage in seclusion that I am prepared to break through, and you shall focus on releasing your dantian. Together, we shall surely shine brilliantly in the upcoming competition." With that, they exchanged encouraging nods that as two young men at the second level of the explosive Qi realm, it would typically be considered quite an achievement to place beyond the 200th rank on the Haoyue list. Yet here they were, aspiring for greatness, fully aware that such ambitions might invite scorn from others should they overhear. However, both understood that their aspirations were sincere, not to mention Huang Wanyin's previous 11th rank on the Haoyue list. And Qin had once bested a second-level master of the explosive Qi realm with a single punch upon entering the realm. With their current training in techniques and body refinement, they were now far from comparable to their former selves. Huang Wanyin had also regained her capacity to utilize spiritual energy, and it was uncertain just how much her power had increased. As onlookers beheld the two entering the Linglong Tower with their arms linked, they were filled with a sense of longing. Upon entering the Linglong Tower, they made their way straight to the 5th floor, where the lowest level of practitioners were at least at the 3rd level of the explosive Qi realm. Qin and Huang Wanyin, having just entered the explosive Qi realm, had boldly chosen to enter this tier. Their presence initially attracted some discontented glances, but now they garnered even more attention. Nevertheless, the two paid no mind to the gazes of others and sought a quiet corner to sit cross-legged and commence their cultivation. Once seated, Qin addressed Huang Wanyin. "I shall begin my training now that I will continuously release that silvery radiance. You need only absorb it and cleanse yourself." Huang Wanyin nodded and also sat cross-legged. Commencing his cultivation at Qin, he entered his training. The silvery glow around his body began to manifest once more. Observing the emergence of this ethereal light, Huang Wanyin placed his hand on Qin's shoulder, initiating the absorption of the silvery radiance. After absorbing the light, Huang Wanyin also drew in the spiritual energy of the universe for his cultivation. Indeed, with the addition of the silvery glow, the dissolution of the cold aura on the surface of his dantian accelerated significantly. Previously, when Huang Wanyin had merely cleansed with spiritual energy, the process was not nearly as swift. At this current rate, it would not be long before he would be able to cultivate normally again. Meanwhile, Qin had immersed himself in cultivation, the White Tiger Divine Soul technique operating within him, drawing in the celestial spirit energy through the pores of his skin into his dantian, which was now brimming with spiritual energy. As his strength and physique strengthened, Qin found that the operation of the White Tiger Divine Soul technique became increasingly smooth. The silvery glow enveloping his body grew ever more concentrated. Now, he could freely control the luminous radiance that if he fully committed to his cultivation, there would be no need to release the silvery brilliance outward. However, to assist Huang Wanyin in achieving a breakthrough, Qin still released a portion of that silvery light into the surroundings. Though doing so consumed some of the brilliance that Qin, he balanced his cultivation with the release of the silvery glow. His cultivation speed diminished considerably. Thus, both Qin and Huang Wanyin delved into their training, while Lin Xinji and Xianyin did not pause in their efforts either. After entering the explosive energy realm, Xianyin seemed transformed, his breakthrough speed unabated, advancing rapidly and rivaling Lin Xinji. Both had now become experts ranked over 100 on the Bright Moon list, having surpassed the 4th layer of the explosive energy realm. While Qin lagged significantly behind them in terms of cultivation level. With the imminent Bright Moon list competition approaching in just a month and a half, all students at the Academy in the explosive energy realm diligently trained, creating an unprecedented atmosphere of cultivation. Lu Ming also kept an eye on the promising young talents within the Academy, among whom were several dark horses, much like Qin himself. Presently, Qin longed to make a swift breakthrough and was preoccupied, neglecting his body refining technique. Nevertheless, after expelling some impurities and through the training of the White Tiger Divine Soul technique, his physique was no longer comparable to that of an ordinary individual. With the abundance of spiritual energy within him, the murderous aura of the White Tiger Divine Soul technique grew, increasingly potent. Now, Qin was resolute. Apart from the top geniuses on the Bright Moon list, he felt no trepidation towards anyone who sought to spar with him. Chapter 42. Successful release. As time passed, another month and a half slipped by, and soon only a month and a half remained until the Bright Moon list competition. At the Martial God Academy, within the Linglong Tower, Qin and Huang Wanyin had been cultivating since their last entry into the tower, showing no signs of cessation. However, Huang Wanyin sensed that the cold aura on the surface of his dantian had nearly dissipated, and he was on the verge of a complete release. While Huang Wanyin was attuned to his dantian, the glow around Qin intensified, drawing in the surrounding celestial spirit energy, all converging upon him. Is this fellow about to break through? Huang Wanyin observed the signs of Qin's impending breakthrough with envy. Though envious, he recognized that the silvery glow around Qin was particularly vibrant at this moment. Seizing this opportunity, he initiated his final cleansing. As the luminescence overflowed, nearly half of the spirit energy he absorbed was claimed by the silvery brilliance. Huang Wanyin watched as his dantian gradually became fully charged with energy, his eyes brimming with excitement, nearly shedding tears of joy. After a year and a half, his dantian had finally re-emerged. From this moment forth, he would once again be the unparalleled prodigy of the Huang family. Although no longer part of the Huang clan, his innate talent remained. Huang Wanyin clenched his fists, gritting his teeth as if his father's murderer stood before him. He fervently absorbed the silvery glow and the celestial spirit energy, quickly filling his dantian. As time flowed on, Qin gradually calmed his energy, having successfully broken through. He was now a master at the 3rd layer of the explosive energy realm. Slowly opening his eyes, he noticed the glow surrounding him still persisted. Fearing that Huang Wanyin was still in the midst of his training, he refrained from retracting the silvery light. Indeed, upon opening his eyes, he beheld Huang Wanyin voraciously consuming both the celestial spirit energy and the glow emanating from his body. The extent of the absorption caught Qin off guard, compelling him to operate the White Tiger Divine Soul technique at full capacity, maximizing the release of the silvery brilliance. Huang Wanyin felt the influx of silvery light increase, his heart swelling with gratitude toward Qin, who was evidently acting with intention. Realizing that his fervent absorption was supported by his friend, Huang Wanyin felt a sense of fortunate camaraderie. Huang Wanyin repeatedly cleansed the surface of his dantian. The cold aura on the verge of vanishing, that as Qin, he continued to emit the silvery glow. He sensed a slight depletion of his own strength, for Huang Wanyin's absorption was indeed fervent. Sweat trickled down Qin's face, yet he persevered in his output. After some time, just as he felt he could no longer sustain it, the absorbing force suddenly ceased. Huang Wanyin then opened his eyes. His body drenched in sweat, yet the excitement in his gaze could not be concealed. He sprang to his feet, embracing Qin He in a fit of joyous laughter, only to choke on his emotions. Tears of exhilaration spilling forth. Qin He, do you know? I haven't been able to cultivate for a whole year and a half. Now I can feel my dantian again. No one can stop me now. My rise is inevitable. But you, my brother, if you ever encounter trouble, just call out, and I shall be there without hesitation. Witnessing Huang Wanyin's overwhelming elation, Qin He understood and listened intently to his impassioned speech. He patted Huang Wanyin's shoulder, saying, Brother, I'm truly happy for you. You can cultivate again. From now on, let us train together that you've only just released your dantian. There are still the meridians to unbind. Once you've fully released everything, you'll return to your former self. Huang Wanyin felt encouraged and comforted by Qin He's words, his tears of excitement gradually subsiding. Good brothers, together we shall reign supreme over the world. The two engaged in fervent conversation, while many others on the 5th floor of the Linglong Tower observed, some recognizing Qin He and Huang Wanyin. Just then a youth stepped forward, casting a disdainful gaze at Qin He and Huang Wanyin. This individual clearly did not recognize Huang Wanyin, but seemed familiar with Qin He. Two mere ants at the 3rd layer of the explosive energy realm dare to claim that their rise is unstoppable and that they will reign supreme. Such delusions. Upon hearing this, both Huang Wanyin and Qin He's expressions darkened as they were interrupted during their moment of joy. Some bystanders recognized Huang Wanyin, while others did not. Some watched with interest, while others looked at the youth with mockery. You speak so arrogantly and loudly, disturbing the cultivation of those present. Shouldn't you offer an apology? The youth, clearly seeking trouble, was at the 5th layer of the explosive energy realm. Ranked 107th on the Bright Moon list, not an insignificant character, though not as renowned as Lin Xianji or Xianin. Some were indeed familiar with him. This fool dares to challenge someone ranked 11th on the Bright Moon list. Does he not know what he's getting into? It was evident that many recognized the situation unfolding. And what if we refuse to apologize? Qin He retorted defiantly in response to the provocation. Then I am curious to know where your confidence stems from, to utter such hubristic words. Although you, Qin He, defeated a 2nd-layer contestant shortly after entering the explosive energy realm, that is still not enough to impress me. Qin He shrugged in resignation at this remark. Since that is the case, before Qin He could finish, Huang Wanyin grasped his arm. Let me handle this. You just helped me release my dantian and must be exhausted. I haven't encountered anyone challenging me in a long while. With that, he stepped forward to confront the youth. Surprised that Huang Wanyin had taken the initiative to confront him, the youth hadn't anticipated being faced by a stronger opponent. Someone he perceived as an insignificant ant. Very well, if you seek death, I shall assist you. Chapter 43. The pure power of the body having spoken, Huang Wanyin also assumed a stance opposite him, yet did not unleash a trace of spiritual energy. Observing Huang Wanyin's lack of response, the young man initiated the first attack, seemingly oblivious to the mocking expression surrounding him. With a forceful strike known as the Breaking Cloud Fist, he launched a punch which Huang Wanyin met with an open palm. The blow was easily deflected. Following this, the young man executed a flying bull kick, but once again, it was met with a single palm from Huang Wanyin, who successfully intercepted the kick. Subsequently, he seized the young man and delivered a powerful blow, sending him crashing to the ground, rendered unconscious. With that, he swaggered out with Qin He, unimpeded by anyone. Qin He, filled with delight, left the Linglong Tower alongside Huang Wanyin, genuinely pleased that Huang Wanyin had successfully released his dantian. How extraordinary is my brother! Even without spiritual energy, he ranks 11th on the Haoyue list. I can only imagine how much further he will ascend after the upcoming ranking battle. He will surely astonish many. As they conversed, the two made their way outside the Martial God Academy. Qin He's residence, unbeknownst to them. As they chatted, they found themselves back at Qin He's home. Both realizing their arrival simultaneously, they exchanged knowing glances and burst into laughter. It seems this place has become our habitual retreat. Well, let's go inside and rest, said Huang Wanyin, leading Qin He back to his residence. Upon entering, both collapsed onto the bed in disarray. This period has certainly exhausted us, But the good news is I have broken through. And you have successfully released your Dantian. Qin remarked to Huang Wanyin, who gently caressed the area of his Dantian, relishing the long-awaited warmth emanating from within. Now reacquainted with the sensation, Huang Wanyin smiled faintly. Both had gained immensely from this retreat. Qin's strength had significantly increased, and Huang Wanyin had regained his former confidence. The two lay on the bed. They soon fell into a deep slumber, only to awaken the following morning. Oh no! We fell asleep and squandered another night of cultivation. Qin exclaimed, startling Huang Wanyin awake, who gazed at him in astonishment. While cultivating resembles resting, this rest hinges on how you train, that if one is breaking through or striving for a new realm, it certainly does not count as rest. Hence, practitioners choose to cultivate each night. Rather than dream, it is far more beneficial to contemplate one's strength. That was no wonder Qin was so agitated. After all, they had both been utterly exhausted the previous day, and sleeping was quite understandable. Seeing Qin's eagerness to cultivate, Huang Wanyin felt a twinge of concern. Continuous cultivation without practical experience is inadequate. One must accumulate sufficient combat experience. In our family, we periodically select promising youths to venture out and hone their skills. With that, he turned to Qin, who looked back at Huang Wanyin. But how can I enhance my combat experience? Qin inquired. Huang Wanyin, his eyes twinkling with amusement, realized that Qin had not engaged in combat for quite some time and was itching for a spar. Let us engage in a friendly match. Come to my place. Behind my room lies the edge of the academy, where a secluded grove awaits us, perfect for our practice without disturbance. Hearing that the academy had such a venue, Qin felt a surge of anticipation, as it was indeed the ideal setting for uninterrupted cultivation. After Huang Wanyin spoke, the two made their way toward his residence, the Martial God Academy. Huang Wanyin's residence. Upon reaching the threshold of Huang Wanyin's home, Qin did not enter, but instead veered off toward a small hill behind the house, where they could gaze upon the imposing walls of the academy. However, their purpose was not to admire the walls but to enhance their combat skills. Once they entered the grove, they paused. The tranquil grove was eerily quiet, occasionally interrupted by the distant call of a bird, leaving no other sounds to be heard. What do you think of this place? Huang Wanyin inquired with a grin. Nodding in agreement, Qin began to jest. You don't bring those female students from the academy here often, do you? Huang Wanyin, catching the teasing glint in Qin's eyes, felt a wave of exasperation. Let us not forget why we are here, since your physical prowess does not match mine. I want to take advantage of you. You may utilize your spiritual energy to make this fairer. I shall rely solely on my pure physical strength. With that, he positioned himself, and the two prepared to engage in combat. A palpable tension in the air. However, Qin appeared unprepared, gazing intently at Huang Wanyin while surveying their surroundings. Huang Wanyin, dissatisfied with Qin's demeanor, swiftly delivered a kick. Startled, Qin barely managed to evade the strike. Realizing the gravity of the situation, "You came in swinging for real," he exclaimed, gathering his focus and channeling the Baihu divine spirit technique, raising his aura as Huang Wanyin sensed the shift in energy. Excellent. Let us go again, Huang Wanyin declared, launching another punch. Huang Wanyin moved with a lightness that belied the weight he imposed upon the ground, sending chills through Qin. Undoubtedly, a trained body exuded formidable strength. Qin marveled at Huang Wanyin's agility as he closed in, throwing another punch. Seeing no way to evade, Qin braced himself to counter with a palm. With a resounding impact, Qin staggered back several steps. Shaken, despite employing spiritual energy and having practiced the Yushin technique, he found himself unable to withstand Huang Wanyin's casual yet powerful blow. Frustration welled within him, and he resolved to apply more effort. Recognizing the necessity of taking Huang Wanyin seriously, it was about time. Otherwise, how would you cultivate your combat experience? Huang Wanyin noted, a smile gracing his face as he observed Qin, he finally adopting a serious stance. Qin's movements became more agile as he meticulously studied Huang Wanyin's every action. When Huang Wanyin struck, Qin countered with his legs. When Huang Wanyin aimed a kick, Qin met it with his arms. The duel progressed. Qin was struck by a profound realization. Though he stood at a higher level than his opponent, he struggled to gain the upper hand. Even without utilizing spiritual energy, Huang Wanyin forced him into a corner. Determined to turn the tide, Qin He began to incorporate the power of the Baihu divine spirit technique into his strikes, which yielded noticeable results. Huang Wanyin, witnessing Qin He's transition from a state of helplessness to one of defense coupled with counterattacks, was taken aback. Chapter 44. The first use of Black Devour, though surprised. Huang Wanyin did not relent, pushing his physical prowess to its limits as they continued their fierce exchange. After a prolonged bout, Qin He, realizing he could not best Huang Wanyin, who had yet to exert his full strength, felt a twinge of resignation. "Let us give this a try," he declared, undeterred by the prospect of injuring Huang Wanyin. With Huang Wanyin's physical strength reputed to be second in the academy, no one dared to claim the top spot. If he were to inflict serious harm, it would elevate Qin He to the pinnacle of the Hao Yue list. Black Devour. Ever since he had trained in this technique, he had not found the opportunity to utilize it. Previously, when he attempted to employ it in the Linglong Tower, Huang Wanyin had thwarted him. Now, he resolved to test it against Huang Wanyin. As he felt the spiritual energy within him surge from his dantian, it transformed into slender black threads under the influence of Black Devour, gradually manifesting outside his body. This technique wielded immense power, and Huang Wanyin detected a hint of danger emanating from it, prompting him to activate the Golden Body technique, fortifying his physique. Using Black Devour for the first time, Qin He proceeded cautiously. Fearful of inflicting harm upon Huang Wanyin, that he wrapped the black threads created by Black Devour around his fists, arms, and legs, then engaged in close combat with Huang Wanyin. This time, as they grappled, Huang Wanyin felt a sharp pain with each of Qin He's strikes, as if his internal spiritual energy was in turmoil. Such was the characteristic of Black Devour. Qin He had yet to master it fully, so it inadvertently affected Huang Wanyin, who, despite being in a lower realm, was still formidable to as they continued to exchange blows. Huang Wanyin found himself increasingly overwhelmed by the pain inflicted by Black Devour. Under the combined effects of Black Devour and the Baihu divine spirit technique, he began to struggle, realizing that achieving the Golden Body was a distant goal, requiring extensive training. After a brief skirmish, it appeared Huang Wanyin was on the verge of collapse. Qin He, empowered by the Baihu divine spirit technique, Black Devour, and his spiritual energy, successfully inflicted considerable discomfort upon Huang Wanyin. Yet Huang Wanyin could not unleash his full power against Qin He. So he called out, "Stop, stop, stop. Let us cease for today. My hands have grown numb," declared Huang Wanyin, as he waved his hands and turned to retreat to his courtyard. Qin He shrugged and followed suit. Huang Wanyin was taken aback by Qin He's ability to reach this point. Since arriving at the Martial God Academy, no one had ever made him feel so physically challenged. Although he was unaware of the true prowess of those ranked in the top 10 of the Hao Yue list, he was confident that no one outside that elite circle could defeat him in raw physicality, nor could anyone belittle him to such an extent. Upon returning to Huang Wanyin's abode, Qin He requested another basin of the liquid used for body refinement. Huang Wanyin, of course, obliged without hesitation. This time, he instructed Qin He to memorize the herbal ingredients carefully, so that in the future, Qin He could prepare it himself. Qin He diligently committed the process to memory. Realizing the urgency of enhancing his own strength, he knew that it was only through sheer effort that he had managed to compel Huang Wanyin to call a halt. And he was acutely aware that Huang Wanyin had not utilized his full strength, even without the use of spiritual energy. Huang Wanyin's physical prowess was beyond what Qin He could currently attain. If they were to truly confront one another, Qin He suspected he would not stand a chance. Thus, in preparation for the upcoming ranking battle, he resolved to push himself further. After imparting his advice to Qin He, Huang Wanyin stated, "I have just begun to recover my dantian. To ensure you can find me, I'll be training on the 5th floor of the Linglong Tower. If you feel you no longer need to refine your body, come find me there. While the pressure may not be my limit, the spiritual energy is sufficient for my needs." With that, he departed. Qin He watched Huang Wanyin leave, then immersed himself once more in the wooden basin for his second round of body refinement. After the initial experience, Qin He found himself more adept during this second attempt, eagerly absorbing the medicinal potency of the liquid while expelling impurities from his body. With each expulsion, the remnants filtered out diminished, indicating that Qin He's physique was gradually becoming more refined. Each time he eliminated impurities, his body sparkled with clarity. The silvery radiance emanating from the white tiger's soul refinement had already rendered his skin smooth and delicate. Now, with the cultivation of the jade body technique, his skin had reached perfection. Were any young women to behold him, they would undoubtedly be envious of his flawless complexion. As time passed, Qin tirelessly cleansed his body. After absorbing several basins of the liquid provided by Huang Wanyin, he realized he could no longer rely solely on these to satisfy his needs. What he needed to do now was to hasten his cultivation to elevate his strength. Then return home to inform his father that he was alive, and subsequently seek vengeance. Once he accomplished all this, Qin aspired to explore broader horizons in pursuit of the martial path, destined to leave a remarkable mark upon it. Contemplating these thoughts, Qin leapt from the large wooden basin, gazing at the significantly clearer liquid within that he also marveled at his considerably strengthened physique. Smiling with satisfaction, after disposing of the remaining liquid, he set off towards the Linglong Tower, the Martial God Academy. Within the Linglong Tower, Qin organized his belongings before seeking out Huang Wanyin. He and Huang Wanyin had become true friends, inseparable companions. Upon reaching the familiar spot on the 5th floor of the Linglong Tower, Qin found Huang Wanyin, who preferred training in remote areas with fewer people. Therefore, it was relatively easy for either of them to locate the other. The distribution of spiritual energy was uniform across each floor of the Linglong Tower, rendering any location equally suitable for cultivation. Upon seeing Huang Wanyin, Qin noticed that he had also made a breakthrough. Like himself, Huang Wanyin had reached the 3rd level of the explosive Qi realm. However, Qin did not regard Huang Wanyin's progress solely by his realm level. After all, he had experienced Huang Wanyin's physical capabilities firsthand. Anyone who underestimated this individual would surely suffer the consequences. After their meeting, Qin and Huang Wanyin exchanged few words. Huang Wanyin assumed Qin had come to train alongside him. But it seemed Qin had no intention of doing so, instead appearing to wait for him. Aren't you going to train? Huang Wanyin inquired with a quizzical expression. Qin stroked his chin thoughtfully and replied, I didn't want to disturb you while you were training. Once you finish, let us visit the black market to see if there are any suitable techniques for me. I am lacking in such methods and need to acquire something promptly. Huang Wanyin pondered this for a moment. Indeed, since entering the academy, the only techniques Qin had obtained were from the Library of Techniques, specifically the Black Devouring technique. Now that he had begun cultivating the Jade Body technique and made some progress, he found himself lacking in combat techniques that would not suffice for Qin to rely solely on agility in battle. Chapter 45, Treasure Hunting in the Black Market. Recognizing this, Qin had sought out Huang Wanyin at the Linglong Tower to explore the black market, rather than training together. Huang Wanyin then rose from his seated position and clapped Qin on the shoulder. What are we waiting for? Let us go check out the black market. Upon exiting the Linglong Tower, Huang Wanyin and Qin made their way directly to the black market. The last time Qin visited, he had not paid much attention to the various vendors and the auction house surrounding him. The auction house of the Martial God Academy was managed by the students themselves. Periodically, the academy would restrict excursions for training, allowing those who wished to participate to do so independently. Techniques and methods acquired during trials could be sold or auctioned off, thus giving rise to the black market. The last time Qin had visited, he was merely seeking to accumulate energy points, and at that time, he was not as affluent as he was now. His primary focus had been the gambling tables. Consequently, he had overlooked the small vendors and auction house, though despite losing everything, he had forged a friendship with Huang Wanyin, which he considered a gain. Moreover, Lin Xinji had subsequently gifted him 30,000 energy points, so it was not entirely a loss that he reminisced about that experience. Qin and Huang Wanyin surveyed their surroundings, with the black market bustling with a myriad of goods that dazzled the eye. Elixirs, spiritual herbs, weapons, techniques, and spells were all on display. While they perused the market, they specifically searched for techniques suitable for Qin's cultivation. Qin found himself overwhelmed by the array of options, but Huang Wanyin was less concerned. As he had retained the knowledge of the techniques and methods he had acquired from the Huang family, despite his forced departure, the assorted items in the black market paled in comparison to the resources available to him from the Huang family. So Huang Wanyin was merely accompanying Qin on his search as they wandered. Qin inquired about various techniques that caught his eye. The merchants, eager to entice him, employed various tactics, including some unscrupulous individuals. The black market was a chaotic mix of honest sellers and deceitful traders, requiring visitors to remain vigilant, especially those who were newcomers, like Qin. The merchants quickly recognized that Qin was a novice. Given the wide-eyed wonder with which he surveyed the myriad of offerings, They began to lure him in with their wares. "Hey, young brother, come take a look at this blade, crafted from pure Yungang steel. Its blade is remarkably sturdy and razor-sharp. The price is quite reasonable at just 200,000 energy points. Come, take a look." Hearing the merchant sales pitch, Qini glanced at the ornate blade, which indeed appeared impressive. However, he had no affinity for weapons, especially not at such an exorbitant price, that he promptly pulled Huang Wanyin away to continue their search. After much wandering, Qini did spot a few techniques that piqued his interest. But many were priced exorbitantly by unscrupulous merchants, leaving him unable to afford them. Point 1 technique. Yellow Dragon emerges from the sea, commanded a price of 150,000 energy points. It was a mid-level technique that would suit Qini's current needs. But the price was steep. Another technique, Lark's Claw, a strengthening palm technique, was priced at 130,000 energy points, also a mid-level technique. Lastly, there was Spirit Light Cyclone, a high-level technique resembling a spell. Priced at 230,000 energy points, that high-level techniques were scarce in the black market, making this one particularly noteworthy. Among the techniques Qini considered, the Spirit Light Cyclone was the most expensive. Yet it was also the only high-level technique available. For a high-level technique, the price was relatively reasonable. Qini sought Huang Wanyin's counsel and borrowed an additional 20,000 energy points from him for the purchase. "If you want it, I believe the Spirit Light Cyclone would suit you well. Your body has become sufficiently robust. Having a ranged technique would allow you to catch opponents off guard, especially since this is a high-level technique." Upon hearing the words of Huang Wanyin, Qini found them quite reasonable. His purpose in coming here was to acquire a skill, and having found one that caught his eye, he could not simply let it slip away. Thus, he resolved to obtain it. Qini gazed at the Lingguang Qishuan and tossed 23,000 energy points to the young man who possessed this technique before turning to leave, compared to the prices of intermediate techniques. This advanced skill was quite reasonably priced, at least not marked up by merchants who would take advantage of a novice like him. Although the initial asking price was 30,000, through some persuasive negotiation, Qini managed to settle at 23,000 and now. After this expenditure, he found himself once again impoverished, with a debt of 20,000 owed to Huang Wanyin. "May this Lingguang Qishuan not disappoint me. I have invested quite a bit to acquire you," Qini murmured to himself as he regarded the Lingguang Qishuan in his hands. After procuring the Lingguang Qishuan technique, Qini and Huang Wanyin did not depart immediately. Instead, they decided to explore further and wandered over to the auction house. Coincidentally, the auction was showcasing several items of interest. They found a spot to sit and observed that on the auction stage stood a young girl, elegantly adorned, her figure curvaceous, capturing the attention of many spectators, some of whom seemed more interested in her than the auction itself. However, numerous attendees were indeed there to bid on various offensive techniques and spells. As the exhibits were presented, the crowd began to bid against one another. After a series of items, the moment of significance arrived. Now, we present the Pai Si to our assistants of this auction, a spell known as the Bai Longxing Tianju. This is no ordinary spell. It is a royal-level technique. Once cultivated, who knows how greatly it could enhance the power of those present? The bidding begins at 700,000, but with the unveiling of this final item, the girl's alluring voice, coupled with her enchanting gaze, captivated the audience below. The bidding commenced promptly. 710,000. Came a voice from the crowd as soon as she finished speaking. Upon hearing that the technique was royal grade, the crowd erupted with excitement. Qini felt a jolt of surprise. Royal grade. His own Bai Hu Shinpiju also seemed to belong to that category. Were it not for his possession of the Bai Hu Shinpiju, he might have been tempted by the Bai Longxing Tianju. However, temptation aside, Qini was short on funds. He could only ponder the matter. Yet, with the Bai Hu Shinpiju in hand, albeit merely a derivative of the Bai Hu Ju, it was still not inferior to any typical royal-level technique. 75,000. 80,000. 85,000. A which student would not yearn for a royal-level technique? Such spells not only ensured dominance within the same realm, but also enabled one to challenge opponents beyond their level. Acquiring this spell could lead to instant fame. Who wouldn't desire such an opportunity? As the bids escalated, the price soared above 1,000,000. 120,000. 140,000. That a stir swept through the auction house, as bids jumped from increments of 50,000 to a staggering 20,000. All eyes turned to the audacious bidder. Qini was equally astonished to find that he recognized this individual. It was the scheming Lao Chun, accompanied by none other than Lao Li. These two rascals had crossed his path once again. Surprisingly, Qin He also spotted Lin Xianji not far away, that as he observed them. Lin Xianji's gaze fortuitously met his, and she made a provocative gesture across her neck, taunting him. Unfazed, Qin He shrugged it off. Knowing they would inevitably cross paths in the upcoming tournament where he could gauge whose progress had been greater, he cast a fleeting glance at Lin Xianji, seemingly oblivious, before nonchalantly shifting his gaze away. Lin Xianji, taken aback by Qin He's dismissive demeanor, waved her hands in exasperation. Meanwhile, Lao Chun and Lao Li, having noticed Qin He's presence, greeted him enthusiastically. That as the bidding for the Bai Longxing Tianju concluded with no further challengers. It fell into Lao Chun's hands, eliciting a wave of excitement from both him and Lao Li. The attendees, witnessing Lao Chun's greeting towards Qin He, were astonished, momentarily casting him into the spotlight. Qin He, feeling somewhat embarrassed, scratched his head and chuckled. Though I may be handsome, I didn't expect such admiration. Please, do refrain from gazing at me like that, or I might just blush. With that, a faint flush crept onto his cheeks, striking a chord of nausea among the auction house spectators. Who would have thought that this attention-grabbing lad possessed such audacity? The crowd murmured in disbelief. Sensing the overwhelming attention, Qin He decided against lingering further. Hastily pulling Huang Wanyin away from the scene as they made their exit from the auction house, Wushin Academy, Qin He's residence. After leaving the black market auction, Qin He and Huang Wanyin made their way directly to his abode. Qin He was eager to refrain from further physical training and instead wished to contemplate the newly acquired technique, Lingguang Qishuan. His residence was considerably closer to Huang Wanyin's than he expected. Although Qin He's living quarters were modest, merely a single room, it was well-equipped in terms of size. It paled in comparison to Huang Wanyin's that, however, she was unconcerned, as the primary purpose of being there was to cultivate. All that was needed was a shelter from the elements. Let us head to the Linglong Tower. There, I can also delve into this technique while simultaneously accelerating my cultivation speed. That a win-win situation. Wouldn't you agree? Huang Wanyin suggested, and Qin He readily concurred. Indeed, let us venture to the Linglong Tower, but this time not to the 5th level, that we shall ascend to the 6th level for our training, where the efficacy will be significantly enhanced. Qin He observed that Huang Wanyin appeared somewhat dissatisfied with the resources available in the 5th level, suddenly expressing a desire to ascend to the 6th level, which met with no opposition to at present. Both of them had reached the 3rd tier of the Burstchi realm, and the spiritual energy of the 5th level was already sufficient for their cultivation. However, Huang Wanyin was not content with the pressure of the 5th level, prompting the desire to venture to the 6th level. Conversely, should they spend the next 40 days cultivating in the 6th level, it would deplete all of Huang Wanyin's energy reserves. Qin He was aware that, in pursuit of his own martial arts, Huang Wanyin had already expended a significant portion of his energy. And should they continue their cultivation, both would find themselves destitute. Upon exiting, they first arrived at the trial grounds. Lacking the qualification to cultivate in the 6th level of the Linglong Tower, they had no choice but to obtain the temporary pass for the 6th level here. Shortly after their arrival at the trial grounds, both successfully acquired the temporary pass for the 6th level. After Qin He had previously experienced the pressure of the 6th level, he was now fully prepared. With the enhancements to his physique over this period, he found himself effortlessly enduring the pressure of the 6th level, ultimately securing the temporary pass for that level. With the pass in hand, the two officially proceeded to the Linglong Tower of the Martial God Academy. Both Qin He and Huang Wanyin felt a sense of ambivalence within, for this seclusion would mark the commencement of the ranking battle. Consequently, Qin He resolved to accelerate his cultivation, striving to elevate his strength to its zenith before the ranking battle began. That he promptly settled into a meditative posture, attuning himself to the pressure and spiritual energy of the 6th level, which was extraordinarily dense. Entering into earnest cultivation, Qin He retrieved the spiritual light cyclone he had acquired from the black market and began to study it as an advanced martial technique. The spiritual light cyclone held considerable complexity, prompting Qin He to meticulously peruse the bamboo scroll detailing its intricacies. The spiritual light cyclone, as its name suggests, creates a cyclone that serves both defensive and offensive purposes. However, for Qin He at this moment, the energy consumption required to wield this technique was still quite substantial. Following the cultivation method outlined for the spiritual light cyclone, Qin He gradually released the spiritual energy from his dantian, initiating circulation along the meridians as described in the scroll. Initially, he found it somewhat challenging, The spiritual energy would often surge uncontrollably, making it difficult for him to harness the energy flowing through his meridians effectively. Yet, as time passed, and with repeated practice and circulation, Qin gradually began to appreciate the elegance of the spiritual light cyclone. Rather than striking directly at the enemy, the cyclone, upon completing its meridian circulation, transformed the spiritual energy into a swirling vortex. The speed of this vortex's rotation was contingent upon one's strength and the refinement level of their spiritual energy, reaching a profound state of mastery. The rotation of the spiritual light cyclone would accelerate to an astonishing velocity, rendering it almost imperceptible, hence its name. Chapter 47. Emergence from seclusion, continuing to adapt his techniques and rehearse. Qin found that the luminous vortex forming in his palm was subtly taking shape, a development of which he had not anticipated. This was attributable to Qin's exceptional comprehension. His innate understanding allowed him to crystallize the cyclone far quicker than his peers might achieve. Feeling the emergence of the cyclone and sensing the formidable power contained within, Qin could not help but smile in satisfaction. Subsequently, he wholeheartedly immersed himself in his cultivation, entering the final phase of seclusion before the ranking battle. Now at the third tier of the Burst Chi realm, he aimed to at least advance to the fourth tier, which was his minimum goal. The Martial God Academy had entered an intense atmosphere of cultivation. With everyone fervently striving to prepare for the imminent ranking battle, NO1 was exempt. Not even the top 10 experts on the Haoyue list, who were diligently honing their skills, fearful of being surpassed by the younger generation. Lu Ming observed the bustling students with an unruffled heart, as if none of this bore any relevance to him as the Academy's dean. Another year of the Haoyue list ranking battle? Time passes so swiftly, he mused, gazing skyward with a serene expression. Simultaneously, Lin Xianji, in opposition to Qin He, was equally relentless in her pursuit of strength. With the ranking battle approaching, she believed that if she could break through to the sixth tier of the Burst Chi realm, combined with her mastery of movement techniques, she would surely secure a place among the top 10. Who would dare to underestimate me then? She thought, brimming with confidence as her power grew and her admirers multiplied. Likewise, Xianyin, in rivalry with Lin Xianji, was also diligently laboring to enhance her abilities. The intensity of her training only increased as she progressed, causing concern for Lin Xianji. What tier has Lin Xianji reached? If I can break through to the sixth tier this time, I will certainly redeem myself in the ranking battle. Xianyin clenched her fists, gritting her teeth, harboring a deep-seated animosity toward Lin Xianji. As time passed, 40 days slipped away unnoticed. Now, at the Linglong Tower of the Martial God Academy, Qin He and Huang Wanyin were cultivating side by side in the sixth level, their energies flowing smoothly. They opened their eyes simultaneously, exhaling deeply, both having achieved significant breakthroughs. Qin He had ascended to the fourth tier of the Burst Chi realm, nearing saturation, and he anticipated a breakthrough to the fifth tier in the near future. To Qin He's astonishment, Huang Wanyin had actually broken through to the fifth tier of the Burst Chi realm, surpassing his own rate of advancement. Pondering this, Qin He felt a twinge of dismay. If this continued, what was left for him to cultivate? Realizing he was being outpaced, he reflected on Huang Wanyin's prior cultivation level, which had been at the fifth tier of the Unity realm before joining the Martial God Academy. Should his cultivation pace falter now, he could hardly be deemed the foremost prodigy of the Huang family. Qin could hardly imagine the rank Huang Wanyin might achieve in the upcoming battle. After all, he had previously held the 11th position on the Haoyue list without any cultivation. Now, with his power having surged dramatically, if he were to fortify his body with spiritual energy, he would undoubtedly become even more formidable. The upcoming ranking battle promised to be a spectacle. As Qin appraised Huang Wanyin, he found the latter returning the scrutiny. Not bad, my friend. I thought you would merely break through to the fifth tier. But you've reached saturation. Why not push through to the next tier? Huang Wanyin inquired with a grin, pleased to be drawing closer to his former self. Time is of the essence. The ranking battle is fast approaching, and I have no spare moments for further preparation. Lin Xianji is waiting for my vengeance. I cannot afford to disappoint her. Qin He replied, his expression betraying no emotion, as if he were already certain of his victory over Lin Xianji. Simultaneously, students in seclusion within the academy began to emerge, preparing for the impending ranking battle. Lin Xianji, Xianyin, and several other prodigies also exited their seclusion, drawing the attention of many who recognized them. Their gazes converging upon the top 10 of the Haoyue list and these exceptional talents that A.S. Qin, he and Huang Wanyin stepped out. They attracted considerable attention, with many recognizing them. Instantly, the focus of the crowd shifted significantly toward the two. Lin Xianji and Xian Yin turned their gazes toward Qin He and his companion, having never seen Huang Wanyin and unaware of his identity, assuming he was a newcomer to the academy alongside Qin He. However, many experts from the Haoyue list recognized Huang Wanyin, and upon seeing him emerge from seclusion, their eyes betrayed a hint of apprehension. Isn't that the arrogant fellow? Why is he now associating with Huang Wanyin? Doesn't he fear that Huang Wanyin might suddenly change his demeanor and give him a beating? Indeed, Huang Wanyin is known for his unpredictable nature. Does he not fear this at all? The crowd murmured, seemingly oblivious to Huang Wanyin's improved disposition, as he was no longer prone to bouts of aloofness. Qin He and Huang Wanyin paid little heed to the chatter surrounding them, though Qin He seemed to catch a glimpse of Lin Xianji's gaze. Their eyes met once more, igniting a spark of intensity, with Lin Xianji resorting to her usual gesture of cutting her throat in Qin He's direction. Unfazed, Qin He moved out of the public eye alongside Huang Wanyin. Does that fellow have a grudge against our Lin Xianji? Should I go teach him a lesson? One voice suggested from the crowd. Absolutely. How dare he provoke our Lin Xianji? He must be taught a lesson, another voice chimed in. Beside Lin Xianji, a throng of suitors engaged in animated conversation, yet it seemed that someone recognized the formidable Huang Wanyin. Dealing with that young man would not pose a significant challenge. But Huang Wanyin was indeed a different matter. After all, these individuals were well aware of his reputation and knew that since Qin He was closely associated with him, they dared not act recklessly. After departing from the Linglong Tower, Qin He and Huang Wanyin made their way directly to Qin He's residence, both exceptionally pleased with the results of their recent seclusion. Qin He did not aspire to achieve any particular standing in the upcoming ranking battle. His sole desire was to have the opportunity to spar with Lin Xianji. Huang Wanyin, likewise, was indifferent to the hollow accolades of the ranking battle. What mattered most was his own strength, which he was gradually regaining. This was the best outcome he could hope for. Thus, the two of them happily reclined on Qin He's bed, with Huang Wanyin unexpectedly falling asleep, while Qin He began preparing for the ranking battle. Chapter 48. A gathering of heroes following an intense period of training. The Martial God Academy once again found itself in a state of fervent excitement. And no matter where one looked, the number of attendees had vastly increased compared to before. As everyone busied themselves in preparation for the ranking battle, hoping to secure a commendable position. Achieving a high rank would allow the academy head to select students of exceptional talent and diligence to enter advanced studies at the imperial headquarters of the Martial God Academy. Although it was not the central academy of the continent, the branches of the Martial God Academy were widespread, and the talent within an imperial academy's headquarters was undoubtedly abundant. However, the resources available at the imperial headquarters were incomparable to those of the modest Baiyun City branch. In pursuit of these aspirations, all students of the Martial God Academy exerted themselves to ensure they could be included in the list for advanced studies at the Imperial Academy headquarters. While everyone strived diligently toward this goal, Qin He remained oblivious to such matters. His only desire was to achieve a respectable ranking at the Martial God Academy, and then propose to Lu Ming that he return home, allowing his family to know that he was still alive. Qin He sought vengeance and yearned to return home. Thus, even if he were aware of the advantages at stake, he would not necessarily participate in the Martial God Academy. The trial grounds were far more expansive than the students perceived. This was designated as the battleground for the ranking battle. All students converged here, as the ranking battle occurred biennially, making the trial grounds erupt with enthusiasm once every 2 years. In the crowd, students engaged in conversation, with some exchanging insights on their training, while others discussed matters from their daily lives. Among them were students from the Haoyue rankings, as well as many from the New Star rankings, who recognized that observing high-level clashes would benefit their future cultivation, thereby attracting a group of aspiring New Star students that on a high platform within the trial grounds. Several elders stood above, surveying the students below, seemingly assessing who among them might gain entry to the Imperial Academy headquarters. That as the crowd swelled, Qin He and Huang Wanyin arrived at the square, immediately drawing a multitude of gazes. Whispers circulated among some onlookers. Isn't that Huang Wanyin? He has consistently held the 11th position on the Haoyue rankings, but has never faced anyone in the top 10. I wonder how he would fare in a match this time. The young man beside him is Qin He, ranked 312th on the Haoyue rankings. What gives him the right to be so close to Huang Wanyin? Among the crowd were those with sharp tongues, always eager to share their opinions. Shortly after their arrival, Qin He and Huang Wanyin observed a commotion at the periphery of the trial grounds. Isn't that Xianyin, his cultivation has advanced swiftly. Judging by his aura, he has likely reached the 6th level of the explosive Qi realm. Truly a genius. Indeed, I've heard that Xianyin's cultivation method is rather peculiar, becoming increasingly potent in the later stages. I wonder if he could defeat Lin Xinji now. Just then, news of Lin Xinji's arrival spread through the crowd, and both Qin He and Xianyin turned their attention toward the source of the commotion, where a graceful figure stood out among the throng. Unlike Qin He, Xianyin could hardly contain his excitement. Upon seeing Lin Xinji, he made his way toward her, parting the crowd as he went. Xianyin swiftly reached Lin Xinji and uttered a few words. At last, the ranking battle is upon you. Why previous restraint in not confronting you is not due to forbearance, but rather, he paused, seemingly savoring the attention of those around him, glancing about as if to heighten the anticipation, but rather to utterly defeat you in this arena, under the gaze of the multitude. Await my challenge. Once he sensed that the crowd's attention had coalesced, he completed his statement. Lin Xinji, recognizing Xianyin's elaborate theatrics intended to intimidate her, felt a flicker of annoyance cross her features. Let us hope you can stay in this arena until you meet me. Otherwise, I shall be greatly disappointed. This statement carried multiple implications. The first being that it remained uncertain whether Xianyin could even reach her, and even if he did, it would likely be toward the battle's conclusion. Xianyin, unfazed by Lin Xinji's retort, merely responded with a nonchalant smile. Then let us await the outcome. Ha, before striding away. Qin He, unaware of the animosity between Lin Xinji and Xianyin, had heard of Xianyin's reputation as the top of the new star rankings, wondering how such a rivalry had emerged between him and Lin Xinji. Soon after, numerous prominent figures from the Haoyue rankings arrived, including the likes of Old Chun, Old Li, and several others from the top 10 of the Haoyue rankings. Upon seeing Old Chun and Old Li, Qin He felt a surge of indignation. It appeared that the top 2 of the Haoyue rankings were not particularly admirable individuals. After all, when he had first entered the academy, he was merely a junior to them. Yet they had treated him so poorly to Qin He. Such behavior was utterly reprehensible. Should not seniors care for their juniors? Yet these two had deceived him completely upon their arrival. Old Chun and Old Li now felt a twinge of remorse as the number of students continued to swell. Finally, the students welcomed the arrival of Director Lu Ming. Standing on the high platform, he commanded the attention of the crowd, who fell silent, their previous merriment and whispers replaced by rapt attention. Lu Ming surveyed Qin He, Huang Wanyin, Lin Xinji, and Xianyin, bestowing a rare moment of recognition upon many talented individuals present. However, what these students truly desired was not merely Lu Ming's acknowledgement, but rather the opportunity to showcase their abilities and attain a commendable rank in the upcoming battle. Standing upon the platform, Lu Ming began to address the assembled students. It seems most of you have arrived. Thus, I shall share a few words that as he spoke, he exuded an authoritative presence befitting a headmaster. The Haoyue rankings battle is not merely a contest for ranking positions. It is an opportunity for the Academy's leadership to identify and nurture those exceptional talents among you, ensuring they do not go unnoticed. You must perform admirably. This competition is a chance to secure a promising future. So approach the ranking battle earnestly, and do not engage in reckless conflict over mere rankings. You are all members of the Martial God Academy, now and in the future. We are one family. I do not wish to see anyone resort to lethal measures against one another. Let your actions be measured. Chapter 49. The opening of the ranking battle with a flourish of his hand. The trial grounds transformed, manifesting numerous platforms from thin air, leaving the students below in a state of astonishment. Regardless of their origins, most of the students had never witnessed such a spectacle. Was this conjured from nothingness? Of course not. These were the platforms established by the Martial God Academy, long sealed away, and Lu Ming's gesture was merely to unveil their hidden potential. As the seals lifted, the once concealed platforms emerged into view. Not just one, but dozens appearing simultaneously, creating an unparalleled sense of awe. The atmosphere shifted dramatically as the dark platforms materialized, casting a palpable tension over the assembly, as the reality of the situation captivated everyone present. Amidst the astonished crowd, the headmaster's voice rang out, the words they had all been eagerly anticipating. Now that everyone is here, I declare the ranking battle officially commenced. With this proclamation, the students erupted into fervent excitement. As in previous years, the opponents would be determined by drawing lots. With 500 participants in the Haoyue rankings, each draw would correspond accordingly. This time, those who draw the same number will face each other. Lu Ming explained that in other words, if you draw a 1, there will be another who draws a 1. That individual will be your opponent, that do you all understand? After Lu Ming finished speaking, the students began to prepare for the first round of the draw. One by one, they queued up to take their respective tokens. Each inscribed with a number that would determine their opponents. As each individual received their token, they discreetly assessed the numbers held by others, secretly hoping for a weaker adversary in the initial round. After all, not everyone possessed formidable strength. Naturally, they wished to avoid encountering opponents stronger than themselves. After a considerable time spent in the drawing, Qin He finally drew his token, upon which a number was elegantly inscribed. 101. Coincidentally, another individual had also drawn the same number, marking him as Qin He's opponent for this round. The excitement of the draw was palpable. Qin He, what number did you draw? Huang Wanyin, who had also retrieved his token, rushed over to inquire. 101. And you, which unfortunate fellow has drawn the same number as me? He must truly be unlucky. Qin He replied with a cheerful smile, exuding a sense of confidence towards Huang Wanyin. Haha. As for me, I drew 70-6. For who shares that number with me? I am yet to find out, Huang Wanyin said, returning the smile. The two exchanged glances filled with mutual confidence. Both were adept at feigning humility. Although their outward prowess appeared modest, anyone underestimating them would undoubtedly face significant consequences. In a small place like Baiyun City, it was rare to encounter individuals even familiar with the body refinement technique, let alone masters of it. While Qin He and Huang Wanyin did not boast about the might of the Martial God Academy, claiming to be invincible within their realm was hardly an exaggeration. After drawing their tokens, Qin He and Huang Wanyin positioned themselves beneath the arena, observing the matches unfolding among their peers. Given the limited number of arenas and the commencement of the competition, it would take some time before their turn arrived, and as the matches proceeded without a clear victor, battles continued based on the draw numbers. With their relatively high numbers, Qin He and Huang Wanyin could only pass the time watching the duels. They stood before the arena where the competitors with the number 32 were engaged in combat, one male and one female. Upon entering the stage, they exchanged respectful gestures before preparing to fight. I shan't take advantage of a woman, that if you surrender now, I would not need to do so, the man stated, eyeing the woman. With a sidelong glance, the woman replied, at this moment, you still harbor such chivalry. Are you not afraid of a misstep? No need to concede. Unleash your full strength. Noticing the woman's resilience, the man opted against pressing the matter further. Very well. Let me see what skills you possess, young lady. Come forth. I shall not hold back. Did he gesture for her to commence? The man unleashed his aura, shimmering brilliantly, forming intricate hand seals. The woman, undeterred, summoned her own formidable aura. Though it fell short of his, likely around the 4th layer of the Burst Chi realm, the man stood at the 5th layer, and with the disparity in their energies evident, he seemed to hold the upper hand. The man, fully aware of his advantages in both technique and skill, approached with an air of intent, suggesting that should the woman refuse to concede, she would face dire consequences. Our disparity is glaringly apparent. It would be wise for you to withdraw. I truly prefer not to engage in combat with a woman. The woman, incensed by his condescension, retorted, what of it? Is it merely a matter of a single realm? I shall fight you. It is too early to determine the victor. With that, she charged forward, engaging the man in fierce combat. The man, taken aback by her determination, quickly regained his composure and retaliated with a powerful strike. Bursting palm, he exclaimed, launching his technique toward her. The woman, equally resolute, responded, do you think you are the only one with skills? Behold, divine element technique, she countered, revealing her most potent card, which merely parried the man's attack. Subsequently, an explosion of fists and kicks rained down upon her. As anticipated, the outcome was predictable. The man emerged victorious, leaving the woman unconscious on the ground, devoid of any further movement. Had she conceded earlier, she might have avoided such a fate. Yet, Qin He pondered, strength was paramount. All failures stemmed from inadequate power. Had the woman possessed greater strength than the man, the result would have been reversed, even if she were not stronger. A slight advantage might have spared her from such a dismal defeat. Now, she lay unconscious, entirely unaware of her surroundings. Chapter 50. Huang Wanyin takes action after the conclusion of this match. Qin He and Huang Wanyin moved to another arena to continue their observations. Upon arriving at a different stage, Qin He spotted Xian Yin standing there, facing another youth of similar age. Though Qin He had not previously interacted with Xian Yin, upon seeing him, he sensed that this individual was extraordinary. As the two faced each other, the match commenced with a mutual bow. They then introduced themselves. Unlike the previous duo who had rushed into battle without formalities, standing before you is Fong Lin, 5th layer of the Burst Chi realm, ranked 163rd on the Bright Moon list. The young man stated, bowing respectfully. Xian Yin, acknowledging the courtesy, responded, I am Xian Yin, 6th layer of the Burst Chi realm, ranked 112th on the Bright Moon list. Upon hearing this, Fong Lin continued, So it is Xian Yin. I have long admired your reputation that I end this battle. I hope you will show me mercy. Xian Yin, unfazed by the attempt to establish rapport, coldly replied, Victory or defeat will be revealed through our contest. There is no need for mercy, that if that is the case, then I invite you to strike Xian Yin. Let me at least maintain some dignity in my defeat. Fong Lin laughed, signaling Xian Yin to commence. Xian Yin, recognizing Fong Lin's readiness, released his aura, preparing for battle. The atmosphere turned frigid as they readied themselves for the duel. Xian Yin took the initiative, maximizing his agility, his footwork becoming a blur, dazzling his opponent. Fong Lin, unwilling to be outdone, unleashed his own swift movements, delivering a powerful punch. Xian Yin countered effortlessly, and the two exchanged blows for several rounds, with Fong Lin gradually showing signs of struggle against Xian Yin's superior prowess. Qin He and Huang Wanyin, observing from below, noted the clear advantage Xian Yin held over Fong Lin. Indeed, as I anticipated, Fong Lin faltered after a brief resistance and ultimately fell to Xian Yin. Huang Wanyin remarked, watching the match unfold. Unbeknownst to them, it was soon Huang Wanyin's turn to compete. An arena opened up, and an elder on stage began searching for the 76th contestant. Huang Wanyin, being that very contestant, awaited the arrival of his opponent. Before long, another young man appeared, claiming the same number. Huang Wanyin and the newcomer locked eyes, seemingly familiar with one another. Huang Wanyin. What a coincidence. We've drawn the same number. I wonder if this is a stroke of good luck or ill fate for me. The newcomer grinned. Wang Yinhun, is it? I never expected to encounter you here. Especially after our last encounter when you ranked 11th on the Bright Moon list and attempted to intimidate me. You need not hold back this time, Huang Wanyin responded, recalling their previous clash. When Huang Wanyin had first entered the academy, he was challenged by Wang Yunhun, who underestimated him and later claimed he had been careless, resulting in his defeat. Now, Huang Wanyin was determined not to let Wang Yunhun use such excuses again. Very well, let me see what kind of skills Huang Wanyin has developed since that encounter, Wang Yunhun taunted. Huang Wanyin laughed heartily. Haha, I assure you, I am far stronger now than I was then. You shall not be disappointed. After speaking, Huang Wanyin made a gesture as if to say, let's get started. Wang Yunhun, witnessing Huang Wanyin's demeanor, felt a twinge of discomfort. Haha, your arrogance remains unchanged. After that, I secluded myself for rigorous training. I wonder where your confidence comes from, speaking to me like this, as a mere mortal devoid of spiritual energy. With that, he unleashed his formidable aura, revealing that he had reached the 9th level of the explosive Qi realm. Wang Yinhun had indeed become incredibly powerful, evidently having made significant sacrifices to contend with Huang Wanyin. However, Huang Wanyin could no longer be viewed through the lens of the past. Previously, he could defeat Wang Yinhun solely with his physical prowess. And now, it should be no different. Qin He looked up with a hint of concern for Huang Wanyin, yet he also held confidence in him. Wang Yinhun charged forward, bellowing, prepare to face my move. Cloud Palm. Right from the onset, he employed a technique that made Qin He's heart race. Nevertheless, Qin He believed in Huang Wanyin. The latter had yet to unleash his full potential, perhaps intending to confront the challenge with sheer physical strength. Huang Wanyin did not disappoint Qin He. With a single punch, he intercepted Wang Yunhun's strike. Did you think you were the only one putting in the effort? You have no idea what I have endured. With that, he released his aura, instantly fortifying his body. What? You can actually use spiritual energy? Why haven't you done so until now? Were you merely playing with a tiger while pretending to be a pig? Upon hearing this, Huang Wanyin shrugged and coldly retorted, "Stop with the idle chatter, and let's conclude this battle swiftly. Gathering Spirit Palm, master of the world, annihilate the myriad armies." With a powerful physique, he unleashed a formidable technique. Upon realizing that Huang Wanyin could wield spiritual energy, Wang Yinhan lost all desire to fight that he was struck directly by Huang Wanyin's palm, leading to an overwhelmingly one-sided confrontation that ended in Huang Wanyin's victory. Qin He looked on joyfully at Huang Wanyin and engaged him in cheerful conversation, celebrating his triumph. Chapter 51. The protagonist finally takes the stage following Huang Wanyin's victory. Qin He continued to watch the matches with him. Huang Wanyin awaited the commencement of the second battle, while Qin He anxiously anticipated his own first match, but he hoped not to encounter any formidable opponents, causing his heart to race with trepidation. As Qin He and Huang Wanyin surveyed the arena, they observed unfamiliar faces, each striving for their own victory that end the course of the matches. Qin He spotted the deceiver, Old Chun, engaged in combat. However, Old Chin's opponent had yet to arrive. Unperturbed, Old Chin stood with arms crossed and eyes closed, seemingly meditating. After a brief interval, a young man ascended the stage to confront Old Chun. Bowing in respect, "I am the 312th on the Bright Moon ranking. At the 4th level of the Explosive Qi realm, Wang Lai." Before the battle commenced, he added, "However, I concede." With that, he descended the stage, dejectedly lamenting, "What bad luck, to face the second on the Bright Moon ranking in the first round. How am I supposed to compete? This is utterly unfair." He continued to walk away, leaving Old Chun with an inexplicable victory. After a moment of meditative repose, Old Chun opened his eyes slightly and inquired of the audience, "So, my opponent has yet to arrive? It seems this match will be an easy win for me." Unbeknownst to him, his opponent had already come and gone. The spectators exchanged glances, bemused by the confidence that comes with strength. If everyone possessed such strength, they could all exhibit similar confidence. Yet the reality is that only a select few can claim such assurance. This farce concluded, it swiftly became Qin He's turn to take the stage as the 101st participant. On the vast arena, a young man stood, anxiously awaiting his opponent, his face betraying a sense of impatience that he yearned for the chance to avoid any notorious adversaries. When Qin He received notice of his participation, he had been engrossed in watching Old Chin's match. Much time had elapsed, yet he had not located his designated arena that a throng of spectators surrounded the area, waiting with exasperation for the mysterious 101st participant to arrive. Why is this 101st participant taking so long? Are they deliberately wasting our time? We do not have the luxury for delays. Indeed, could this 101st participant be someone renowned? They certainly seem to have a significant air about them. I wonder if we will witness a thrilling battle. Meanwhile, Qin He was still on the search for his arena, seemingly oblivious to the murmurs of the crowd. Finally, on the edge of the arena, Qin He heard the voice of the 101st participant, but he hurried onto the stage, confronting a malevolent-looking youth and a dissatisfied audience below. Embarrassed, Qin He scratched his head and said, "My apologies, everyone, I got lost." The crowd was taken aback. This excuse was utterly absurd. Surely, they had seen Qin He before, but wasn't he the one who was always seen alongside Huang Wanyin? Upon noticing Huang Wanyin standing in the audience, the murmur subsided, for Huang Wanyin's status was unassailable among the students, with few daring to challenge it. Facing the young man, Qin He wore a slight expression of regret, yet he did not overly dramatize the moment. "I am Qin He, at the 4th level of the Explosive Qi realm, ranked 312th on the Bright Moon ranking. May I know your name?" The young man, seeing Qin He's apologetic demeanor, chose not to linger on the matter. "I am Lang Yin, at the 5th level of the Explosive Qi realm, ranked 101st on the Bright Moon ranking." Qin He was taken aback, realizing their ranks matched, unsure if this was a stroke of luck or misfortune. Before encountering Qin He, Lang Yin may have felt a fleeting sense of triumph, but now, Qin He was no ordinary student to be trifled with. The two exchanged no further words. After bowing respectfully, they commenced their duel. Qin He activated the White Tiger Spirit, his body gradually enveloped in a silvery radiance. His physical prowess had reached an astonishing level, and in this battle, Qin He wished to conceal much of his strength. Thus he merely pushed the White Tiger Spirit technique to its zenith. Seeing Qin He make a move, Lang Yin was unwilling to lag behind and unleashed his own 5th-level explosive chi power. Realizing that Qin He was merely at the 4th level, Lang Yin felt a slight sense of relief. After all, it was much easier to contend with someone of a lower level than a superior opponent. Facing Qin he felt no need for anxiety, confident in his superiority. Lang Yin clenched his fist, charging at Qin He with a fierce determination. Observing his opponent's approach, Qin He remained serious. However, the disparity in strength meant that Lang Yin was destined for defeat. With a swift motion, Lang Yin unleashed a palm strike toward Qin He, but the latter's unmatched physique allowed him to effortlessly counter Lang Yin's technique. The look of disbelief in Lang Yin's eyes was palpable. He had been confident in his technique, even against peers of his level. Yet he had encountered Qin He, who had just concluded his training. Now, Qin He possessed unwavering confidence, unless he faced a top 10 opponent early on. He felt invincible as anticipated. After employing various techniques, Lang Yin eventually conceded that I give up. This guy is too resilient. Without sufficient strength, it's impossible to breach his defenses. Upon witnessing Lang Yin surrender, Qin He refrained from further attacks, having not utilized any techniques in this battle. Thus, Lang Yin mistakenly believed that Qin He lacked offensive capabilities, solely relying on his formidable defense. However, the sheer strength of that defense left him speechless. Exhausted, Lang Yin realized he had yet to penetrate Qin He's defenses. This demonstrated the terrifying nature of Qin He's resilience, leaving Lang Yin with no option but to concede. Thank you for your kindness. After the battle, Qin He engaged in a brief exchange of pleasantries, as the opposing party treated him with utmost respect, and he felt it necessary to maintain a dignified demeanor. Having concluded his inaugural combat, neither Huang Wanyi nor Qin He were particularly surprised by the outcome. It was anticipated that Qin He, after completing his body refinement, would triumph over these opponents. Subsequently, Huang Wanyi and Qin He began to prepare for the second round of competition, aware that they might encounter formidable adversaries among the front-runners, which instilled a sense of seriousness in both. In contrast, Lin Xinji faced an opponent ranked 110th on the Haoyue list in the first round. But this was not unexpected. After several rounds of combat, Lin Xinji ultimately emerged victorious against her adversary. Qin He had heard about Lin Xinji's success and was not particularly astonished. After all, he looked forward to crossing paths with her on the battlefield. Before he could engage in combat with her, it seemed improbable that she would succumb to another. Chapter 52. The true battle begins following the intense skirmishes among the participants. The first round of the Haoyue list ranking battle came to a close. Qin He, Huang Wanyi, and several other prodigies successfully navigated through this initial phase, as anticipated. However, some individuals of remarkable prowess encountered top-tier talents early on, leaving one to ponder the sentiment of those unfortunate souls. Regardless, the quality of combat in the second round would undoubtedly surpass that of the first, as only the victors remained. That if the first round allowed for some opportunistic maneuvers, the chances of such luck in the second round would significantly diminish. For the genuine contest was just beginning. Qin He and Huang Wanyi recognized that the first round had eliminated half of the participants, reducing the initial 500 contestants to a mere 250, all of whom were victors. They understood that the challenges ahead would only intensify. At the Martial God Academy, in the headmaster's office, Lu Ming reclined in a chair, perusing a hefty tome, while a small table beside him bore a tea set and fruits. The headmaster's leisurely lifestyle seemed oblivious to the ongoing Haoyue list ranking battle, exuding an air of unwarranted contentment. Suddenly, the door to the office swung open as an elder from the academy entered, approaching Lu Ming with a respectful bow. Headmaster, the first round of the Haoyue list ranking battle has concluded. Out of 500 students, only 250 remain. Shouldn't you make an appearance to support the overall proceedings? The elder's discontent simmered beneath the surface. While he and others toiled to manage the event, Lu Ming appeared to indulge in leisure. Has the first round ended? Well, that was quicker than I anticipated. The students must be weary. Let them return for a proper rest and prepare for tomorrow's second round. Lu Ming replied nonchalantly, unfazed by the elder's gaze. How he chose to conduct himself was his own affair, and his comfort was of no concern to the elder. The elder, sensing Lu Ming's disinterest in public duties, inwardly grumbled. Is it truly so simple? Observing Lu Ming's incredulous expression, the elder inquired, Is it really just that? Lu Ming, seemingly indifferent to the elder's disbelief, continued to read, occasionally nibbling on fruits and sipping tea. Very well. I shall be present at the trial grounds tomorrow to announce the commencement of the second round. With that, he returned to his reading, engrossed in his book. The conclusion of the first round only heightened the fervor within the trial grounds, as the younger participants eagerly sought out their companions to discuss their performances. Yet, amid the competitive spirit, there were those who felt disheartened, having anticipated showcasing their talents in the ranking battle, only to encounter top-tier opponents in the first round, leaving them to lament their misfortune. Conversely, some reveled in their unexpected success, having emerged from the first round despite their weaker abilities, prompting them to boast to their friends, much to the chagrin of those who had fallen short. Amidst the crowd, Qin He and Huang Wanyin awaited further instructions following the first round's conclusion. Many were eager, yet no one stepped forward to take charge of the proceedings. After a while, an elder finally appeared before the assembly. The same one who had conversed with the headmaster earlier. He ascended the platform previously occupied by Lu Ming and began to speak. The first round of the Haoyue list ranking battle has concluded. We now await the commencement of the second round. For today, you shall return to rest. The second round of combat will officially begin tomorrow. Upon hearing the elder's pronouncement, the students collectively exhaled in relief. Grateful that there would not be an immediate transition into the second round, for many would have found themselves ill-prepared. Lu Ming, seated in his office, sipped his tea while gazing outside, muttering introspectively, "Ah, my young ones." It seems a sigh of relief may be premature. The true battle has only just begun. With a sly smile, Lu Ming appeared to anticipate the unfolding drama ahead. The day soon passed, and as Qin He and Huang Wanyin looked outside, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, heralding the arrival of the second round of the Haoyue list ranking battle. Would they encounter a comparably ordinary opponent this time and navigate their way through smoothly? Qin He, feeling the electric energy in the air, expressed his excitement. Huang Wanyin, however, felt a twinge of concern for Qin He, recognizing that the likelihood of facing formidable opponents this time was substantially higher than before. Do not underestimate the Martial God Academy. It comprises not only the inhabitants of Baiyun City, but also numerous outsiders, including exceptional talents who may not seek recognition, should you cross paths with them. They will surely show no mercy, Huang Wanyin warned. Thus, the true battle had only just begun at the Martial God Academy. Within the trial grounds, the second round of the Haoyue list ranking battle commenced. With students filling the expansive plaza, all awaited the initiation of this new phase, eager to discover their opponents, for the outcome of this ranking battle would significantly impact their standings and future prospects. Rumor had it that the purpose of this ranking battle was not solely to establish the Haoyue list. Even if one emerged victorious, should they be challenged and defeated, their title would inevitably change hands. It was said that following previous ranking battles, the Academy would select outstanding performers among the participants for external expeditions, with the potential to advance to the Imperial Academy's headquarters. However, alongside those ranking at the top, other talented individuals were also chosen, often referred to as the fortunate ones. Yet the Academy valued these individuals not merely for their strength, but for their potential, intellect, and capacity for growth if an individual possessed sufficient potential and intellect. With the right resources and time, they would undoubtedly ascend to greatness. Chapter 53. The second round of the ranking battle, an individual's future is determined not only by their potential, but also by their opportunities. Intellect, relationships, and other significant factors that on a radiant morning, students gathered at the trial grounds, regardless of whether they had been eliminated in the first round or had successfully advanced. They congregated to witness the commencement of the second round. Their hearts filled with trepidation, while those who had faced elimination were eager to observe their previous conquerors and speculate on their prospects for success in this round. Standing upon the platform was not the elder from the previous day, but the headmaster of the Martial God Academy. Lu Ming, you are all students of the Martial God Academy, gathered here to validate your cultivation. During your battles, please refrain from using excessive force. I assume you are all eager for the second round to commence. Without further ado, I hereby declare the second round of the Haoyue list ranking battle officially open. After delivering a lengthy and somewhat nonsensical speech, Lu Ming sensed the audience's growing impatience and quickly announced, "As with the first round, we will draw lots to determine opponents. With 250 participants, we will have 125 pairs. Let us begin the draw now." As soon as Lu Ming finished speaking, an elder rushed in, carrying a large box, and placed it before the headmaster. Lu Ming gestured toward the box, addressing the assembled students. This box holds the fate of your matches. Step forward one by one to draw your lots. Upon finishing his words, he turned away and immediately assumed the role of a detached observer, striding directly towards the dean's office. Soon after, the fervent drawing of lots commenced. Qin He and Huang Wanyin walked side by side. Queuing in line, it appeared that some individuals in the crowd recognized these two formidable foes, secretly hoping to avoid crossing paths with them. The prowess exhibited by Qin He and Huang Wanyin during the first round was nothing short of astonishing. Their physical abilities were beyond comparison to mere mortals, triumphing over the strong with their inherent weaknesses, rendering their opponents utterly defenseless. Notably, their adversaries were no pushovers either. Qin He faced the 101st contestant, while Huang Wanyin confronted the 12th, a notable contender on the Haoyue ranking. Whispers and murmurs filled the air, with fingers occasionally pointing in the direction of Qin He. Huang Wanyin remained unfazed. Yet upon noticing, Qin He transformed his expression into that of a fierce dog, intimidating those who dared to speak of them. After a brief wait, Qin He and Lu Ming successfully received their draw numbers. Qin He obtained 66, while Huang Wanyin claimed 125, the highest number. The two then descended from the platform, blending into the crowd as the drawing stage concluded swiftly. Lin Xianji drew number 1, becoming one of the first to ascend the stage. Upon seeing Lin Xianji take her place, Qin He followed closely behind. Opposite Lin Xianji stood another woman, yet their expressions conveyed an unsettling tension. Lin Xianji, I didn't expect to encounter you so soon in this second round. It seems fate has conspired against us, the woman remarked, her tone suggesting a familiarity that hinted at a long-standing rivalry. Hu Yunming, is it? It appears that my standing on the Haoyue ranking has gradually begun to eclipse yours. You must loathe me for it, that if you harbor such hatred, do not hold back. Let us engage in a thrilling battle, Lin Xianji retorted. Hu Yunming, hearing Lin Xianji's candid thoughts, responded with biting sarcasm. Indeed, you are impressive. Having entered the Haoyue ranking for less than a year, you have already made a name for yourself. However, to think you could shake my position is nothing short of a fantasy. Lin Xianji refused to back down, and the two women exchanged barbs incessantly. The audience below was teeming with spectators. Compared to other platforms, this one was overflowing with onlookers. Qin He observed the ongoing verbal sparring between the two women with a mixture of annoyance and disbelief. Women fighting over mere status. How absurd! It seems both have a plethora of admirers, with cheers echoing from the crowd. Hu Yunming, you are my goddess. I shall forever support you. Drive that Lin Xianji from the stage. She cannot hope to compare. Indeed, Hu Xianzi, you possess both strength and beauty. Lin Xianji pales in comparison. Show her your might. What is Hu Yunming compared to our Lin Xianji? In such a short time, she has risen rapidly, seemingly poised to surpass Hu Yunming. What right do you have to belittle Lin Xianji? Yes, Lin Xianzi, demonstrate your capabilities and do not let them look down on you. Amongst a throng of fervent admirers, both Lin Xianji and Hu Yunming remained largely indifferent to the commotion beneath them, merely sizing each other up, poised to strike. Suddenly, both released their formidable auras. Lin Xianji was at the 6th layer of the explosive Qi realm, while Hu Yunming stood at the 7th layer, a level above her. To the untrained eye, it seemed Lin Xianji could not withstand Hu Yunming. Yet Qin He recognized that Lin Xianji was far from ordinary. Previously unnoticed, he now observed that each of Lin Xianji's strikes was executed with precision, never wasting a hint of her qi. In contrast, Hu Yunming unleashed her abilities without restraint, her signature move, Feng Yunjian, enveloping the arena in a haze of mist and howling winds. Yet, Lin Xianji appeared untouched by the chaos, as if the tempest could not reach her. While the audience perceived the spectacle one way, the combatants experienced it differently. Lin Xianji felt the winds infiltrating her every pore, with the obscuring smoke dulling her senses, a disconcerting predicament in battle. Striving to maintain her defense, she paled, feeling the substantial drain on her energy. For an ordinary practitioner at the 6th layer, Hu Yunming's technique would have left them incapacitated, yet Lin Xianji was no typical contender. As she carefully gauged Hu Yunming's movements, she counterattacked, though with limited effect. The technique I entrusted to Xianyin, you are the second to force it out of me, she declared, altering her hand gesture and pushing forward with all her might. Suddenly, the misty atmosphere cleared significantly. Hu Yunming gasped in surprise, realizing that her esteemed technique, which had granted her current standing, was now being countered by someone she deemed weaker. Internally, Qin He was equally astonished. Lin Xianji's earlier inability to project her Jinfeng Palm now morphed into something extraordinary. The Jinfeng Palm was a set of techniques capable of shattering Qin He's leg in a single strike, plunging him into despair. Now, it had evidently reached an entirely new echelon, however fortified by his training. Including the White Tiger Divine Spirit and Black Devour, Qin He felt little trepidation over Lin Xianji's Jinfeng Palm. He merely hoped she would not disappoint him as he observed the two on stage. He quietly mused, Hu Yunming's Fengyan Jian has been shattered. Though she possesses a higher cultivation level than Lin Xianji, her desire to continue fighting has waned. While she has faced opponents who bested her, none had ever disrupted her Fengyan Jian before. This unexpected turn of events has caught her completely off guard. Seeing Hu Yunming's loss of fighting spirit, Lin Xianji seized the moment, delivering a decisive blow that sent Hu Yunming flying off the stage. Thus, Lin Xianji emerged victorious. With numerous matches occurring simultaneously, Qin He could not observe every contest. He could only watch as he moved, realizing that it was now time for contestant 40-2 as each platform concluded. The next lowest number was called to compete, meaning Qin He's number 66 would soon be up. Unlike his previous experience, he remained vigilant, attentively scanning his surroundings for anyone calling out his number. Huang Wanyin followed closely behind Qin He, her number 125 placing her last in line for the stage. As they wandered together, she appreciated the opportunity to better understand her fellow students' strengths and gain practical combat experience by watching the matches unfold. Qin He recognized the need for such experience. Thus, as he observed the battles, Huang Wanyin was pleased to see him taking the initiative to become a true powerhouse. One must endure trials and tribulations. Yet survival hinges upon possessing adequate combat experience to adapt swiftly to any situation. Before long, a voice called out number 66. Prompted, Qin He hurried in the direction of the sound, with Huang Wanyin trailing closely behind as he stepped onto the platform. The stage was empty, indicating that his opponent had yet to arrive. Crossing his arms in front of him, he scanned the audience surrounding the arena, noting that it was far less crowded than during the Lin Xianji and Hu Yunming match, a testament to the allure of female competitors. However, Qin He paid little mind to this. His focus was on finding his opponent, who had arrived later than he. Despite being unusually early today, he felt a small sense of accomplishment, regardless of whether his opponent had arrived or not. His early appearance marked a significant improvement over his previous experience. Moments later, he spotted a young man clad in gray approaching, confidently stepping onto the stage. This spirited youth, with exposed arms revealing well-defined muscles, exuded an aura of strength. Upon reaching Qin He, the young man spoke, I have long admired your reputation. Qin He, I am Zhang Lin, at the 6th layer of the Explosive Qi realm, currently ranked 53rd on the Haoyue list. Qin He noted the rarity of such a ranking for someone at the 6th layer of Explosive Qi. Lin Xianji was one such individual. Yet he had never paid attention to this newcomer, who seemed to know him well. You know me. Zhang Lin is quite a name. Qin He replied, his surprise evident. There's no need for such astonishment. Defeating a competitor ranked 101 at the 4th layer of Explosive Qi is a rare feat in the history of the Martial God Academy. Zhang Lin said, a charming smile gracing his lips. Then, Zhang Lin glanced at his own arms before turning to Qin. It seems you are a practitioner of body refinement. What a coincidence. I was just looking for someone like you. And here you are. Don't you think we are fated to meet? Qin He, observing the remarkable muscularity of Zhang Lin's arms, squinted his eyes and scrutinized him, that if you are indeed searching for practitioners of body refinement, why not seek out Huang Wanyin? Surely, you are aware that he is also a practitioner of body refinement. Noticing the teasing look in Qin He's eyes, Zhang Lin remained unfazed. Haha, I do not specifically target the weak. It's just that I have sought out Huang Wanyin before to my disappointment. I was defeated. How embarrassing. That fellow is indeed formidable. His physique is simply exquisite. It makes me quite envious. Upon hearing that Zhang Lin had previously sought out Huang Wanyin, Qin He felt a sense of relief. It was clear that Zhang Lin had not triumphed over him, yet continued his pursuit of a worthy opponent to enhance his own physique. Zhang Lin was no ordinary individual. In that case, I would be grateful if Brother Zhang could demonstrate your skills. Qin He activated the White Tiger Divine Soul technique, his body on high alert, transforming into an exceptionally formidable presence. Qin He regarded the Black Devourer as his trump card. Hence he refrained from unleashing it casually, that he intended to engage Zhang Lin using both his cultivation and physique, yet he wondered if he could rival the strength of Zhang Lin's arms. Observing the transformation of Qin He's body into a luminous white, Zhang Lin understood that the latter was preparing to attack. Without delay, he clenched his fists, his muscular arms swelling like dragons. An awe-inspiring sight. His entire arms turned a purplish-red hue, reminiscent of blood-soaked flesh. Qin He did not underestimate Zhang Lin. The explosive power possessed by those arms filled him with trepidation. Unlike Qin He's imposing aura of slaughter. This was raw explosive force, capable of obliterating an opponent with a single blow that if Qin He were a blade, then Zhang Lin was akin to a spiked mace, two entities of fundamentally different natures. Yet both stood upon the arena, compelled to confront one another. Chapter 55. Confrontation. In the time it took Zhang Lin to tighten his fists, his arms had transformed drastically. His once slender physique now appeared incongruous with the massive arms he bore. After releasing his aura, Qin He raised his palm, fingers directed at Zhang Lin, standing oppositely with shimmering lights swirling between them. Zhang Lin did not underestimate Qin He in the slightest, for a moment. Neither dared to make the first move, maintaining a tense standoff that left the audience below speechless. After a brief period of this standoff, Zhang Lin could no longer contain himself at this rate. We might both perish from anticipation. With that, he charged forward, delivering a powerful elbow strike that as Qin He witnessed the elbow barreling towards him, his pupils constricted in alarm. Should that elbow connect, he would undoubtedly sustain injuries. Thus, he dared not take it head-on. Instead, he raised both hands to shield his head, and as the elbow descended, he deftly maneuvered his body to avoid the blow, though the sheer force of it created a crater in the arena, resembling a spider's web around the impact site. The spectators below gasped in astonishment. Had that elbow struck a person, it would have resulted in either death or severe injury. Seizing the opportunity created by Zhang Lin's elbow strike landing, Qin He transformed his fist into a palm and aimed directly at Zhang Lin's ribs. However, despite Zhang Lin's imposing appearance, he was surprisingly agile, using his other arm to block Qin He's punch. Qin He's fist collided with Zhang Lin's arm, producing a resounding thud that felt more akin to striking stone than flesh. After absorbing Qin He's blow, Zhang Lin's expression shifted slightly. He felt the sting of pain. This was only the second time since his debut that someone had managed to inflict pain upon him, the first being Huang Wanyin. His arm, adept in both offense and defense, proved to be lacking in speed, placing him at a disadvantage in combat. Yet, considering Qin He's cultivation was not superior to his, he expected to be faster, yet they found themselves evenly matched. Moreover, he sensed he had sustained a significant setback as expected of Brother Qin He. Let us go again. With that, he launched another punch. Qin He responded with equal measure, both combatants exchanging blows for dozens of exchanges, resulting in injuries on both sides. Blood trickled from the corner of Qin He's mouth, having been struck in the abdomen by Zhang Lin's punch. Zhang Lin, in return, had endured multiple punches from Qin He, most of which he deflected with his arms, save for one that landed on his shoulder, leaving him struggling to lift his left arm. What a fierce aura of slaughter, should your cultivation rise in the future. I fear that a mere strike from you would pulverize my internal organs, Zhang Lin remarked, addressing the bloody Qin He, with his right hand resting on his left shoulder. Brother Zhang, you flatter me. Your Qilin arms are no ordinary feat. Should you reach full mastery, it would not be an exaggeration to say that a single punch could shake mountains and rivers, and a single palm could tremble the world. As the two began to exchange compliments atop the arena, the onlookers below grew restless. Why have you two stopped? Continue. This is an arena, not a place for idle chatter. Settle the score. Indeed, your match was so exhilarating. How can it just halt? Hurry and resume. Amidst the clamoring voices from the crowd, Qin He and Zhang Lin exchanged glances, their gazes turning fierce, silencing the crowd instantly, which nearly brought a smile to Huang Wanyin's face. As a member of the audience, Huang Wanyin found the shift in expressions among the crowd amusing, nearly laughing out loud. Zhang Lin, was it? You sought me out for a challenge in pursuit of the pinnacle of body refinement. Your temperament is commendable, yet you are far too impulsive. Huang Wanyin reminisced about his encounter with Zhang Lin, recalling how he had been relentlessly challenged since arriving at the academy, that he could not fathom why this was the case. With Zhang Lin being one of the challengers who approached him under the pretense of a visit. Reflecting on it now, those moments were indeed worth cherishing. That I in the arena. Both Qin He and Zhang Lin bore injuries, leading them to decide to engage in one final battle, allowing their strength to determine the victor. Both focused their energy to the maximum once more, yet Zhang Lin's injured arm hindered his performance significantly. They clashed once more, but while Qin He appeared to strike with both hands and feet, he was secretly holding back his left arm. Witnessing this, Zhang Lin felt a warm sensation in his heart. After exchanging blows for several more rounds, both were utterly exhausted. As Zhang Lin launched another punch, Qin He deftly sidestepped, then executed a downward palm strike that landed on Zhang Lin's back. Instantly, Zhang Lin felt a searing pain, as if his back were being sliced by knives. Qin He's white tiger strength was overwhelmingly potent. The impact sent a wave of slaughterous energy coursing through him, akin to countless tiny blades slicing through his flesh. Enduring the piercing pain in his back, Zhang Lin finally reached his limit. I concede. You have won this time, and I accept my defeat wholeheartedly. It has been a long time since anyone could engage me in such enjoyable sparring. Wait for me. I shall return to seek your guidance once more. Despite his words being somewhat labored, he managed to convey them, chuckling weakly as he wobbled off the arena, his arms gradually returning to their normal state, leaving Qin He astonished. Qin He felt a sense of calm wash over him. Zhang Lin was truly extraordinary, akin to Huang Wanyin. Had Zhang Lin not consistently challenged those with formidable physiques and instead aimed for all opponents, his ranking would likely be within the top 30 by now. Having experienced Huang Wanyin's physical prowess, Qin He recognized that Zhang Lin's strength was comparable, if not superior. However, his defense and speed fell short. Still, achieving a rank within the top 30 was certainly within his grasp. Upon witnessing Qin He's victory, Huang Wanyin hurried onto the arena to assist him. Congratulations. You have effortlessly passed the second round. Huang Wanyin laughed heartily at Qin He. You think I found it easy? You, my friend, will surely breeze through the second round. It's just a shame you drew the last number. Truly, Qin He was left speechless, having fought tooth and nail for his victory, yet Huang Wanyin portrayed it as a mere stroll in the park. Huang Wanyin shrugged at Qin He's words, responding, You didn't even use the Black Devourer or the Spiritual Light Cyclone, and still emerge victorious. Doesn't that count as easy? Are you suggesting you should let your opponent win? Huang Wanyin gazed at Qin He and continued, I still do not know who my adversary is. To claim that I can secure an effortless victory would be rather premature. After all, I find the top 10 of the Haiyue rankings quite formidable. Encountering them would surely lead to a grueling battle, and victory is not guaranteed. Thus, alas, Chapter 56. Huang Wanyin's concerns indeed. As the competition progresses, the opponents become increasingly formidable. Although Huang Wanyin triumphed effortlessly in the first round, the likelihood of facing a master in the second round is significantly heightened. However, Qin He is confident that even if Huang Wanyin encounters someone from the top 10, he will still emerge victorious with ease. Uncertain of what kind of opponent he would face in the second round, Huang Wanyin dared not relax in the slightest. After Qin He's victory, he appeared carefree, strolling about with his hands clasped behind his back. Huang Wanyin, however, was not in a hurry. Having drawn the 125th lot, with only 250 participants remaining in the second round, the final battle would indeed belong to Huang Wanyin. Qin He, I will definitely return to the Minqing continent to seek out the Huang family. At that time, I will be alone. Will you stand behind me? Upon hearing Huang Wanyin's unexpected question, Qin He felt a slight apprehension within. Why was he suddenly asking such a question? Should that moment arise, I would certainly stand by your side. I have said it before, you are my friend, my brother. Therefore, in times of hardship, we shall shoulder the burdens together. Huang Wanyin's expression remained largely unchanged upon hearing Qin He's response, which made him appear somewhat unfeeling. But you must understand, if you stand with me, we will inevitably face the multitude of masters from the Huang family. How could we possibly contend with them? Are you truly willing to accompany me to my demise? Huang Wanyin continued, locking eyes with Qin He to ensure he did not take the matter lightly. Seeing this, Qin He's demeanor shifted from playful to serious. Who says we must go alone? Currently, we may seem somewhat weak, but in the future, we shall establish our own power and then confront the Huang family with that strength. Qin He reassured Huang Wanyin, patting him on the shoulder. Huang Wanyin lowered his head, his mood appearing somewhat despondent, a change that did not go unnoticed by Qin He. Huang Wanyin, even if we find ourselves outmatched, at worst, we face death. What is there to fear? I will accompany my brother to the end. It is only right. With Qin He's comforting words, Huang Wanyin decided not to dwell on his worries. Yet he still expressed some thoughts to Qin He that I understand. Qin He, but I am pondering how we might reach the Minqing continent to find the Huang family, that I cannot conceive of a viable plan. I have considered forming our own faction and journeying to the Minqing continent with you to seek out the Huang family, but all of it seems futile. The Huang family is far too vast for us to contend with. Even the mightiest factions from this continent would be disregarded by them, leading only to self-destruction. Upon hearing Huang Wanyin's lament, Qin He was momentarily speechless, but then sought to encourage him. Huang Wanyin, while the powers here may not compare to those of the Minqing continent, do not forget that our own strength is paramount. When you and I, both masters, arrive at the Huang family, no one shall be able to challenge us. Just think, avenging your father would not be a daunting task, would it? Haha. Watching Qin He comfort him while unabashedly indulging in his own self-importance, Huang Wanyin found himself at a loss for words. Your thoughts are rather idealistic. I fear you might end up merely following in my footsteps, even as two masters, he. With Huang Wanyin's teasing, Qin He felt a wave of relief wash over him as Huang Wanyin's spirits lifted. Dealing with the Huang family is not our immediate concern. We must focus on how to grow stronger swiftly. You should be pondering your opponents in the 125th arena, that as Qin He spoke. Huang Wanyin gradually regained his composure, that he had momentarily reflected on his father, which had indeed stirred a cascade of troubles within him. Yet this feud must be avenged. The blood debt of a father and clan cannot be overlooked. Now he is not alone. With Qin He, a seemingly reliable friend by his side, he is no longer just a solitary figure in his quest for vengeance. With these thoughts in mind, Huang Wanyin focused on whether his battle was about to commence. Shortly thereafter, he heard the announcement for the opening of the 125th arena. Qin He also took notice and walked alongside Huang Wanyin toward the arena, at that moment. Huang Wanyin was indifferent to who his opponent would be or whether he could prevail. What he truly desired was strength. Strength that would render him invincible, allowing him to seek out the Huang family, avenge his father, and reveal the truth of the past to the elder, standing atop the arena. As the other contender for the 125th spot had yet to arrive, Huang Wanyin clenched his fists, his eyes closed, fervently repeating, "Become stronger, become stronger, become stronger." Huang Wanyin yearned for power. His current self desperately thirsting for growth, but he had made a pact with Qin He to become unparalleled masters, to reign supreme over the world. Qin He observed Huang Wanyin. It was evident that he needed an outlet for his pent-up emotions. Gazing upon the unfamiliar face of his opponent, Qin He felt a pang of sympathy. This individual was about to face a dire fate. Across from him, the young man crossed his arms and noted Huang Wanyin's incessant muttering. Paying little heed to it. I am Zhao Feng, at the 7th layer of the explosive Qi realm, rank 40 on the Haoyue list. That I humbly request your guidance. Upon finishing his introduction, he noticed Huang Wanyin's pale countenance. Still with eyes shut in concentration, seemingly oblivious to his presence. Zhao Feng's expression darkened with irritation. Such arrogance, standing before me with such pride, not even glancing my way. Let us see how I shall teach you a lesson. With that, he advanced toward Huang Wanyin, formulating a punch to unleash an assault. Sensing a formidable aura approaching, Huang Wanyin abruptly opened his eyes. Zhao Feng, upon meeting Huang Wanyin's profound gaze, felt a twinge of apprehension. However, the punch had already been launched and could not be retracted. It had to land. Qin He silently mourned for Zhao Feng. Huang Wanyin, preoccupied with sorrowful thoughts and anguishing over his desire for strength, found himself unable to channel his emotions properly. Thus, Zhao Feng unwittingly provided him with a crucial opportunity. Instinctively, Huang Wanyin reached out and seized Zhao Feng's incoming fist. Zhao Feng let out a cry. From the audience below, Qin He heard the sickening sound of bones fracturing. Zhao Feng's arm must surely be broken. Gazing upon Huang Wanyin, whose veins were visibly bulging and whose eyes held a vacant stare. Zhao Feng was engulfed by fear. Yet, he had no choice but to press on, bracing himself for the onslaught. The spectators below could hardly bear to watch, shielding their eyes with their hands. Simultaneously, they offered silent prayers for Zhao Feng. As some recognized Huang Wan Yin at that moment, the true nature of Huang Wan Yin's strength remained shrouded in mystery, having yet to be revealed to the public eye. Chapter 57. Explosive news after seizing Zhao Feng's fist. Huang Wan Yin proceeded to unleash a torrent of punches and kicks upon him. Zhao Feng attempted to retaliate, but the sheer ferocity of Huang Wan Yin's technique left him in despair. Each feeble attempt at resistance only intensified Huang Wan Yin's barrage. Ultimately, he abandoned the notion of counterattacking, that if given the choice, Zhao Feng would have preferred to knock himself unconscious to escape the torment. In the midst of his suffering, Zhao Feng silently prayed for Huang Wan Yin's assault to cease. In a stroke of luck, he eventually lost consciousness amidst his desperate pleas. Qin He watched the brutal confrontation with growing unease. The brutality of the fight was appalling. Tio beat someone so thoroughly. Even after they had fainted, how could one continue such a savage assault? As the battle persisted, Huang Wan Yin gradually regained his rationality. Glancing down at the unconscious Zhao Feng. What has transpired here? Did I just experience a nightmare? The onlookers were nearly struck dumb. How could one knock another unconscious and yet remain oblivious to the gravity of their actions? What manner of person is this? Yet, Qin He understood that the Huang Wan Yin from moments ago had been releasing the pent-up resentment within him, which had fueled his brutal assault. In that state, Huang Wan Yin had viewed Zhao Feng as his uncle, pouring forth his hatred as if he could transform Zhao Feng into a vegetable. Fortunately for Zhao Feng, he had merely been rendered unconscious. Huang Wan Yin regained his composure before he could inflict irreversible damage. Had he lost control for even longer, Zhao Feng might have emerged as a half-dead figure to recover to his peak condition. It would likely take Zhao Feng several months. Qin He looked at Huang Wan Yin and consoled him. It's over now. Everything has come to an end. You have emerged victorious in this match. As for Zhao Feng, he can only blame his misfortune. You have successfully advanced past the second round. Congratulations. The audience below exchanged incredulous glances. His friend had left his opponent on the brink of death. And now they were told to blame their own misfortune. What kind of logic is this? Huang Wan Yin glanced at the motionless Zhao Feng sprawled on the ground, then turned to face Qin He, whose expression was one of unwavering determination. He nodded and descended from the arena to the Martial God Academy. In the office of the dean, Lu Ming remained seated at the table, munching on sunflower seeds while occasionally scratching his ear. Gazing out at the bustling trial grounds in the distance. The second round is concluded, leaving just 125 participants. How intriguing that I wonder how many among these young ones possess extraordinary talent. But the real battle is only just beginning, my little ones. Lu Ming gazed towards the trial grounds, an apple in hand, munching thoughtfully as he remarked, Qin He and Huang Wan Yin have successfully broken through the second round. Exhaling a sigh of relief, Qin He, having secured a commendable position, must now return home. Meanwhile, his family remains unaware of his survival. They believe him to be imprisoned in the dungeons of Baiyun City. Blissfully ignorant of his contentment, after the competition concluded, Qin He and Huang Wan Yin were met with shocking news. The individual ranked 5th on the Haoyue list had been eliminated in the second round. This unfortunate soul had drawn the 10th token and, prior to the bout, had mocked the competitor who possessed the other 10th token. Yet upon stepping onto the arena, he was greeted by a young man, arms crossed, wearing a sly smile. None other than Old Li, the second on the Haoyue list. Those within the top 10 of the Haoyue list were well aware of Old Shun and Old Li's prowess, and they generally avoided provoking them. Now, however, fate had led the 5th-ranked youth to confront them directly. With a face resembling that of a bitter melon, the 5th-ranked competitor ascended the stage, attempting to engage Old Li in combat. Yet, after enduring only a few exchanges, he succumbed to defeat. It was evident that Old Li had not exerted his full strength, leaving the onlookers astonished. They had anticipated a more evenly matched contest among the top 10. But during the duel between Old Li and the 5th-ranked youth, it was clear that Old Li had triumphed with ease. This left the 5th-ranked youth in a thoroughly embarrassing position, ultimately leading him to concede defeat, as he had not even managed to progress past the second round. This shocking development became the most sensational news following the conclusion of the second round. Leaving Qin, he astonished that he had witnessed the battle between the 11th-ranked contender and Huang Wanyin. Recognizing the former's formidable strength at the 9th level of the explosive Qi realm, in contrast, his own clash with the body-refining youth had resulted in mutual exhaustion, yet the 5th-ranked youth had faltered within mere dozens of moves. Qin He's understanding of Old Li and his companions had thus reached new heights. Huang Wanyin shared his astonishment, speculating that the 5th-ranked youth's strength must have been at either the 9th or 10th level of the explosive Qi realm. Without any extraordinary measures, defeating an opponent within a dozen moves likely required the strength of the Unity realm. Qin He, the two individuals who deceived you last time, their strength is likely already at the Unity realm. Huang Wanyin remarked. Qin He found this assessment difficult to accept. The Unity realm was beyond the Haoyue list's purview. Why then could they still participate in this ranking battle? Huang Wanyin subsequently elaborated on his insights. And Qin He gradually found solace in the explanation, hoping fervently not to encounter those two adversaries again. Compared to the previous news, the information Huang Wanyin had just relayed was undoubtedly the most explosive revelation. In the Martial God Academy's principal's office, Lu Ming sat in his chair, occasionally scratching his ear, displaying an air of nonchalance as he spoke. Has the 5th already been defeated? What unfortunate luck to have crossed paths with that fellow. His demeanor suggested that he was unaffected, which was understandable. After all, occurrences like this were commonplace during the ranking battles, thus failing to faze Lu Ming. Such news may diminish the excitement of the subsequent rounds. Lu Ming added with a sly grin. After completing the 2nd round, the venue was abuzz with chatter as everyone awaited the arrival of the overseer to declare the conclusion of the 2nd round. With only 125 participants remaining, comprising both the exceptionally strong and a few fortunate souls who had managed to advance to the 3rd round, they were uncertain if such luck would persist. As Qin He and Huang Wanyin grew impatient waiting for the overseer, they hastily departed, knowing that the 3rd round would commence the following day, just as it had previously. However, Qin He felt an impending breakthrough approaching. Poised to officially enter the 5th level of the explosive Qi realm. Chapter 58. The super big fish Huang Wanyin was hardly surprised by Qin He's impending breakthrough. After all, at the conclusion of their last training session, Qin He had been hovering at the saturation point of the 4th level of the explosive Qi realm. Advancing to the 5th level was merely a matter of time. And after enduring a fierce battle, a shift in his realm was only natural. Upon returning to Qin He's residence, Huang Wanyin seized the opportunity presented by Qin He's breakthrough to cleanse the cold energy from his own meridians. Although his Dantian had successfully released its energy, the cold energy within his meridians persisted. Huang Wanyin attempted to expel it using spiritual energy, but the results were less than satisfactory under such circumstances. It could take a year to fully cleanse the cold energy. Upon reaching their abode, Qin He immediately sat down to meditate. Preparing for his breakthrough, that he settled on his bed, while Huang Wanyin, sitting cross-legged beside him, placed a hand on Qin He's shoulder, ready to harness the silver-white radiance. As Qin He closed his eyes and entered a meditative state, the silver-white glow emanated from his body once more. Huang Wanyin absorbed the surrounding spiritual energy, while also drawing in the silver-white radiance. As the silver-white light flowed through his meridians, it moved far more smoothly than usual, and Huang Wanyin could feel the effects intensifying with Qin He's growing strength. If the silver-white radiance were to be fully utilized by Huang Wanyin, he believed he could expel the cold energy from his body within 3 days. However, since Qin He was also on the verge of a breakthrough, he could not allow Huang Wanyin to use it to its fullest extent. This degree of silver-white radiance only manifested during Qin He's breakthroughs and grew increasingly intense each time. Under normal circumstances, such brilliance would not be so pronounced. Nevertheless, Huang Wanyin felt immensely satisfied. Within this brief moment, he had already alleviated the cold energy that would typically take him an entire day to expel. A sensation akin to having the odds in his favor. Fully engrossed in his cultivation, Qin He felt the spiritual energy in his Dantian growing increasingly dense. The energy transformed from spiritual energy to battle qi and back again, pervading every corner of his Dantian, fundamentally altering it. Qin He believed that it would not be long before he broke through to the 5th level of the explosive Qi realm, thus augmenting his power significantly, which filled him with a sense of exhilaration that as time passed, the battle Qi in Qin He's Dantian reached a sufficient density, rendering the presence of spiritual energy non-existent. This indicated the onset of a breakthrough. A full Dantian of Battle Chi ready to release a surge of spiritual energy to impact the Dantian and achieve a breakthrough to the 5th level of the explosive Chi realm. Indeed, shortly thereafter, Qin He opened his eyes, having successfully broken through to the 5th level of the explosive Qi realm. Upon awakening, he found Huang Wanyin fervently absorbing the silver-white light radiating from his body. Without hesitation, Qin He released more of the silver-white luminescence, allowing Huang Wanyin to cleanse the lingering cold energy. However, this state of affairs could not be sustained for long. Exhaustion soon overtook Qin He, and he fell asleep. As the silver-white glow faded, Huang Wanyin emerged from his meditative state. Gazing at the slumbering Qin He with a gentle smile, as if aware of the sacrifices Qin He had made for him. He carefully adjusted Qin He's position, laying him flat on the bed and covering him with a blanket, ensuring he could enjoy a peaceful slumber before resuming his own meditation. The following morning, as birds chirped and flowers bloomed, the streets bustled with people. Within Qin He's residence, Huang Wanyin awoke from his meditation. Glancing at Qin, he still lost in sleep, that he hesitated to rouse him, pondering when he would have the chance to sleep so soundly after embarking on the path of cultivation. However, the time had come for Huang Wanyin to awaken Qin He, as the 3rd round of the ranking battle was set to commence that day. Once Qin He was roused, the two made their way towards the trial grounds, joining the throngs of people headed in the same direction. Soon, they arrived at the trial grounds, where the square was filled with spectators eager to witness the thrilling matches of the 3rd round, which promised to be ever more spectacular as the competition progressed. After a brief interval, the principal arrived, standing atop a high platform, addressing the gathered participants with a speech. You remaining contestants are the elite of our Martial God Academy. The 125 of you will partake in the 3rd round of the Haoyue List ranking battle. However, remember that while competition is fierce, we are all family within the Martial God Academy. Exercise restraint in your actions. Now, I officially declare the 3rd round of the Haoyue List ranking battle to begin. After Lu Ming concluded his speech, he made his way towards the director's office. Qin He and the others were well aware that it was now the lottery segment. However, this time was different, for within that box lay a ticket granting direct access to the 4th round 0. With 125 participants remaining, a conventional battle could not take place. Thus, this arrangement was necessary. There were 63 numbers, and only one of them was 0, which represented the ticket to the 4th round. As for the remaining 63 contestants, it was likely that there would soon be another ticket leading to the 5th round. Yet at this moment, such matters were irrelevant to them. Everyone hoped to draw that elusive 0 ticket, enabling them to advance to the top 63. Qin He and Huang Wanyin stood in the long queue to retrieve their tickets, both harboring hopes of drawing that coveted 0 entry pass. Ultimately, Qin He drew number 31, while Huang Wanyin obtained number 12. That the fate of the 0 ticket remained a mystery, as only those who had lost were privy to that knowledge. The ticket drawing segment was soon drawing to a close amidst the clamor of the venue. Whoever got the 0 ticket is truly fortunate, someone exclaimed. Alas, I didn't draw the 0. It seems luck is not on my side. That in an instant, the atmosphere erupted with excitement over the elusive 0 ticket. The last elder put an end to the commotion, declaring, Where is number 1? It is time for the arena battles to commence. With this proclamation, the venue fell silent, and the participants began to seek their respective battle stages. Huang Wanyin, having drawn number 12, would compete in the 1st round, prompting Qin He to observe her opponent closely. Accompanying Huang Wanyin, Qin He located the designated arena, where they awaited her adversary. However, it appeared that her opponent was yet to arrive. Huang Wanyin stood on the stage, biding her time. Before long, a young man sprinted onto the stage, apologizing profusely to the audience for his tardiness. That a moment later, both contestants unleashed their auras, and Huang Wanyin, in this 3rd round, dared not underestimate her opponent. Yet this particular adversary seemed somewhat disappointing, exuding an aura that appeared to belong only to the 2nd tier of the explosive energy realm. Qin He and the others took note of the young man's cultivation level. It seemed he had relied on sheer luck to reach this stage, but his journey was likely to end here. This young man was perhaps the most significant oversight in the 1st and 2nd rounds. Chapter 59. Lin Xinji faces Xian Yin again. Seeing that Huang Wanyin's aura had overshadowed his, the young man looked despondent. It seemed his luck had run out. Qin He observed the scene. Realizing that this battle would likely be one of the quickest to conclude in the competition, Huang Wanyin, who was originally ranked 11th, undoubtedly possessed formidable strength, and now she had cultivated her power to the 5th level of the explosive energy realm. Previously, Huang Wanyin could have effortlessly defeated such a young man. Now, with her opponent lagging 3 levels behind, victory was all but assured, as predicted by Qin He, the young man, after exchanging just 2 blows with Huang Wanyin, spat out blood and conceded defeat. The young man displayed wisdom in his surrender. Had he persisted, he might have suffered a fate akin to the second challenger, Chao Feng. Upon witnessing Huang Wanyin's swift victory, Qin He jested, "You lucky fellow. It seems you've drawn an invisible 0 ticket that I wish I had such fortune." With that, he playfully punched Huang Wanyin in the chest, a gesture symbolizing their camaraderie. Huang Wanyin did not resist, allowing Qin He to strike. The two then exchanged hearty laughter as they descended from the stage. Since Qin He was assigned number 31, he would need to wait a while. After all, not everyone possessed luck akin to Huang Wanyin's or could dispatch their opponents so rapidly. While waiting, Qin He and Huang Wanyin noticed Lao Li battling on one of the stages, facing off against a female opponent. Lao Li refrained from using excessive force, matching his strength to that of the woman's attacks. Even when she unleashed her techniques, Lao Li countered with commensurate power, resulting in an intense exchange. The audience below was abuzz with excitement, as encounters of such balanced bouts were rare. However, some spectators recognized Lao Li and watched the contest with disdain, seemingly eager for it to conclude. Qin He marveled at Lao Li's chivalry, noting his reluctance to strike hard against a woman. However, this approach would likely lead to the woman's eventual exhaustion and defeat, allowing Lao Li to advance to the 4th round without incurring the stigma of having been overly harsh against a female opponent. Others might praise Lao Li as a gentleman, as showing mercy to a woman is indeed a noble trait. This battle took longer than anticipated, but concluded predictably with Lao Li's victory. Shortly thereafter, Qin He noticed a call for number 32, which was his own, alongside another contestant with the same number. As Qin He and Huang Wanyin made their way to the 32nd arena, they witnessed Xian Yin and Lin Xinji engaged in combat. Had these two rivals finally crossed paths here? Both were formidable opponents, and it remained uncertain who would emerge victorious. Upon seeing them, Huang Wanyin inexplicably remarked, while Qin He, observing the stalemate, felt a twinge of anxiety. "Lin Xinji, do not disappoint me. I am looking forward to our encounter." On the stage, a young man wielded a long sword while a young woman brandished a large circular ring, their fierce battle showcasing their seemingly equal prowess, making it difficult to discern who held the upper hand. Xian Yin had previously fallen to Lin Xinji, who entered the Martial God Academy earlier. Given Lin Xinji's extensive training since then, she ought to have been able to defeat Xian Yin with greater ease. Yet, Qin He found himself bewildered by the fact that the two were evenly matched. Though Qin He was focused on the duel unfolding on the stage, he did not forget that he too had been summoned. With that thought in mind, he proceeded to his designated arena. Upon arrival, he found a young man already standing on the stage. His striking features and robust physique suggested he would be a formidable opponent. However, Qin He had recently experienced a breakthrough, instilling him with newfound confidence. Compared to before, his mindset in combat was now flawless. After both ascended the stage, they exchanged respectful gestures that I am Qin He, ranked 312th on the Haoyue list. At the 5th level of the explosive energy realm, the young man responded in kind, introducing himself, that I am Lu Kuanyang, ranked 34th on the Haoyue list, at the 7th level of the explosive energy realm. Consider yourself fortunate to have made it to this 3rd round, but encountering me means your luck has run out, that if you wish to concede now, you may return home directly. The young man regarded Qin He with disdain, causing Qin He to feel a pang of disappointment. Underestimation was to be expected. After all, having secluded himself for so long, few recognized him. Yet, Qin He chose to disregard the young man's condescension. Make sure to give it your all. Otherwise, you might find yourself in a precarious situation, he warned. Upon hearing this, Lu Chuanyang's previously smiling expression darkened. That's so? Then I shall see how you manage to find yourself in such a predicament. With that, he unleashed his aura, and Qin He sensed the pressure of his cultivation bearing down upon him. Yet, this was a weight he could easily bear. After all, Qin He had not trained his physical form in vain. While a typical 5th-level practitioner of the explosive energy realm might feel the strain from a 7th-level expert, Qin He remained unfazed. Seeing Qin He's unwavering demeanor ignited Lu Chuanyang's fury, prompting him to throw a punch at Qin He's face. Recognizing Lu Chuanyang's emotional state had clouded his judgment, Qin He refrained from further words. Instead, he activated the White Tiger Spirit technique to its utmost potential, channeling the power of the White Tiger along with spiritual energy into his fist and countered. The two fists collided, sending both Qin He and Lu Kuanyang staggering back 3 steps. However, Qin He merely felt a slight tingling sensation in his hand. Lu Kuanyang, nursing his own fist, stared in astonishment at Qin He. That punch could have easily defeated a 3rd-level practitioner of the explosive energy realm. Yet you seem unaffected, he thought, instantly ceasing to underestimate Qin He. You possess some skill. Let us continue. With that, he charged forward, fists and feet flying. Qin He, undeterred, engaged Lu Kuanyang in a fierce brawl. However, upon realizing he could not overpower Qin He physically, Lu Kuanyang resorted to using techniques. Chapter 60. Lin Xinji prevails. Lu Kuanyang unleashed a flurry of techniques, each strike causing Qin He discomfort, but failing to inflict any significant harm. This only served to further enrage Lu Chuanyang. I guess it merely that your skin is tough. Allow me to test this move on you. After which, I will concede. 9 Yang fist technique. Upon seeing Lu Kuanyang employ his ultimate technique, Qin He felt a flicker of danger, though it did not seem life-threatening. 9 Yang. Such a martial art dares to claim the name of Zhiyang. Watch as I dismantle your Zhiyang fist technique. With that, Qin He unleashed one of his own skills, the Spirit Light Cyclone. Gradually, a swirling vortex of spiritual energy began to gather in Qin He's hands. This cyclone comprised not only of spiritual energy, but also infused with the power of the White Tiger. Seeing Qin He employ his technique, Lu Kuanyang felt a heavy weight in his heart. Now he had no choice but to confront him head-on. Fail at the hands of a mere insect at the 5th layer of the exploding Qi realm would surely invite ridicule from his friends. The thought of such humiliation ignited a fiery rage within Lu Kuanyang, compelling him to declare, "Do you think you can defeat me? You, an insignificant insect, lack the qualification." Nevertheless, the audience, including Huang Huanin, had already begun to foresee the outcome. When Qin He's Spirit Light Cyclone met Lu Kuanyang's fist, the latter's hand trembled slightly. Yet, Lu Kuanyang appeared undeterred by pain, resolutely clashing with Qin He, trading blow for blow against the cyclone. Blood trickled from the corners of his mouth, but in his furious state, Lu Kuanyang had lost all awareness of his own body, attacking instinctively in hopes of overpowering Qin He to his dismay. Qin He only felt a slight strain and remained unfazed by any threat to his life. After exchanging dozens of blows, Qin He landed a decisive strike upon Lu Kuanyang's chest, causing the latter to cough up a significant amount of blood before losing consciousness. Qin He emerged victorious, observing Lu Kuanyang sprawled on the ground, likely with a shattered hand. Spectators felt a pang of sympathy. Yet Qin He felt no remorse. After all, Lu Kuanyang had recklessly engaged him in combat. Had Qin He not resisted, it would have been he lying on the ground instead. Thus, he harbored no guilt. This was merely a contest. And Lu Chuanyang's fainting was but a natural consequence of the competition. To show mercy to one's opponent was to inflict harm upon oneself, a fact Qin He was keenly aware of. Even if his opponent had been a girl, he would have acted the same way. For Qin He cherished his own well-being. Following his victory, Qin He swiftly accompanied Huang Huanin to the arena where he had previously witnessed Lin Xinji and Xian Yin compete. Upon arrival, disappointment washed over Qin He. The battle between Lin Xinji and Xian Yin had just concluded. From the murmurs of the crowd, he learned that Lin Xinji had emerged victorious, that by the time Qin He first stood in the audience. The two had already been embroiled in combat for quite some time, exerting their full strength and brandishing their weapons for a climactic finale. Though it was a final struggle, the fight lasted an extended period before concluding with Lin Xinji securing a narrow victory. Initially, it was difficult to ascertain who would triumph as the battle persisted, leaving the audience on edge until the outcome was finally determined. Lin Xinji won by a slight margin, and Qin He pondered Xian Yin's capabilities. If he could hold his own against Lin Xinji, who was at the same level, then Xian Yin was certainly not to be underestimated. Qin He felt a sense of relief. Had Lin Xinji been eliminated in the 3rd round, his regard for her would have diminished significantly. Now, Both Lin Xinji and Qin He had advanced to the fourth round, with only 63 competitors remaining, increasing the likelihood of their encounter. Conversely, the overall strength of his opponents had also escalated, suggesting that future battles would not be as effortless as before. Initially, Lin Xinji had perceived Xian Yin as an easy adversary, but this encounter offered her newfound insight into his prowess. Xian Yin's realm was indeed higher than her own. However, after consuming the spirit medicine provided by her clan, she had made rapid progress, surpassing Xian Yin. Moreover, as a talent nurtured by her family, it was surprising that Xian Yin, lacking any influential backing, had managed to keep pace with her meteoric rise. This realization stirred a sense of dissatisfaction within Lin Xinji, igniting a determination to enhance her training. Ultimately, the identity of the Zero badge holder was revealed to be Old Chun, the top contender on the Haoyue rankings. This news brought a sense of balance to many competitors, for had Old Chun participated in the third round, another contender would likely have faced elimination. However, with Old Chun granted direct entry into the fourth round, there was no fortunate underdog, for his strength alone would have ensured his advancement. After the conclusion of the matches, Qin He and Huang Wanyin did not linger. Qin He aimed to assist Huang Wanyin in expelling the chilling energy that plagued him. After all, a stronger Huang Wanyin would only benefit Qin He, so rather than watch unrelated matches, he preferred to aid Huang Wanyin in enhancing his abilities. As they made their way back, Qin He spotted a pale-faced youth seated at the entrance of a room. Recognizing him as Xian Yin, who had recently battled Lin Xinji, Qin He approached. Xian Yin noticed Qin He's arrival and offered a faint smile. Not sensing any animosity from Xian Yin, Qin He prepared to engage him in conversation. Xian Yin, what a leisurely disposition you have, soaking up the sun right after your match, Qin He teased. Xian Yin returned the smile, embodying the demeanor of a friendly neighbor. You jest, Qin He, that I was eliminated in this third round. So what harm is there in basking in the sun now that my competitive journey has ended? Qin He admired Xian Yin's unwavering composure in the face of defeat, feeling a deep respect for his fortitude. I heard you only lost by a single move. Your strength is clearly not confined to this third round. Xian Yin, sensing Qin He's intention to elevate him, remained nonchalant, responding coolly, Is it true that you and Lin Xinji have some enmity? Perhaps you came to console me out of pity. Chapter 61. The background of Xian Yin. Qin He felt an uncomfortable twinge at Xian Yin's words and quickly clarified. Please, Xian Yin, do not misunderstand. I merely wish to forge connections with extraordinary talents, and upon observing your remarkable abilities, I approached you for conversation. As Xian Yin detected the sincerity in Qin He's expression, he relaxed his guard. Do you know the origins of my conflict with Lin Xinji? Qin He, perceiving Xian Yin's intent to share openly, set aside any pretense and pulled over 2 chairs, settling into one. Huang Wanyin, you should join us as well. After ensuring Huang Wanyin was seated, Qin He inquired, I am curious to know, what exactly is the nature of your feud with Lin Xinji? It seems rather significant. With a sigh, Xian Yin began, You see, when I first entered the academy, I was challenged repeatedly, allowing me to ascend the new star rankings to the top position. However, I was indifferent to that ranking, and soon after, challengers ceased to appear. But then Lin Xinji arrived. As he spoke, Xian Yin glanced at Qin He, who listened intently. What you don't know is that my background is quite unique. Lin Xinji referred to me as a bastard, and it turns out we share a blood relation. Xian Yin paused momentarily, gazing at Qin He as if lost in contemplation. After a brief interlude, he continued, Allow me to share the tale of my origins with you. My esteemed brother Qin He, my mother, also known as Shui Lin, was the third elder of the Lin family and the sole female elder among them. During one of her excursions, she encountered a ferocious beast that possessed formidable strength, resulting in her sustaining grave injuries. After a prolonged battle with the beast, my mother ultimately triumphed, yet she succumbed to her wounds and fell into unconsciousness. When she finally regained consciousness, she found herself in a thatched cottage where a diligent figure tended to her needs. Initially, my mother felt an immense gratitude towards her savior. However, weakened and unable to recover swiftly, she began to live alongside this person, that he was gentle and attentive, and thus they settled into a harmonious life of mutual cultivation. Affection often blossoms over time, and my mother developed feelings for her rescuer. They became united, with my mother expressing that she had never encountered a man so considerate. Eventually, my mother conceived me, and I took on my father's surname. They enjoyed a blissful existence together, but this idyllic life was short-lived. Once my mother's strength had significantly returned, her family sought her out. Upon discovering her living with my father, they were incensed and demanded that he take his own life, while my mother was to return to face punishment. You see, these grand families often seek to strengthen their power through strategic marriages, either uniting with other prominent families or marrying within their own clan. They simply cannot bear the thought of associating with commoners. At that time, my parents were reluctant to part ways. Yet in order to protect me, they kept my existence a secret. But how could the clans simply overlook such matters? Ultimately, they uncovered my presence when I was merely 3 years old, and I was named Xianyin. The clan's eldest elder was furious, accusing my father of defiling my mother and raising a bastard that should not be allowed to live. Consequently, the Lin family's elite pursued my father and me relentlessly. In a valiant effort to shield me, my father met his demise, and my mother, too, suffered severe injuries in her attempts to protect me. After carrying me to a cave, my mother gathered sufficient provisions for me. Alas, her injuries were too grave, and she ultimately perished. As Xianyin recounted this tale, his face bore no expression, as if narrating the misfortunes of another. Yet, Qini listened in shock, realizing that a once extraordinary love story had been extinguished by the Lin family, forcing a talented individual to sever ties with his heritage. Qini felt a pang of sympathy, reflecting on the relative tranquility of his own family, devoid of such strife, that if someone like Xianyin were to emerge from his own lineage, they would undoubtedly elevate him to great heights. Hearing of your tribulations fills me with sorrow, he said. Yet life must forge ahead, that we cannot succumb to despair. Only through our own strength can we reclaim our glory. Would you not agree? Upon absorbing Xianyin's story, Huang Wanyin felt a unique kinship with him and offered words of comfort. Reclaiming glory may not be my ultimate aim, but the vengeance for my parents' deaths is a debt I must settle. The Lin family should brace themselves for my retribution. Xianyin's smile was tinged with a hint of madness. Yet to Qin He and the others, it was merely the lament of a young man who had endured tremendous hardship. In contrast to Xianyin, Qin He felt fortunate. From a young age, he had been the young master of the Qin family. Although they were a minor power in Baiyan City, he was content. However, he knew that he must swiftly enhance his strength to return to his family with good news. He was acutely aware that upon his return, both the Shun and Lei families would not let him off easily, and he feared that his family would be implicated. Thus, possessing formidable strength was paramount to ensuring their safety. While Qin He absorbed Xianyin's tragic past, it did not deter him from his future path. He could not take on the burden of avenging Xianyin's parents. His own desperate yearning for strength eclipsed all else. That he understood that Huang Wanyin would accompany him back, as she had no other refuge beyond the academy. Yet, Qin He was more than willing to provide her with shelter, having spent so much time together. Huang Wanyin recognized that Qin He would face numerous battles upon his return, and she was determined to lend her support. For they were brothers. Qin He had aided Huang Wanyin immensely, releasing her Dantian and currently assisting in cleansing her meridians, tasks that had once seemed impossible to her. This was an immeasurable kindness that Huang Wanyin felt she could only repay with a lifetime of loyalty and brotherhood. Indeed, should Huang Wanyin wish to return, Qin He would gladly offer his assistance, for she was the first friend he had ever known, the first to whom he had offered his sincere companionship. The bond between them was already solidified, unbreakable. Thus, angering one would inevitably draw the ire of the other, leaving a subtle mark on the minds of their peers. Chapter 62. The commencement of the fourth round of combat at the Martial God Academy. In the office of the dean, Lu Ming sat at the round table, cradling a small teacup in his hand. That a complete tea set was displayed on the table before him. After taking a sip from his petite cup, he squinted at the distance. A tea last. The fourth round has arrived. It is indeed becoming increasingly thrilling. These young ones never cease to astonish me, he mused, lifting the cup once more to savor the tea. The leaves were provided by the headquarters of the Martial God Academy, offering immense benefits for cultivation, a reward for the top 10 participants in this ranking battle. These youngsters are truly fortunate. Even I feel invigorated by such high-quality tea that I can only wonder how it will enhance their cultivation, he continued. Now, there are only 63 participants left. It seems this fourth round will conclude swiftly on the arena, and the top 10 will soon reveal themselves. As he stroked his chin, his gaze remained fixed on the horizon. The residents of Qin, he within the Martial God Academy. He and Huang Wanyin returned after encountering Xian Yin and hearing his tale. They wasted no time in their training. Upon entering their room, they immediately sat cross-legged to cultivate. Having heard Xian Yin's story, both Qin He and Huang Wanyin grasped the significance of strength more clearly. Had Huang Wanyin's mother possessed sufficient power, the clan's elite would have been unable to challenge her, compelled instead to heed her directives. Unfortunately, the reality was that Xian Yin's mother could not withstand the onslaught of the clan's many experts, leading to her tragic demise. Thus, strength is the ultimate truth. All opinions and scrutiny will yield to formidable power. Both were individuals seeking vengeance, necessitating a robust strength to calmly confront the forthcoming tumult. Consequently, they became fervently devoted to their cultivation. The next day heralded the fourth round of the ranking battle, and their training gradually fell into a steady rhythm as the sky began to darken. On the following day, just as the sun crested the horizon, an air of excitement enveloped the surroundings. Qin He and Huang Wanyin gradually awakened, both filled with anticipation for the fourth round of competition. After freshening up, they stepped outside, merging into the bustling crowd, which flowed towards the trial grounds as usual. Yet, why would the crowd congregate so early for a competition that was not set to begin? Today, the dean was to announce significant news, gathering all students in the square. Qin He and his companion were well aware of this and joined the throng. Upon arriving at the trial grounds, they found Lu Ming waiting atop a high platform, clearly having awaited their arrival for some time. Below, the crowd buzzed with speculation, discussing the purpose of the dean's gathering. It seemed an age since such a large assembly of students had occurred. This was indeed unprecedented. Though the crowd had not yet fully assembled, the square was already teeming with people, all eyes fixated on the dean. Whispers rippled through the audience, but they did not disturb Lu Ming, who stood above with his eyes closed in meditation. "Are we still not ready?" he mused, shaking his head in mild disapproval. After a considerable interval, the dean opened his eyes and surveyed the gathered students. "The reason for this assembly," he began, shaking his head once more, "was to gauge your level of regard for the academy. Yet, the results are rather disappointing. It seems you do not hold the academy in sufficient esteem." Upon hearing the dean's words, the crowd erupted in discontent, and a wave of grievances surged through the assembly. Qin He felt a headache coming on. The dean's antics were as playful as ever, and there was little he could say in response. However, Lu Ming appeared unperturbed by the crowd's dissatisfaction and continued, "There are two more matters I must bring to your attention." The scene below was in a tumultuous uproar, with Lu Ming grinning as he gazed downwards, uttering yet another statement that quelled the crowd's fervor upon hearing there were two additional matters to discuss. Lu Ming appeared quite satisfied, and he began. "The first matter pertains to a beneficial opportunity for you all. Just a few days ago, the headquarters of the Martial God Academy announced the rewards for the top 10 in this ranking battle. And even I am envious." After speaking, Lu Ming stroked his chin thoughtfully, pursing his lips as if savoring a delightful memory, yet he abruptly halted his words, teasing the audience below, observing the anticipation in the crowd. He continued, "The reward for the top 10 is a specialty. Do not underestimate this tea. Even I feel invigorated after a cup that if you drink it while cultivating, the effects will be remarkable." With a twinkle in his eye, Lu Ming slowly revealed, "This tea is called Dun Ling tea, that I trust some of you may have heard of it. This prize is indeed splendid. There are only 10 slots for the top 10. Miss this chance, and it may be gone forever." Upon hearing the name Dun Ling tea, the crowd erupted once more. "What? Dun Ling tea? Our ancestors once drank this tea. It is harvested only once every 50 years. And a single tea tree yields but a few pounds. Indeed, I have seen records of this tea in my ancestral home. It greatly enhances one's cultivation. The spiritual energy it contains nourishes the body significantly, aiding breakthroughs." Those familiar with the tea began to extol its virtues, igniting a resolute determination among the participants in the fourth round to secure a spot in the top 10, that the prospect of limitless potential lay ahead. And this genuine Dun Ling tea was an opportunity they could not afford to miss. Qin He felt a wave of desire wash over him. Such tea indicated the Academy's lavish expenditure. Yet, he remained skeptical. Was this truly a windfall? His understanding of the Martial God Academy, a titan of power on this continent, was still rather limited for them. Offering a mere commodity like tea as a reward was hardly a drain on their resources. As the crowd's excitement swelled once more, the dean interjected, "There is also a second matter," he spoke with a smile, waiting for the crowd to settle down. After the students gradually quieted, Lu Ming nodded in satisfaction. "Very well. This second matter is of considerable importance, and is the primary reason I gathered you here." As he surveyed the expressions of the students, he noted their astonishment at the revelation of Dun Ling Ti. Realizing that this was not the main reason for their assembly. This second matter is that once the ranking battle concludes, our academy will organize an external training expedition. The location is a tomb discovered by one of our elders just last month. The tomb belongs to a reclusive master who spent his final days there, leaving behind all he gained and cultivated within its confines. Although his strength did not merit such a grand burial site, he constructed it for himself upon his retreat. The students listened in shock. Some from prominent families realized that their own clan leaders might not even be at the level of the master entombed there. This was the resting place of a Condensation Dan realm master, whose legacy surely surpassed their own family's heritage. Such news ignited a yearning in many, including Qin He. After all, his father, as the foremost expert of their clan, barely reached the explosive Qi realm. Condensation Dan was a realm they scarcely dared to dream of. The opportunity to explore the tomb, with all its treasures intact, was something Qin He desperately craved. However, beside him, Huang Wanning displayed little interest, scoffing at Qin He. "Does a Condensation Dan realm master really leave behind a legacy? I suspect it is merely a collection of mediocre techniques and a few pills, perhaps a handful of weapons at most. Only truly powerful masters deserve their own burial sites, and the legacy they leave behind, that if one were to acquire such a legacy, soaring to greatness would not merely be a saying. Legends abound of mediocre youths gaining the inheritance of great masters after falling from cliffs, achieving unprecedented heights in cultivation." Huang Wanning regarded Qin He, who was lost in thought. Did such fortune truly attainable? If that were the case, wouldn't it be better for every youth to leap off a cliff? Then everyone would become great masters. Huang Wanning nearly laughed aloud, finding Qin He's naivety amusing. "Do you think legacies are as plentiful as cabbages? Only one among countless individuals may obtain such a legacy. Some legacies are even claimed by powerful factions before they can emerge, disappearing into their coffers upon revelation." Qin He felt a surge of disbelief. If that were true, the powerful factions would only grow stronger, while the weaker ones would inevitably decline. Noticing the murmurs among the crowd, Lu Ming realized that time was slipping away and summoned an elder to bring forth the drawing box. "Everyone, please quiet down. We will now commence the fourth round of the ranking battle. There are a total of 63 participants, and as before, we will designate a 0 slot for direct advancement to the fifth round. The drawing box is prepared. Let us begin the fourth round. Participants, please step forward to draw your lots." After announcing this, Lu Ming turned to leave, as the proceedings were no longer his concern. The participants lined up to draw their lots, with Qin He and Huang Wanning walking side by side. Soon, the drawing concluded. Qin He held up the number 19, indicating he would compete in the second round, while Huang Wanning had drawn number 1, meaning he would be the first to take the stage. Qin He felt confident in Huang Wanning's abilities and patted his shoulder. "You're up first. Haha, let us see who drew the first lot and faces our Huang Wanning." With that, they headed towards the first arena, where an elder awaited. The academy had begun to take the ranking battle seriously, even appointing an elder as a judge, perhaps due to the announcement of Dun Ling Ti. Wary of students resorting to unscrupulous means to secure a top 10 position. Upon reaching the arena, Huang Wanning bowed to the elder and took his place, waiting for the other number 1 to arrive. It wasn't too long before another young man appeared, exuding charm and grace. The young man bowed to the elder, then to Huang Wanning, and introduced himself. "I am Quang Shun, at the 10th layer of the explosive Qi realm, ranked 4th on the Haoyue list." With no superfluous words, he regarded Huang Wanning with disdain. Huang Wanning, adhering to courtesy, returned the bow. "I am Huang Wanning, at the 5th layer of the explosive Qi realm, ranked 11th on the Haoyue list. That I have long heard of your illustrious name, and today I see it truly lives up to its reputation." After a brief exchange of pleasantries, they stood facing each other. Though the audience below seemed skeptical of Huang Wanning's chances, the 5th layer of the explosive Qi realm against the 10th layer, the odds appeared daunting, while Huang Wanning had maintained his 11th rank, indicating he was no weakling. Facing the 4th-ranked competitor on the Haoyue list would likely prove to be a formidable challenge. Alas, such a pity. However, Qin He's unwavering confidence in Huang Wanyin has never wavered. Huang Wanyin and Kwang Shun locked eyes on the stage for an extended period, unleashing their imposing presence without reservation. Huang Wanyin, feeling the immense pressure emanating from Kwang Shun, who was at the 10th level of the explosive Qi realm, found it somewhat challenging. Indeed, the disparity was quite pronounced. Yet, bolstered by his formidable physique, he maintained a stoic expression as he withstood this pressure, which even Qin He and the audience found somewhat burdensome. Seizing the initiative, Huang Wanyin enveloped his fist with spiritual energy, lightly shifting his stance before launching a powerful punch at Kwang Shun. Noticing Huang Wanyin's proactive assault, Kwang Shun did not hold back. After releasing his own spiritual energy outward, he engaged Huang Wanyin in fierce combat. To his surprise, Huang Wanyin exhibited a slight upper hand in close combat. Realizing this, Kwang Shun no longer underestimated him. Strategically distancing himself to execute his techniques, as Huang Wanyin observed his opponent's serious demeanor, he too unleashed the full might of the Golden Body technique, unwilling to display even the slightest hint of negligence. In Chapter 64, The Ultimate Victor, as Huang Wanyin employed the Golden Body technique, his body gradually became smooth and resilient. In truth, the body refinement technique did not require deliberate application. His body was innately robust. However, faced with an opponent of such caliber, Huang Wanyin had no choice but to fully manifest the Golden Body technique, showcasing the full extent of his physical prowess. Kwang Shun similarly unleashed his battle aura, enveloping his body in a fierce display. After their initial clash, he was astonished to find that he had gained no advantage over Huang Wanyin. Prepared for a renewed confrontation, the two clashed once more. But this time Kwang Shun employed his technique. Whirling gale as Kwang Shun moved, swirling clouds of dust and sand followed in his wake, a technique reminiscent of agility. Huang Wanyin remained vigilant, understanding that he was up against a formidable expert at the 10th level of the explosive Qi realm, a threshold just shy of the unification realm. This was the first time Huang Wanyin encountered such a skilled adversary since entering the academy, and he was determined not to be complacent. Huang Wanyin activated his own 5th level of the explosive Qi realm, enveloping himself in battle aura as he braced against Kwang Shun's onslaught. Kwang Shun approached with a tempest. Each punch he threw met with Huang Wanyin's physical defense. For a moment, Huang Wanyin found himself unable to counter, forced into a position of passive defense. Qin He, observing from the sidelines, was astounded. Kwang Shun, ranked 4th on the Haoyue list, was indeed capable of pushing Huang Wanyin to such extremes. Huang Wanyin's physique could endure the onslaught, yet Kwang Shun's speed was significantly superior. In the midst of Kwang Shun's attack, Huang Wanyin sought for an opening. Kwang Shun, finding his signature technique ineffective against Huang Wanyin, was internally shaken yet resolute. However, if he thought this was the end, Huang Wanyin was poised to suffer greatly. After a series of attacks yielded no results, Kwang Shun closed in on Huang Wanyin and shouted, "Suction burst!" Immediately, a terrifying force surged from Kwang Shun's hands, drawing closer to Huang Wanyin's body. Realizing he could not withstand this assault, Huang Wanyin unleashed a technique he had not employed in a long time, the Upper Huang Fist. This was a family heirloom martial art practiced by the Huang clan, accessible to all, yet no one had mastered it to perfection. Huang Wanyin, despite his insufficient strength, was determined to harness its power against an opponent of such caliber. Kwang Shun, indifferent to the technique Huang Wanyin chose, charged forward with a suction burst aimed directly at him. Instinctively, Huang Wanyin retaliated with a punch to counter Kwang Shun's assault. Upon their collision, both warriors staggered back several steps. After enduring Kwang Shun's attack, Huang Wanyin felt a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth. Kwang Shun too was not unscathed, blood seeping from his lips. His mind reeling at the realization that a 5th-level practitioner of the explosive Qi realm could push him to such lengths. This was the first time he had encountered such a challenge since his debut. Despite the apparent disparity in their realms, Kwang Shun found himself unable to gain the upper hand, driving him to the brink of irrationality. Qin He and the surrounding crowd were equally taken aback, their astonishment growing as more onlookers arrived. That I never expected that I, Kwang Shun, would be pressed so hard by a mere 5th-level practitioner of the explosive Qi realm. But it is time to end this. Let me show you my true strength. This is my first time unleashing this technique. I hope you can withstand it. Kwang Shin, clearly losing his composure, was aware that the battle should conclude without fatality. Yet he proceeded with his next move, the round shield charge. This was Kwang Shin's most formidable technique. Huang Wanyin recognized the danger it posed and did not dare underestimate it. He gathered all his battle aura and spiritual energy, preparing to withstand Kwang Shin's overwhelming attack. This technique was peculiar. Even the slightest miscalculation could lead to dire consequences. Utilizing the upper Huang fist to its fullest extent, Huang Wanyin focused all his remaining strength into his defense that a circular shield began to form on Kwang Shin's forearm, a manifestation of the round shield technique. Although it appeared to be a defensive tool, it was solely an offensive maneuver designed to deliver a devastating strike to the opponent. With the shield raised, Kwang Shin charged at Huang Wanyin, aiming for his head. However, Huang Wanyin would not allow such an attack to succeed. He raised both arms high, consolidating his defenses as Kwang Shin's round shield collided with Huang Wanyin's arms. A sound of metal grinding echoed, and Huang Wanyin's face contorted in pain. Qin He, watching the battle unfold, felt a surge of anxiety for Huang Wanyin. He knew Huang Wanyin would not yield easily and watched intently. Huang Wanyin cried out in anguish, yet simultaneously concentrated all his defensive energy at the point of impact as the collision occurred. Sparks flew from Huang Wanyin's forearms, reminiscent of metal clashing. Observing closely, one could see a golden hue beginning to manifest on his arms. Is this the golden body technique? Huang Wanyin pondered, recognizing that he was indeed formidable. Despite the golden hue emerging on his arms, the pain on Huang Wanyin's face did not diminish. He continued to resist Kwang Shin's round shield with unwavering determination. Kwang Shin, witnessing the futility of his efforts against Huang Wanyin, displayed a flicker of disappointment, yet found a semblance of calm within himself. Huang Wanyin had left an indelible impression on him, and he realized that he had momentarily lost his composure. Should he have caused a fatality, it would have been detrimental to his reputation. Observing the situation, a smile crept across Kwang Shin's lips. Gradually, the round shield on Kwang Shin's arm began to dissipate, indicating that he had exhausted his remaining strength and could no longer maintain the technique. As the shield vanished, Kwang Shin unexpectedly collapsed to the ground, clearly drained. It seemed that this technique was beyond his current capabilities. Seeing Kwang Shin fall, Huang Wanyin felt a weight lift from his chest. At that moment, the astonished elder from the audience rushed onto the stage. That I declare that in the first battle of the fourth round, Huang Wanyin is the victor. Afterward, he assisted Kwang Shin off the stage and arranged for the unconscious fighter to be taken away. Chapter 65. It is my turn. Huang Wanyin, trembling, descended from the stage, and Qin He hurriedly rushed to support him, realizing that Huang Wanyin was likely on the brink of exhaustion. Not daring to neglect Huang Wanyin's condition, he smiled gently at the blood trickling from Huang Wanyin's mouth. You truly are remarkable. You are surely now ranked 4th on the Haoyue list. Ha! Huang Wanyin managed a faint smile in return, though it was pale, yet it did not obscure the joy radiating from him. Finally, I've won. Qin He. With that, he succumbed to unconsciousness. Qin He, alarmed, quickly assessed that Huang Wanyin's injuries were not severe. He had merely fainted. After the battle concluded, Qin He realized it was his turn to compete, but he did not rush to the arena immediately. Instead, he carried the unconscious Huang Wanyin back to his residence. Ensuring he was settled before hastening to his own match, that on his way back, Qin He exerted himself fully, hastening to the arena. However, the journey to his residence had consumed some time. Meanwhile, at the arena designated for the 19th match, the crowd was abuzz with excitement, expressing their discontent at Qin He's delay. Who is this other contestant for the 19th match? Such arrogance to keep us waiting. Could he be among the top 10 on the Haoyue list? The top 10 of the Haoyue ranking should not be so arrogant, for this is a competition where everyone is present at the venue. The time that has passed is enough for one to circle the venue 3 times. The crowd below buzzes with discussions, while the elder host on stage and the already positioned youth were expressions of dissatisfaction. Indeed, anyone would feel discontent when faced with a tardy individual, especially when that individual is their opponent. At this moment, Qin He is striving with all his might to reach the venue for the competition, silently apologizing to those who await his arrival. Is it finally my turn? He wonders, uncertain of whom he will encounter in this contest. He hopes that it is not someone as formidable as Kwang Shin, that a sense of trepidation envelopes Qin He. After witnessing the match between Huang Wanyin and Kwang Shin, he has redefined the significance of this ranking battle. He realizes that neither he nor Huang Huanin are invincible. There are many who can pose a challenge to them, and he cannot afford to be careless. Soon, Qin feels the presence of the competition platform and observes the anxious expressions on the faces of those waiting. Some individuals cast glances at him as he rushes toward the stage, to whom he can only offer a faint, apologetic smile. Upon ascending the platform, he notices the elder and the youth across from him bearing signs of impatience. Qin raises a fist in apology that I beg your pardon for my delay. A minor issue held me up. Let us commence. The elder says nothing, directly announcing the beginning of the competition. Very well. Since both competitors have arrived, let this belated contest begin. With that, the elder steps down from the platform, leaving Qin and the unfriendly youth facing each other. Qin bows slightly. Did I apologize? I am Qin. At the 5th level of the explosive Qi realm, ranked 312th on the Haoyue ranking. The youth Wang Zhong remains unfazed by Qin's apologies that I am Wang Zhong at the 8th level of the explosive Qi realm. Ranked 10th. Please enlighten me. Upon hearing this, Qin's heart sinks. Has he finally encountered a formidable opponent akin to Huang Huanin? Yet, he does not fear Wang Zhong, regarding him as a towering mountain before him. Exuding an extraordinary presence, Wang Zhong assesses Qin, noting the disparity in their ranks. 5th level at over 300 is somewhat exaggerated. That it seems Qin has indeed been diligent in his training. Let me witness the fruits of your labor, Qin. The mere mention of his name sends a ripple through Qin. The keen perception of someone in the top 10 of the Haoyue ranking is undeniable. Wang Zhong can sense that Qin has been diligently honing his skills at this moment. Qin casts aside any reservations, channeling the White Tiger Spirit technique to its utmost limit, simultaneously unleashing his 5th level explosive Qi realm aura. Wang Zhong, perceiving Qin's aura, does not hold back either, releasing his own 8th level explosive Qi realm presence. Qin feels the pressure, though it is not as intense as that imposed by Huang Shun, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Perhaps he is not as formidable as I imagined, he muses, recognizing the 3-level difference between them. Yet Wang Zhong pales in comparison to Huang Shun. If Huang Huanin can handle Huang Shun, then he too must not show weakness. Releasing the power of the White Tiger, he envelopes his fists and feet with its might, an offensive capability that even Huang Huanin lacks. Instilling confidence within him. Noticing that Wang Zhong remains stationary, Qin decides to initiate the assault, advancing toward Wang Zhong with a decisive strike. Wang Zhong, unruffled, lifts his left foot and firmly plants it on the stage. Adopting a horse stance and prepares to counter Qin's strike with both hands, that Qin's palm approaches Wang Zhong. The latter deftly redirects Qin's attack to the side, nearly causing Qin to stumble. This the principle of using 4 ounces to deflect 1,000 pounds. Qin is taken aback by Wang Zhong's maneuver. However, surprise aside, he cannot afford to relent, launching a more furious barrage against Wang Zhong. Yet, all his efforts prove futile. Wang Zhong opts for passive defense, and his energy expenditure is notably less than Qin's. At this rate, Qin will inevitably exhaust himself and lose. He realizes he cannot squander his strength in vain. After numerous attempts, Qin's perspective shifts. While Wang Zhong may not rival Huang Shun, being ranked 10th indicates he possesses some skill. Qin strikes with a powerful punch. Wang Zhong seizes his fist. In that moment, Qin halts, redirecting his other hand to strike directly at Wang Zhong's shoulder, catching him off guard. Chapter 66. The final blow. Wang Zhong, feeling the force of the impact on his shoulder, recognizes that the power behind the strike is not typical of a 5th-level explosive Qi realm practitioner. The intense aura of lethality enhances Qin's strike, injuring Wang Zhong. Blood trickles from the corner of Wang Zhong's mouth. Yet he does not concede, for he has yet to reveal his true capabilities. Indeed, I recognized you the moment I saw you. That a friend of that brash Huang Huanin cannot possibly be as weak as he appears. I suspected you were merely a wolf in sheep's clothing, and it seems my assumptions were correct. Seeing Wang Zhong remain composed despite his injury, and knowing he is acquainted with Huang Huanin, puts Qin in a precarious position. Wang Zhong seems to have noticed Qin's hesitation and begins to justify himself, hoping to provoke Qin into a serious confrontation. When I first encountered Huang Huanin, he was exceedingly arrogant, lacking any real prowess. Ultimately, he fell victim to the very technique I just employed against you. However, should it come to a direct clash, I fear I would not stand a chance against him. Upon hearing that Wang Zhong and Huang Wanyin are not truly friends, Qini feels a slight sense of relief. With such knowledge, he can now confront Wang Zhong without restraint. Haha, brother Wang Zhong. You jest. I fear you may not be as easy to handle as you believe. Wang Zhong asserted that he could hold his ground against Huang Wnyn. However, QNH remained skeptical. At that time, Huang Wnyn was newly arrived at the academy, still burdened by unhealed injuries. Should he encounter Wang Zhong, defeat would be inevitable. The QNH could understand Huang Wnyn's arrogance, as he hailed from the illustrious Huang family, and it was natural for someone new to carry the pride of being a leader among the younger generation. Once Wang Zhong noticed the hesitation fade from QNH's visage, he took the initiative to launch an assault. Xian Huang Fist, Wang Zhong's signature technique, bore resemblance to Huang Wnyn's Shing Huang Fist, although he could not unleash its full potential at present. It remained fearsome even at the explosive Qi realm. QNH, determined not to yield, countered with a punch of his own, resulting in a stalemate as their fists collided. The skirmish progressed into several rapid exchanges. QNH found himself gradually falling behind Wang Zhong. With time, Wang Zhong's offensive grew, increasingly relentless and potent, imposing immense pressure on QNH that after exchanging dozens of blows, a momentary lapse on QNH's part allowed Wang Zhong to land a punch squarely on his chest. The searing pain surged through QNH, but fortunately, having cultivated the Jade Body technique, he managed to stave off what could have been a fatal blow. Despite his training, QNH felt the world around him dim, his throat constricting as he fought the urge to expel a torrent of blood, which he ultimately suppressed. After sustaining the impact, QNH resolved to hold nothing back, with a series of hand seals. He began to unleash his own technique, Ling Guang Qi Xian. This was his trump card, one he would normally keep hidden from overwhelming foes, but now necessity compelled him to reveal it. Continuing on this path would undoubtedly lead to his defeat. Wang Zhong, witnessing QNH's newfound seriousness, allowed a faint smile to grace his lips, yet he remained vigilant that FD Palm, another of Wang Zhong's techniques, was rarely employed, but QNH's prowess warranted its use. As the vortex of energy coalesced in QNH's palm, Wang Zhong's hands grew more formidable in response. Without delay, they charged at one another, their techniques clashing in a breathtaking display in a heartbeat. The momentum shifted and they found themselves standing back to back. Wang Zhong spoke, "This final strike belongs to me. It appears that you newcomers are the true mainstays now." With that, he withdrew, his demeanor reflecting the weight of his defeat. The elder, witnessing the conclusion of this long-awaited duel, hurried to the stage to announce the results. The crowd was left in stunned silence, grappling with the reality that the 10th-ranked master had fallen to QNH. As the dust settled from their bout, QNH became aware that all other matches had concluded, making them the final contenders. The announcement of the battle's outcome solidified QNH's advancement to the 5th round, marking him as the newly recognized 10th on the Haoyue ranking. The elder departed to report the results to the headmaster. The air buzzed with excitement over QNH's remarkable victory. Afterward, QNH made his way back to his quarters, where he found Huang Wnyn already awake and immersed in meditation, a testament to his fervent desire for strength. Inspired, QNH joined him in focused practice, eager to harness the insights gained from their recent encounters. They delved into their training. QNH sensed the transformative power of the spiritual energy surrounding them, feeling his own chi morph into battle energy. Such a phenomenon typically accompanied his breakthroughs, and with his recent ascent to the 5th level, he pondered the possibility of yet another advancement on the horizon. Might this be too hasty? Could it potentially bring about negative repercussions for my future cultivation? Qini felt a faint stir of concern within, yet all of this was the fruit of his relentless training and fierce battles. Now that the moment for a breakthrough had arrived, why should he hesitate? His mind raced through a myriad of thoughts, accompanied by worries for his future cultivation, an entirely natural sentiment. However, the time for a breakthrough was of the essence. Qini sensed that his Dantian was on the verge of bursting with battle energy, that it was either to cease his cultivation and stop absorbing the essence of heaven and earth, or to push through with a breakthrough in one breath. Ultimately, Cheney decided that he should indeed break through, for even if he halted now, he would still need to draw upon the external essence during tomorrow's competition. Delaying the breakthrough would only provide his opponents with an opportunity to exploit Cheney's Dantian, where battle energy transformed into spiritual energy and vice versa, felt as though it had reached its saturation point. The influx of heavenly essence caused a slight, painful swell in his Dantian. Yet he remained unable to break through. He exerted himself fully, channeling the White Tiger Spirit technique to convert the battle energy into the power of the White Tiger, thus consuming the excess battle energy. This brought him some relief, but he remained perplexed as to why he could not breach the sixth layer of the explosive energy realm that AS battle energy continuously transformed into White Tiger power. The latter began to accumulate gradually. Previously, he could only envelop his limbs with this power. Now, he felt capable of enveloping his entire body. This White Tiger power was not merely spiritual energy. It was akin to clothing that he donned when needed and stored away when not. Now that the White Tiger power had accumulated sufficiently to envelop his entire form, the battle energy continued to surge forth relentlessly. Cheney understood that the White Tiger power no longer required augmentation. What he needed to focus on was purifying this power to refine his battle attire, making it sharper and more perfect. That as time passed, the battle energy within him was depleted to the last drop, and even the essence of heaven and earth became scarce. Cheney recognized this situation, feeling a slight sense of relief in his heart. It was better than being overwhelmed by battle energy. After all, his Dantian dried up. Cheney felt it instinctively begin to draw upon the essence of heaven and earth with renewed vigor. In an instant, a vortex of spiritual energy began to form around him. With Cheney at its center, he felt the torrent of heavenly essence surge towards him and, without hesitation, allowed his Dantian to absorb it. Rather than risk stagnation in his progress, he resolved to break the boat and sink the cauldron. Letting his Dantian consume the essence, the absorption continued. Cheney soon felt his Dantian swell, filled to the brim with spiritual energy, which gradually transformed back into battle energy while still drawing in more from the external environment. After reaching saturation, the abundant battle energy in his Dantian throbbed painfully, expanding each time it converted to spiritual energy. Cheney, feeling his Dantian's expansion, disregarded the suffering it caused him, as long as his strength could increase. Such pain was trivial that he gritted his teeth, enduring wave after wave of agony, each wave representing a heightened possibility of breakthrough. Eventually, as the battle energy reached a critical saturation point, it began to converge at a single focal point, erupting suddenly like ripples crashing against the surface of his Dantian. With a cry of awe, Cheney succumbed to unconsciousness. Chapter 68. Two fools. The following morning, it was Huang Wanyin who roused Cheney from his slumber. As he awoke groggily, he gazed at Huang Wanyin, faintly recalling his intention to break through the previous day. I remember feeling on the brink of a breakthrough yesterday. I truly did it. Ha! Cheney reveled in the sensation of his newfound mastery at the sixth layer of explosive energy, realizing he had grown stronger. Now, facing Wang Zhong, he would likely not struggle as he had the day before. Huang Wanyin observed Cheney's excitement with genuine happiness for his brother, especially since he too had unexpectedly benefited from Cheney's breakthrough. Your breakthrough caused quite a stir. All the surrounding spiritual energy converged towards you, which led to my own breakthrough. Cheney, astonished, gazed at Huang Wanyin. Was it that easy to break through? I almost perished during mine. Seeing the incredulity in Cheney's eyes, Huang Wanyin could only guess at his thoughts. I can't explain why your breakthrough was so dramatic, but it did happen. The essence of heaven and earth gathered around you, transforming you into a veritable sanctuary for cultivation, far surpassing the Linglong Tower. Cheney was speechless upon hearing Huang Wanyin liken him to a cultivation tool. How fervent must one be about cultivation to view a brother as a mere instrument? Moreover, I don't know what you experienced, and I can't assist you, but I saw your silvery light erupt, darting chaotically around you, that I feared wasting it, so I absorbed it all. The intensity of this light was greater than any previous instance, and my meridians benefited immensely, alleviating a significant amount of cold energy. Cheney nearly fainted, His brother had been utilizing his perilous surge of energy for his own cultivation that he covered his face with his hands. Feeling a swell of pride for his brother, "Why the way? How did your match go? Did you win or lose?" "I missed it while I was unconscious." It was only then that Huang Wan-yin remembered to inquire about the outcome of Qin He's duel. But it was not too late, as both were still basking in the joy of their breakthroughs. However, Qin He felt a twinge of embarrassment at Huang Wan-yin's lack of decorum. When he returned to their quarters, Huang Wan-yin had been training and claimed he hadn't seen Qin He's match, that if he truly wished to witness it, he would have rushed over to cheer for Qin He the moment he regained consciousness. Yet, Qin He chose not to express this, allowing Huang Wan-yin to save face, and instead answered his inquiry, "Of course I won. With my strength, how could I possibly lose?" However, the opponent I faced was somewhat tricky, Wang Zhong. Ranked 10th on the Haoyue list, that it took a considerable effort to defeat him. Huang Wan-yin was taken aback to hear that it was Wang Zhong that he remembered losing to that very individual. And the realization that Qin He had triumphed over him left him feeling somewhat embarrassed, although he was not afraid of Qin He finding out. "Wang Zhong? He certainly is a formidable opponent. I faced him once as well, but I lost to him with a single move." Qin He found Huang Wan-yin's bravado amusing. Wang Zhong had explicitly told him that Huang Wan-yin had lost due to his own lack of skill. Yet here he was, claiming he had only been defeated by a single move. Surely, it could not have been so simple. With a smile, Qin He fixed his gaze on Huang Wan-yin, his eyes gleaming with an all-knowing glint. Noticing the way Qin He looked at him, Huang Wan-yin felt a hint of apprehension, but he awkwardly scratched his head and forced a laugh. "It seems Wang Zhong shared the details with you. However, I was gravely injured at the time, and my wounds had not yet healed when I faced him. Had I been at full strength, he might not have been my match." Even as Qin He exposed Huang Wan-yin's fib, his brother continued to justify himself, eager to maintain an image of invincibility in Qin He's eyes. Seeing Huang Wan-yin's earnestness, Qin He refrained from further mocking his seemingly aloof yet foolish brother. Now only 32 contestants remain. The battles ahead are bound to be challenging, and we must remain vigilant. We cannot afford to be complacent. With that, Qin He set aside any jesting, addressing Huang Wan-yin earnestly. Despite their breakthroughs, arrogance was a grave error in cultivation. Huang Wan-yin, seeing the seriousness on Qin He's face, refrained from countering that I know. The remaining 32 are no pushovers as long as I'm not facing you. I'll fight with all my might. After all, you can't defeat me. Faced with Huang Wan-yin's self-importance, Qin He found himself at a loss for words, looking at his brother's foolish grin. He merely rolled his eyes. "But if I encounter you, I certainly won't hold back. I'll unleash all my hidden techniques that don't come crying to me later. Is it really necessary to be so ruthless? We are brothers, after all. Just let me have that qualification for advancement." Huang Wan-yin playfully retorted, flashing Qin He a cheeky grin. Upon hearing Huang Wan-yin's jest, Qin He, though aware of his brother's lightheartedness, refused to yield that my strength is formidable. That Duan Ling Ti is a must-have for me, that if you stand in my way, don't blame me for turning you into a pin cushion. Qin He, with a smile gracing his face, fixed his gaze on Huang Wan-yin and remarked. Hearing these words, Huang Wan-yin remained unfazed, contemplating that if such a day were to truly arrive, he would undoubtedly relinquish this opportunity to his brother. For Qin He still had some missions to fulfill. However, while his thoughts leaned in that direction, he made no verbal concessions. "With your prowess, should I defeat you, your parents might not even recognize you. When that moment arrives, don't come crying to me for mercy." The two exchanged playful banter, maintaining the warmth of their camaraderie, fully aware that when the time came to confront each other, neither would be able to unleash their full strength. The decision on who would advance would be made at that time, and whether they would even meet was still uncertain, despite their light-hearted teasing. Both remained cognizant of the gravity of the 5th round of the ranking battle that lay ahead. This battle was the true test. A lapse in vigilance could lead to irreparable consequences. Since the allure of the Chaos Spirit Tea had emerged as a reward, all participating students had gone mad with anticipation, a fervor that would likely wane only as they approached the quarterfinals. After all, those who remained would all have the opportunity to claim the Chaos Spirit Tea, rendering further struggle unnecessary. Chapter 69. The fortunes of Qin He jesting aside, Qin He and Huang Wanyin should now make their way to the trial grounds for the fifth round of combat. Outside, the atmosphere was bustling with activity as the crowd surged toward the trial grounds. Although the number of competitors had diminished, the throngs of spectators remained substantial. Only 32 contenders remained for this fifth round, and the quality of the battles had markedly improved compared to earlier rounds. Many came to observe the matches and gain experience. Lu Ming stood by the window of the Dean's office, gazing at the throng below with a sense of nostalgia that it was time to officiate the opening of the fifth round. Unbeknownst to us, we have reached the fifth round, with 32 participants striving for the top 10. It promises to be an enthralling spectacle today. With that, he strode outside, presumably heading toward the trial grounds. Qin He and Huang Wanyin, both with apprehensive hearts, followed the crowd to the trial grounds, only to find that the dean had yet to arrive. The crowd had grown accustomed to this habitual tardiness of the dean. After all, he would often arrive only when most had already gathered. Yet this did not hinder the proceedings, as usual. After a brief wait, the dean made his appearance. He ascended the high platform and began to announce the commencement of the round. Time indeed flies, in the blink of an eye. We have gone from 500 to just 32 participants. However, this group of 32 represents the elite of our Martial God Academy. Today, we shall hold the fifth round of competition, with the absence of the zero number. No lucky contender will advance without exerting effort. Therefore, as this fifth round commences, showcase your true abilities, for yourselves and for the Chaos Spirit T. Let the fifth round begin, and may you all find joy in the contest. With that, Lu Ming laughed heartily and departed from the high platform, appearing unfazed as he made his way back to his office to enjoy his comforts. Qin He and Huang Wanyin exchanged glances, both silently wishing to avoid drawing each other in the lottery. Otherwise, their earlier banter would become a grim reality. Let us proceed to draw lots, Huang Wanyin suggested to Qin He. Qin He, still lost in thought, was aware of Huang Wanyin's concerns, yet he too harbored similar anxieties. However, fate would unfold regardless of their apprehensions. It was better to draw a lot sooner rather than later to find some solace for their anxious hearts. The drawing was swift due to the limited number of 32 participants. After the lots were drawn, Qin He and Huang Wanyin, with hearts full of trepidation, met on the stage, each clutching their respective lots. "What number did you draw?" they inquired simultaneously, a hint of surprise flickering in their eyes, a reflection of their shared apprehension. After all, if they drew the same lot, a confrontation between brothers was inevitable. Though full-force combat was unlikely, one of them would ultimately lose the chance to claim the Chaos Spirit T. Seeing that they both spoke in unison warmed Qin He's heart. His brother was indeed concerned for him. He wasted no time in revealing his lot, that I drew number 3, that I wonder what kind of opponent awaits me. Hopefully, it will be a worthy adversary. He gazed hopefully at Huang Wanyin, silently wishing that his brother would not draw the same lot. For that would indeed be an awkward predicament. That MY number is 10. Haha, it seems our battles do not belong to this fifth round. What a pity. Both Huang Wanyin and Qin He sighed in relief. Differing numbers were the best outcome. The matches are about to begin, and since we both will take the stage in the first round, I want to be able to cheer you on from the sidelines. Good luck, brother. Don't falter in the fifth round. Huang Wanyin clapped Qin He on the shoulder. Qin He understood that it was unlikely either would witness the entirety of the other's battle. They could only silently support one another. All right, the elders are calling for me. I must take my position. You must succeed too. If you falter here, I shall not share the Chaos Spirit Tea with you. As they conversed, an elder summoned number 3 to the stage. Soon, Huang Wanyin was also called, and they shared a hearty laugh before parting ways. Both were hopeful that their brother would not miss out on the tremendous opportunity presented by the Chaos Spirit Tea. Yet, despite their worries, the battles must continue. Qin He made his way to the stage that had just summoned him. Upon arrival, he found an elder and a youth already present on the platform. Qin He had not seen this youth before, but he wasted no time and promptly took his place. Seeing both contestants had arrived, the elder wasted no time. Since both of you are present, let us not delay. The fifth round of the third platform match begins now. With that, he leapt off the stage. Qin He sized up the youth before him. The audience below remained relatively calm, indicating that this youth was not among the top 10 of the Haoyue rankings. Nevertheless, Qin He did not underestimate him. After all, how could anyone in the fifth round be regarded lightly? The youth, feeling Qin He's scrutiny, grew somewhat uncomfortable and, in an attempt to break the ice, introduced himself first that I am Guang Lin, at the 6th layer of the explosive Qi realm, ranked 63rd on the Haoyue list. Upon hearing this name, both Qin He and the audience gasped in surprise. Guang Lin was the fortunate individual who had drawn the 0 number in the previous round, that it was unexpected to see him on the 3rd platform now. This match just became interesting. Guang Lin had the good fortune to draw the 0 number, and now he faces Qin He, who defeated Wang Zhong in the last round. It seems his luck has run dry. A murmur of astonishment rippled through the crowd, as the tale of Qin He's victory over Wang Zhong had spread like wildfire among the students. Upon hearing Guang Lin's name, Qin He recalled the fortunate 0 number holder from the previous round, whom he had envied at the time, that he never imagined he would encounter him now. With a subtle smile, Qin He thought, "Huang Wanyin, just you wait. I shall soon be there to cheer you on." Chapter 70. Advancing to the top 16, I am Qin He, at the 6th layer of the explosive Qi realm. Ranked 312th on the Haoyue list, the audience erupted in astonishment. Just yesterday, this lad was at the 5th layer of the explosive Qi realm. How has he suddenly advanced to the 6th layer? Was he on the brink of a breakthrough all along? The crowd buzzed with discussion, but Qin He paid them no mind, focusing instead on the youth opposite him as he unleashed the full extent of his 6th layer strength. Quietly channeling the White Tiger Spirit technique. "Please, enlighten me." Once prepared, he politely bowed to the young man opposite him. Observing that Qin He was ready, the other party unleashed the full force of his 6th layer explosive energy. The two exuded an aura that was almost evenly matched, yet Qin He's presence bore an additional hint of lethal intent. Qin He remained motionless, opting to let his opponent strike first. After all, it seemed he had already secured victory in this contest. To initiate the attack would be rather ungracious. Noticing Qin He's lack of offensive intent, the young man decided to take the initiative, embodying the principle that the first strike holds the advantage. Elevating his aura to its peak, he executed a sweeping kick toward Qin He. However, Qin He merely extended his forearm to block the incoming attack. When the young man's leg made contact, he was astonished to find that Qin He remained entirely unfazed, as if his kick had merely struck the ground, failing to yield any impact. In disbelief, the young man quickly lifted his other leg and launched another strike. The sound of impact echoed as Qin He successfully defended against each assault, remaining steadfast and unmoved. The young man stared in astonishment at Qin He, who was also at the 6th layer of explosive energy, incredulous at the display before him. How could such formidable defense exist? Surely, even a master at the 7th layer would hesitate to face such a direct confrontation. Yet Qin He absorbed the blows without retaliation, a fact that was difficult for the young man to accept. "Earth God Leg," the young man proclaimed, unleashing his most potent technique, that he could not fathom that Qin He would emerge unscathed from this attack. This move was the foundation of his ranking at 63rd on the Haoyue list, that if Qin He were to withstand it, the contest would surely conclude. Meanwhile, Qin He sought to test the White Tiger power he had perfected the previous day, enveloping himself in its energy. Now, the White Tiger power had reached a level sufficient to cover his entire being, that he intended to see if this defense could withstand the young man's Earth God Leg. As the young man raised his leg, a solid sensation emanated from it that a typical 6th layer explosive energy user would be cautious, but Qin He was no ordinary contender. When he met the young man's leg with his arm, a resounding thud resonated through the air, forcing Qin He to take a step back. Yet, the young man felt a numbing sensation in his leg, accompanied by an ominous aura of intent to kill. Internally, he felt a flicker of relief that Qin He had not employed any techniques. However, the shock within him was profound. After all, the individual before him was a fellow 6th layer explosive energy user. Though reluctant to concede, he recognized the undeniable truth. Qin He was stronger. His journey in this contest had reached its conclusion amongst the top 32. With a bitter smile, he admitted, "I concede. You've won." Though his face bore the marks of dissatisfaction, the reality remained. Qin He was superior. Having spoken, he wore a rueful grin as he departed the stage. Qin He, having concluded his battle rather swiftly, awaited the elder's announcement of his victory. The elder, witnessing Guang Lin's concession, wasted no time in proclaiming Qin He the victor. Once the outcome was declared, Qin He leaped down from the arena, eager to locate Huang Wanin's stage. With the number of remaining competitors dwindling, he quickly found Huang Wanin, who was nearing the end of her bout. Noting that Huang Wanyin held the upper hand and was on the verge of victory, Qin He felt a wave of relief. Calming his worries as he patiently awaited the conclusion of her match got on stage. Huang Wanyin noticed Qin He's arrival, her previously tense demeanor relaxing as she realized that Qin He had efficiently dispatched his opponent. It appeared that her adversary was not as formidable as she had feared. The ensuing battle proved uneventful. The young man who had resisted Huang Wanyin for so long began to falter, especially now that her anxiety had dissipated. Qin He observed this development, feeling a mix of gratitude and concern for Huang Wanyin. While her worry for him was commendable, such distraction on the stage was perilous. A moment's inattention could create an opening for the opponent. For Huang Wanyin, this could be a fatal error. Although she emerged unscathed this time, should she face one of the top 10 on the Hao Yue list. The consequences of such distraction could be dire. After her match, he would surely have a serious discussion with her. Ultimately, Huang Wanyin triumphed over her opponent, beaming down at Qin He as she waved to signify her victory. The young man who had faced her could only sigh, realizing that Huang Wanyin had not even fought at full strength until Qin He's arrival. Had she employed her full capabilities from the outset, he doubted he could have withstood her onslaught for so long. An elder announced Huang Wanyin's victory, and she swiftly descended from the stage to meet Qin He as they reunited. Qin He recognized the excitement in her demeanor and understood her thoughts. Both had now entered the top 16, and even if they were to lose in the next round, 2 of the 8 who would be eliminated would still secure spots for the coveted Chaos Spirit Tea. This was the best possible outcome for both Huang Wanyin and Qin He. Chapter 71. The pursuit of Chaos Spirit Tea. Now both had secured their eligibility for the 6th round. This contest had progressed for quite some time, and they had eagerly anticipated improving their standings. Having reached the top 16, they understood that the forthcoming battles would be even more challenging. Yet the two brothers remained undeterred. Even if they were to falter in the 6th round, they were confident in claiming the 2 spots for the Chaos Spirit Tea, and it was possible they wouldn't even be eliminated in this round. At the Martial God Academy, in the headmaster's office, an elder hurriedly reported the results of the 5th round before departing. Lu Ming sat at his desk, not savoring tea this time, but rather perusing the books on the shelf. Stroking his chin thoughtfully. Qin He, is it? This young lad's growth has truly surprised me. After Lin Xinji defeated him, he had a month of stagnation, yet he is now caught up. This is quite unexpected. Lu Ming remarked, his eyes gleaming with a golden light, though he maintained an air of nonchalance, as if merely an observer. Only 16 remain. How intriguing. Once this contest concludes, I shall take you all to the Condensed Dan Realm Tomb for training. Do not disgrace our Martial God Academy. Clearly, the emergence of the Condensed Dan Realm Tomb was not solely known to the Martial God Academy. Numerous factions would vie for it, leading to encounters with many talented individuals. Lu Ming looked forward to such clashes, confident that he would refrain from intervening, regardless of the challenges his students might face. After the 5th round concluded, Qin He and Huang Wanyin made their way back to Qin He's residence. Engaged in conversation along the journey. Huang Wanyin, I noticed you seemed distracted during your match. What were you contemplating? Realizing Qin He had addressed the matter, Huang Wanyin acknowledged that prior to his arrival, she had been preoccupied with concerns for him, which hindered her ability to focus fully on her opponent. Yet, every remaining competitor was formidable, and the thought of Qin He facing a powerful adversary and potentially being eliminated weighed heavily on her mind. Hey, that kid was no match for me. That it was only a matter of time before I subdued him. I was merely toying with him, she replied with a chuckle, yet Qin He's expression grew serious. Huang Wanyin, I am not jesting. You must understand the consequences of distraction in a match. It can easily lead to vulnerabilities being exposed. Yes, you handled this opponent with ease, but what about your next challenger? Do you truly believe you can treat them the same way? I do not think you're merely playing around with them. Seeing Qin He's earnest demeanor, Huang Wanyin ceased her playful banter and offered a wry smile. I was just worried about you. After all, if you were eliminated this round, we would miss out on the Chaos Spirit Tea. But don't worry, I won't fret about you any longer, as we have now entered the 6th round. Hearing Huang Wanyin's words, Qin He's expression seemed to relax slightly. Come on, can't you have a bit more faith in me? What do you mean by what if I get eliminated? Am I so easy to eliminate? The two individuals engaged in lively conversation and playful banter as they returned to the residence of Qin He at the Martial God Academy upon their arrival. They both released a long sigh of relief that this moment, they had undeniably secured their places among the top 16, that with just one more victory, they would be guaranteed the coveted Chaos Spirit T. Qin pondered whether Lin Xinji had successfully advanced past the 5th round. If she were to be eliminated, it would be a tremendous loss. Seated at the edge of his bed, Qin reflected on his earlier agreement with Lin Xinji to settle their rivalry during the final ranking battle. Although he had reached the top 16, he remained uncertain about Lin Xinji's status. Upon hearing Qin mention her name, Huang Wanyin seemed to possess some knowledge and immediately responded, "Are you referring to Lin Xinji? I did encounter her during the competition. She faced a young opponent who, while not particularly formidable, was certainly not among the top 10 of the Haoyue ranking." Qin found it curious that he had not seen Lin Xinji in action, despite the fact that she had been competing in the 5th round. "How is it that I missed her match? I finished my bout quite early, and the other arenas should still have been in progress," he queried. "You rushed to my arena right after your fight. There was no time for you to notice Lin Xinji," Huang Wanyin replied playfully. "However, when I completed my match, I observed that her contest was still ongoing," indicating that her opponent had given her considerable trouble. Though Qin had not witnessed Lin Xinji's performance, Huang Wanyin's remarks suggested that she had become a more formidable competitor, potentially surpassing him. The fact that Huang Wanyin was unfamiliar with Lin Xinji's adversary and noted the difficulty she faced led Qin to believe that any encounter with her would no longer hold the same anticipation. His concerns had shifted from Lin Xinji to the formidable figures of Old Chun and Old Li, who, as Huang Wanyin had mentioned, were likely powerful practitioners at the Unity Realm. Should he cross paths with them, Qin could already envision the dire consequences. Inevitably, he would be defeated. Even with the use of his Black Devour technique, he doubted he could triumph over such exceptional opponents that if he were to encounter Old Chun and Old Li, a fierce battle over the Chaos Spirit T would surely ensue. Perceiving Qin's apprehension, Huang Wanyin changed the subject with a chuckle. "Are you worried about facing me in the next round? What does that expression signify? While it is true that you are not my match, should we meet, I assure you I would hold back." Qin could only roll his eyes at Huang Wanyin's boastful comments, swiftly retorting, "If we were to face each other, I certainly wouldn't hold back. Now that we've both reached the top 16, I believe I could still claim a spot for the Chaos Spirit T among the 8 who fail." With a slight squint and a hint of provocation in his gaze, Qin looked at Huang Wanyin. Yet, Huang Wanyin understood that this was merely Qin's jest. Even if there were 2 slots among the defeated, he could never bring himself to defeat his own brother without just cause. Should they confront one another, it was likely they would engage in a stalemate, neither willing to strike first, ultimately retreating without a clear victor. Despite their banter, Qin yearned for an encounter with Lin Xinji, as their unresolved grievances lingered in his heart like an unhealed wound. Chapter 73. Wish fulfilled. When Qin entered the academy, he was personally escorted by the principal, Lu Ming. His determination to secure the top position on the new star's ranking stemmed from a desire for superior training resources. However, Lin Xinji, the original holder of that title, sought to confront him, unaware that he had been a young master of a minor clan prior to his arrival at the Martial God Academy, that he could not allow a mere girl to trample upon his dignity. Consequently, he met her every challenge, though he was oblivious to the fact that his arrogance would soon be shattered by her formidable prowess. Asa woman, Lin Xinji's vindictive nature proved to be a source of considerable hardship for Qin, even resulting in a broken leg. Yet now, as they approached the 6th round of the final ranking battle, Lin Xinji remained in the competition, a testament to her exceptional abilities. Qin eagerly anticipated their encounter on the arena, determined to make her feel the pain she had once inflicted upon him. Nonetheless, Qin was not as vengeful as Lin Xinji, but he still held hope for their eventual showdown, a day he awaited with great anticipation. At the Martial God Academy, in Qin's residence, he and Huang Wanyin returned after the conclusion of the 5th round of the final ranking battle, engaging in conversation before resuming their training. On the 2nd day, dawn broke, heralding the commencement of the 6th round. The sky appeared oppressive, shrouded in dust, yet the outside world remained vibrant and lively, seemingly unaffected by the weather. Both Qin and Huang Wanyin prepared themselves with determination. In the principal's office, Lu Ming meticulously arranged everything for the 6th round of the final ranking battle, which would determine the top 8 contenders. That he donned the official attire typically reserved for such occasions, marking a departure from his usual casual wear. Despite only 16 students remaining in the competition, the number of spectators at the trial grounds continued to swell as the final ranking battle intensified. Students flocked to witness who would advance, while others simply sought to enjoy the thrilling matches. Qinhe and Huang Wanning arrived early at the trial grounds, observing the throngs of eager spectators. They felt a sense of familiarity, as the atmosphere had become a daily occurrence since the onset of the final ranking battle. When Lu Ming arrived, all eyes turned toward him, for his attire was notably different from previous occasions. The students were taken aback by his formal appearance, but Qinhe understood that the real spectacle was yet to unfold. Once Lu Ming took the stage, the atmosphere shifted to one of profound silence. All gazes fixed upon him, a seasoned principal. Lu Ming was unfazed by the scrutiny. Today, we will not determine the rankings by rounds. Instead, we will witness the battles among our 16 students, competing for a place in the top 8, which will directly earn them the Chaos Spirit Tea. The remaining 2 portions will be decided among those who fall short. So this is not your final battle. With that, he did not leave the stage, but instead brought forth a chair to sit atop the highest platform. Shortly thereafter, an elder dressed similarly to Lu Ming wheeled out a large chest, and the students, accustomed to the process, began the draw. The draw would yield 8 pairings, increasing the likelihood of competitors being familiar with one another. Qinhe hoped to draw a number matching Lin Xinji. The draw concluded swiftly, given the small number of participants. Qinhe and Huang Wanning anxiously examined their respective draws, relieved when they discovered they had not been matched against one another. Qinhe drew the number 2, while Huang Wanning drew 3. They exchanged glances, laughter erupting between them. "Ha, Qinhe, you lucky fellow! You've dodged me this time, that if we had faced off, you would surely have been defeated soundly." Huang Wanning jested. Qinhe, amused by Huang Wanning's jibe, retorted, "You've had your fair share of fortune today, my friend. Let us hope you can maintain such luck in the future. Just don't let me encounter you on the arena." As they reveled in their fortune of not facing each other, they continued to tease one another, grateful that their fears had not materialized. They could only imagine the consequences had they been matched. After the draw, the 2 conversed for a while before the matches commenced. Due to the limited number of battles, all contests were summoned simultaneously. Qinhe held tightly to his card marked with the number 2, giving Huang Wanning a reassuring pat on the shoulder. "Good luck. I'll see you in the 7th round." Huang Wanning was chattering away at Qinhe, and with a laugh, he said, "Yes, see you in the 7th round. In the quarterfinals, don't drop the ball, you rascal." After their exchange, both of them made their way to their respective arenas, leaving only each other's departing figures behind. Qinhe was uncertain about the kind of opponent Huang Wanning would face, but he now had to head towards the second arena, summoning his determination as he approached. His heart was filled with trepidation, unsure of what kind of adversary awaited him, yet he felt a flicker of anticipation as he walked towards the second arena. Upon arriving, he found that his opponent had yet to appear. Only the elder presiding over the match stood on the stage. The elder nodded slightly upon noticing Qinhe's arrival. Seeing the elder smile and nod at him, Qinhe reciprocated with a smile of his own and nodded back, then positioned himself on the stage, awaiting the arrival of his opponent. His adversary was likely en route to the arena, and Qinhe was in no hurry, quietly waiting for them to arrive. Before long, a girl approached from below the stage. She was graceful, with a stunning visage that captivated the audience, causing them to gasp in awe. Qinhe gazed intently at the girl opposite him. It was none other than his exceptional rival, Lin Xinji. Chapter 73. The clash with Lin Xinji. It was evident that many in the crowd supported Lin Xinji, cheering her on fervently to go. "Lin Xinji, we all support you. Defeat him. Lin Xinji, I love you. Strive to vanquish that fellow. The Dumpling Tea is yours too." The voices of support for Lin Xinji resonated throughout the audience. Although some recognized Qinhe and held reservations about Lin Xinji's chances. After all, his opponent was Qinhe, the one who had triumphed over Wang Zhong. That it seemed unlikely that Lin Xinji would be able to handle him. There were whispers among the spectators, each sharing their opinions as gossip was plentiful at the Martial God Academy. When Qinhe laid eyes on Lin Xinji, he was momentarily astonished, and Lin Xinji, upon seeing him, had a glimmer of surprise in her eyes. "Finally, I have encountered you. Qinhe, that I never expected your progress to be so remarkable. You've made it to the top 16. That let me witness the current version of you." Lin Xinji was taken aback by the meeting, having initially thought that with Qinhe's strength, he would be eliminated in the earlier rounds. allowing her to teach him a lesson once more. Yet, she never anticipated that he would reach the top 16, that she had exerted considerable effort to attain this stage, and now she wondered what had propelled Qin He to this point. Noticing Lin Xinji's surprise, Qin He wore a charming smile. Haha, Lin Xinji, I have been looking forward to this battle for quite some time. This is our agreement, to meet in the ranking battle. Neither of us can afford to miss it. So to avoid disappointing you, I have made my utmost effort to stand before you. The elder, observing that the two had begun to reminisce, interrupted to avoid any further delay, since both combatants are present. I hereby declare the 6th round of the ranking battle, the second match, to commence. With that, the elder fulfilled his initial duty and stepped down from the stage. Lin Xinji understood that since Qin He had reached her level, it indicated that he was no ordinary opponent. After all, anyone who made it to the 6th round was formidable. Qin He took a couple of steps forward and bowed to Lin Xinji. Despite their grievances, he recognized the importance of maintaining decorum. I am Qin He, at the 6th layer of the explosive Qi realm, ranked 312th on the Haoyue list. Lin Xinji was taken aback upon learning that Qin He had reached the 6th layer of the explosive Qi realm. When she had broken through to this level, Qin He was still at the 7th layer of the inner Qi realm. Now he had surpassed her, his cultivation speed seemingly matching her own. Surprise aside, she knew that Qin He had observed the proper etiquette, so she too must reciprocate. I am Lin Xinji, at the 7th layer of the explosive Qi realm, ranked 79th on the Haoyue list. Having stated her rank, she took her place on one side of the arena, while both harbored a sense of apprehension. After a long time, they were finally facing each other once more. Now, Qin He had caught up to Lin Xinji, and it seemed his cultivation speed had even begun to surpass hers, that he felt a steady drumbeat of anxiety in his heart. After all, everyone who had made it to the 7th round was formidable, and Lin Xinji was no exception. After exchanging pleasantries, they stood on opposite sides, sizing each other up while subtly increasing their own momentum, for a great battle was imminent. Suddenly, Lin Xinji broke the tense standoff. Jinfeng Palm. This was the final move Lin Xinji had used to strike Qin He, which had once shattered his leg and rendered him unconscious for a month. However, during that time, Qin He had gained much. Seeing Lin Xinji unleash the very technique that had once incapacitated him, Qin He remained unperturbed, just as he had before that he lifted his leg to block the Jinfeng Palm. Lin Xinji noticed that Qin He was recreating the scene from their past, but felt no satisfaction. His refusal to evade indicated that he had confidence in withstanding her Jinfeng Palm. The palm struck against Qin He's calf, and he staggered back only 2 steps. Given that Lin Xinji's realm was higher than his, he was confident he could remain steadfast if they were of equal standing. Lin Xinji was taken aback. While she knew Qin He was no longer the same as before, she had not anticipated he could so easily withstand her skill. Then, she unleashed another technique. If that is the case, let us see how you fare against this. Foaming Palm. This was another skill Lin Xinji had developed to counter Xianyin, and now she wielded it against Qin He. Qin He, seeing her prepare another technique, decided to hold nothing back, that he activated the White Tiger Spirit Art to its fullest extent, enveloping himself in the power of the White Tiger, and threw a punch towards Lin Xinji's palm. Their fists and palms collided at the center of the arena, sending ripples through the air. Lin Xinji felt a surge of pain radiating from Qin He's fist, her expression one of disbelief. The boy who could only muster his full strength to withstand 5 of her moves had transformed into someone so formidable. How could he so nonchalantly endure her technique without even deploying any of his own? This revelation struck a blow to Lin Xinji's previously unyielding pride. Impossible, impossible. No one can withstand my foaming palm so effortlessly. Lin Xinji finally shouted, her disbelief palpable. She could not fathom that the boy she had once easily dominated had now become capable of defeating her. Qin He observed Lin Xinji's reddened eyes and shook his slightly numb fist, realizing that she was on the verge of a breakdown. After all, what had begun as a confident battle for her had devolved into this predicament. A tremendous blow to her psyche. Lin Xinji withdrew a small vial from her pocket, fully aware that this act was against the rules of the Martial God Academy's ranking battle. However, to defeat Qin He, she was prepared to disregard the regulations. The vial contained a potion that would significantly enhance her strength for a short period, though the side effect was that she would be unable to cultivate for half a year. Remaining stagnant. For those with excessively high power, such a potion held little effect. Lin Xinji uncorked the vial and swallowed the contents. This was a parting gift from my father when he left the family. I only have 2 of these pills, and now that I've used one on you, prepare for your defeat. Her final smile bore a hint of bitterness, but after consuming the potion, her power surged dramatically. Reaching the pinnacle of the 7th layer of the explosive Qi realm, then advancing to the 8th layer, and eventually approaching the 10th layer, nearing the threshold of the returning 1 realm before gradually slowing. Chapter 74. The Black Devourer emerges. Resolving grievances, the elder presiding over the match and Lu Ming atop the platform noticed the situation and directed their attention to Qin He and Lin Xinji's arena. This was a violation of the competition rules, as Lu Ming and the elder prepared to intervene. Qin He gestured for them not to approach. This was a matter between him and Lin Xinji, and he was determined to resolve their long-standing conflict that if this were not an arena, no one would have cared about Lin Xinji consuming the potion. Thus, within the context of their agreement, it was not considered a breach of conduct. Seeing this, Lu Ming waved his hand to signal the elder to heed Qin He's wishes. Consequently, the elder refrained from excessive interference, watching as Lin Xinji's strength soared and contemplating how Qin He would confront her newfound power. With the aid of elixirs to forcibly enhance one's strength, it is perhaps fortuitous, allowing one to ascertain whether they are capable of contending with a formidable opponent at the pinnacle of the explosive energy realm. Lin Xinji's eyes have turned crimson, casting a gaze towards Qin He imbued with a hint of animosity. Although their enmity is not profound, the unexpected tribulations that Qin He has inflicted upon Lin Xinji have rendered her unable to accept the circumstances. After experiencing an explosive surge in power, Lin Xinji savors her newfound strength with a satisfied smile. Yet to Qin He, this smile resembles the grin of a devil, foretelling her impending assault. Qin He unleashes the full force of his 6th layer of explosive energy, simultaneously activating the White Tiger Divine Soul technique. Enveloping himself in the might of the White Tiger and bracing for the confrontation that at this moment, the atmosphere in the arena grows increasingly oppressive as Lin Xinji gazes at Qin He, her teeth clenched in determination, pondering whether he can withstand her forthcoming onslaught. The Shaquin Palm, wielded by a peak expert of the 10th layer of explosive energy, is unleashed upon him, instantly imposing immense pressure upon Qin He. He watches as the colossal palm looms larger, and in response, he retaliates with a palm strike of his own. The clash reverberates through the air, engulfing the arena in a cloud of dust and debris. Qin He feels an overwhelming force surge through his palm, traveling up his arm and into his very being that a bitter taste fills his throat, and he is compelled to spit out a mouthful of blood. Subsequently, he is propelled backward, landing a few meters away at the edge of the arena. The spectators below gaze in astonishment as Qin He is sent reeling by a single strike, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth.